Chapter 1. After crossing over, I have 36.5 million copy experience points. Suddenly, Xiang crossed over and came to this world. Before he could figure out how he crossed over, Xiang found himself standing on the trial platform. Opposite him was a young man in his 20s with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, wearing a gray long gown, with a bun on his head, and holding a 3-foot green sword in his hand. The young man's name was Xiang, and he was in the initial stage of foundation building. At that moment, Xiang held the green sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword facing down, and clasped his fist slightly towards Xiang, with a slight curl of his lips, and said disdainfully, "Little junior brother, please. Is this a competition?" Xiang was slightly stunned, but suddenly a computer-synthesized voice came from his mind. "Ding, green sword 1 detected. Do you want to copy?" "Green sword? Copy?" Xiang was slightly stunned, and then he became excited. "My system's golden finger. Copy." Without any hesitation, Xiang made a choice. As Xiang made his choice, a computer-generated voice came into his mind again. "Ding, it is detected that the system and the host have not yet been bound, and the copy failed. Please bind the system first." "What's going on?" Xiang was stunned for a moment, and then the system's voice sounded in his mind again. "System binding. Binding successful. The Godly Immortal Cultivation System is officially launched. Found the novice gift package opening it? Opened successfully. Gained 365,000 experience points. Detected within a range of 10 meters, there are 1 storage bag, 1 Qingfeng sword, 1 powerful diamond talisman, 1 5 thunder talisman, and 3 low-grade spirit stones, which can be copied. Do you want a copy? Oh my. Copy? This system is too awesome, right? Xiang was slightly stunned, and then reacted. "Copy, only a fool would not copy. Please enter the number of copies." The current daily upper limit of the number of copies is 1,000, and the unit price of each copy is 0.001 experience points. 1,000 copies? 1,000th of the experience value for each copy? Doesn't that mean that a little experience value is consumed every day? Xiang's eyes widened immediately. If he remembered correctly, the system seemed to have said that he now had 36.5 million experience points, right? This can be copied. 100,000 years? What is there to be afraid of? What are you waiting for? Copy. Copy 1,000 copies. As Xiang made the decision, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding! The copy was successful. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1,000 storage bags, 1,000 Qingfeng swords, 1,000 powerful diamond talismans, 1,000 5 thunder talismans, and 31,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please check and extract them in the system panel." Then, another system panel opened in Xiang's mind. There was a 9-square grid on the panel. The top row of grids had already been filled with things, which were the storage bags, Qingfeng swords, powerful diamond talismans, 5 thunder talismans, and low-grade spirit stones that had just been copied. When Xiang was about to extract these things, he heard an impatient voice. "Junior brother, please teach me." Xiang's mind suddenly returned to reality from the sea of consciousness. He looked up and glanced at Xiang opposite him. With a thought, he had already extracted the Vajra talisman and the 5 thunder talisman from the system panel. Immediately, Xiang also pretended to bow to Xiang and said, "Brother, please." "You." Xiang was slightly stunned, and then said, "Are you going to fight me with bare hands?" Xiang was slightly stunned and then chuckled and said, "Of course, it's a competition between fellow brothers. Why bother with swords?" While speaking, Xiang had already taken out a Vajra talisman, slapped it directly on himself, and then stuck it on his body. The Vajra talisman flashed and disappeared from Xiang's body in an instant. "The powerful Vajra talisman? You actually have the powerful Vajra talisman too." Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment, but then his face turned cold again, and he said in a cold voice, "Since you are so arrogant, I have no choice but to offend you." As he said that, Xiang pinched the sword formula, and the 3-foot green sword in his hand stabbed towards Xiang like a spirit snake. Xiang grinned, and in the blink of an eye, a 5 thunder talisman appeared in his hand. With a raised hand, the 5 thunder talisman turned into a yellow light and flew out, and instantly turned into a thunderbolt, striking down at Xiang. "5 thunder talisman! Who is that kid? So extravagant. 1 move is a 5 thunder talisman." Outside the trial platform, all the disciples were stunned, looking at Xiang on the trial platform in surprise. That unarmed junior brother from the same sect actually took out 2 talismans at once. Let's not talk about the mighty Vajra talisman, which is just a low-grade talisman. It has no other use except to increase the physical defense of the body. But the 5 Thunder Talisman is a real high-grade spiritual talisman, equivalent to the full-strength attack of a late-stage foundation-building cultivator. The competition in front of us is just an ordinary competition between 3 generations of disciples. That little junior brother actually used a 5 Thunder Talisman, Isn't this too exaggerated? On the trial stage, Fan Zizheng's face also changed drastically. His body shook rapidly. He dodged the 5 Thunder Talisman thrown by Li Xiang in a panic and turned into a lightning bolt. Pa! With a crisp sound, the lightning bolt hit the trial stage and the electric light was everywhere. Fan Zizheng, who barely dodged the lightning, looked a little embarrassed. His face was ashen, his eyes shrank slightly, and he said coldly, "Boy, if you have any other tricks, just use them. If you don't have any, don't blame me for being rude." Li Xiang chuckled, and in the blink of an eye, another 5 Thunder Talisman appeared in his hand. Oh my god, 5 Thunder Talisman! Another 5 Thunder Talisman! When did the 5 Thunder Talisman become so worthless? Outside the trial platform, all the disciples were stunned. What happened to this world? Why does it feel so unreal? When did the 5 Thunder Talisman, which is comparable to a full-strength attack in the late stage of foundation building, become a common commodity? A third-generation junior brother who is not in the mainstream can actually take out 2 of them casually? No, not 2, but 3. On the trial platform, Li Xiang flipped his left hand, and another 5 Thunder Talisman appeared in his hand. With a raised hand, 2 5 Thunder Talismans flew out in an instant, turning into 2 lightning bolts, and instantly fell from midair towards Fan Zizheng. Fan Zizheng's face suddenly changed, and he dodged quickly, trying to avoid the 2 lightning bolts. But then Li Xiang raised his hand again, and another 5 Thunder Talisman flew out instantly, turning into lightning and falling towards Fan Zizheng. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiang raised his hand a few times, and the 5 Thunder Talismans flew towards Fan Zizheng as if they were free, turning into lightning and falling towards Fan Zizheng. Pa! With a crisp sound, a bolt of lightning hit Fan Zizheng directly. Fan Zizheng's body stiffened, his hair stood up, and he fell straight onto the trial platform. With a bang, he fell to the ground, his body tilted, and with a wow sound, he spit out a large mouthful of blood. Immediately, Fan Zizheng opened his bloody mouth again, as if he wanted to say something. He opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. His head tilted and he fainted. Chapter 2, A wealthy man cultivating immortals using spiritual talismans to hit people is too fragile, isn't it? Li Xiang curled his lips and silently put away the 2 5 Thunder Talismans in his hand. 1,000 5 Thunder Talismans, and I just used less than 10 of them, and the opponent couldn't hold on. This is too fragile. Disappointment. So disappointing. Li Xiang thought that those cultivators were all immortals who could fly into the sky, move mountains and seas, and were indestructible cockroaches. Unexpectedly, he was beaten down by himself before he even used 10 5 Thunder Talismans. However, this 5 Thunder Talisman is really useful. Unfortunately, Fan Zizheng had too few 5 Thunder Talismans in his hand, only 1. He copied 1,000 copies, but there were only 1,000. Unlike the inferior spirit stones, the base number is 3. Copy 1,000 copies. It will be 3,000. Well, 3,000 inferior spirit stones should be considered a considerable income, right? The remaining memory told Li Xiang that this is a world of cultivation, which is divided into the world of cultivation and the world of the mortals. As the name suggests, the world of cultivation is composed of cultivators. The universal currency is spirit stones, a kind of stone made of special materials that can be used for cultivation and strengthening one's own spiritual power, and can also be used for trading. There are mainly 3 types, divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. 1 upper-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 middle-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 inferior spirit stones. The 3,000 inferior spirit stones in Li Xiang's hand are actually equivalent to 30 middle-grade spirit stones, less than half of an upper-grade spirit stone. However, considering that Li Xiang himself is penniless and does not have a single inferior spirit stone, and Fan Zizheng only has 3 inferior spirit stones on him, the 3,000 inferior spirit stones in Li Xiang's hand should also be considered a huge sum of money. Thinking of this, Li Xiang didn't even look at Fan Zizheng, who fainted on the trial stage, and walked down the trial stage. Under the trial stage, dozens of third-generation disciples who had gathered to watch the excitement saw Li Xiang walking down from the trial stage, and they all stepped back a few steps to make way. Ding! Found a replicable item, White Iron Sword 1. Ding! Found a replicable item. Ding! Found a replicable item. In his mind, system prompts kept ringing one after another. Unfortunately, Li Xiang had just used up the number of replicas for today, and there was no way to continue replicating. A third-generation disciple with 2 other junior brothers carefully held a mahogany tray with 5 low-grade spirit stones and a high-grade talisman, Nanming Lihuo talisman, and walked tremblingly to Li Xiang. Bowing and handing the mahogany tray to Li Xiang, the third-generation disciple said in a trembling voice, "Master, senior brother, this is the prize for the competition between senior brother and senior brother Fan just now. Please accept it." Originally, Li Xiang was just a little junior brother who had just entered the sect and was unknown. He didn't even have the white iron sword that the sect distributed to everyone. He probably had to bow and call senior brother to everyone he met. If the other party was in a good mood, he might still say something to him, but if he was in a bad mood, he might not even look at him. If he accidentally touched bad luck, he might attract a trial from the other party. Just like the small trial just now. It was called a trial, but in fact, it was just that the senior brother was angry and happened to find a punching bag, so he used the legitimate excuse of trial to beat the punching bag violently to relieve his anger. But who could have thought that today, senior brother Fan Zhengfen would hit a wall? Seemingly unarmed, a junior brother who had just entered the sect turned out to be a super rich man, a real hidden super rich man. He threw 7 or 8 5 Thunder talismans at Fan Zheng as if they were free. That was all money. The price of a 5 Thunder talisman on the trading market was 20 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there was no market for it, and you might not be able to buy it even if you had money. Just now, Li Xiang directly threw out more than 100 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Who among ordinary cultivators could be so rich? Who dared to spend money like him? That was not a duel. That was simply throwing money. Senior brother Fan Zhengfen was simply beaten down by the other party with money. Li Xiang was definitely not a junior brother. Even if he had little experience and had entered the sect not long ago, who would dare to call him a junior brother? Don't want to live? Aren't you afraid that the other party will use the free 5 Thunder talisman to hit you? To be honest, the 3 third-generation disciples who used the fight between Li Xiang and Fan Zheng as a bet are still a little nervous, fearing that Li Xiang will be unhappy and throw a few 5 Thunder talismans at them. Li Xiang just glanced at the things on the mahogany tray. 5 low-grade spiritual stones and a talisman. He already has 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and Li Xiang really doesn't care about the mere 5 low-grade spiritual stones. But the talisman, the Nanming Lihuo talisman, is actually a high-grade spiritual talisman of the same level as the 5 Thunder talisman. It should be useful, but there is too little, only 1. However, for Li Xiang, what's the big deal about 1 when I can copy it tomorrow? This one can instantly become 1,000. Reaching out to collect the Nanming Lihuo talisman, Li Xiang turned around and walked away. After walking 2 steps, he said, "I'll give you the spiritual stones." The 3 brothers were stunned for a moment. Then they came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother." The sect that Li Xiang belongs to is a small sect on the Xuanyuan continent called Lingxiao sect, which is divided into 12 branches, called Lingxiao 12 Peaks. Li Xiang is a 3rd-generation disciple who has just entered the sect for less than a year in Laming Peak under the name of Lingxiao 12 Peaks. A 3rd-generation disciple sounds like he has a high generation, but in fact, all new disciples of the sect are the 3rd generation. Whether they have just entered the sect or have been in the sect for 10 or 100 years, as long as they have not become disciples of the head or branch elders and become direct disciples, they are all 3rd-generation disciples. Everyone is equal, and the seniority is not determined by the order of entry, but only by the level of cultivation. Relying on the remaining memories, Li Xiang quickly returned to the general affairs courtyard of Laming Peak and returned to his room. The room was very small, with only a large bunk bed inside, and 8 cushions for meditation and cultivation. Li Xiang had just entered the sect, and his cultivation was not high. When he entered the sect, he did not get close to the 2nd-generation disciples of the sect, so he was naturally assigned to the service yard, and lived in a bunk bed with 8 people in one room. The service yard, as the name suggests, is a place for people who are specifically responsible for logistics and chores. Cleaning the courtyard, fetching water and chopping wood, carrying manure and watering the vegetables, etc. are all their jobs. If they work slowly or come back late, they will miss the mealtime and even have no food to eat. Li Xiang is like this now. Chapter 3. Having money means being a master. There are 8 people sleeping on a bunk bed in the same room. The other 7 did not even open their eyes when they heard the sound of the door opening. They continued to sit on the cushions and meditate. There was no food or even tea on the small table in the room. Li Xiang took a look, rubbed his rumbling stomach, and left the room again. Relying on his remaining memory, he walked to the kitchen to find something to fill his stomach. He entered the kitchen and looked around, but he couldn't find even a cold steamed bun. Just as he was about to leave, the kitchen door was pushed open again. Then, a short and fat man in his 30s walked in. It seemed that Li Xiang, the short and fat man, couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then said in a cold voice, "Who are you? Why are you in the kitchen at this time?" "Brother, I was delayed for a while because of something just now. I missed the meal, so I wanted to come." Before Li Xiang finished speaking, the short and fat man screamed in surprise. Are you here to steal food from the kitchen? Great, you are so brave you dare to come to the kitchen to steal things. Come on, let me go to see the manager, brother. Brother, don't, look at me. The short and fat man refused to listen to Li Xiang's explanation at all, and pulled Li Xiang and walked out. Li Xiang's mind moved. He took out a low-grade spirit stone, stuffed it into the short and fat man's hand and whispered, Senior brother, I? Before he finished speaking, the short and fat man's eyes lit up and he cried out, Spirit stone? Soon, the short and fat man turned his anger into joy and said with a smile, Senior brother, you said it earlier, with this thing, are you still afraid of not having food? Senior brother, you haven't eaten yet. What do you want to eat? Tell me, I will make it for you. The sudden change made Li Xiang a little confused, but soon Li Xiang came back to his senses, chuckled and said, How can I bother you, senior brother? No, senior brother. Don't call me senior brother. I'm just a kitchen helper in the kitchen. I can't deserve your call of senior brother. The short and fat man waved his hand hurriedly and said, My last name is Fu, and my nickname is Donghai. You can just call me Fu Donghai. Money makes the world go round. It seems that as long as you have money, you are the boss everywhere. Li Xiang quickly accepted Fu Donghai's change in attitude towards him. He sat down at the low table in the kitchen and said, Fu, junior brother, thank you for your help. No, what do you want to eat? Well, do you have sweet-scented perch? Sweet-scented perch? Fu Donghai was slightly stunned, then said, Yes, it's... Before he finished speaking, Li Xiang took out 2 low-grade spirit stones and placed them on the table. Fu Donghai was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Senior brother, you are too polite. I meant that there is no perch in the kitchen. I have to go down the mountain to buy it. I can only cook it for you tomorrow. How about I make you a bowl of noodles first? As he said that, Fu Donghai's hand slowly reached out to the 2 low-grade spirit stones on the table. Just when Fu Donghai's hand was about to touch the 2 spiritual stones on the table, a voice rang out at the door again. Stop! Fu Donghai, what are you doing? Then, a man rushed in from outside the kitchen and directly reached out to grab Fu Donghai's fat hand. Fu Donghai's face changed, and then he said with a smile on his face, Brother Bai, why are you here? If I didn't come, how would I know that you actually did such a dirty thing behind my back? Tell me, how long have you been doing this kind of thing? And how much benefit have you received from your fellow apprentices behind my back? No, Brother Bai. You misunderstood. Fu Donghai waved his hands hurriedly and said, It's this senior brother, because he was delayed by something and missed the meal, so he asked me to help him make another bowl of noodles. These 2 spiritual stones are also given to you by the senior brother, right, senior brother? Senior brother, this is our kitchen manager, senior brother Bai Jintang. Senior brother Bai is a very good person, easy to talk to. If you have anything to say, just talk to him directly. Fu Donghai kept winking at Li Xiang while speaking. Li Xiang couldn't understand, and he flipped his hand and took out 5 more spiritual stones and placed them on the small low table together. Seeing the 7 spiritual stones on the table, Fu Donghai and Bai Jintang couldn't help but stare at the 7 spiritual stones on the table with their eyes wide open, staring at them without blinking. Is it that serious? It's just a few spiritual stones, is it that serious? Li Xiang secretly curled his lips, coughed dryly, and then said, Senior brother Bai. Senior brother, please tell me if there is anything. Bai Jintang said with a nod. I'm just hungry. Can you get me something to fill my stomach? Okay, no problem. Fatty Fu, make a fire quickly. Go to the backyard and kill the laying rooster and give it to brother to eat with his wine. By the way, brother, I haven't asked you your name yet and which room you live in. When the food is ready, I'll deliver it to you personally. My last name is Li, and I live in number 23 Dingzi. No, 23 Dingzi. That seems to be a big bunk bed, right, brother you? Bai Jintang stopped abruptly here and then whispered, Brother, how about I help you find a way to move to the upper dormitory? A dormitory for 2 people, or even a single person, it's all fine. Li Xiang was slightly stunned, looked up at Bai Jintang and said, Do you have a way? Bai Jintang nodded slightly and said, Yes, as long as there are spirit stones, everything can be done. Li Xiang thought about it. He is now considered a small rich man, right? I can't let myself down. What's more, it's a big bunk bed with 8 people squeezed together. If I can change to a single room, it will be good. After a slight hesitation, Li Xiang said, Okay, how many spirit stones do you want? Bai Jintang stretched out a trembling finger and said in a trembling voice, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Only 10 low-grade spirit stones? Li Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment, and when he flipped his hand, 15 more spiritual stones appeared on the table, and then he said, Okay, here are 15 spiritual stones, and the extra ones are your reward. Thank you, senior brother. hurriedly nodded and said, putting away the spiritual stones, turned around and glared at Fu Donghai and said coldly, "What are you still doing here? Go to the backyard and kill the chicken, then go to the fish pond and catch 2 big-head carps and make chopped pepper fish heads for you later." "Yes, senior brother," Fu Donghai responded a little aggrievedly, bowed to Li Xiang, and was about to leave. Li Xiang glanced at Fu Donghai and then glanced at Bai Jintang. Bai Jintang was also secretly observing Li Xiang. When he saw Li Xiang looking at him, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He was startled and called out, "Junior brother Fu." "Master, senior brother, do you have any other instructions?" Fu Donghai turned around and bowed to Bai Jintang. Bai Jintang walked forward, took out 2 spiritual stones, thought about it, took out 2 more, stuffed 4 spiritual stones into Fu Donghai's hand and said, "Junior brother Fu, this is a reward from senior brother Li. We are good brothers, and we are loyal to each other. If I have a bite to eat, you can't do without a bite to drink. You keep these 4 spiritual stones and don't tell anyone about what happened tonight." "Yes, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother Li." Fu Donghai bowed to Bai Jintang and bowed to Li Xiang. Li Xiang picked up the teacup and raised it to Fu Donghai, which was considered a response. Chapter 4. Open the storage bag and get 1,000 puppets for death. Bai Jintang arranged for Fu Donghai to kill chickens and fish for Li Xiang and prepare a good feast. A good feast is never too late, it just takes too long. Li Xiang didn't want to smell the smell of firewood and oil smoke in the kitchen, so he returned to the number 23 bunk bed. Anyway, Bai Jintang would personally deliver it when it was ready. However, it would not be possible to move to Shangshe tonight, and Bai Jintang's efficiency was not that high. When, leaving the kitchen, Bai Jintang personally sent Li Xiang out, all the way to the door, and kept bowing and saying, "Brother, take care, come back when you have time." Back to the number 23 bunk bed, the other 7 in the room were still meditating and practicing. Although Li Xiang inherited the memory of the previous owner of this body, he had no interest in meditation and practice. Lying on the bunk bed with his clothes on, he closed his eyes slightly and called out the system control panel. With a thought, Li Xiang had already opened the control panel, and a 9-square grid for storing items appeared. In the first of the 9-square grid, there was a storage bag, which was 1,000 storage bags copied from Fan Zizheng. Li Xiang had been busy before, and he hadn't had time to open these storage bags. With a thought, Li Xiang had already taken out a storage bag and opened it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Open the storage bags. 1. Get medium-grade spirit. Stones. 2. Replenishing spirit pill. Bottle. Quick-acting replenishing essence pill bottle. 1. Surrogate puppet pa 1. And Kuiju Lingfeng Needle Cultivation Secret Book 1. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his mind, plus the 5 things that instantly appeared in his mind, Li Xiang couldn't help but be stunned again. 2 medium-grade spirit stones, a bottle of replenishing spirit pills, a bottle of quick-acting replenishing essence pills, a surrogate puppet, and a cultivation secret book. This Fan Zizheng is really good. I didn't expect that he is a hidden local tyrant, even having such luxurious things as a surrogate puppet. The death-replacing puppet, after use, can resist the fatal blow for the master. Resist a fatal blow. Wow, this is really a life-saving artifact. Seeing the line of small words that appeared under the death-replacing puppet, Li Xiang couldn't help but widen his eyes in storage bag and opened it again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Open the storage bag. 1. Get the middle-grade spirit stone. 2. The spirit replenishing pill bottle. Bottle 1. The quick-acting essence replenishing pill bottle. The death-replacing puppet 1. The green bamboo spirit bee needle cultivation secret 1. Oh my gosh, exactly the same. The contents of the 2 storage bags are exactly the same. Li Xiang was surprised and immediately opened another storage bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Open the storage bag. Stone 1 and get the middle-grade spirit stone 2. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his mind, Li Xiang was completely numb. Immediately, Li Xiang almost jumped up with excitement. The system is really awesome, really awesome. It copied the storage bag and even copied all the things in the storage bag. Doesn't this mean that he has 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 1,000 bottles of spirit replenishing pills and quick-acting essence replenishing pills, 1,000 puppets, and 1,000 secret manuals? This is really a fortune, a fortune. 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones, that is. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Damn, I'm really rich. Not only that, the 1,000 puppets are equivalent to giving Li Xiang 1,000 more lives out of thin air. Well, even if it's not equivalent to 1,000 more lives out of thin air, it at least gives Li Xiang many more chances to save his life when facing masters and in life-and-death situations. And the most important thing is that this is just what Fan Zizheng, the little jerk who was beaten down by him with the 5 Thunder Talisman, contributed to him alone. In the future, Li Xiang will meet more people, and he can copy more things from them continuously. And those things are rare and precious to others, but in Li Xiang's case, they can almost instantly change from rare and precious unparalleled in the world to common goods to cabbage stalks. A storage bag can be turned into 1,000 in an instant. What else can be called rare in front of Li Xiang? Is there any? Take it out. Let me glare at you, and I promise to return you 1,000. When Li Xiang was thinking about these excitedly in his heart, the door of the big bunk room number 23 in Dingxi was suddenly kicked open by someone. The 7 people who were practicing meditation suddenly opened their eyes. Li Xiang did the same, opened his eyes, turned over, and looked up at the door. Before he could see who was coming to the door, he heard a sarcastic voice saying, "Li Xiang, is Li Xiang back?" The 7 people who were meditating stood up together, bowed and called out, "Hello, Senior Brother Wang. Hello, Senior Brother Zhao. Hello, Senior Brother Lu." The one who came was Senior Brother Wang Yiming, one of the senior brothers in charge of the General Affairs Courtyard, who was in charge of carrying manure and watering the vegetables. The other 2 were his followers and lackeys. At the same time, in Li Xiang's mind, the system's prompt sound continued to ring. "Ding! Found a replicable item. Ding! Found a replicable item. System." Li Xiang silently said in his heart, "Host, please speak. Can I turn off this reminder sound?" "Yes, do I need to turn it off?" Li Xiang thought for a moment, then asked, "Well, can I filter it? For example, if I find some valuable items that are worth copying, I will give a reminder. For example, after the number of copies today is used up, can I turn off the reminder directly?" "Of course. Please set the level of copied items that need to be reminded, or the items that need to be copied." Li Xiang thought for a moment, then said, "Storage bags, storage rings, healing elixirs, elixirs that restore spiritual power, rare or more than 500 years old medicinal materials, top-grade talismans, magic tools and treasures above the heavenly level, and spirit stones above the middle level." After a slight pause, Li Xiang continued, "There are also things for escaping and saving lives, cultivation secrets above the heavenly level, etc. Okay, I'm modifying the copy settings. Host, is there anything else you need to add? No more for now. Well, add one more thing, and you can also be reminded if you think it is necessary to copy. Okay, modifying the copy settings. Modification successful. Currently following the host settings. Prompting." Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his mind, Li Xiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now it's good. His mind is finally quiet. Before, the system prompt sound that kept ringing was really a bit noisy. The key is that it's okay to be able to copy, but Li Xiang's number of copies today has been used up, and no matter how many prompts, he can't copy at all. And the most important thing is that these people in the errand yard, including the 2 in the kitchen, it's really hard to describe. Like Fu Donghai, he doesn't even have a spiritual stone, a talisman, or even a flying sword. He is penniless, and the only thing that can save his life is a kitchen knife. Just this prompts Li Xiang to copy. Isn't this sick? And the 7 people in the same bunk bed with Li Xiang don't even have a kitchen knife, and the system didn't even prompt. You can imagine how clean they are. The 3 senior brothers, who just entered the room, also had nothing good on them. They only had a white iron sword issued by the master, and Wang Yiming had 2 low-grade spirit stones on him. That's all. Even if Li Xiang had the chance to copy it, he would never use it. It would be a waste if he used it. Chapter 5. Senior brother, take your time. While Li Xiang was communicating with the system in his mind, the 3 people who had just entered the room glanced at the room and saw Li Xiang lying on the big bunk bed. Immediately, the faces of Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Lu, behind Senior Brother Wang Yiming, suddenly changed. They strode forward and shouted, "Good boy, Senior Brother Wang is here, and you still dare to lie on the bed. Get up quickly." As they spoke, the 2 of them reached out to grab Li Xiang from the left and right, trying to drag him down from the big bunk bed. However, before their hands touched Li Xiang, a shout of shock and anger came from behind. "Stop! Stop it now!" The voice came from behind Wang Yiming, not Wang Yiming's voice, but Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Lu couldn't help but stop and turn to look at the door. At the same time, Wang Yiming and the other 7 junior brothers in the room also turned to look at the door of the room. They saw 2 people standing at the door, one tall and one short, one thin and one fat. The short and fat man was holding a mahogany food box in his hand, and the one who spoke was the tall and thin man standing in front of him, with a look of shock and anger on his face, and his expression kept changing. The 2 people who came were known to everyone in the room. To be precise, everyone in the whole service yard knew them. Senior brother Bai Jintang, the manager of the kitchen, and junior brother Fu Donghai, the fat man who helped in the kitchen. There are more than 690 people in the service yard. Although there are only 6 kitchen managers and cooks, and their cultivation is not very high, Almost no one in the entire service yard dares to offend them. Are you kidding? They hold everyone's 3 meals a day in their hands. Who dares to offend them? Aren't you afraid that some unknown things will be added to your food for no reason? Seeing Bai Jintang and Fu Donghai standing at the door, Wang Yiming couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he greeted them with a smile and said, "Senior Brother Bai, Junior Brother Fu, what wind blew you two here?" Before he finished speaking, Bai Jintang had already walked in quickly, walked directly past Wang Yiming, and walked towards the big bunk. Seeing this, Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Lu, who were standing in front of the big bunk, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He walked up to Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Lu in 2 or 3 steps, raised his hand and slapped them twice, and shouted, "Get lost!" Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Lu were slapped in public by Bai Jintang, but they dared not say anything. They covered their red cheeks and retreated to the side. Soon, the two saw Bai Jintang again, with a flattering smile on his face. He walked to the big bunk bed and bowed to Li Xiang and said, "Senior Brother Li, you were frightened. Are you okay? Did those 2 bastards hurt you? I will report to Senior Brother Zhou, the chief steward of the service yard, and ask him to punish those 2 bastards severely." As he said that, Bai Jintang also glanced at Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Lu fiercely. After hearing what Bai Jintang said, Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Lu were so scared that their legs went limp. They knelt on the ground, kowtowed and said, "Senior Brother Bai, spare me! Senior Brother Bai, spare me! Senior Brother Wang, please ask Senior Brother Bai for mercy for us." Wang Yiming was now confused. He couldn't understand why Senior Brother Bai Jintang, the manager of the kitchen, was so respectful to a junior brother who had just started for a few months and was working in the groceries yard, and even called him Senior Brother. When did the junior brother who was working in the groceries yard have such ability and know such an awesome person? Just because he made a move on him, without even touching the edge of his clothes, Senior Brother Bai made a fuss and wanted to report it to Senior Brother Zhou Yihu, the manager of the groceries yard, and severely punish Junior Brother Zhao and Junior Brother Lu. What on earth was going on? Before Wang Yiming could figure out what was going on, he heard Li Xiang, who was on the big bunk bed, say, "It's okay, I'm fine. Is the food ready? My stomach is growling with hunger." It's ready. Bai Jintang said hurriedly, and turned to Fu Donghai and said, "Brother Fu, why don't you bring it in for Brother Li? Didn't you hear Brother Li say he was hungry?" Fu Donghai responded hurriedly, walked in with a food box, walked to the low table, opened the food box, and took out 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, 4 dishes, and also took out a white porcelain wine pot with a curved mouth and a small silver cup. Looking at the exquisite and delicious dishes and smelling the fragrant aroma, Wang Yiming, Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, and the 7 younger brothers on the big bunk bed all swallowed their saliva and stared at the food and wine on the small low table. And Fu Donghai, after placing the wine and food on the low table, actually lifted up the low table and placed it on the long bunk, then picked up the white porcelain curved-mouthed wine pot, poured a glass of wine into the silver wine glass, and handed it to Li Xiang, respectfully saying, "Brother, this is the 10-year-old Shanghai wine brewed by Brother Bai himself. Would you like to try it?" Li Xiang took the wine glass, tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth, smacked a few times, and then said, "Well, Xiaobai, I didn't expect you could make wine. The taste is still good, but it's not old enough. It will taste almost the same if it is buried in the ground for another 30 to 50 years. Thank you for the reminder, brother. When I go back, I will bury the wine in the ground again." Bai Jintang said obediently, with an appearance of being respectful and accepting instruction. Bai Jintang pointed at the 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes on the small table and said, "Brother, time is tight, so I only made these 4 side dishes. Can you try them and see if they suit your taste? Whatever you want to eat tomorrow, just tell Junior Brother Fu and ask him to prepare the ingredients in advance. Junior Brother will cook for you personally." Seeing Bai Jintang's fawning and wagging his head, and hearing what Bai Jintang said, Wang Yiming and others couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open, looking unbelievable. Is Li Xiang, who is sitting cross-legged on the big bunk, really the Li Xiang who is responsible for carrying manure and watering the vegetables in the commissary yard? Why does it feel that Senior Brother Bai Jintang is fawning and flattering him more than Senior Brother Zhou Yihu, the manager of the commissary yard? This Li Xiang, is he the illegitimate son of the chief elder of some branch? Li Xiang picked up a chopstick of spicy chicken nuggets, stuffed it into his mouth, and nodded slightly while chewing, saying, "Well, not bad, Xiaobai. Your cooking skills are still good and can catch up with a 5-star hotel." Bai Jintang naturally didn't know what a 5-star hotel was, but as long as Li Xiang liked it and ate comfortably, it was fine. "Brother, As long as you like it, as long as you like it, I will prepare 3 meals a day for you from now on. Let Brother Fu take them to your room. Li Xiang nodded slightly and said, will it be too much trouble? No trouble, no trouble, Bai Jintang said hurriedly. Then he poured Li Xiang a glass of wine and said, brother, please eat slowly. I will go to see Brother Shisun. Okay, go ahead. Brother Fu, serve you well. When you finish eating, remember to put away the dishes and chopsticks. Yes, brother. Chapter 6. Delivering breakfast and rewarding storage bag. Seeing Bai Jintang leave, Wang Yiming hurriedly trotted out. Brother Zhao and Brother Lu, the 2 little followers, naturally did not dare to stay in the room any longer, and ran out dejectedly. Originally, Wang Yiming wanted to take Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Lu to room 23, T-shaped, to show off his power and teach these newbies a lesson, taking advantage of the fact that Li Xiang did not go to pick up manure and water the vegetables in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, he kicked the iron plate. Even Senior Brother Bai Jintang, the manager of the kitchen, had to be careful and fawn on the senior brother. How could he, a small manager who picked up manure and watered the vegetables, show off his power? If he really angered the other party, he would probably have to be fired as a small manager of the vegetable garden. After catching up with Bai Jintang in a few steps, Wang Yiming reached out to grab Bai Jintang, took out a low-grade spirit stone, stuffed it into Bai Jintang's hand, and whispered, Senior Brother Bai, don't walk so fast. I was wrong about what happened today. I apologize to you. But Senior Brother, you have to give me a little hint, right? Where did that Senior Brother Li come from? Bai Jintang weighed the low-grade spirit stone that Wang Yiming stuffed into him, sneered, and said, where did he come from? Some things you shouldn't ask about. It's best not to ask about them blindly, otherwise you won't know how you died. As he said that, Bai Jintang stuffed the spirit stone into Wang Yiming's hand again, and said, this, you should keep it for yourself. No, Senior Brother Bai. This is for you to drink tea. Tea, please don't despise it. As for today's matter, as long as Senior Brother Bai is willing to help, don't report it to Senior Brother Zhao. If I can keep my job, I will definitely be rewarded handsomely in the future. I will definitely be rewarded handsomely, Wang Yiming said hurriedly. Bai Jintang glanced at Wang Yiming and thought, as long as you serve that master, well, are you still afraid of not being able to keep your job? But why did Bai Jintang tell others about this clever method? Just a piece of spiritual stone. You want to buy such a good way to make a fortune? Is it possible? With a sneer in his heart, Bai Jintang still took the spiritual stone unceremoniously, raised it to Wang Yiming, and said, thank you very much, Junior Brother. As he said that, he put the spiritual stone away and walked towards the upper house. Wang Yiming was stunned. Seeing that Bai Jintang had already stepped into the threshold of the upper house, his face changed, but in the end, he still didn't dare to follow him. In the big bunk room number 23 of Dingzi, Fu Donghai carefully served Li Xiang wine and food. After eating some food and drinking a few glasses of wine, Li Xiang was full and put down his chopstick, saying, okay, let's go. Okay, Senior Brother. Senior Brother, I wonder what you are going to eat tomorrow so that I can ask Senior Brother Bai to arrange it. You guys can arrange it. Okay, Senior Brother, then you can go to bed early. Fu Donghai bowed hurriedly and said, then he stood up and looked at the other 7 junior brothers in the room, winked and said, let's go, wash all the dishes and chopsticks, and send them to the kitchen. The 7 junior brothers came to their senses and hurried forward, scrambling to lift the small low table down, and then took the cups, plates, and bowls on it down and took them to the backyard to wash. Senior Brother, then I will take my leave first. Fu Donghai bowed to Li Xiang again and said. Li Xiang waved his hand, and Fu Donghai left the room. When the 7 junior brothers washed the dishes and sent them to the kitchen and returned to the bunk bed, Li Xiang had already fallen asleep on the bunk bed. He drank a few glasses of wine and fell asleep easily, lying on the bed. Seeing that Li Xiang was asleep, the 7 junior brothers did not even dare to breathe and tiptoed into the room carefully. In the end, they did not even dare to get on the bunk bed, for fear of waking Li Xiang up, and sat on the cattails all night. When he woke up, it was already dawn. Li Xiang stretched and climbed up from the bunk bed, but saw that the 7 junior brothers in the room had disappeared. Well, they probably went to work. The disciples of the Qin Zayuan, even the steward, had to go to work every day, and they had to get up before dawn. Wash up, eat a grain bun with wild vegetable soup, and then go to work. If you move a little slower, the whip of the steward brother will fall on you. The steward of the General Affairs courtyard called this exerting their muscles and bones, and said it was to temper the strong will of the junior brothers. Before today, Li Xiang, who had not yet traveled through time, also had to get up early and prepare to go to work. But now, the sky is already bright and the sun is high in the sky, but no one comes to call him. This is the benefit of being a senior brother. Didn't you see that the steward of the kitchen, Bai Jintang, had to respectfully call senior brother Li when he saw Li Xiang? Who else, including the steward of the manure and vegetable class, Wang Yiming, dared to call Li Xiang to work? Looking around, there was no one else in the room. Li Xiang climbed up from the big bunk and suddenly remembered that he had obtained a high-grade spiritual talisman, the Nanming Lihuo talisman, yesterday, but he had not copied it yet. With a thought, he took it out directly and called silently, "System, prepare to copy." "Sorry, host, you can't copy your own things." "Damn, there is still this stupid restriction?" Li Xiang cursed inwardly, but he could do nothing about it. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door, and then Fu Donghai's voice came again. "Brother, brother, are you up? Are you up, brother?" Li Xiang's mind moved, and he put away the Nanming Lihuo talisman, and then said, "Yes, you are up, come in." Fu Donghai gently opened the door, walked in, put a food box on the small low table, and said, "Brother, this is today's breakfast. I don't know what you like to eat, so I made 2 pancakes, a baked bun, a bowl of porridge, and 2 side dishes. Would you like to try it?" As he spoke, he took out the things in the food box one by one. "Thank you for your hard work, Afu." Li Xiang got up and walked to the small low table, sat down and said, "It's not hard, it's not hard, it's what I should do," Fu Donghai said hurriedly. After saying that, he paused for a moment and then said, "By the way, Senior Brother Bai just told me that after you finish your meal, you should go to the upper dormitory. It seems that your dormitory change has been completed." Originally, Li Xiang was ready to give the Nanming Lihuo talisman to Fu Donghai. After hearing what Fu Donghai said, Li Xiang suddenly had an idea and took out a storage bag containing 2 medium-grade spirit stones and 5 low-grade spirit stones. He threw the storage bag on the table and said, "I see, Afu, this is a reward for you." Fu Donghai's eyes suddenly widened wider than a cow's eyes. This is a storage bag, a storage magic weapon. There are probably not many in the entire Qinzaiyuan. Senior Brother Li actually gave him one casually. Senior Brother Li, he is really rich. "Why, you don't like it?" Li Xiang said while eating a pancake and glancing at Fu Donghai. No, I like it. I like it. Afu, thank you for the reward, thank you for the reward." Fu Donghai hurriedly grabbed the storage bag and pressed it tightly against his chest. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. "Why, don't you open it and take a look?" Li Xiang glanced at Fu Donghai and said. Fu Donghai was stunned for a moment, and when he opened the storage bag, he was so excited that he almost fainted. Spirit stones. 5 low-grade spirit stones and 2 medium-grade spirit stones. So many spirit stones and medium-grade spirit stones. Fu Donghai has never seen so many spirit stones in his life. What's more, there is a storage bag that is more precious than these spirit stones. This, Fu Donghai no longer knows how to describe Senior Brother Li Xiang. But there is one thing he can be sure of. As long as he holds Senior Brother Li's thigh tightly, he will never worry about spirit stones again in the future. Senior Brother Li's casual reward was more than 10 times more than the spiritual stones he gave to Senior Brother Bai last night. This breakfast was worth it. If Senior Brother Bai knew about this, he would regret it. Chapter 7. A business that makes a lot of money will never lose money. At this time, Li Xiang was eating a pancake while communicating with the system. "System, prepare to copy. Please enter the number of copies. The current daily maximum number of copies is 1,000 copies. And the unit price is 0.001 experience points." There's hope. Li Xiang was delighted. It seems that after giving something to someone else, it becomes someone else's and then you can copy it yourself. Is this a loophole in the system? Li Xiang thought to himself and then entered the number of copies. 10. A beautiful day has just begun. The upper limit of the number of copies per day is 1,000. Li Xiang doesn't want to waste all these copying opportunities on useless storage bags and spirit stones. Storage bags or spirit stones, once the number is large, they will become a bunch of numbers. What difference does it make if there are more or less? As Li Xiang determined the number of copies, the system prompt sound rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained storage bags 10, low-grade spirit stones 510. There are also low-grade spirit stones? Li Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment, and then he understood again. The 5 low-grade spirit stones should be the 5 that he gave to Fu Donghai last night. It seems that Fu Donghai is really poor. If I hadn't given him 5 low-grade spirit stones last night and a storage bag just now, he really didn't have a dime. After breakfast, Li Xiang went directly to Shangshe under the guidance of Fu Donghai. After entering the main gate of Shangshe, the first building on the right is where the various stewards of the Qinzaiyuan live. The largest steward of the Qinzaiyuan, Zhou Yihu, also lives here. Although Fu Donghai is only a kitchen helper in the backyard kitchen, he is very familiar with the various buildings in Shangshe. Basically, he goes to Shangshe several times a day to deliver food and drinks to the stewards. Under the leadership of Fu Donghai, Li Xiang soon came to the outside of the Jingshe. Before entering the door, Bai Jintang had already appeared at the stairs at the main gate of the Jingshe and said to Li Xiang with a smile on his face, "Senior brother Li, you are here. Please come in. Please come in. Senior brother Sun Liancheng, the steward of Xiangshe, has been waiting for you for a while." Li Xiang nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaobai." As he said that, he flipped his hand, and a storage bag containing 2 medium-grade spirit stones and 5 low-grade spirit stones appeared in his hand, and then Li Xiang stuffed it into Bai Jintang. Bai Jintang was stunned for a moment, then glanced down, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It was a storage bag. Oh my god, it was a storage bag. Isn't this senior brother Li is too generous? Immediately, Bai Jintang came back to his senses, smiled, nodded, and said, "It's not hard, it's not hard. It's Xiaobai's blessing to be able to run errands for senior brother. If senior brother needs anything in the future, just tell Xiaobai. Xiaobai will go through wind and rain, climb mountains and cross seas of fire, and never frown." Li Xiang reached out and patted Bai Jintang on the shoulder, then walked into the gate of the Jingshe. Under Bai Jintang's guidance, Li Xiang soon came to the first room next to the stairs on the second floor of the Jingshe. Bai Jintang knocked gently on the door of the room and whispered, "Brother Sun, I brought brother Li here." After that, he took Li Xiang and Fu Donghai into the room and gently closed the door. In the room, a man in his 30s, sitting behind the desk, raised his head and glanced at Li Xiang. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He was actually a new disciple who hadn't even started to practice qi refining. But soon, the man, that is, brother Sun Liancheng, the manager of the upper dormitory, came back to his senses, smiled and stood up and said, "Are you Li Xiang?" "Yes, sit down." As he said that, he pointed to the cattail ball on the ground. "Thank you, brother." Li Xiang bowed slightly and sat down cross-legged on the cattail ball. "You sit down too." After Sun Liancheng sat down on the cattail ball next to Li Xiang, he smiled and said to Bai Jintang and Fu Donghai, "Thank you, senior brother." After Bai Jintang and Fu Donghai sat down, Sun Liancheng said to Li Xiang, "Junior brother Li, I heard that you want to move to the upper residence?" Li Xiang nodded slightly, but before he could say anything, Sun Liancheng looked embarrassed and said, "This matter is not easy to handle." After hearing what Sun Liancheng said, Bai Jintang's face suddenly changed, and he said in a hurry, "Senior brother, you?" Before he finished speaking, he was glanced at by Sun Liancheng's gloomy eyes, and the rest of the words were suddenly unable to come out. How could Li Xiang not know what Sun Liancheng meant? When asking someone to do something, no matter how difficult it is, the person doing it will always say 1 or 2 words. Otherwise, how can their value be reflected? Otherwise, would you still be willing to give him gifts? After a slight smile, Li Xiangkai said, "Brother, I also know that this matter is difficult to handle, and I will not make it difficult for you." As he said that, he flipped his hand and a storage bag appeared in his hand. It contained 10 medium-grade spirit stones, 10 low-grade spirit stones, 10 substitute puppets, 10 bottles of spirit-replenishing pills, 10 bottles of quick-acting essence-replenishing pills, and a Nanming Lihuo talisman. Since you want to give a gift, then give a big gift. Anyway, when Li Xiang entered the door just now, the system had already reminded him that this Sun Liancheng also had a storage bag, a low-grade heavenly flying sword, a black ice sword, and a set of high-grade earth-grade black iron armor. Li Xiang didn't know what was in the storage bag for the time being, but this low-grade heavenly flying sword and high-grade earth-grade black iron armor were barely worth some money. The most important thing is that when the system copies, it copies by number, not by type. The more types and things there are, the more valuable it is to copy one. Now when these things are sent out, they can be copied back in Sun Liancheng's hands. By the way, you can also copy the original things on Sun Liancheng. This business is simply a huge profit. When I just went upstairs, Li Xiang gave the storage bag to Bai Jintang, and then copied 10 copies from Bai Jintang, including the spiritual stones he gave to Bai Jintang last night. This business, no matter how you calculate it, you can't lose. Pushing the storage bag gently in front of Sun Liancheng, Li Xiang whispered again, "Brother Sun, this is a small gift from me. Please accept it." It turned out to be a storage bag? Sun Liancheng was slightly stunned, but then he pushed the storage bag back and said with a smile, "This thing is hot. I dare not take it. If you give out a storage bag at the first hand, how can you be less wealthy? Do you want to change the upper house? You have to show more sincerity, right?" Seeing this, Li Xiang's eyes couldn't help shrinking slightly. This Sun Liancheng is really greedy. Seeing that Li Xiang was a little unhappy, Bai Jintang on the side hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, "Brother Sun, this is also a piece of heart from Brother Li. Why don't you take a look first, open it and have a look." Bai Jintang thought that the storage bag was the same as the one Li Xiang gave him, with only 2 medium-grade spirit stones and 5 low-grade spirit stones. However, even if there are only 2 medium-grade spirit stones and 5 low-grade spirit stones, it is generous enough. Not to mention living in the upper house, even if you change to a better job such as cleaning the Sutra Pavilion, it is more than enough. Sun Liancheng didn't even look at it, and directly rejected Li Xiang. Although it was a rejection, how could Bai Jintang not understand that this was Sun Liancheng retreating to advance and wanted to ask Li Xiang for more benefits? This Sun Liancheng was really going too far. He gave away a storage bag at every turn, including his own. A total of 2 storage bags were given away, but Li Xiang didn't even blink. How could he treat him as an ordinary new disciple? If he offends Li Xiang, Sun Liancheng will be in big trouble. Chapter 8. The residents of the B room, the enjoyment beyond the A room. After hearing what Bai Tang said, Sun Liancheng could not help but be slightly stunned, thinking, is there something else in the storage bag? Thinking of this, Sun Liancheng reached out and picked up the storage bag, opened it, and took a look inside. After just one look, Sun Liancheng could not help but change his face suddenly. His eyes widened in surprise, and then he suddenly sealed the storage bag again, and his whole body trembled slightly with excitement. After hesitating for a long time, Sun Liancheng reluctantly pushed the storage bag to Li Xiang and said in a trembling voice, Master, junior brother, this thing is too valuable. I can't accept it. This time, Sun Liancheng was really scared and didn't dare to accept it, instead of retreating to advance and asking Li Xiang for more benefits. Are you kidding? The storage bag contained 10 pieces of medium-grade and low-grade spiritual stones, 10 bottles of nourishing spirit pills, and quick-acting nourishing essence pills. There was also a Nanming Li Wo talisman. More importantly, there were 10 death-replacing puppets. Death-replacing puppets. They were super life-saving magic weapons that could block a fatal blow for the user. Although they were disposable consumables, the problem was that they were 10 at a time. 10 death-replacing puppets. This was equivalent to giving away several lives. This, such a valuable thing, Sun Liancheng really didn't dare to accept it. No matter how brave he was, he didn't dare to accept such a priceless thing. And the identity and origin of a person who could take out 10 death-replacing puppets at a time, how could it be simple? Such an awesome person, even if Sun Liancheng had 10 courage, he wouldn't dare to accept the other party's gift. Seeing that Sun Liancheng seemed to be frightened, Li Xiang's face relaxed and he smiled and pushed the storage bag to Sun Liancheng, saying, Brother Sun, this is a little gift for you. Just accept it. If you don't accept it, you will look down on me, Li. No, I dare not, said hurriedly. Li Xiang had said so much, and he had to accept this little gift, even if he didn't want to. After carefully putting away the storage bag, Sun Liancheng was careful again and whispered, Brother Li, brother, the matter of Xiangshe. In fact, now Sun Liancheng wanted to call Li Xiang brother, so that he could feel at ease. Calling him brother really felt a bit awkward. Oh, I have to trouble brother Sun for the matter of Xiangshe, Li Xiang said with a smile on his face. Just as he was speaking, the system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Copying successful! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Storage Bag 2 500, Mysterious Ice Sword 500, Mysterious Iron Armor 500, Earth Escape Talisman 500, Breeze Talisman 500, Low Grade Spirit Stone 23 500. Please check and extract in the system panel. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his mind, Li Xiang's current mood can be described in one word. Cool. It's really cool. After hearing what Li Xiang said, Sun Liancheng waved his hand and said, No trouble, no trouble. Junior brother Li, what I want to tell you is, how about I arrange a dormitory for 2 people for you? Li Xiang was slightly stunned and looked at Sun Liancheng in confusion. Sun Liancheng explained hurriedly, Junior brother, Lai, you see, there are many things to do in the general affairs courtyard. You need someone to take care of your daily life, right? If we arrange one more person, we can take better care of you. Sun Liancheng said hurriedly, Don't worry, I will definitely arrange a diligent and responsible disciple for you to take care of you carefully. Li Xiang nodded suddenly, glanced at Fu Donghai and said, Okay, there is no need to arrange anyone else, just Afu. Afu, are you willing? Afu was overjoyed and kowtowed to Li Xiang and said, Yes, Afu is willing. Afu greets the young master, Okay, get up. Xiaobai, I want Afu to come over. You won't be reluctant, will you? No, it is a blessing for Junior Brother Fu to be with me, Bai Jintang said hurriedly. In fact, when I first met Junior Brother Fu, I knew that Junior Brother Fu was a person with great luck. Now that he can stay with me, doesn't that prove it? Li Xiang smiled and said nothing more. Then I will arrange it for you right away? Sun Liancheng whispered again. Okay, thank you for your help, senior brother. No. Sun Liancheng said hurriedly, got up and walked behind the desk, took out a book from a pile of books, opened it, looked at it for a while, and then walked to Li Xiang again and said, Junior brother Li, What do you think of these two rooms? The 5th and 11th rooms in the Yeezy building are still empty. How about I take you there first? Okay. Soon, under the guidance of Sun Liancheng, Li Xiang came to the Yeezy building. Both the Aussie building and the Yeezy building are upper dormitories, but the Aussie building is a single room, while the Yeezy building is a double room. But just as Sun Liancheng said, in fact, some rooms beginning with the letter Y are even more luxurious and exquisite than single rooms in the letter A. The most important thing is that some double rooms have been completely transformed into 2-bedroom apartments with a master bedroom and a second bedroom. The master bedroom is for the owner and the second bedroom is for the servant. Living in the letter Y building, you enjoy treatment that even single rooms in the letter A cannot enjoy. There are not many empty rooms in the letter Y building. The 5th room is on the 1st floor, the 11th room is on the 2nd floor, and there are also a few empty rooms on the 3rd and 4th floors. As for collective dormitories, the higher the floor, the louder it is. However, the system on Li Xiang is quite special. The more people he contacts, the more things he can copy. Although the light on the 1st floor is not good, there are many people coming and going, and the opportunities to contact people are much more than those upstairs. In the end, Li Xiang still chose the 5th letter Y, room on the 1st floor. After Fu Donghai sent Sun Liancheng and Bai Jintang away, Xiang said to Fu Donghai, "Afu, is there a furniture trading place nearby? Let's go pick some furniture and decorate this place properly. And the decoration and walls are leaking. How can we live here if we don't decorate them properly?" Young master is right. Afu, remember, there is a market at the foot of the mountain. There are all kinds of things. Why don't we go there and take a look? Okay, you lead the way. Under the leadership of Fu Donghai, Li Xiang and the others quickly followed the path down the mountain to the market at the foot of the mountain. When leaving the mountain gate, the disciple guarding the mountain gate stretched out his hand to stop them. However, in order to facilitate Li Xiang's actions, Bai Jintang had already taken him from the manure-carrying and vegetable-watering team in the service yard to the back kitchen, and also gave him a waist badge for purchasing. With this waist badge, it was naturally much easier for Li Xiang to go up and down the mountain gate. Chapter 9. Do you know who this young master is? The market at the foot of the mountain is not very far from the mountain gate, only about 10 miles away, and because it is going down the mountain, the speed is relatively fast and the road is relatively easy to walk. It didn't take much time for Li Xiang and Fu Donghai to arrive at the market. This was the first time Li Xiang came into contact with the market in this world, and it felt quite fresh. Under the leadership of Fu Donghai, he wandered around the streets for half a day, and the novelty was slightly reduced. Well, how should I put it? This market is somewhat similar to the ancient markets in China, or more accurately, it is somewhat similar to the common markets in those ancient towns or film and television cities. In the market, there are small stalls selling rouge and powder, preserved fruits and groceries, and even silver and gold buildings that specialize in making gold and silver jewelry. However, because this market is next to Laming Peak, one of the 12 branches of Lingxiao sect, there are many disciples of immortal cultivation on the mountain. There are also many disciples who often go to the market at the foot of the mountain, or disciples of other sects who come to visit friends on the mountain. Li Xiang and Fu Donghai had been walking around for a short time when they came into contact with several cultivators. Moreover, these cultivators were relatively wealthy and had a lot of valuable things on them. Li Xiang saved again and again, copying 10 copies at a time. In less than half a day, he still used up more than 200 copies, leaving only 220 copies. Well, it seems that I have to save more. Otherwise, if I encounter better things later, I won't be able to copy them. Thinking of this, Li Xiang simply blocked the system prompts temporarily, and under the leadership of Fu Donghai, went directly to the furniture trading market in the market. Unfortunately, the furniture in the trading market were just ordinary mortals, and they could not be copied at all. Li Xiang didn't want to waste the precious copying opportunity on these ordinary mortals, so he bought them all with money. He bought a lot of furniture, but only used less than a low-grade spirit stone. Well, to be precise, it should be that he didn't even use 1/10 of a low-grade spirit stone. The items traded at the market are basically traded with gold and silver as currency. The spirit stones must be exchanged for gold leaves or silver ingots before they can be used. One low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10,000 taels of silver or 1,000 taels of gold. Li Xiang was not very clear about the prices in this world. He was worried that 10,000 taels of silver would not be enough, so he took 20 low-grade spirit stones and directly exchanged them for 100,000 taels of silver and 10,000 taels of gold. Unexpectedly, after a round of shopping, He bought all kinds of furniture and daily necessities that filled 20 storage bags, but in the end he only spent less than 1,000 taels of silver. For Li Xiang, this is simply too cheap. And Fu Donghai, seeing that Li Xiang was like flowing water, he didn't even bargain, so he spent hundreds of taels of silver and bought a lot of furniture for ordinary people and put them all into the storage bag luxuriously, occupying the precious storage space of the storage bag. Fu Donghai was not feeling well. How rich is this gentleman that I serve? He even used 20 storage bags to buy furniture and daily necessities. Could it be that for the young master, these storage bags are free? After walking around the market, Li Xiang still felt a little unsatisfied, so he said to Fu Donghai, who was numb behind him, "Ah Fu, are there any other fun places in this market, or places that sell strange and weird things?" Fu Donghai thought for a while and then said, "Young master, if you want to talk about places that sell strange and weird things, there really is one. It's just to the east of the town, called the Treasure Pavilion." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" "Lead the way, lead the way." "No, young master, the things in the Treasure Pavilion are all ordinary things, and the prices are expensive. Why, are you worried that this young master has no money, or what? Do you believe that your young master can just buy the entire Treasure Pavilion for fun?" Li Xiang raised his eyebrows and said, No, that's not what I meant." Fu Donghai waved his hand hurriedly. "That's all right, right? Stop talking nonsense and lead the way." Under the leadership of Fu Donghai, Li Xiang quickly walked into the Treasure Pavilion. However, after Li Xiang took a look around, he was somewhat disappointed. The so-called treasures were just some gold and silver headdresses, jade and porcelain, 4 treasures of the study, etc. There was nothing good at all. However, the shopkeeper of the Treasure Pavilion was a man who could read Li Xiang's expression. Seeing a hint of disappointment on Li Xiang's face, he immediately said to Li Xiang, "Sir, don't you like it?" After a slight pause, the shopkeeper said, "Our store just received a pearl from the East China Sea recently. How about taking it out for you to see?" "East China Sea pearl? Well, take it out and have a look." Li Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sir, wait a moment." The shopkeeper bowed slightly and said, then turned around and gestured to the shop assistant. Soon the waiter came over with a mahogany brocade box in his arms and handed the brocade box to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took the brocade box, made a gesture to Li Xiang and said, "Sir, please come over here. Let's sit down and talk." After taking Li Xiang to sit at a table in the store, the shopkeeper asked the waiter to serve Li Xiang fragrant tea, and then slowly opened the brocade box on the table. In the brocade box there was a night-shining pearl the size of a lychee, emitting bursts of silver-white fluorescence. "Sir, does this East China Sea pearl catch your eye?" Li Xiang nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. Name a price." The shopkeeper stretched out a finger and whispered, 10 low-grade spirit stones, no bargaining." 10? Before Li Xiang could say anything, Fu Donghai behind him widened his eyes and said in a lost voice, "Shopkeeper, isn't this too expensive?" Before the shopkeeper could answer, a voice rang behind Li Xiang and Fu Donghai. "You country bumpkin, you probably haven't even seen what a spirit stone looks like. Old man, I want your East China Sea pearl." The shopkeeper turned around and saw a young man in brocade clothes in his 20s, holding a folding fan in his hand, shaking it slightly, with 4 servants in black clothes and black hats standing behind him. Shopkeeper was slightly stunned, but then he heard the young man in brocade clothes say again, "Little saner, give me the money." One of the 4 servants behind him stepped forward, opened his purse, counted out 10 low-grade spirit stones, put them on the table, and then reached out to take the night-shining pearl. Before his hand touched the brocade box, another hand stretched out from the side and grabbed the servant's wrist. Then he heard Li Xiang say coldly, "Wait, did I say I don't want it?" The young man in brocade clothes' face changed slightly and then stared at Li Xiang coldly, saying in a cold voice, "Stinky boy, do you know who I am? How dare you snatch things from me?" Li Xiang grinned and sneered, and threw out a storage bag directly and said to the shopkeeper, "I want the pearl. There are 20 low-grade spirit stones in this bag, and the rest is yours." That storage bag was what Li Xiang had just copied from the young man in brocade clothes, and he only copied 10 copies. There were not many valuable things in it, just 20 low-grade spirit stones, 2 powerful diamond talismans, and a book of Fiery Flame Fist. Li Xiang kept the talismans and fist manual in a storage bag, and threw the spirit stones and storage bag directly to the shopkeeper. Anyway, it was not his own money, so Li Xiang did not feel bad about spending it. Chapter 10 Afu. After hearing what Li Xiang said, the face of the young master in brocade clothes turned cold, staring at Li Xiang coldly and said in a cold voice, "Stinky boy, do you want to die? Do you know who I am? How dare you snatch things from me?" As he said that, the young master in brocade clothes put away his folding fan and said in a cold voice, "Xiao Saner, tell him who I am." You two should listen carefully. Xiang stepped forward, put one hand on his waist, pointed at Li Xiang and Fu Donghai with the other hand, and said in a cold voice, "My son is the eldest son of Mr. Lu's family in Qingyun Town, and he is also the entry disciple of the Five Elements Divine Sect in Lingyun Peak in Hexi. He is a true immortal cultivator. How dare you, a mortal, snatch something my son likes? Believe it or not, our son can crush you to death with just a flick of his finger." After hearing what Xiang said, Li Xiang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and glanced at Fu Donghai. Fu Donghai understood, stepped forward, leaned close to Li Xiang's ear, and whispered, "It seems to be a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining." Late stage of qi refining? Li Xiang was slightly stunned, and then he sneered. "Since when did a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining dare to act wild in front of me?" Seeing the sneer on Li Xiang's lips, Master Lu Xuan couldn't help but get furious and said sternly, "Stinky boy, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing to laugh at. I just remembered a sentence. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be king. Stinky boy, you are looking for death." Lu Xuan's face turned cold, holding a folding fan in his hand, and he was about to hit Li Xiang. "Wait!" Li Xiang shouted anxiously. "Why, are you afraid now?" Lu Xuan said with a sneer. "Afraid? There is no such word in my dictionary," Li Xiang said coldly. "It's just that the place here is too small and I can't show it. What if I smash the treasures of the treasure pavilion?" "If you have the ability, go outside and compete." "Humph, what a joke. I am a cultivator. How can I be afraid of you, a mortal?" "Xiao, go out and clear the place." "Yes, master." Xiao responded, and took the other 3 servants and walked out of the treasure pavilion first. Afterwards, Li Xiang also walked out of the treasure pavilion with Fu Donghai. Lu Xuan's 4 servants had already driven the pedestrians on the street outside to the side, leaving a large open space. "Boy, prepare to die." Lu Xuan stood on the empty street, staring at Li Xiang coldly, and said in a cold voice, "When you get to the King of Hell, don't forget to tell the King of Hell that you died at the hands of me, Lu Xuan, so as not to become a confused ghost." After hearing what Lu Xuan said, the pedestrians around knew that there was a fight here, and they all gathered around again, standing far away and watching the excitement. Among them were several cultivators from the Lingxiao sect, holding the standard flying sword white iron sword uniformly distributed by the Lingxiao sect, with their hands folded in front of their chests, looking coldly at Lu Xuan, Li Xiang, and Fu Donghai in the field. A cultivator in the late stage of qi refining, 2 ordinary people. How can there be any suspense in such a fight? However, the less suspense there is in such a fight, the more likely it is to have a different ending. After hearing what Lu Xuan said, Li Xiang couldn't help but grin, and nodded at Fu Donghai, saying, "Fu, come on." Young master, aye. Fu Donghai was shocked. He was just a kitchen helper in the back kitchen of the Qinzaiyuan. Although he had been a student for 3 years, he was still at the stage of drawing qi into the body, not even in the qi refining stage. He was a cultivator in the late qi refining stage. How could he compare with him? Li Xiang grinned, and with a flip of his hand, he had an extra set of armor in his hand. Black iron armor, top-grade earth-level armor. It was contributed by Sun Liancheng, the manager of the upper dormitory of the Qinzaiyuan. In Li Xiang's storage bag, there were 499 sets of the same armor. Li Xiang threw the black iron armor to Fu Donghai and said, "Put it on." Immediately, Li Xiang flipped his hand again, and there were more than a dozen talismans in his hand, and then he stuffed them all to Fu Donghai. Fu Donghai took the armor and talismans, but he was stunned. It was the 5 Thunder Talisman and the Nanming Fire Talisman. Among the crowd of onlookers, there were cultivators who recognized the talismans in Fu Donghai's hand, and their faces all changed. Top-grade attack talismans, and at once there were more than a dozen. That cultivator in the late stage of qi refining was probably in trouble. The 2 ordinary people opposite, although they didn't have a trace of spiritual power, undoubtedly they had minds at home. How could ordinary people casually take out more than a dozen top-grade attack talismans? After being stunned for a while, Fu Donghai suddenly came back to his senses. The young master is the young master. This move was more than a dozen top-grade attack talismans. This is the 5 Thunder Talisman. This is the Nanming Fire Talisman. Oh my god, there are so many top-grade attacking talismans, and you are still afraid of them. He is just a cultivator in the qi refining period, isn't he? I can smash him to pieces with my talismans. Thinking of this, Fu Donghai suddenly became very ambitious. He put on a set of black iron armor, pinched a 5 Thunder Talisman in one hand, stepped forward, pointed arrogantly at Lu Xuan, and said in a cold voice, "Hey, come up and die." Lu Xuan saw that Li Xiang had conjured up a set of armor and a few red paper talismans out of nothing, and his face suddenly changed. Creating something out of nothing, that is naturally impossible. In the eyes of mortals, that is creating something out of nothing, which is magical. But for a cultivator, as long as he has a storage bag on his body, Creating something out of nothing is not a difficult task at all. But the problem is, the two guys on the opposite side are obviously two ordinary people. How can they have a storage bag, a high-level magic weapon that only cultivators have? And the talisman, at first glance, contains extremely powerful spiritual power. I'm afraid it's a mid-grade or high-grade talisman. That guy actually took out more than a dozen at once. This is so bad. When did these mid-grade and high-grade talismans become so worthless? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's probably fake. It's a bluff. Yes, it's a bluff. Two ordinary people, without any cultivation, how could they have mid-grade or even high-grade talismans? That's a mid-grade and high-grade talisman that you can't buy with money. Do you think it's a street stall product on the roadside? A ghostly talisman painted by a traveling liar who pretends to be a god? Fake. Absolutely fake. The other party is just bluffing, trying to scare me. Humph, how is it possible? I am an entry-level disciple of the 5 Elements divine sect of Lingyun Peak in Hexi. I am not afraid of being scared. Thinking of this, Lu Xun gritted his teeth and took a step forward. He stared at Fu Donghai with cold eyes, snorted coldly, raised his hand, and the folding fan in his hand flew out directly, turning into a white light and hitting Fu Donghai. It was also the first time for Fu Donghai to fight against a cultivator. Seeing the folding fan hitting him like lightning, he was so scared that he even forgot to hide and stood there stupidly. Pah! With a light sound, the folding fan hit Fu Donghai's body, but it only caused a slight ripple, which was blocked by the black iron armor on Fu Donghai's body, and then fell directly to the ground. Fu Donghai, however, also reacted at this time, gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Xun fiercely, and threw the 5 Thunder Talisman in his hand towards Lu Xun. Then, Fu Donghai threw the 5 Thunder Talismans and the Nanming Fire Talisman one after another at Lu Xun. Damn you! How dare you sneak attack me? I'll smash you to death with the talisman. Chapter 11. Master, how about we run? Boom! Snap! A bolt of lightning fell directly from midair and hit Lu Xun. Lu Xun immediately straightened his body. His hair stood up, trembling, and his body fell stiffly to the ground. As soon as he fell to the ground, another bolt of lightning fell from midair and hit Lu Xun. Then another bit of fire fell from midair and landed on Lu Xun's body, and then it burned fiercely. The flames instantly enveloped Lu Xun. The sudden change made everyone around him stunned. After several seconds, the 4 servants brought by Lu Xun suddenly came to their senses, shouting loudly and rushing towards Lu Xun. However, the fire was too big, and Xiao Sanner and the others could not get close at all. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiao Sanner turned around and ran to Lu Jiazhuang in the south of the town. In Lu Jiazhuang, the master's master, Taoist Xuanzhen, was visiting the manor. He was a real land immortal. Now the young master was struck by lightning and burned by fire. No one else could save the young master. Only by inviting Taoist Xuanzhen to come could the young master be saved. Huh! Aren't you too cruel to do this? Suddenly, an abrupt voice came from the crowd of onlookers, and then a man wearing a bamboo hat and a black veil covered his face came out. With a finger, a huge spiritual power surged out, sucking up a large stream of water from the well in the courtyard of a certain family behind him, turning into a water dragon, and directly poured it on Lu Xun's body, instantly extinguishing the flames on his body. Young master, Fu Donghai shouted in a trembling voice. It's Jindan. It's a Jindan stage cultivator. Fu Donghai has only felt such a huge spiritual pressure in front of Zhou Yihu, the senior brother who manages the diligent courtyard. Zhou Yihu, the senior brother who manages the diligent courtyard, is a Jindan stage cultivator, and has the highest cultivation in the entire diligent courtyard. Fu Donghai has felt such spiritual pressure in front of, and the spiritual pressure released by this cultivator in front of him is only higher than Zhou Yihu. This cultivator in front of him is at least a Jindan stage cultivator. However, the spiritual pressure released by the Jindan stage cultivator in front of him made Fu Donghai almost unable to stand and gasp for breath, but it seemed to be of no use to Xiang. The spiritual pressure of the Jindan stage cultivator did not affect Xiang at all. Yes, Xiang was a time traveler, and in his previous life, he had been instilled with many ideas of equality of all beings. Under the influence of the spiritual pressure of the Jindan stage cultivator, even if it was the Yuanying stage or the out-of-body stage seniors, it was almost impossible to make Xiang surrender with the spiritual pressure alone. In Xiang's concept, what about the Jindan stage cultivator? What about the Yuanying stage cultivator? It's still a nose and a mouth? To put it bluntly, it's just a person. What's the big deal? Nothing more than being a little stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, spiritual pressure does not exist at all for Xiang. Just when Fu Donghai was so scared that he couldn't even stand steadily, Xiang was communicating with the system, busy copying the treasures on the Jindan late-stage cultivator opposite. It must be said that compared with ordinary cultivators, the treasures on the Jindan stage cultivators are different. From the moment that Jindan stage cultivator stood up, Xiang had learned from the system almost all the treasures he was carrying. Storage ring, 1. Netherworld divine sword, 1. 100 python armor, wheeling pill bottle, 1. Biling pill bottle, 1. Moon shadow stone, 1. Xuanyan divine thunder, 1. Invisibility and chi collection talisman, 7. Lingxi talisman, 1. It's still unknown what's in the storage ring, just the things he carries with him. There are more than a dozen. There are more categories than the things on Xiang, including the things he opened from the storage bags he got from Sun Liancheng and Lu Xuwen. Apart from other things, there are 30 or 40 top-grade talismans, 5 thunder talismans, and Nanming Lihuo talismans. In addition, there are 50 or 60 various 5-element escape talismans. Those are good things that can help you escape far away with the help of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Before, Xiang only copied some earth escape talismans from Sun Liancheng. But this Jindan stage cultivator has all 5 elements of escape talismans. In this case, Xiang was of course not polite and directly copied 200 copies. The number of copies for that day was only the last 10 copies left. It's rare to meet a small local tyrant. After all, he is a Jindan stage cultivator. If you miss this opportunity, you may not be able to find it again. It would be a pity if you don't copy more. As for the remaining 10 copies, if you can still meet good treasures, you can copy them again. If you can't meet them, then give these things to Afu and you can copy them back. It's so cool to have a copy system in hand. In a very short moment, Xiang had copied all the treasures on the Jindan stage cultivator. When he was about to open the storage ring of the Jindan stage cultivator to see what good things were inside, Fu Donghai, who was beside him, stretched out his hand and pulled Xiang's sleeve. Xiang came back to his senses, but heard Fu Donghai trembling and said, Young master, it's a Jindan stage cultivator." Xiang had already known from the system that the other party was a Jindan stage cultivator. He glanced at Fu Donghai and said lightly, "So what?" As soon as this sentence came out, not only Fu Donghai was stunned, but even the Jindan stage cultivator Yu Jinghai was also stunned. Immediately, Yu Jinghai came back to his senses, staring at Xiang coldly through the black veil. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said in a cold voice, "Boy, you are so arrogant. I didn't want to attack you 2 little kids, lest it be spread out that I am bullying you 2 little kids. But now I want to learn from you, what qualifications do you have to say so what to a late Jindan cultivator?" After hearing what Yu Jinghai said, Fu Donghai was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Senior brother Zhou Yihu is only in the middle Jindan stage, while the one opposite is actually a late Jindan cultivator, a whole realm higher than Zhou Yihu. What can I do? If a late Jindan cultivator wants to kill him and the young master, isn't it as easy as crushing an ant? Young master," Fu Donghai shouted in a trembling voice. Before he finished speaking, Yu Jinghai on the opposite side snorted again and said in a cold voice, "Boy, this is not a place for fighting. If you don't want to die, follow me." As he said that, Yu Jinghai turned around and walked out of the town along Sunzi Street. The people watching the excitement around him automatically moved to the sides and didn't even dare to breathe. Are you kidding? When a Jindan stage cultivator faces ordinary people, he is like a half-immortal on land, moving mountains and seas, flying in the air as if walking on flat ground. Didn't you see that just now? He just grabbed a water dragon from the yard next to him and extinguished the flames on the body of the eldest son of the Lu family. Who else can do this except a half-immortal on land? Young master, how about we run?" Seeing Yu Jinghai walking away, Fu Donghai whispered to Xiang. Chapter 12. With the system in hand, I am so rich! Xiang turned his head to look at Fu Donghai and said with a smile, "Run? Where to run?" Run! Fu Donghai wanted to say that as long as he ran back to the master's sect and ran to the Thunder Peak, he would be safe. But as soon as the word run came out, Fu Donghai couldn't say it anymore. Who is the other party? The other party is a cultivator in the late Jindan period, and his cultivation is higher than that of the senior brother Zhou Yihu. He and the young master, 2 ordinary people who have not yet drawn qi into the body and officially stepped into the threshold of cultivation? Where can they run to? Even if he used the Lingxi talisman to notify the senior brothers on the mountain to come down to help, it would be too late. Distant water cannot save nearby fires. By the time the senior brothers on the mountain rushed down the mountain, he and the young master would have been killed countless times by the other party. Don't look at the fact that Fu Donghai used the 5 Thunder Talisman and the Nanming Lihuo Talisman to deal with Lu Xuwen like a game. That's because Lu Xuwen only has the cultivation of the late Qi refining period. The 5 Thunder Talisman is a top-grade spiritual talisman. The lightning it conjures is equivalent to the full force of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. But so what? Is it just the full force of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? For a qi refining cultivator like Lu Xuan, it is indeed very powerful. Even for cultivators in the early and middle stages of foundation establishment, it should not be underestimated. If you are not careful and are hit by the 5 Thunder Talisman, you will be skinned alive if you don't die. However, in front of a cultivator in the Golden Core stage, especially in the late Golden Core stage, a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment stage, even a cultivator in the late Foundation Establishment stage, is just a child. Whether it is the 5 Thunder Talisman or the Nanming Liwo Talisman, if it falls on them, I am afraid that they will not even be able to touch a hair, let alone hurt the other party. Seeing Fu Donghai's face suddenly turned ashen, Li Xiang chuckled, patted Fu Donghai on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Okay, Afu, don't worry, I'm here. Just a Jindan stage cultivator. What's the big deal? Just wait and watch me show my power and beat him to his knees and call me Grandpa." Humph! Before Li Xiang finished speaking, a cold snort came from a distance, like a thunder, exploding in everyone's ears, and everyone around couldn't help but change their faces. Fu Donghai felt as if he was hit hard by someone, and he felt his blood boiling and almost vomited blood. Li Xiang was like nothing happened. The cold snort sounded like thunder to others, but to Li Xiang, it was just a little louder and had no effect on him. Fu Donghai knew from this cold snort that although Yu Jinghai had walked away, the words he had just said were still heard word for word. Want to run? Of course there is no way. Li Xiang took out a bottle of quick-acting yuan replenishing pills, threw it to Fu Donghai, and said, "Let's go, Afu. Let's go and see what that late Jindan cultivator is capable of." As he said that, Li Xiang walked straight out of the town. Fu Donghai took the quick-acting yuan replenishing pills and was stunned for a moment, then poured out a few of them, stuffed them into his mouth, chewed them a few times, and swallowed them like candy beans, then trotted a few steps, caught up with Li Xiang, and followed him out. Among the crowd of onlookers, those ordinary people naturally did not dare to follow, but those cultivators, although their cultivation was low, still had the courage to secretly follow. The things that Li Xiang just took out were enough to shock these cultivators in the qi refining and foundation building stages so much that their jaws almost dropped. If they had the chance, they wouldn't mind following that senior in the late Jindan stage and picking up some things that the senior looked down upon. Even if it was just a talisman or a quick-acting yuan replenishing pill, that would be fine. Moreover, they also wanted to see what kind of ability that mortal who hadn't yet drawn qi into his body had to dare to say "so what" to a senior in the late Jindan stage. That was a cultivator in the late Jindan stage. What kind of person would dare to ignore a cultivator in the late Jindan stage like this? Li Xiang certainly knew that cultivators in the late Jindan stage were not easy to mess with. However, Li Xiang was not the kind of person who didn't know the current situation. The reason why he dared to ignore the cultivator in the late Jindan stage was naturally because he had that ability, or in other words, he had that basis. And this basis was actually contributed to Li Xiang by Yu Jinghai. It was the Xuanyin Divine Thunder. Xuanyin Divine Thunder, using the power of Xuanyin, gathers the power of thunder and lightning from heaven and earth and compresses it. It looks like the size of a walnut, but it contains extremely terrifying Xuanyin thunder and lightning power. After detonation, it is comparable to a mid-stage Jindan cultivator, with a full-strength attack. A full-strength attack from a mid-stage Jindan cultivator may not be able to do anything to Yu Jingtao. But what if there are 10, 20, or even 50 or 100 mid-stage Jindan cultivators, all attacking with full strength at the same time? I'm afraid, let alone the late Jindan cultivators, I'm afraid that even the early or middle Yuanying cultivators will have to flee in panic, right? And Li Xiang now has a full 1200 Xuanyin Divine Thunders in his hand. Li Xiang copied 200 Xuanyin Divine Thunders from Yu Jingtao, and in his storage ring, there are still 5 Xuanyin Divine Thunders. In addition to the 5 Xuanyin Divine Thunderbolts, Yu Jingtao's storage ring also contained 5 Moon Shadow Stones, 2 high-grade Spirit Stones, 33 medium-grade Spirit Stones, 76 scales of the 3rd-level Demon Beast 100, Flowers Python, and 17 3rd-level 100 Flowers Python Demon Pills. In addition, there were 2 bottles of Wheeling Pills, 3 bottles of Bailing Detoxification Pills, and a Lingxi Sword Manual. When these things came into Li Xiang's hands, they instantly multiplied by 200 times. Now Li Xiang already had 400 high-grade Spirit Stones in his hands. According to the ratio of 1 high-grade Spirit Stone for 10,000 low-grade Spirit Stones, Li Xiang now has more than 4 million low-grade Spirit Stones. Even Li Xiang can't count the specific numbers. There are too many, not only low-grade Spirit Stones, but also medium-grade Spirit Stones. In the future, in Li Xiang's hands, I'm afraid that even the high-grade Spirit Stones can't be counted at all. As for other elixirs, secret books, flying swords and armors, and even storage bags and storage rings that are extremely precious to other cultivators. They are all calculated in hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands by Xiang. If you don't throw a storage bag to reward your servants, you'd be embarrassed to take it out. 200 storage rings have 1,000 Xuanyin Divine Thunders, which add up to 1,200. With so many Xuanyin Divine Thunders in hand, Xiang will still be afraid of him. A mere late Jindan cultivator? Even if he uses Xuanyin Divine Thunders to hit, Yu Jinghai can be knocked to his knees on the ground and kowtow and call him daddy. With the system in hand, I am so rich. Chapter 13. An attempt at artillery coverage in the Battle of Cultivation. Soon, Xiang brought Fu Donghai to an open grassland outside the town. Yu Jinghai stood on the grassland with his hands behind his back to Xiang and Fu Donghai. After hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, Yu Jinghai slowly turned around, staring coldly at Xiang with a pair of gloomy eyes through the black mask on his hat. Boy, I'm giving you two choices now. First, hand over all the valuables on you, then kneel on the ground, kowtow to me 3 times and call me Grandpa. If I'm happy, I might forgive you. After hearing what Yu Jinghai said, Xiang couldn't help but sneer and said in a cold voice, "You have a lot of treasures on you? You didn't get them all this way?" Yu Jinghai was slightly stunned, looked at Xiang coldly and said in a cold voice, "So what? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak? Killing people and seizing treasures is normal." Xiang sneered, then said, "What about the second one?" "Second, I will beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy and call me Grandpa." "What to call? Grandpa? Oh, my dear grandson, you call me so beautifully. Call me again and let me hear it." Yu Jinghai's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, "Stinky boy, don't try to show off your verbal skills. If I don't beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy today, my surname will not be Yu." "Not you? Then the surname is Li," Xiang said casually. Yu Jinghai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his right hand slightly and made a fist towards Xiang. A huge spiritual power shot out and instantly wrapped up Xiang. Yu Jinghai raised his right hand slightly upwards, and Xiang was like being firmly grasped by an invisible hand, slowly floating in the air. Upon seeing this, Fu Donghai was so frightened that his hands and feet became weak and he could not even stand. He fell to his knees, kowtowed and shouted, "Grandpa! Grandpa! I call you Grandpa! Call you Grandpa! Call you Grandpa!" "Humph!" Yu Jinghai snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "Smelly boy, why are you silent now? Speak! Keep talking! Weren't you very arrogant just now, saying that you would beat me to the ground and make me kneel down and beg for mercy? What? Who is beating who to the ground now? Do you believe that I can crush you with just one hand?" Xiang, who was held in the air by Yu Jinghai, did not have any panic on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He sneered silently and said in a cold voice, "That may not be the case." Before he finished speaking, Xiang's mind moved, and a Xuanyin Divine Thunder appeared at his feet. Immediately, Xiang, who was suspended in the air, kicked out with his right foot, and with a volley, the Xuanyin Divine Thunder was kicked by Xiang like a football and flew towards Yu Jinghai. "Xuanyin Divine Thunder!" Yu Jinghai's face suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "You, how can you have Xuanyin Divine Thunder?" As he said that, without waiting for Xiang to answer, Yu Jinghai suddenly exerted force on his hand and clenched his fist. Xiang, who was held by Yu Jinghai, was like a balloon. With a light puff sound, he was directly crushed by Yu Jinghai. At the same time, Yu Jinghai's body also shook violently, barely avoiding the Xuanyin Divine Thunder kicked by Xiang. The Xuanyin Divine Thunder flew past Yu Jinghai's body, hit a small tree behind him, and exploded instantly. Boom! With a loud bang, lightning shot everywhere. Yu Jinghai was suspended in the air with some fear, looking at the electric light on the ground, and snorted in his heart. It was a good deal for him to crush that kid with one hand. However, at this moment, Yu Jinghai found out of the corner of his eye that a figure appeared in the place where he had just crushed, and that figure waved at him. Yu Jinghai turned his head hurriedly, and immediately saw that the stinky boy who had been crushed by him was actually standing there alive. He waved his palm slightly a few times, and several Xuanyin Divine Thunders flew towards him like raindrops. Seeing this, Yu Jinghai's face suddenly changed. How could this be possible? Wasn't that kid crushed by himself? How could he still stand there intact? And the Xuanyin Divine Thunder. How could he have so many Xuanyin Divine Thunders? There were actually 12 Xuanyin Divine Thunders flying towards him. No, that kid was still throwing Xuanyin Divine Thunders at him. In just a short moment, he threw 5 or 6 more. Now, there were nearly 20 Xuanyin Divine Thunders flying towards him. How could he have so many Xuanyin Divine Thunders? When did Xuanyin Divine Thunders become so worthless that people threw them around like eggs? Who could bear so many Xuanyin Divine Thunders? Not to mention Yu Jinghai, even if his master came, he would have to flee. Without even thinking about it, Seeing more than a dozen Xuanyin divine thunders being thrown at him by Li Xiang like raindrops, Yu Jinghai suddenly jumped up and wanted to escape. But Li Xiang, as if he had expected Yu Jinghai to escape, actually threw out a handful of 5 thunder talismans in an instant. Dozens or even hundreds of 5 thunder talismans instantly turned into countless lightning bolts that fell from the sky. Almost in an instant, Yu Jinghai was enveloped in lightning. Yu Jinghai, who had just rushed upwards, happened to be hit by a lightning bolt that fell from the sky. With a crisp sound of snap, the lightning instantly hit Yu Jinghai's body, and Yu Jinghai's upward fleeing figure suddenly stopped for a moment. Although the lightning transformed by the 5 thunder talisman is not very powerful for a cultivator in the late Jindan period, he was caught off guard and struck by a lightning bolt. Although he would not be injured, he would inevitably be a little embarrassed. It was inevitable that Yu Jinghai, who was fleeing, was stopped for a moment by the lightning, and it was this short moment of stagnation that brought a catastrophe to Yu Jinghai. Li Xiang was worried that 1 or 2 Xuanyin divine thunders would not be able to do anything to Yu Jinghai, so he threw out 20 or 30 Xuanyin divine thunders in one breath. And those 20 or 30 Xuanyin divine thunders, Li Xiang did not directly detonate, but directly surrounded Yu Jinghai. Then, Li Xiang used the lightning transformed by the 5 thunder talisman to detonate the 20 or 30 Xuanyin divine thunders almost at the same time. In Li Xiang's opinion, those Xuanyin divine thunders were like cannonballs. Since 1 or 2 cannonballs exploded alone, they might not be able to do anything to Yu Jinghai and hurt him. Then just cover him with artillery fire. Cover Yu Jinghai with Xuanyin divine thunders all around him. Are you afraid that he can escape and ascend to heaven? And those 5 thunder talismans are the fuses that detonate these Xuanyin divine thunders and form the cannon fire coverage. Li Xiang did not expect those 5 thunder talismans to hurt Yu Jinghai, but as long as they could detonate the Xuanyin divine thunders around Yu Jinghai, it would be fine. And the facts are indeed as Li Xiang imagined. The lightning transformed by countless 5 thunder talismans. Not only one lightning bolt directly hit Yu Jinghai, but the other lightning bolts almost detonated all the 20 or 30 Xuanyin divine thunders in an instant. Chapter 14. Little kid, you are so arrogant. Crackle! Boom! Boom! A series of explosions, with Yu Jinghai as the center, kept exploding around him. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. On the ground, dozens of Xuanyin divine thunders were detonated at the same time. The lightning and Xuanyin power bursting out in all directions were like silver snakes running around. Countless silver snakes intertwined together to form a huge net, trapping Yu Jinghai firmly in it. Yu Jinghai's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes bulged out as if they were about to fall out, and the clothes on his body and the hair on his head all stood up. Countless silver snakes kept drilling into Yu Jinghai's body and then flowed along his body and his clothes. But in just a moment, Yu Jinghai's body had bursts of green smoke, and his clothes, the bamboo hat on his head, and the black veil were carbonized in an instant. In fact, it was not only Yu Jinghai's clothes and the bamboo hat on his head that were carbonized, but also his entire body. In a short moment, Yu Jinghai, who was in the late Jindan stage, had been carbonized directly by the 20 or 30 Xuanyin divine thunders released by Li Xiang, as well as the lightning transformed by hundreds of 5 thunder talismans, and the powerful electric current released. From a distance of 20 or 30 meters, Li Xiang could clearly smell a pungent burnt smell. Li Xiang sniffed and was basically certain that the burnt smell came from Yu Jinghai. Looking from a distance of 20 or 30 meters, Yu Jinghai seemed to still be standing, but in fact he was deader than dead. What's that smell? Fu Donghai, who was lying on the ground and almost peed his pants because of Yu Jinghai, sniffed hard a few times and asked curiously. After sniffing a few times, Fu Donghai finally determined the source of the burning smell. Following the source of the burning smell, he immediately saw Yu Jinghai standing still. When he saw Yu Jinghai at first, Fu Donghai was startled, but then he felt something was wrong. Strange, why did the senior in the late Jindan period not move at all? Moreover, the domineering and unsteady spiritual pressure was gone? Could it be that the senior in the late Jindan period had been killed by the young master? Is this possible? However, who else could have caused the lightning and thunder just now except the young master? If you grab the young master casually, you can take out dozens of 5 thunder talismans. Apart from the young master, there is no one else who can throw out dozens or hundreds of 5 thunder talismans at the same time and attract countless lightning. Many ants can kill elephants. It is also possible that the senior in the late Jindan period was killed by the young master with countless 5 thunder talismans. Thinking of this, Fu Donghai's fear was slightly reduced. He got up from the ground and said, "Young master, did you kill that Jindan period cultivator?" "What else?" Li Xiang asked with a chuckle, paused for a moment, and said, I said it a long time ago. It's just a Jindan period cultivator. It's no big deal. Before he finished speaking, a cold snort came from a distance. Humph! Little kid, you are so arrogant. Today I want to see what you have the right to say such big words. With these words, a huge spiritual power shot from a distance and hit Li Xiang in an instant, directly knocking Li Xiang back more than 10 feet away and falling heavily to the ground. Li Xiang fell to the ground, and a white light flashed on his body, but then it dimmed again. Li Xiang tilted his body and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The black iron armor on his body instantly broke into countless pieces and fell to the ground. If it weren't for the black iron armor that blocked part of the spiritual attack for Li Xiang's injury would probably be more serious. Moreover, when Li Xiang was fighting with Yu Jinghai, he was crushed by Yu Jinghai once. That time, Li Xiang was well prepared and took out a substitute puppet early to block the fatal blow for him. After that, Li Xiang had been using the Xuanyin Divine Thunder and the 5 Thunder Talisman to concentrate on dealing with Yu Jinghai. He never thought that after killing Yu Jinghai, who was in the late Jindan period, he would be attacked by another Jindan period cultivator. And it was a sneak attack. In this case, Li Xiang didn't have time to take out the substitute puppet. Fortunately, the opponent may not have thought that Li Xiang would have a top-grade Earth-level armor, so he did not use his full strength. More importantly, perhaps it was because Li Xiang's words just now offended his identity as a Jindan stage cultivator, so he took action to teach Li Xiang a lesson. Therefore, after being blocked by the black iron armor, Li Xiang was only seriously injured, but his life was not in danger. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Xiang's mind moved, and he directly took out a set of 100 Python armor copied from Yu Jinghai and put it on. After putting on the 100 Python armor, Li Xiang felt a little relieved. I was a little too arrogant before. I had copied 200 sets of 100 Python armor from Yu Jinghai, but I didn't wear any of them. I was still wearing the top-grade Earth-level black iron armor copied from Sun Liancheng before. Sun Liancheng is just a small cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. Can the black iron armor he wears be better than the 100 Python armor worn by Yu Jinghai in the late stage of Jindan? Even if you think with your heels, you will know that the defense of the 100 Python armor on Yu Jinghai is many times higher than that of the black iron armor. The black iron armor is just a magic weapon of the upper grade of the earth level, while the 100 Python armor is a spiritual treasure of the upper grade of the black level. One is a magic weapon, and the other is a spiritual treasure, and there is a whole realm difference between them. Law, Spirit, Immortal, Saint, and God, this is the grade division of the magic weapons used by cultivators. Above the immortal weapon, it is rare in the mortal world. The few immortal weapons and holy weapons that can be found are basically in the hands of the predecessors in the tribulation period and the ascension period. Magic weapons and spiritual treasures are the magic weapons that ordinary cultivators can have. And these magic weapons and spiritual treasures are divided into 4 levels of heaven and earth, black and yellow, and 3 grades of upper, middle, and lower. The heaven grade top grade spiritual treasure is the highest grade magical weapon below the immortal weapon. Therefore, compared with the 100 Python armor, the black iron armor is nothing but garbage. The armor that can be worn by the late Jindan cultivators and rely on to save their lives must be the 100 Python armor. After putting on the 100 Python armor, Li Xiang felt a little relieved. At least, if he was attacked by the Jindan cultivator again, he would not be slapped away like just now. After a slight sigh of relief, Li Xiang took out another puppet and held it in his hand. Then, Li Xiang took out a few bottles of elixirs for restoring essence and blood, replenishing spirit and qi, and without even looking at the names, he directly pulled out the cloth strips stuffed on the bottles of elixirs, poured out more than a dozen large and small elixirs, and stuffed them into his mouth. There were too many, and they were stuffed too quickly, and even more than half of them fell to the ground. But Li Xiang didn't even take a look. Just after stuffing the pills into his mouth, Li Xiang saw another cultivator dressed as an old Taoist priest in his 70s or 80s, holding a servant in black clothes and a black hat in his hand, flying over with the wind, and quietly hovering more than 10 meters away. Chapter 15. The rich man made a move, and the Jindan cultivator became scum. It was you who just said that the Jindan stage was nothing big? The old Taoist priest was suspended in the air, and threw the servant in black clothes and a black hat to the ground, looking at Li Xiang coldly. Li Xiang glanced at the servant in black clothes and a black hat, and it turned out to be Xiao Saner, one of Lu Xuan's 4 lackeys. It seems that this old Taoist priest should be Lu Xuan's teacher. Li Xiang guessed the identity of the old Taoist priest in an instant, and it seems that this old Taoist priest is also a cultivator in the Jindan stage. But why hasn't the system prompted that the duplicate items have been found? Is this old Taoist priest a poor bastard? He didn't even have a decent treasure on him? Li Xiang guessed correctly. The old Taoist was indeed Lu Xuan's master, Taoist Xuanzhen. Originally, Taoist Xuanzhen followed Lu Shu to visit Lu Jiazhuang to celebrate the birthday of Lu Xuan's grandfather, Lu Minfeng, and to help Lu Xuan gain face. Lu Xuan's grandfather, Lu Minfeng, will be 90 in a few days. In the secular world, 90 years old should be considered a high age. Therefore, Lu Xuan also traveled thousands of miles from the Five Elements divine sect of Lingyun Peak in Hexi to celebrate his grandfather's birthday. In order to save face, Lu Xuan's father, Lu Denke, even spent his millions of family fortune to exchange for more than 100 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones, sent them to the Five Elements divine sect of Lingyun Peak and gave them to Lu Xuan, asking him to invite Taoist Xuanzhen as well. Taoist Xuanzhen is a cultivator in the Jindan period. And in the Jindan period, the lifespan is 300 years, which is already a semi-immortal body in the eyes of mortals. Being able to invite a half-immortal to come and celebrate his father's birthday is naturally a very face-saving thing in the eyes of others. Today, Taoist Master Xuanzhen was originally in Lu Jiazhuang, accompanied by Lu Minfeng and Lu Denke, father and son, sitting and discussing Taoism, enjoying the offerings of the Lu family. Unexpectedly, when they were talking excitedly, a servant named Xiao Soner who followed Lu Xuan ran back and forth in a hurry, crying and complaining that their eldest master was struck to death by thunder. The eldest master of the Lu family is Lu Xuan, the disciple of Taoist Xuanzhen, isn't he? Hearing that Lu Xuan was struck to death by thunder, how could Taoist Xuanzhen still sit still? He immediately grabbed Xiao Soner's arm, lifted him up and flew out directly. When they flew to the market, where Li Xiang and Lu Xuan were fighting, they found that there was only a charred corpse left on the ground. Their own disciple Lu Xuan was dead and couldn't be deader. Taoist Xuanzhen, who was furious, just felt the spiritual power fluctuations coming from outside the town and heard the continuous thunder and lightning. He immediately picked up Xiao Soner and rushed to the outside of the town. He just heard Li Xiang's words. He is just a Jindan stage cultivator, no big deal. In a rage, Taoist Xuanzhen slapped Li Xiang in the face from a distance of dozens of feet. The virtual slap, with a huge spiritual power, directly slapped Li Xiang away, and he fell heavily to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Taoist Xuanzhen was a little surprised to find that he didn't kill the mortal with a slap. After taking a look at the black iron armor that fell beside Li Xiang and broke into countless pieces, Taoist Xuanzhen couldn't help but snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "Humph, I thought you were so powerful that you dared to speak so arrogantly and say that the Golden Core stage is just like this. It turns out that you are just relying on a small black iron armor. Humph, you are really a frog in the well. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Do you think that you can do whatever you want with a top-grade magic weapon of the earth rank?" As he said that, Taoist Xuanzhen couldn't help but glance at Li Xiang again and said in a cold voice, "Ordinary people are just ordinary people. They can treat a piece of rubbish armor as a treasure." While speaking, Taoist Xuanzhen looked around again and coldly glanced at the cultivators of the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage, who were hiding in the dark a few dozen feet away, and couldn't help but snorted again. But in his heart, Taoist Xuanzhen was still quite satisfied with the performance of the dozen or so cultivators of the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage who were hiding in the dark. The dozen or so low-level monks hiding in the dark were all lying on the ground, trembling all over, with weak hands and feet, and they didn't even seem to have the courage to turn around and run away. Even Taoist Xuanzhen found a small wet area at the feet of several Qi refining monks. He could smell the smell of urine even from dozens of feet away. Those Qi refining monks were actually scared to pee. Taoist Xuanzhen frowned slightly, raised his hand and blocked his nostrils with his index finger, squinted at the few Qi refining monks who were scared to pee, and snorted in dissatisfaction. Taoist Xuanzhen thought that these low-level monks were scared by the hand he had just shown, plus the pressure of the spiritual power of the Golden Core stage. But he didn't know that those low-level monks were not scared by him, but by Li Xiang. That unarmed, even the slightest spiritual power, and the ordinary man who could hardly feel it, used 20 or 30 Xuanyan divine thunders and hundreds of 5 thunder talismans. A cultivator in the late Jindan stage was directly blasted into a charcoal by these Xuanyan divine thunders and 5 thunder talismans. How could these low-level cultivators, who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, imagine such a divine method? A cultivator in the late Jindan stage is an existence that these cultivators in the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage need to look up to. But in the end, in front of that ordinary man, he was blasted into slag before even a single round. No, this is not a duel between cultivators. This is a competition between a rich man and a beggar. That ordinary man? No, it's that super rich man. That super rich man used money to directly blast a cultivator in the late Jindan stage into slag. The market price of a 5 Thunder talisman is 20 low-grade spirit stones, and it is so expensive that you can't buy it even if you have spirit stones. The 5 Thunder talisman, a high-grade spirit talisman, is not a common commodity that can be easily bought, but he used hundreds of 5 Thunder talismans at a time, which transformed into countless lightning bolts and fell down densely, leaving no place to hide. This is not a big deal. What is really more valuable is the 20 or 30 Xuanyin Divine Thunders and the surrogate puppets. That is the good thing that can't be bought with money and spirit stones. Just now, when the rich man was fighting with the late Jindan cultivator, he used a surrogate puppet and 20 or 30 Xuanyin Divine Thunders extravagantly. If there was no surrogate puppet, the rich man would have been crushed by others and died. And if there were no 20 or 30 Xuanyin Divine Thunders, it would be impossible for the rich man to keep the late Jindan cultivator and blast him into slag. Xuanyin Divine Thunder, that is equivalent to the full force of a mid-stage Jindan cultivator. 20 or 30 Xuanyin Divine Thunders are equivalent to 20 or 30 mid-stage Jindan cultivators. If they besiege that late-stage Jindan cultivator, it would be strange if he could escape. This kind of rich man, let alone taking advantage of his loopholes, even if he accidentally makes him unhappy, will wave his hand and throw dozens or hundreds of 5 Thunder talismans to blast these low-level cultivators in the chi refining and foundation establishment stages into slag. In this case, the dozen or so low-level cultivators were naturally frightened to the point of limp hands and feet, and even incontinence, unable to even walk. Chapter 16. Oh my god, why did they run away? Taoist Xuanjin didn't know this. He thought that those low-level cultivators were frightened into such a state because of his arrival. Although his face was a little unhappy, he was actually a little secretly happy in his heart. After looking around and coldly glaring at the dozen or so chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators hiding in the dark, Taoist Xuanzhen suddenly discovered that not far behind the arrogant kid, there was actually a person standing. Taoist Xuanzhen was slightly stunned, staring at the person for a few times, but couldn't help but frowning slightly. He didn't feel any vitality from that person. Could it be a dead body? Taoist Xuanzhen frowned slightly and took a few steps forward. As soon as he took a few steps forward, Xiang heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding! Within a range of 10 meters, replicable items were found. Storage bag 1, white jade dragon pattern sword 1, fish scale black gold armor 1. Xiang was delighted. Well, finally a prompt came. But isn't this too poor? He only has a storage bag, a flying sword, and a set of armor? This is a bit inconsistent with his identity as a Jindan cultivator. Others in the Jindan stage at least have a storage ring, but he only has a storage bag? Too cheap, isn't it? Besides a sword and a set of armor, he has nothing else? Not even a talisman or a pill? Disappointed, but as a Jindan stage cultivator after all, Xiang still used up the last 10 copies he had today and copied 10 copies directly. At this time, Taoist Xuanzhen had already taken a few steps forward and walked to the corpse left by Yu Jinghai. He reached out and gently touched Yu Jinghai's body. In an instant, Yu Jinghai's body, like a porcelain doll made of fragments, stepped down. No, to be precise, it was not a porcelain doll made of fragments, but a model made of dust. When touched, it immediately turned into a pile of dust and fell to the ground. As the wind blew, it actually flew up with the wind. The sudden change made Taoist Xuanzhen's face change suddenly, and he even took a step back involuntarily, looking at the corpse that turned into a pile of dust in front of him with horror. His face was uncertain. Then, Taoist Xuanzhen took another step forward, stretched out his hand, and grabbed a small bead from the pile of dust. The bead was not big, only the size of a long gun, and it was gray. However, Xuanzhen knew that it was a golden elixir condensed by a golden elixir cultivator with spiritual power. But now the golden elixir has long lost a trace of spiritual power. Moreover, Taoist Xuanzhen did not use any force, but just took it out from the pile of dust. The bead, like its owner, turned into a pile of gray powder in Taoist Xuanzhen's hand. This, Xuanzhen's eyes widened. Who killed this Jindan stage cultivator? How could even the Jindan be blasted into a pile of powder? Could it be that arrogant kid? An almost absurd thought arose in Taoist Xuanzhen's mind. That arrogant kid, that mortal, really has the ability to kill a Jindan stage cultivator? Is it possible? Is it possible? But if it's not him, who else could it be? Taoist Xuanzhen didn't feel any spiritual power fluctuations of Jindan stage or Yuanying stage cultivators at the scene just now, except for that mortal. Could it be that that mortal is not an mortal, but a master who hides his cultivation aura and can't even detect it himself? But just now, I clearly slapped him in the air with a palm and injured him severely. If he is a hidden Yuanying stage, or even a senior master in the out-of-body stage, how could he be injured by me? What's going on here? Taoist Xuanzhen, who was confused in his mind, turned around slowly and looked at Li Xiang with an uncertain expression. At this moment, Xiao Saner crawled to Taoist Xuanzhen again, pointed at Fu Donghai next to Li Xiang, and said in a trembling voice, "Master, it's him who killed my eldest son." Taoist Xuanzhen followed Xiao Saner's hand and looked at Fu Donghai with uncertain eyes. Fu Donghai's heart trembled, his legs softened, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Xiang's clothes tightly and barely supported his body. Li Xiang smiled and patted Fu Donghai's shoulder, giving him a comforting look. Seeing the relaxed smile on the young master's face and thinking of the cultivator in the late Jindan period before, who was directly killed by his own young master, Fu Donghai's fear in his heart suddenly decreased a lot, and his confidence was also a little stronger. Taoist Xuanzhen saw the change in Fu Donghai's posture before and after, and couldn't help but frown slightly. That little fat guy was almost crushed by his spiritual power, but the kid next to him was hardly affected at all. It can be seen that his guess is probably correct. That Jindan stage cultivator was definitely killed by this kid. A mortal man actually has the ability to kill a Jindan stage cultivator. Although this sounds a bit unreal, it does not mean that there is no possibility at all. Taoist Xuanzhen has always been cautious, so he can live to this day. Since the other party has the ability to kill a Jindan stage cultivator, then I can't take this risk. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, this risk must not be taken. After making up his mind, Taoist Xuanzhen looked at Li Xiang again and said, "Little kid, did you kill that person?" Li Xiang raised his eyebrows. He has now changed into the 100 python armor and is holding a substitute puppet, dozens of 5 thunder talismans, and 20 or 30 Xuanyin divine thunders. When facing Taoist Xuanzhen, Li Xiang was already full of confidence. Even a late Jindan cultivator like Yu Jinghai could be killed directly with such a luxurious package. Although they were both Jindan cultivators, Taoist Xuanzhen might not have the same cultivation as Yu Jinghai. From the equipment on Taoist Xuanzhen, it can be seen that Taoist Xuanzhen, a Jindan cultivator, is definitely a poor bastard among cultivators of the same level. Li Xiang used such a luxurious package to deal with Taoist Xuanzhen, which was a sign of respect for him. Li Xiang raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" "Humph, nothing. Little kid, I advise you that Jindan cultivators are not so easy to mess with." As he said that, Taoist Xuanzhen raised his right hand slightly. Li Xiang thought that Taoist Xuanzhen was going to attack him, so without thinking he raised his hand, and more than a dozen 5 thunder talismans flew out, turning into lightning and thunder, and fell on Taoist Xuanzhen. Unexpectedly, when Taoanzhen raised his hand, he was not going to attack Li Xiang, but took out a very precious earth escape talisman from his storage bag, and then slapped it directly on his body. A yellowish-brown light flashed on Taoist Xuanzhen's body, and then Taoist Xuanzhen's body went directly into the ground and disappeared in an instant. At this time, the dozen lightning bolts fell on the ground one after another, making a pia, pia sound, and the silver snake lightning burst out in all directions. However, in this short moment, Li Xiang threw out 2 more Xuanyin divine thunders, and was about to throw out more Xuanjin divine thunders. After discovering that Taoist Xuanzhen had run away, Li Xiang suddenly stopped and shouted, "Oh my God, why did he run away?" Chapter 17. My young master is short of 2 sedan chair-bearers. Taoist Xuanzhen ran away with the Earth Escape Talisman, and Li Xiang really had no way to track him now. Fortunately, the things that needed to be dealt with had been dealt with. Li Xiang had filled 20 storage bags with furniture and daily necessities alone. It was more than enough to decorate 10 small 2-bedroom apartments. There was nothing good to visit in the market at the foot of the mountain, and the food in the market restaurant was far less delicious than the food made by Xiao Bai in the errand house. Seeing that the sun was already setting, Li Xiang walked up the mountain again under the guidance of Fu Donghai. It was not until Li Xiang and Fu Donghai walked a long way that the low-level cultivators in the qi refining and foundation building stages who were hiding around came out of their hiding places with some fear. It was unknown who was the first to run to the place where Li Xiang had just been beaten to vomit blood and picked up a soul-replenishing pill from the ground. Then, all the others rushed up like a swarm of bees and began to snatch the various soul-replenishing and qi-replenishing pills that fell on the ground. Some people even fought for a soul-replenishing pill, or a soul-replenishing pill. The way up the mountain is not easier than the way down. Li Xiang felt a little tired not long after walking. He saw a dozen or 20 people fighting for something, and some even used flying swords. He asked curiously, "Ah, Fu, what are they doing?" Fu Donghai looked back and said, "Master, they seem to be fighting for the pills that fell on the ground." "Fighting?" Li Xiang was stunned for a moment and then said to Fu Donghai, "Ah Fu, you can't do that, understand? No matter what, you can't lose face for me, the young master." "Okay, young master, Ah Fu will remember it," Fu Donghai said hurriedly. Li Xiang nodded slightly and then said, "Master is tired, let's take a break before we go." As he said that, he sat down on the ground and then simply lay down on the grass, crossed his legs, put his hands behind his head, and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds above his head. Fu Donghai was slightly stunned, his eyes rolled around, and then he said, "Master, how about I go to the Phallic market and find 2 sedan bearers to carry you up the mountain?" After hearing Fu Donghai's words, Li Xiang suddenly turned over and sat up. "Yes, why didn't I think of it? I have a lot of spirit stones now and I can't spend them all. How can I catch the number 11 bus? Is catching the number 11 bus something that rich people can do? Rich people, don't they all buy cars and hire drivers? Don't they have drivers driving cars to pick them up wherever they go? Damn, why didn't I think of it before?" Thinking of this, Li Xiang said to Fu Donghai again, "Ah Fu, don't ask the sedan bearers in the town. Go and ask among the group of people if there is anyone who wants to be a sedan bearer for me. I will pay them a salary 1 month. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones a month." After hearing what Li Xiang said, Fu Donghai's legs softened and he almost knelt down. Young master is really rich. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. This is so good that he would be willing to work like a slave for the young master, not to mention being a sedan bearer. Oh my God, 3,000 spirit stones a month, 30 middle-grade spirit stones. Even the branch leader of Liming Peak doesn't get that many spirit stones from the sect every month, right? Young master, how many spirit stones do you have? His family doesn't really have a mine, does it? But even if his family has a mine and a spirit vein, it's impossible for them to be so extravagant as to hire a sedan bearer and offer 3,000 low-grade spirit stones a month as salary, right? No matter how many spirit stones you have, you can't waste them like this, right? Seeing Fu Donghai standing there stupidly without moving, Li Xiang glanced at him and said, "Why don't you go? Young master, you just said, how much is your monthly salary?" "Well, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, what's wrong?" "Young master, it's too much. This is too much. Why would you need 3,000 spirit stones to hire a sedan bearer?" Li Xiang was slightly stunned, looked at Fu Donghai and said, "Then how much do you think is appropriate?" 30 spirit stones, it's more than enough." "Okay, then you go." Li Xiang pursed his lips and immediately lay down on the grass again. Fu Donghai responded with a yes, then turned around and walked towards the 12 or 20 low-level cultivators who were still fighting for a few pills. When he walked not far behind the 12 or 20 low-level cultivators, Fu Donghai coughed dryly. He coughed dryly, and the sound was very low, so few people heard it. But the monks who heard the sound of his dry cough turned their heads and looked at him. Their faces suddenly changed in fear. They turned around and lowered their heads, looking submissive. Then, the other monks all reacted. After turning back and seeing that it was the little follower of the super-rich monk who used the Xuanyan Divine Thunder and the 5 Thunder Talisman to directly smash a late Jindan monk to death and scared away a mid-Jindan monk, they were all scared and dared not even breathe. "Are you kidding? You have to look at the owner when you beat the dog. What's more, he is the little follower of the super-rich monk who directly used the Xuanyan Divine Thunder and the 5 Thunder Talisman to smash people. Even if he doesn't have the slightest spiritual power, so what? He may have dozens or hundreds of 5 Thunder Talismans or other high-quality spiritual talismans on him. Before, at the market, it was this little follower of the rich monk who used the 5 Thunder Talisman to thunder Lu Xuwen, the eldest son of Lu Jiazhuang, so that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. They don't want to end up like Lu Xuwen." After a dry cough, seeing that the 12 or 20 cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation building stages, and even the cultivators in the late foundation building stage, all bowed their heads and eyebrows, and bowed their heads and listened obediently, Fu Donghai couldn't help but feel a little bit proud. So what if I am a little cultivator in the stage of drawing Qi into the body? So what if I am a kitchen helper in the back kitchen? In front of me, don't these cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation building stages still have to bow their heads and listen, as obedient and docile as little lambs, and don't even dare to breathe? Damn it, the times have changed. Following the right person is much better than practicing hard and diligently. After looking at everyone with satisfaction, Fu Donghai said, "Well, my young master is short of 2 sedan bearers. Does anyone want to do it?" After hearing what Fu Donghai said, everyone was stunned for a moment, but no one was willing to stand up. "Are you kidding? It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. We are all immortals, pursuing immortality and eternal life. Who is willing to be a sedan bearer and a lowly servant?" Fu Donghai glanced at everyone. This result was obviously within his expectations. Then, Fu Donghai's mouth curled up slightly, and he added, "The young master said that anyone who is willing to do it will pay 30 low-grade spirit stones a month." As soon as the words of 30 low-grade spirit stones came out, it was like a small stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Chapter 18. Are you Nicholas Jiaoxi? Yes, yes, I am willing. Brother, use me. Brother, use me. I can attack or defend. I can fold quilts and warm the bed. Use me. Brother, I can wash clothes and cook, spin yarn and weave cloth. I can work in the hall and in the kitchen. One is worth two. It's right to use me. For a moment, the dozen or 20 qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators who were originally reserved and arrogant all surrounded him, talking to Fu Donghai, making Fu Donghai's ears buzzing and feeling a little dizzy. Shut up! Shut up! At this moment, a voice exploded on the spot, drowning out the voices of everyone else. The dozen or 20 qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators all shut their mouths immediately, turned their heads and saw a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment period, who was only one step away from the golden core period. Although the Jindan stage was not good enough in front of that rich man, but in front of these low-level cultivators, the quasi-Jindan stage cultivator at the peak of the late foundation building period was definitely one of the best masters. For a moment, all the other cultivators dared not speak. After a word that stunned all the other cultivators, the cultivator at the peak of the late foundation building period, as if changing his face, put on a smiling face, stepped forward, and almost nodded and said to Fu Donghai, "My younger brother Hao Kongman, may I ask what your name is, senior brother?" In the Qinzaiwan, Fu Donghai was basically a nobody. Any cultivator at the qi refining stage could boss him around. Only in front of those new disciples who had just entered the sect could Fu Donghai be called senior brother. And being called senior brother by a quasi-Jindan stage cultivator at the peak of the late foundation building period was the first time. I have to say, it feels so good to be a senior brother, especially a senior brother in the quasi-Jindan period. After secretly feeling happy, Fu Donghai said with his head held high, "Fu Donghai, as blessed as the Fu in Donghai, as blessed as the Dong in Donghai, as blessed as Donghai." Before Fu Donghai finished speaking, Hao Kongman gave him a thumbs up and praised. Good name. Senior brother is indeed a good name." "Of course, senior brother, I have always been very wise," Fu Donghai said, wiping his hair proudly. Before he finished speaking, Fu Donghai felt that Hao Kongman had handed him something in private. He looked down and saw that it was a low-grade spirit stone. He was stunned again. "Brother, this is just a small token of my respect, but I hope you will accept it. As long as you are willing to say a few good words for me in front of the young master, I will pay you tribute every month in the future." Fu Donghai glanced at Hao Kongman and said with a smile, "Your name is not bad, Hao Kongman. You are really smart." "I'm sorry to make you laugh, brother," Hao Kongman said with a nod. Before he finished speaking, Fu Donghai's face suddenly turned serious, and he said in a cold voice, "It's a pity that you used your cleverness in the wrong place. Who do you think I, Fu Donghai, am? You want to bribe me with just a low-grade spirit stone? You want me to do something that will let the young master down? Bah! No way." As he spoke, Fu Donghai's line of sight passed directly over Hao Kongman, turned his head and pointed at the two early qi training disciples behind Hao Kongman, and said, "You and you, what's your name?" The two early qi training disciples can be said to have just entered the door. No, to be precise, they haven't even entered the door. The cultivation level of the foundation building stage can barely be regarded as the entry level of cultivation. As for the qi refining stage, it can only be said that they have seen the door to cultivation, right? Seeing that Fu Donghai had chosen them, the two disciples who were in the early stage of qi training were overjoyed. They hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I am Zhang Xiaoxi, and I am honored to meet senior brother Fu." "Well, Zhang San and Jiaoxi, good names. You two will be chosen. Follow me." With that, Fu Donghai turned and left. Zhang San and Jiaoxi were stunned for a moment, then came to their senses and followed him with joy. The other low-level cultivators around couldn't help but look at Zhang San and Jiaoxi with envy, even jealousy. Only Hao Kongman stood there, staring at Fu Donghai's back. His eyes were gloomy, and the expression on his face was uncertain and kept changing. Seeing Zhang San and Jiaoxi being led by Fu Donghai towards the super-rich cultivator, one of the dozen or so low-level cultivators gritted his teeth and actually followed him. The super-rich cultivator actually hired 2 sedan bearers. Maybe he also needs a gardener? Well, it's okay to be a handyman. If you don't try your luck, you will always feel unwilling. Someone took the lead, and the others immediately followed and walked towards Xiang, even including Hao Kongman. 30 low-grade spirit stones a month. This is much more generous than the master. Ordinary low-level cultivators like them can only get one spiritual stone for cultivation from the master every month in the chi refining stage, and only 2 spiritual stones in the foundation establishment stage. Only the brothers who are at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage and are preparing to impact the golden core stage can get 3 spiritual stones from the master every month. If the impact fails and fails to condense into a golden core, they will have to work hard for the master for a few years, or even 10 or 8 years, to repay the 3 spiritual stones provided by the master every month. And that rich cultivator, hiring a sedan bearer, can get 30 spiritual stones a month. Moreover, being a sedan bearer is much easier than working hard for the master, mining as a miner, or killing monsters to obtain monster pills. High pay, little work. Who wouldn't want to do such a job? Even if you don't work as a sedan bearer, you can work as a handyman, and you don't have to pay 30 yuan a month. You can get 10 or 8 yuan of spiritual stones a month. For these low-level monks, it's a pie in the sky. Before they reached Xiang, and they were still 20 or 30 feet away from him, the monks heard Fu Donghai bowing and saying to Xiang, "Master, these 2 people are called Zhang San and Zhao Si. I think they are honest people, so I brought them to you. Can you take a look?" "Zhao Si? Nicholas Zhao Si?" Xiang was slightly stunned and suddenly stared at Zhao Si with wide eyes. "Master, is there anything wrong with me?" Zhao Si felt a little uneasy when Xiang looked at him and asked in a low voice. Xiang came back to his senses, looked at Zhao Si and blurted out, "Are you Nicholas Zhao Si?" What, master, what did you say? I didn't understand." Zhao Si didn't understand at all and asked back in confusion. Xiang shook his head slightly and said, "Nothing. I thought I met an acquaintance, but it turned out not to be. By the way, is Zhao Si your real name?" "Master, I don't have a real name. I am the 4th child in my family. My family has called me like this since I was a child. Over time, became my name." Xiang nodded in realization, looked at Zhao Si, then looked at Zhang San and murmured, "Zhang San Zhao Si, Zhang Long Zhao Hu. Well, from now on you will follow me, and I will change your names. Zhang San Zhao Si, from now on these will be your nicknames. From now on you will be called Zhang Long and you will be called Zhao Hu. Well, we just need Wang Chao and Ma Han to complete it." After hearing what Xiang said, although Zhang San and Zhao Si didn't know who Wang Chao and Ma Han were, and why they just needed Wang Chao and Ma Han to complete it, they knelt on the ground almost at the same time, saluted to Xiang and said, "Zhang Long Zhao Hu, thank you for the name, master." "Well, get up. By the way, Afu just told you about the salary and benefits, right?" Zhang San and Zhao Si nodded hurriedly. Before they could reply, they heard Xiang say again, "You will be sedan bearers for this young master, 30 yuan a day, 900 yuan a month. If you do a good job and this young master is satisfied, I will give you another 100 yuan performance bonus. 1,000 yuan a month? Are you willing?" Chapter 19, Accepting the Reward Storage Bag from My Younger Brother for a Month. 1,000 yuan? Zhang San and Zhao Si's eyes widened immediately, their legs softened, and they knelt directly in front of Xiang. The same was true for Fu Donghai, who was standing beside him. After hearing what Xiang said, his legs could not help but soften, and he almost knelt down with him. This young master of his family is really... Fu Donghai didn't know what to say to Xiang. All he could say was that he really didn't understand the world of the rich. How rich and wealthy is this young master of his family? When the dozen or so low-level cultivators, including Hao Kongmin, who were following Zhang San and Zhao Si from a distance, heard Xiang's words, 1,000 yuan a month, they behaved almost exactly like Zhang San and Zhao Si. Their legs softened and they knelt down directly. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. This can catch up with the monthly expenses of a medium-sized sect. Even in Lingxiao sect, only cultivators at the peak of the late foundation building stage can get 3 low-grade spirit stones a month for cultivation. And this gentleman, he spent 1,000 low-grade spirit stones at once. That is the monthly salary of more than 330 cultivators at the peak of the late foundation building stage. And the cultivators at the peak of the late foundation building stage belong to the quasi-Jindan stage cultivators. Even if some cultivators fail to successfully advance to the Jindan stage, at least half of the cultivators can successfully advance. Half of the cultivators, that is more than 100 Jindan stage cultivators. In other words, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones are enough to train more than 100 Jindan stage cultivators, or to establish a medium-strength sect with more than 100 Jindan stage cultivators. How rich must one be to dare to offer such a high salary? It must be fake. How can an ordinary person be so rich and have so many spirit stones? Even if he is the head of the world's largest sect, who has countless spirit veins and mines, he absolutely cannot and dare not spend money like this. Spirit stones are extremely precious cultivation resources. Who dares to spend them like this? It must be fake. However, at this moment, Xiang flipped his wrist and 2 more storage bags appeared in his hand. He threw them in front of Zhang San and Zhao Si and said, "In these 2 storage bags there are 1,000 spirit stones, a bottle of soul-recovering pills, a bottle of quick-acting soul-replenishing pills, a substitute puppet, 10 5-thunder talismans, a black ice sword, and a set of black iron armor. Consider it your first month's salary as long as you follow me and work hard. I will never treat you unfairly." After hearing what Xiang said, Zhang San and Zhao Si were stunned again, and then they happily grabbed the storage bags and couldn't wait to open them and take a look. After just one look, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they instantly widened their mouths, and even their chins couldn't close. Immediately, Zhao Si suddenly came back to his senses, sealed the storage bag, put it close to his body, and kowtowed to Xiang, saying, "Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. Young master, don't worry, I will do my best to lead the horse and fall the stirrups for you, and serve you like a dog and a horse." Zhang San also reacted suddenly, put away the storage bag, and kowtowed to Xiang, saying, I am the same, I will also do my best to serve you." Seeing the performance of Zhang San and Zhao Si, the dozen or 20 low-level cultivators were stunned again. Could it be that the rich man was really that rich? He actually rewarded Zhang San and Zhao Si with 1,000 spirit stones? No, what he rewarded Zhang San and Zhao Si was far more than 1,000 spirit stones. There were also elixirs, flying swords, and armor. The most important thing was that there was also a substitute puppet. This is like giving Zhang San and Zhao Si a life for free, giving them another chance to survive. Now no one doubted that the super-rich monk was lying, because he threw 2 storage bags to Zhang San and Zhao Si. Storage bags, space-type magic weapons. The monk's portable warehouse. This is a good treasure that money can't buy. However, the super-rich monk just threw out 2 and casually rewarded the 2 palanquin bearers, who had just become his disciples and had not done anything yet. The first cultivator who reacted was in the early stage of foundation building. He didn't care whether he was afraid or not. He ran forward and rushed to Xiang. He knelt on the ground, kowtowed and said, Master, please accept me, please accept me. I can wash clothes and cook, make beds and fold quilts. I can be a top or a bottom. I can be salty or sweet. As long as the master is willing, let me do anything. After hearing the words of the cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, Xiang's eyes widened. Damn, I don't want to do chickens. Before a thought was finished, Xiang's mind ding sounded again, and the system's synthesized sound came. Ding! The master-servant task conditions are met, and the master-servant task subsystem is being activated. The master-servant task subsystem is activated successfully. The first master-servant task is currently open. Accept 50 younger brothers. Task reward, initial chi refining cultivation. Task failure, obliterate the host's soul. Hearing the synthesized voice of the system and seeing the eye-catching red flashing words, erase the host's soul on the system interface. In his mind, Xiang couldn't help but widen his eyes again. Damn, the mission failed, and my soul will be erased? Soul, obviously the spirit. If the soul is erased, won't I become a living dead? No, that's not right. If the soul is erased, the soul will be directly scattered and annihilated into ashes. Damn, collect younger brothers, collect younger brothers. I will collect younger brothers immediately. Thinking of this, Xiang glanced at the task progress behind the system, 350s. Damn, only 3 younger brothers? Yes, these 3 younger brothers, aren't they Fu Donghai, Zhang San, and Zhao Si? 50, there are still 47 to go. Thinking of this, Xiang suddenly came back to his senses, shook his head, looked at the cultivator in the early stage of foundation building who was kneeling in front of him and asked, What's your name? Master, I only have a nickname, Wang Wu. I beg you to give me a name. Well, Wang Wu, that's fine. Then you can be called Wang Chao. Xiang nodded slightly and said, From now on, you will follow me. Go report to Steward Fu. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Wang Wu said with many thanks, got up from the ground, walked a few steps to Fu Donghai, saluted and said, Standard Fu, please take care of me in the future. Fu Donghai glanced at him, then turned his head again, took a step forward, bowed to Xiang, and was about to open his mouth to persuade the young master a few more words, but Xiang opened his mouth and said, Is there anyone with the surname Ma among you? Yes. Master, my surname is Ma. My surname is Ma. Master, my last name is Ma too. My last name is Ma too. The dozen or so low-level monks who had been stunned suddenly came to their senses like a toy that had been turned on, and rushed forward to Xiang. Don't worry, take your time. What's your name? Master, my last name is Ma, and my name is Ma Liu. Okay, from now on, you'll be called Ma Han. Go report to Manager Fu. Master, my last name is also Ma. My last name is also Ma. Okay, let's go to Manager Fu. Chapter 20, Brother Shimin. How about we run away? It only took about a quarter of an hour for Fu Donghai to register everyone's names. Including Hao Kongmin, there were a total of 23 people. Among them, there were 11 cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, and the one with the highest cultivation was Hao Kongmin, who was at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage and only one step away from the golden core stage, which could be considered a quasi-golden core stage. After registering the list, Fu Donghai brought it to Li Xiang, handed the list to Li Xiang and whispered to Li Xiang, "Master, it's all registered. A total of 23. Li Xiang took the roster and looked through them one by one while checking the progress of the task in his mind. But strangely, the progress of the task was still 350s, and it had not increased to more than 20. Li Xiang frowned slightly. Could it be because he had not rewarded them yet? Just as he was thinking, Fu Donghai lightly pointed at Hao Kongmin's name and said, "Master, this person has some bad intentions. Why don't you accept him?" Li Xiang was slightly stunned, looked up at Fu Donghai and said, "Afu, how do you know he has bad intentions?" Just now, he wanted to bribe Afu privately in order to stay with the young master. So? Fu Donghai said with some stuttering. "So you think he has bad intentions?" After hearing what Fu Donghai said, Li Xiang couldn't help laughing. Bribing the interviewer, what's so strange about that? In the previous life, there were so many such things. Even in order to win an order from a certain company, giving a certain amount of rebates to the company's purchasing and finance departments, such things have almost become an open secret and an unspoken rule in the industry. What's so strange about it? As he said, Li Xiang glanced at Hao Kongmin again and said, "I think he is not bad, and his name is good too. Hao Kongmin is so smart. He should be a smart person who knows what to do and what not to do. At worst, you can just keep an eye on him more in the future." After hearing what Li Xiang said, Fu Donghai could not help but glance at Hao Kongmin again, wanting to persuade the young master a few more words. But since the young master had spoken, Fu Donghai naturally could not say anything more. However, what Fu Donghai did not know was that although the voices of him and Li Xiang were very low, Hao Kongmin still heard every word without missing a word. After all, he was a quasi-Jindan cultivator at the peak of the late foundation building period, and his various senses were naturally much more sensitive than other cultivators. After hearing what Li Xiang and Fu Donghai said, there was no change in Hao Kongmin's expression on his face. He lowered his head, but a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. "If there is a chance, I must teach this dog named Fu a lesson. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will almost lose his weight. He even dares to offend a quasi-Jindan cultivator at the peak of the late foundation building period. It's really unreasonable." Li Xiang didn't know what Hao Kongmin was thinking. He glanced at everyone and said, "Come here, all of you." 23 low-level monks came over together, and under the command of Fu Donghai, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, they lined up in 4 rows and stood neatly in front of Li Xiang. Li Xiang flipped his hand, and there were already 23 more storage bags in his hand. The contents of each storage bag were the same as the storage bag given to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu before. 1,000 spirit stones, 2 bottles of elixir, a substitute puppet, 10 5-thunder talismans, a black ice sword, and a black iron armor. This was the meeting gift from Li Xiang. 1 for each person. Pass it out. Li Xiang looked at Fu Donghai and said, "Yes, young master." Fu Donghai took the storage bag and gave some to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. The 3 of them distributed the storage bags together. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." After getting the storage bags, those low-level monks knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Xiang to express their gratitude. Li Xiang nodded slightly while looking at the system interface that appeared in his mind. On the task progress bar, the number was constantly increasing from 3 to 4, then 5, 6. When Fu Donghai, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu finished distributing the storage bags, the system task progress had reached 2650. There are only the last 24 left to complete the task. Li Xiang nodded with satisfaction. At this speed, he should be able to complete the task of recruiting younger brothers tomorrow, right? "Young master, it's getting late. Why don't we rest at the foot of the mountain tonight and go back to the mountain gate early tomorrow morning?" After distributing the storage bags, Fu Donghai walked to Li Xiang again and said in a low voice. Li Xiang glanced at the setting sun, nodded slightly, and said, "Okay, let's rest here. By the way, go get some delicious food. I had some snacks at the market at noon, and I've been hungry for a long time." "Yes, young master. Afu will get it right away." Fu Donghai hurriedly bowed and responded, then stood up and walked to the 20 or so low-level monks, pointed at 2 or 3 people and said, "You guys, go to the market right away and buy some chicken, duck, fish, and other high-quality ingredients. By the way, when you come back, remember to get a sedan chair. The young master will need it when he goes up the mountain tomorrow." "Yes, butler." The monks hurriedly bowed and responded, and with a leap, they flew towards the direction of the market. Then Fu Donghai pointed at a few monks and said, "You guys, go to the other side of the mountain and get some game. It doesn't matter if it's flying in the sky or running on the ground. And you guys, go pick up some firewood. By the way, the few of you who are in the middle stage of foundation building are responsible for vigilance. Don't let the scoundrels disturb the young master's rest. Do you understand? Understood. The cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, who were named by Fu Donghai, bowed in response, and then they flashed and flew around, standing guard. In the end, only Hao Kongmin was left among the 20 or so low-level cultivators. Glancing at Hao Kongmin, Fu Donghai hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Forget it. You should also go and hunt some game." "Yes, butler." Hao Kongmin bowed in response, and was about to turn around and leave, but Fu Donghai stopped him again. "Wait, I remember there is a small pond 50 miles north of here, with wild sea bass in it. The young master likes to eat osmanthus sea bass. You can go and catch some wild sea bass." Hao Kongmin was slightly stunned, then bowed and responded, "Okay, butler, I'll go now." After speaking, Hao Kongmin's figure flashed, and he flew towards the north. Just after flying to the north for a while, about 7 or 8 miles, Hao Kongmin saw 2 cultivators in the early stage of foundation building in front of him, picking up firewood and chatting on the mountain. Just now, Hao Kongmin heard the 2 cultivators introduce themselves and knew that one was called Wu Da and the other was called Siemens. Hao Kongmin slowed down his pace and pricked up his ears to listen. But he heard Siemens whispered, "Brother Wu, why don't we run?" "Run?" After hearing what Siemens said, Wu Da was slightly stunned and then said, "Why should we run? We are rich now with 1,000 spirit stones, flying swords, armor, and substitute puppets. Where to run? Can't we live a carefree life for 10 or 20 years? With so many spirit stones we can cultivate to the golden core stage or even the nascent soul stage. Why should we let a green boy like him serve as a servant? Why don't we run away and live a carefree and comfortable life?" Chapter 21. Robbery and Killing. After hearing what Siemens said, Wu Da had not had time to answer, but Hao Kongmin, who was hiding and eavesdropping, could not help but feel a slight movement in his heart. He already had a storage bag, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, a substitute puppet, a flying sword, and a set of armor. If he killed Wu Da and Siemens, then he killed 2, and he would have 2 more storage bags and 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Kill 4, and that would be 4 storage bags. Kill the remaining 22, wouldn't he have 23 storage bags in his hand? And he would also have 23,000 low-grade spirit stones, 23 substitute puppets, and 235 thunder talismans. In addition, there would be flying swords, armor, and elixirs, and so on and so forth. This would be such a huge fortune. With these things, wouldn't it be easy for him to break through to the golden core stage? Even in the hundreds of years after entering the golden core stage, there is no need to worry about spirit stones and elixirs. He can find a place with picturesque scenery, singing birds and fragrant flowers, practice in peace and quiet, and strive to impact the nascent soul stage. In time, he can also break through to the nascent soul stage, or even the out-of-body stage. Thinking of these possibilities, Hao Kongmin was so excited that his whole body trembled. Looking at the 2 cultivators in the early stage of foundation building who were close at hand, a trace of eagerness flashed in his eyes. Money moves the heart. A trace of greed flashed in Hao Kongmin's eyes, and with a thought, the Xuanbing flying sword instantly appeared in front of Hao Kongmin. Immediately, Hao Kongmin pinched the sword formula with his hand and pointed it at Siemens. The Xuanbing flying sword was as fast as lightning and instantly flew towards Siemens. "Brother Shimen, be careful!" Wu Da shouted urgently, reminding Siemens. But he was still a step too late. The black ice flying sword instantly pierced through Siemens' chest and then flew out from his back, giving Siemens a chill. Siemens also had a substitute puppet, but the substitute puppet was still in the storage bag. Siemens was reluctant to take out such a precious thing. As a result, because of his reluctance, he was pierced through by the black ice flying sword. He didn't even have time to hum before he died. Siemens fell to the ground instantly, and Wu Da, in this short moment, took out the substitute puppet and black iron armor from the storage bag. Without thinking, Wu Da put on the black iron armor, held the substitute puppet tightly with one hand, and then looked around vigilantly. Just now the flying sword flew out from somewhere behind him, but Wu Da looked in that direction and found nothing. Seeing this, Hao Kongmin, who was hiding in the dark, frowned slightly. With an idea, he rushed out from his hiding place and shouted, "What's wrong? It's you?" Wu Da saw Hao Kongmin frown slightly and said, "Why are you here?" Manager Fu asked me to go to the river in the north to catch some wild sea bass and make osmanthus sea bass for the young master. I just happened to pass by here and heard you tell someone to be careful." After saying that, Hao Kongmin suddenly seemed to find Siemens lying dead on the ground and said, "What happened to him?" As he said that, Hao Kongmin rushed forward a few steps, squatted down, and pretended to check on Siemens' physical condition. Seeing this, Wu relaxed his guard a little, followed him forward, and said sadly, "Brother Shiman, someone has ambushed me." Before he finished speaking, Hao Kongman turned his wrist, and a dagger appeared in his hand. It was his original flying sword, the Yuchang sword. With a flash of sword light, the Yuchang sword instantly stabbed into Wu Da's neck. "It's you!" Wu Da's body flashed with white light, and he said with his mouth open. His neck was pierced instantly, and then his neck was wiped off by Hao Kongman. But the next moment, Wu Da's body flashed with white light again, and then, less than 10 feet away from Hao Kongman, a illusory shadow instantly became solid, and then turned into another Wu Da, standing there. "It's you! It turns out to be you!" Wu Da, who had just been resurrected by using a surrogate puppet, had a flash of anger in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the Xuanbing flying sword instantly appeared in front of him, and then turned into a sword light and flew towards Hao Kongman. Hao Kongman's eyes turned cold, and with a thought, he also summoned the Xuanbing flying sword and stabbed it towards Wu Da, while he himself held the Yuchang sword in his hand and swung it in front of him. The Yuchang sword and Wu Da's Xuanbing flying sword collided with each other instantly, making a crisp bang sound, and the Xuanbing flying sword was instantly knocked out. The peak of the late foundation building period and the early foundation building period, although both are in the foundation building period, the gap in cultivation is almost a world of difference. The Yuchang sword is a lower-grade magic weapon of the heavenly rank that is one level higher than the Xuanbing flying sword. It is not surprising that the Xuanbing flying sword was knocked away or even directly broken with one blow. After knocking the Xuanbing flying sword away with one blow, Hao Kongman immediately raised his hand, and the Yuchang sword in his hand flew out like a meteor. Puff! With a light sound, it pierced directly into Wu Da's throat. Wu Da's eyes widened immediately, and he covered his neck with both hands. He was carried backwards by the Yuchang sword for dozens of feet before he hit a big tree and bounced to the ground. Wu Da couldn't close his eyes until his death. It's a pity that there is one less puppet to die with. Hao Kongman secretly sighed, walked forward, collected the storage bag on Siemens, and looted all the valuables on Siemens. Then, Hao Kongman flicked his finger and a little spiritual fire shot out from his finger and landed on Siemens. In an instant, Siemens' body was surrounded and a raging fire was ignited. Afterwards, Hao Kongman walked to Wu Da's body again, searched out the storage bag and other valuables on his body, and then used another little spiritual fire to directly burn Wu Da's body into ashes, completely destroying the body. Looking at the bodies of Siemens and Wu Da, which were only 2 ashes left, Hao Kongman's mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered silently. Then he slowly closed his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness instantly spread out in all directions. In an instant, Hao Kongman's spiritual consciousness had already seen every blade of grass and every move within a dozen miles around him. Not far ahead, only about 7 or 8 miles away, there were 3 more cultivators, but they were all young cultivators in the Qi refining stage, not worth mentioning at all. However, they also had a storage bag on them. In the bag there were also spirit stones and substitute puppets. After sensing the location of the 3 young cultivators in the Qi refining stage, Hao Kongman instantly opened his eyes, his mouth curled up slightly, sneered, and with a flick of his body, he flew towards the 3 young cultivators in the Qi refining stage. Chapter 22. Functional machines in this world. On the grass of a small hill, Xiang was lying on the grass comfortably, looking at the blue sky and white clouds above his head. His heart flew to who knows where. Suddenly, there was a ding sound in his mind, and then the system prompt sound came. Ding! The younger brother was killed. The number of younger brothers, 1. Ding! The younger brother was killed. The number of younger brothers, 1. Xiang was slightly stunned, and then he sat up suddenly. What's going on? My younger brother was killed. Fuck! It's a pitfall. I still have to complete the task. Who is deliberately pitting me? His face suddenly changed, and Xiang shouted, Afu! Master, what's wrong? Fu Donghai heard Xiang's call and hurried over. Quick, call everyone back. And you, everyone, take out the scapegoat puppets and hold them in your hands. Quick, be careful of the enemy's sneak attack, Xiang said in a hurry while he kept taking out surrogate puppets. In the blink of an eye, Xiang had more than a dozen surrogate puppets in his hands and body. Enemy? Fu Donghai was startled and hurriedly took out a surrogate puppet from the storage bag, held it tightly in his hand, and then turned his head to look around. Several cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, who were responsible for vigilance, also took out surrogate puppets, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the rich young master who killed cultivators in the late stage of Jindan as easily as killing chickens and dogs looked like a big enemy was coming, let alone them, the little shrimps. Didn't you see that the rich young master took out more than a dozen surrogate puppets in one go? Young master, can you give me another surrogate puppet? Fu Donghai said with some fear and trepidation. The young master took out more than a dozen surrogate puppets in one breath. How powerful must the enemy be? With a flip of his wrist, Li Xiang took out another dozen surrogate puppets, stuffed them into Fu Donghai's body, and said, "Take them and share some with others. Also, notify the others immediately and come back quickly, so as not to be defeated by the enemy one by one." After Fu Donghai got the surrogate puppets, he felt a little more at ease. One more surrogate puppet means one more chance of survival. While distributing the surrogate puppets, Fu Donghai said, "Young master, some went to the market, some went to the other side of the mountain to collect firewood and hunt game. The nearest ones are several miles away, so there is no way to notify them." After saying that, he paused for a moment, and Fu Donghai said, "It would be great if there was a Lingxi talisman. Even if they were hundreds or thousands of miles apart, they could still communicate." Speaking of this, Fu Donghai couldn't help but chuckled again and said, "It's a pity that the Lingxi talisman is extremely rare. Even our eldest brother Zhou Yihu, the senior brother in the Qinzaiwan, may not have one in his hand." Lingxi talisman? Li Xiang was slightly stunned. "I think I have this thing, young master." After checking the things he copied, especially the storage bags and storage rings, Li Xiang saw a Lingxi talisman from the storage ring of Yu Jinghai, the late Jindan cultivator he had killed before. Li Xiang copied 200 copies directly from Yu Jinghai. There is a Lingxi talisman in a storage ring, and 200 copies means 200 Lingxi talismans. The spiritual consciousness stared at the Lingxi talisman for a second, and the introduction of the Lingxi talisman instantly appeared on the system interface. Lingxi talisman, a top-grade spiritual talisman with instant communication function. How to use: engrave a special spiritual power symbol, and you can communicate with the Lingxi talisman engraved with the same spiritual power symbol. Communication distance, within 50,000 miles. Number of communication spiritual power symbols, 520. Communication time, 1 hour. Current available time, 4/4 of an hour. When he saw the available time, Li Xiang couldn't help but be stunned again. Oh my god, why is there only 4/4 of an hour? Yes, this Lingxi talisman was copied from Yu Jinghai. Yu Jinghai used some of it, so there is only 4/4 of an hour of communication time left. Communication time, gosh, why does it feel like a mobile phone? If it is made into a mobile phone case, gosh, isn't this his mobile phone? And his phone is an old phone. The Lingxi talisman is the phone card of this old phone. With a thought, Li Xiang turned his wrist, and there were more than 20 Lingxi talismans on his hand. According to the use of the Lingxi talisman given by the system, Li Xiang rubbed his fingers on the Lingxi talisman and erased the 5 spiritual power symbols left by Yu Jinghai. With a slight thought, Li Xiang engraved his own spiritual power symbol on the Lingxi talisman. Well, it is a string of Arabic numerals, which is also Li Xiang's previous phone number, starting with 137, a total of 11 digits, involving 8 of the 10 Arabic numerals, which is also quite complicated. After Fu Donghai distributed the Lingxi talisman with the spiritual power symbol engraved on it, Li Xiangkai said, "This is the Lingxi talisman, which has been engraved with this young master's exclusive spiritual power symbol." Lingxi talisman. It was actually a Lingxi talisman. The young master actually gave each of them a Lingxi talisman. Isn't this too generous? This Lingxi talisman, like the 5 Thunder talisman, is a top-grade spiritual talisman, but its nature and function are completely different from the 5 Thunder talisman. The hearts are connected. As long as the Lingxi talisman is in hand, even if there are thousands of mountains and rivers, thousands of miles away, you can communicate and contact and even express your feelings. The market price of this Lingxi talisman is even higher than that of the 5 Thunder talisman. The 5 Thunder talisman only costs 20 low-grade spiritual stones, while the Lingxi talisman costs 50 low-grade spiritual stones. And it is also out of stock. Even if you have spiritual stones, you may not be able to buy it. While everyone was excited with the Lingxi talisman, Li Xiang took out the 4 treasures of the study from a storage bag. He bought them when he was buying furniture and daily necessities in the market. After writing down his mobile phone number on the rice paper, Li Xiang asked Fu Donghai to distribute them and said, "What is written on it is this young master's exclusive spiritual power symbol. In the future, if you encounter any problems, you can directly contact this young master through this spiritual power symbol. However, the communication time is only 4/4 of an hour. Remember to use it sparingly. However, as long as you work hard and listen to this young master, I will give you a Lingxi talisman every month in the future." After hearing what Li Xiang said, the low-level cultivators, including Fu Donghai, were all stunned for a moment, and then they were ecstatic again, shouting to Li Xiang, "Thank you, young master! Thank you, young master!" Li Xiang looked at the low-level cultivators with satisfaction, but in his mind, the system prompt sound almost never stopped. In just such a short time, Several of my brothers were assassinated. Glancing at the task progress bar, the number of my brothers has been reduced to 13. In addition to the steward in front of me and the 6 guards, there are only 6 left outside. Fuck, who on earth would actually pick on my brothers? If you have the guts, come and challenge me. I promise to use the Xuanyan Divine Thunder and blow them up so badly that even their mothers won't recognize them. Li Xiang cursed in his heart. Chapter 23, another run. It was already dark when Hao Kongman flew back to the hillside with 2 wild sea bass. Before he flew to Li Xiang, Hao Kongman had already discovered that the remaining 6 cultivators in the qi refining and foundation establishment stages, including that fat guy Fu Donghai, were all crowded around Li Xiang, no more than 10 feet away, looking like they were facing a great enemy. Seeing this, Hao Kongman could not help but frown slightly, and then he flew over as if nothing had happened. When he got close to Li Xiang, he stopped, bowed and said, "Master, I'm back." Li Xiang glanced at Hao Kongman and didn't say much, but Fu Donghai frowned slightly and said, "Why are you back? Where are the others?" Hao Kongman pretended to be at a loss and said, I don't know. Manager, didn't you ask me to go fishing without the others? Why, haven't the others come back yet? After hearing what Hao Kongman said, Fu Donghai was stunned for a moment, but Li Xiang's eyes shrank slightly. Now he only has 8 brothers left. In addition to Fu Donghai and the other 6 who were on guard, the only one who was sent out and came back was Hao Kongman. And the enemy hiding in the dark has never shown up. Logically speaking, if the enemy was coming for him, he would definitely attack Fu Donghai and the 6 guards around him, or even assassinate him directly. But now, the enemy did not attack Fu Donghai, Jiang Long, Zhao Hu, and others, but the outside brothers all suffered. What do those outside brothers have on them? In other words, what do these low-level cultivators in the qi refining and foundation building stages have on them that will attract the covetousness of others and even bring them a fatal disaster? What else can they have besides the storage bag on them? Obviously, the enemy hiding in the dark is not coming for him, but for the storage bags on the brothers he just collected. In that storage bag, there are 1,000 spirit stones, as well as a substitute puppet, a 5 thunder talisman, a flying sword armor, and so on. These things are all good things for cultivators. Killing and robbing, isn't that a common thing in the world of cultivation? But the question is, how do others know that these brothers have storage bags and valuables in them? Obviously, the perpetrator is an acquaintance, and it must be one of the brothers he just recruited. Among the brothers sent out, only Hao Kongman came back. Who committed the crime? Do we still need to guess? His eyes shrank slightly, and as soon as his mind moved, Li Xiang had already grasped a Xuanyan Divine Thunder in his hand. Hao Kongman didn't know that Li Xiang already knew that the other brothers were dead, and he was the only one left alive. Hao Kongman actually knew that if he was the only one who came back from the people sent out, it would inevitably arouse Li Xiang's suspicion. Especially that fat guy. He didn't like him before, and he would probably take the opportunity to say bad things about him in front of Li Xiang. However, in Hao Kongman's opinion, even if the others did not come back, Li Xiang would probably only guess that those people either escaped or had an accident. And it is very likely that Li Xiang would send people out to look for them. By then, Hao Kongman could take the opportunity to plot against a few more people, or even kill the fat guy. By then, most of the people around Li Xiang would have died, and if he still stayed with him, he might even get praise and trust from Li Xiang. Therefore, in Hao Kongman's opinion, although it was a bit risky for him to run back, it was also a risk and opportunity. It was worth taking this risk. Holding the Xuanyan Divine Thunder in one hand and the substitute puppet in the other, Li Xiang felt a little relieved. He nodded slightly to Hao Kongman and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I remember your name is Hao Kongman, right?" "Yes, young master." "Well, give the perch to Manager Fu and go pick up some firewood." "Yes, young master." Hao Kongman did not doubt him, turned around and handed the perch to Fu Donghai, and then flew towards the grove in the distance. Just after flying less than 10 feet away, Li Xiang raised his hand, and a Xuanyan Divine Thunder flew out of his hand and flew towards Hao Kongman. Boom! A thunder exploded suddenly, and a white light flashed on Hao Kongman's body. His body stiffened and he fell straight to the ground. "Young master?" Fu Donghai, Jiang Long, Zhao Hu, and the other 6 people widened their eyes in surprise and looked at Li Xiang. "This man is the murderer. He killed Wu Da, Siemens, and others," Li Xiang said in a deep voice. "Is it him?" Jiang Long, Zhao Hu, and others turned their heads in surprise and looked at Hao Kongman. Fu Donghai on the side was also slightly stunned, and then he snorted coldly and said, "Master, I have said long ago that this man has evil intentions. Be careful." If it weren't for the fact that Master Ming saw Wan Li and noticed this man's wolfish ambitions and killed him, if he continued to stay by his side, he might have secretly killed you at any time. Okay, if you don't speak, No one will think you are dumb, Li Xiang said, a little unhappy. Fu Donghai had reminded him before that Hao Kongmin had evil intentions and wanted to bribe Fu Donghai in private in order to be able to stay by his side and earn a high salary. But at that time, Li Xiang was thinking about how to complete the task of recruiting younger brothers as soon as possible. One more person could complete the task earlier. Moreover, Li Xiang also felt that it was not a big deal to use the back door in private, and it had nothing to do with whether one's intentions were right or not, so he kept Hao Kongmin by his side. Unexpectedly, this left a disaster. He had finally received more than 20 younger brothers, but now there were only 7 of them, including Fu Donghai. I don't know when I can complete the 50 younger brothers. After scolding Fu Donghai, Li Xiang said to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, "You two, go and see if he is dead. If he is dead, take back the storage bag on him." "Yes, young master." Zhang Long and Zhao Hu responded hurriedly, walked forward and touched Hao Kongmin's body for a long time, but they didn't touch anything. When they were puzzled, the body on the ground flashed a white light and then turned into a cracked substitute puppet. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were shocked when they saw this. Zhang Long grabbed the surrogate puppet on the ground and ran back with Zhao Hu to Li Xiang. "Master, look!" Zhang Long handed the surrogate puppet to Li Xiang. Li Xiang reached out and picked up the surrogate puppet. His eyes narrowed slightly, and with a force, he directly crushed the broken and useless surrogate puppet into a pile of pieces. Damn it! He actually let the thief run away. Obviously, Hao Kongmin also had the 5 elements escape talisman on him, and he had been prepared. When Li Xiang used the Xuanyin Divine Thunder to kill him, the surrogate puppet blocked the fatal blow for him. But the 5 elements escape talisman can let him escape to heaven. Li Xiang is now almost helpless against the 5 elements escape talisman. The previous Taoist master Xuanzhen and the current Hao Kongmin both used the 5 elements escape talisman to escape. Chapter 24. There is a city 500 miles away. Hao Kongmin ran away, and Li Xiang's good mood was gone, and even his appetite was much smaller. Li Xiang only ate a few bites of 2 wild sea bass weighing 7 or 8 kilograms, and the rest was divided among Fu Donghai, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. Li Xiang took out a Hu bed bought at the market from his storage bag, lay on it, closed his eyes, called up the system panel, and began to organize the storage bags and storage rings he copied from Sun Liansheng, Yu Jinghai, and others. Li Xiang now has a lot of storage bags and storage rings. There are more than 1,000 storage bags and more than 200 storage rings. The storage space of the storage ring is much larger than that of the storage bag. Moreover, the things in the storage ring copied from Yu Jinghai are much more valuable than the storage bags copied from Sun Liansheng, Lu Xuan, and Fan Zizheng. The feature phone in the world of cultivation, Ling Shifu, was copied by Li Xiang from Yu Jinghai. There are 200 of them in total, and Li Xiang has used 8 of them just now. Li Xiang also engraved his own spiritual power symbol, phone number, on the remaining 192. When he needs to use it, he can just give one to the person. As long as he tells the other party the spiritual power symbol and asks the other party to follow suit and input his own spiritual power symbol on the Ling Shifu, he can make a long-distance call with himself. It is quite convenient to use. Well, except that he can't video chat, can't use WeChat, and can't use Douyin. This Ling Shifu is no different from Li Xiang's feature phone in his previous life. In Li Xiang's hands, Ling Shifu is only so useful. From Yu Jinghai's storage ring, Li Xiang also found the demon pill and scale armor of the 3rd-level demon beast, the 100 Flowers Python. The demon pill can be used to refine pills, and the scale armor can be used to refine armor. However, for Li Xiang, whether it was elixirs or armor, he had plenty of them, and he could not use them all. Naturally, he did not need to spend his time to refine any elixirs or armor. Whatever elixir or armor he wanted, Li Xiang only needed to go find a senior and get it. Then he could have as many as he wanted. With the copy system in hand, it was that easy to get anything he wanted. He sorted out the things in the storage ring and storage bag and put some of the more precious and consumable items, such as the Xuanyin Divine Thunder, the substitute puppet, the 5 Thunder Talisman, the Lingxi Talisman, etc., into the storage ring, ready to reward Fu Donghai and others tomorrow. After that, Li Xiang slowly fell asleep. In the morning, Li Xiang slowly opened his eyes when he heard the birds chirping in the forest. As soon as he opened his eyes, Fu Donghai came up to him, holding a copper basin half filled with mountain spring water and a towel on his shoulders. He said to Li Xiang with a smile on his face, "Master, are you awake? Wash your face quickly. Breakfast will be ready soon." Li Xiang glanced behind Fu Donghai and found Wang Chao making a fire and cooking in the distance. With Fu Donghai's help, Li Xiang washed his face and stood up to stretch his body. Fu Donghai had already taken out a table and chairs from his storage bag, placed them on the ground, and wiped the chairs with his clothes before saying to Li Xiang, "Young master, please sit down." After that, he turned to Wang Chao in the distance and said, "Wang Wu, is the meal ready? If it's ready, bring it over quickly." Okay, I'll be right there, right there." Wang Chao responded and said to Mahan beside him, "Brother Ma Lu, hurry up and bring these side dishes to the young master first." And the steamed bread and white flour pancakes in the pot. Mahan hurriedly brought the side dishes on the square table next to the stove to Li Xiang, and then took a few steamed bread and pancakes from the steamer, put them on a white jade porcelain plate, and brought them over together. Soon Wang Chao also came up to Li Xiang with a bowl of white rice porridge, put the white rice porridge in front of Li Xiang and said, "Young master, I don't know your taste. I heard from Manager Fu that you like white rice porridge with side dishes, so I just made some. I don't know if it suits your appetite." Li Xiang picked up the chopsticks, picked up a little side dish, tasted it, picked up another side dish, tasted it, then nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. It tastes okay. Wang Wu, thank you for your hard work." After hearing what Li Xiang said, Wang Chao hurriedly said, "It's not hard, as long as you like it." Li Xiang nodded slightly, then said, "If you can get some fried dough sticks and soy milk, it would be even better." "Yes, young master, I'll make a note of it." "Young master, are we going back to the mountain later?" Fu Donghai on the side asked again. While eating the side dishes, Li Xiang said, "Let's go back to the mountain. It seems that there is nothing to visit at the foot of the mountain." "Young master, if you want to find a fun place, you have to go north. There is a Yingguan city 500 miles away. That is the largest town within a radius of 500 miles. That's fun." Mahan on the side said with a chuckle. "Yingguan city?" Li Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment, and was quite tempted. Fu Donghai saw that the young master was somewhat tempted, and hurriedly called out, "Young master! What's wrong?" Li Xiang turned his head and looked at Fu Donghai in surprise. "Young master, there are still more than 500 miles to Yingguan city." After hearing Fu Donghai's words, Li Xiang couldn't help but be stunned again. He didn't have any cultivation yet, and he didn't know anything about flying with a sword or flying with air. If he wanted to go to Yingguan city, he had to walk the whole way. Well, even if Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, Mahan and others bought a sedan chair and carried him there, it would take several days to walk 500 miles. This world is not like Li Xiang's previous life, where there are cars, high-speed trains, airplanes, convenient transportation and travel. 400 or 500 miles, driving only takes 3 or 4 hours, and half a day, and you'll get there. For ordinary people in this world, their activities are probably limited to a few dozen miles around their homes, or at most 200 or 300 miles throughout their lives. Although Li Xiang now has the ability to easily kill a late Jindan cultivator, he is still an ordinary person, and he can't even draw qi into his body. The distance of 500 miles seems to be within reach for Mahan, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, but it is definitely not close for Li Xiang. Moreover, although Mahan and his friends have already reached the middle stage of foundation building, it is still difficult to take Li Xiang and Fu Donghai to fly 400 or 500 miles on a sword. It seems that it is still difficult to go to Yingguan City for the time being. If it were possible to produce airplanes and cars in this world, that would be great. However, Li Xiang does not have the ability to produce airplanes and cars. Moreover, in this world of cultivation, airplanes and cars, in addition to being convenient for ordinary people, are completely useless for cultivators. The cultivators in the qi refining stage can already fly with qi, and the cultivators in the foundation building stage can even fly with swords. What are airplanes and cars for? Chapter 25. Buying a piece of land and building a yard. It was almost noon when I returned to the mountain. As soon as I returned to the 5th room of the Yi character, Brother Sun Liancheng, the manager of the upper dormitory, and Brother Baijin Tong, the manager of the kitchen, came in and asked about my well-being and said, "Brother Li, you are back. If you need any help, just let me know." Li Xiang flipped his wrist and took out 2 storage rings that he had prepared long ago, and handed them to Sun Liancheng and Baijin Tong, 1 for each. As soon as Li Xiang gave it out, the latter copied it back 20 times. Seeing the storage rings handed over by Li Xiang, Sun Liang and Baijin Tang could not help but be stunned. "Son," Liancheng even said insincerely, "Junior brother Li, how can I say this? It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't despise me, senior brother Sun," Li Xiang said with a chuckle. After a slight pause, Li Xiang said, "By the way, senior brother Sun, I have something I want to trouble you with. These are the junior brothers from Qingyuan, Jielingtang, and Ziotang. They want to transfer to our Qinzayuan. I wonder if you can arrange it for them." As he spoke, Li Xiang pointed at Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and others. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, Mahan, and others were also disciples of Lei Mingfeng of Lingxiao sect. In fact, they were brothers from the same sect as Li Xiang. However, Li Xiang was the most miserable and tired disciple of Qin Ziyuan, while Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and others were the brothers from the Qingguyuan, Jielingtang, Ziweitang, and other courtyards and halls, which were relatively comfortable. The brothers from these courtyards and halls not only lived a comfortable life, but also had more opportunities to come into contact with advanced cultivation secrets. Although the disciples in the General Affairs Courtyard also have the name of Lingxiao sect and disciples of Laming Peak, in fact, they are more like some general workers recruited by Laming Peak. They have the weakest qualifications, the hardest work, the worst food, and most importantly, the shortest time for meditation and cultivation. Therefore, even those disciples with insufficient qualifications will find a way to transfer out of the General Affairs Courtyard if they have no connections. This is the first time that Sun Liancheng has heard of someone actively requesting to be transferred from the Qinggui Courtyard, Jieling Hall, and other courtyards and halls to the General Affairs Courtyard. Is the sun rising from the west? After a slight hesitation, Sun Liancheng said, Junior Brother Li, this matter is really difficult to handle. Before he finished speaking, Li Xiang stuffed 2 storage rings in his hand and said, Junior Brother Sun, I also know that this matter is difficult to handle, so isn't this asking you to take more care? If there are any more difficulties, just tell me. I will definitely satisfy you if I can. 2 more storage rings. Sun Liancheng was stunned for a moment. Together with the previous one, there are 3 in total, although Sun Liancheng has not opened the storage rings to see what is in them. But with these 3 storage rings alone, let alone transferring a few people to the service yard, even arranging a few people to the service yard to be managers, there is no problem at all. As long as, find the right way. Junior Brother Li, that's not what I mean. Sun Liancheng said with some embarrassment. I will place a few people here, no problem, even Junior Brother Bai's kitchen can be arranged. But I can't guarantee whether Qingyuan and Jielingtang are willing to release them. After hearing what Sun Liancheng said, Li Xiang immediately smiled and said, It's okay. I will let Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and others go there to talk to them. I think the senior brothers in Qingyuan and Jielingtang will not make things difficult for them. That's good. That's good. As long as Qingyuan and Jielingtang are willing to release them, Junior Brother Li, there will be absolutely no problem on my side. You can choose any job in the upper dormitory, middle dormitory, or miscellaneous courtyard. Li Xiang nodded with a smile and said, Okay, as long as you say so, it's fine. After saying that, there was a slight pause, and Li Xiang said, By the way, senior brother, I see there is a vacant lot over there in the vegetable garden. I want to buy it and build a courtyard. Is it possible? After hearing what Li Xiang said, Sun Liancheng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then said, Are you talking about the vacant lot next to the vegetable garden? That 20-odd mu of vacant land? Yeah, you don't have to take it all. 1 or 2 mu will be enough. 1 or 2 mu? Build a yard? There is no precedent for this in our Laming Peak? Sun Liancheng said with some embarrassment. Before he finished speaking, Bai Jintang on the side said, Brother Li, how about I ask for you when I go to deliver lunch to the eldest brother at noon? In the blink of an eye, Sun Liancheng had received 3 storage rings from Brother Li, while he only had 1. When Li Xiang and Sun Liancheng were talking, Bai Jintang had already opened the storage ring to take a look. There were 10 high-quality spirit stones, 10 Xuanyin divine thunders, 10 death substitute puppets, 55 thunder talismans, and 10 spiritual intimacy talismans. These are all good things. Especially the Xuanyin divine thunder and the death substitute puppet. One is a powerful attack item, and the other is a protective magic weapon to save your life. These 2 things are simply priceless treasures for Bai Jintang, who is in the early stage of qi training. Even Zhou Yihu, the senior brother of the Qin Ziyuan, may not have so many good things on him. After hearing Bai Jintang's words, Li Xiang flipped his hand and handed over 2 more storage rings, saying with a smile, Xiao Bai, then I'll trouble you. No trouble, no trouble. I'm so happy to be able to serve my senior brother. How can I trouble you? Bai Jintang said with a smile. 3 storage rings. He finally has 3 storage rings. He didn't know that Li Xiang gave him these 2 storage rings and copied them back 20 times. Not only did Li Xiang's things not decrease, but they became more. Seeing that Bai Jintang got ahead of him, Sun Liancheng couldn't help but regret it in his heart. If he had known earlier, he should have agreed directly just now. Even if he wanted to ask the senior brother for help, he should have gone by himself. Now if the matter is done, all the credit will belong to Bai Jintang. Just after lunch, Bai Jintang ran to the 5th room of Yizi and said to Li Xiang excitedly, Brother Li, good news, good news. But did the senior brother agree to approve the land? Li Xiang asked anxiously. Not yet, but the senior brother agreed to see you. No land approved, but agreed to see him? Li Xiang was a little disappointed, but soon became happy again. This is good. He can also take the opportunity to meet the senior brother Zhou Yihu. the manager of the errands, and by the way, he can also copy some good things from him. Thinking of this, Xiang asked again, "When? Now we can go now. Senior brother is free now," Bai Jintang said anxiously. Before he finished speaking, Xiang directly pulled Bai Jintang and walked towards the Jingshe. Chapter 26. A great man has come to the Qinzayuan. The senior brother Zhou Yihu, the manager of the Qinzayuan, is the senior brother with the highest cultivation level in the entire Qinzayuan. He has the cultivation level of the middle Jindan stage and is striving for the realm of the late Jindan stage. Now, Zhou Yihu lives in the Jingshe of the Qinzayuan. The Jingshe is not big, just a small building with 3 rooms, 3 floors, and a total of 9 rooms. However, the space of each room is quite large, and the wooden walls and bead curtains are used to separate the inner and outer rooms. The inner room is for living, and the outer room is for receiving guests. Xiang met the senior brother Zhou Yihu in the outer room of the middle room on the 3rd floor of the Jingshe, where Zhou Yihu lived. Judging from his age, Zhou Yihu is only about 40 years old. However, the age of a cultivator cannot be confirmed from his appearance. He looks to be in his 40s, but in fact, Zhou Yihu is already over 150 years old. After a cultivator enters the Jindan stage, his lifespan will increase by 1 century, and his lifespan can reach 300 years. 300 years old, for ordinary mortals, is a long life, but for cultivators it is just the first step on the road to cultivation. Even if you are not diligent or not talented enough, even if you enter the Jindan stage and have a lifespan of 300 years, it is very likely that you will eventually stop at these 300 years. Without entering the Yuanying stage, the lifespan of a cultivator will never be enough. Even if you successfully enter the Yuanying stage and have a lifespan of 1,000 years, if you are not diligent, when the deadline comes, you may not have broken through to the out-of-body stage, and in the end it will only be a dream, turning into a handful of yellow soil under the tree in Nanshan. Zhou Yihu, at the advanced age of 150, began to impact the realm of the late Jindan stage. In the world of cultivation, the speed is already slow. Can even be said that with Zhou Yihu's talent, he may stop at the Jindan stage in this life. Even if he succeeded in reaching the late Jindan stage and became a late Jindan cultivator, with the remaining lifespan of just over 100 years, if there was no great opportunity, it would be basically impossible for him to enter the nascent soul stage in his lifetime. Of course, if Zhou Yihu was not talented, with his mid-Jindan cultivation, he would not have been able to come to the Qinzayuan to be the senior brother in charge. How could a talented and promising Jindan disciple be assigned to the Qinzayuan to take care of these mundane affairs? After arriving at the Qinzayuan, Zhou Yihu basically did not take care of the mundane affairs of the Qinzayuan. All the big and small things were handed over to Sun Liancheng, Bai Jintang, and other senior brothers in charge of the Qinzayuan. Zhou Yihu was content to be a hands-off shopkeeper and focus on reaching his late Jindan stage. However, although the title of the senior brother in charge of the Qinzayuan sounds good, in fact, the cultivation resources he gets every month are not as good as those of the junior brothers in the early Jindan period of the Qingguyuan, Jielingtang, and Ziweitang. Zhou Yihu is a middle-stage Jindan cultivator, and he can get 10 low-grade spirit stones from his master every month to use for cultivation. For those low-level cultivators in the Qi refining or foundation establishment stages, 1 low-grade spirit stone is enough for them to cultivate for a long time. But for a middle-stage Jindan cultivator like Zhou Yihu, 1 low-grade spirit stone is only enough for him to cultivate for a day and a half. 10 low-grade spirit stones are only enough for him to cultivate for half a month. If it weren't for the fact that as the senior brother in charge of the Qinzayuan, he could get some extra filial piety from the junior brothers in charge of the Qingguyuan and Jielingtang every month, Zhou Yihu, the senior brother in charge, would probably live a worse life than those junior brothers in the Qingguyuan and Jielingtang who don't take care of things. Even with the monthly rewards from the junior brothers in charge, Zhou Yu's life is still very tight. He wishes he could break a piece of spirit stone into 2 halves to use. There is no other way. The junior brothers in charge of the service courtyard are only at the foundation building stage. The cultivation resources they can get from the master every month are only 2 spirit stones. Even if they are willing to reward themselves, they can't reward all 2 spirit stones, right? If they can cut a spirit stone into 10 pieces and reward 2 or 3 pieces, it would be considered a great loyalty to themselves. But at lunch today, Bai Jintang, the junior brother in charge of the kitchen, secretly gave Zhou Yihu a storage ring, saying that it was a pat gift from Xiang, the purchasing brother of the kitchen. While Bai Jintang was cleaning up the dishes, Zhou Yihu took a look at the things in the storage ring. Wow, there were actually 2 top-grade spirit stones, 2 Xuanjin Divine Thunders, 2 death substitute puppets, as well as 25 thunder talismans and 2 spiritual intimacy talismans. These, so many things, especially the 2 top-grade spirit stones, really solve Zhou Yihu's urgent needs. What is Zhou Yihu most lacking now? Isn't it just cultivation resources? With these 2 top-grade spirit stones, wouldn't it be easy to impact the late Jindan realm? But the problem is, where did this back kitchen buy so many spirit stones? And they are top-grade spirit stones. Oh right, there are also Xuanyin Divine Thunder and Death Substitute puppets. Xuanyin Divine Thunder, that is a powerful one-time attack magic weapon that even Jindan cultivators may not be able to resist. The Death Substitute puppet can even block the fatal blow for the master. When fighting a duel of life and death, especially when facing a powerful enemy whose cultivation is far superior to his own, having a surrogate puppet means an extra chance of survival. With 2 surrogate puppets, even if facing a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, Zhou Yihu is absolutely sure that he can escape calmly. This is really a great gift. In fact, when Zhou Yihu first heard that Xiang was actually the back kitchen purchaser, his first thought was that Xiang was embezzling. But when he saw the storage ring and the things inside the ring, Zhou Yihu immediately denied this idea. Back kitchen purchases, and it is the back kitchen purchases of the Qinzayuan. Even if all the silver money for purchases every day is embezzled, it is absolutely impossible to take out a storage ring with valuable things such as top-grade spirit stones, Xuanjin Divine Thunder, and surrogate puppets. If any of these were really sold, I am afraid that it would be enough for everyone in the Qinzayuan to eat for several years or even decades. Even the least valuable 5 thunder talisman in the storage ring costs 20 low-grade spirit stones. 1 low-grade spirit stone is 10,000 taels of silver, and 20 is 200,000 taels of silver. The 695 disciples in the entire Qinzayuan eat meat and drink wine 3 times a day and spend 1 tael of silver every day. 200,000 taels of silver are enough for them to eat for a year. And 1 tael of silver a day for food, drink, and defecation? Is it possible? Although Zhou Yihu didn't take care of the affairs of the Qinzayuan, he still glanced at the monthly kitchen expenditure account. The monthly kitchen expenditure of the 695 disciples in the Qinzayuan is only 1,000 taels. On average, each person's food, drink, and defecation for a month is just a little more than 1 tael of silver. 200,000 taels of silver are enough for them to eat for more than 10 years. And this is just the value of a 5 thunder talisman. There are 20 of the same 5 thunder talisman in the storage ring, not to mention the substitute puppets, Xuanyin Divine Thunder, and the storage rings that hold these things, which are more valuable than the 5 thunder talismans. If you can give away the storage ring casually, why would you embezzle the less than 1,000 taels of silver from the kitchen every month? This kind of greed, even if you greed for a lifetime, no, 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes, you can't get the money for a storage ring. Obviously, a great god has come to the Qinzayuan. Bai Jintang asked him to do the purchasing, and he probably didn't look at his talent, but his money. Think about it, with such a great god, does the kitchen still have to worry about not having enough food and clothes? Such a great god must be seen, and you must hold his legs tightly, hold his thighs, and never let go. Chapter 27. Things that can be solved with spirit stones are not problems. When Xiang met Zhou Yihu, the senior brother who manages the general affairs courtyard, on the 3rd floor of the Jingshe, Bai Jintang had not had time to introduce Xiang and Zhou Yihu. Zhou Yihu had already stood up with a smile on his face and said, "This must be junior brother Xiang, right? I have heard of your great name for a long time, and today I see that your reputation is well deserved." Zhou Yihu's behavior made Xiang feel a little surprised, and Bai Jintang was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Is this still the ice-faced senior brother who is high above and never willing to give people a good face, Zhou Yihu, the senior brother? Why does it feel like he is seeing a relative when he meets Xiang? The difference is too big, isn't it? Could it be that the storage ring is working? No, he had embezzled a large part of the things in the storage ring, leaving only 20% of the 10th for senior brother Zhou. If they let it slip, he would be in big trouble. Even if senior brother Li would not blame him, he could not bear the blame from senior brother Zhou. When he didn't know what to do, Xiang had already turned his wrist and handed over another storage ring, and said to Zhou Yihu with a smile, "Senior brother Zhao's name is well known to me. Today I am fortunate to finally see the true face of senior brother. It's a small gift, please accept it." Look, you came just like that. Why are you so polite? Why bring a gift, really?" Zhou Yihu said this, but his hands were not idle. He skillfully took the storage ring from Xiang's hand, put it in his arms naturally, and then said, "Don't do this next time. Come to my brother's place, just treat it as going back to your own home. No need to be so polite." Li Xiang smiled and replied casually, "Okay, I'll listen to you." While speaking, Li Xiang had already copied the storage ring he gave to Zhou Yihu, along with the things Zhou Yihu originally had, back with 20 copies. Originally, Li Xiang also wanted to copy more. After all, the one with the highest cultivation in the entire Qinzai was Zhou Yihu, the senior brother in charge. But what Li Xiang didn't expect was that Zhou Yihu, the senior brother in charge of the Qinzai, was even poorer than Fan Zizhang. Fan Zizhang was a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, and his cultivation was more than a whole realm lower than Zhou Yihu. Logically speaking, Zhou Yihu, as a Jindan stage cultivator, should have more things on him than Fan Zizhang, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, right? Unexpectedly, Zhou Yihu only had a storage bag, a flying sword, and a set of armor. That was it. He didn't even have a spiritual stone or a bottle of elixir. It can be said that he was completely incompatible with his identity as a Jindan stage cultivator. He was even poorer than the Jindan stage cultivator, Taoist Xuanzhen, who was scared away by Li Xiang and fled. The only valuable things on him were the 2 storage rings, and they were both given by Li Xiang. One of them was a greeting gift that Li Xiang had just given, and the other was given through Bai Jintang. Li Xiang had a general idea of what was in the 2 storage rings, so he naturally had no desire to copy them. He simply copied 20 copies to ensure that he would not suffer any loss. Zhou Yihu didn't know that Li Xiang had seen through his past as soon as they met. After exchanging a few warm greetings with Li Xiang, Zhou Yihu welcomed Li Xiang into the room, walked to the mahogany round table, made a gesture of invitation to Li Xiang, and said, "Junior brother Li, please take a seat. Xiaobai, you sit too." As he spoke, he shouted again, "Someone bring the tea." Junior brother serving in the outer room came in with the tea. When Bai Jintang saw him, he hurriedly stepped forward, took the tea, and said, "Give it to me. You go out, I'm here. If you didn't hear the eldest brother calling you, you don't need to come in." "Yes, senior brother." The junior brother bowed and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. After picking up the teacup and asking Li Xiang to take a sip of tea, Zhou Yihu then said to Li Xiang, "Junior brother Li, Xiaobai said that you want to buy the vacant land next to the vegetable garden in the east?" "Yes, senior brother. I want to buy it and build a yard." "Build a yard?" Zhou Yihu was slightly stunned, and then said, "Junior brother Li, all the disciples in this sect, big and small, have assigned residences. Junior brother, do you think the assigned residence is too small?" After a slight pause, Zhou Yihu said, "If you think it is too small, you can mention it to the senior brother who is in charge of the residence, junior brother's son Liancheng, and ask him to change your residence. If you are embarrassed to mention it, I can help you. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but when I was at home, I was used to being lazy, and the rooms in the upper and middle dormitories were too small. I am not used to living there, so I want to build a yard by myself. Please be flexible, senior brother." "The rooms in the upper and middle houses are too small? How big is the house this guy lives in? Is it possible that he lives in a manor or a courtyard?" After a slight hesitation, Zhou Yihu showed an embarrassed expression and said, "Junior brother Li, this matter is really difficult to handle. The main reason is that there is no precedent. Senior brother, you are the eldest brother in charge of the Qinzai. You have the final say on the Qinzai. Building a courtyard, isn't it just a matter of your words?" Bai Jintang interrupted and said, while speaking, he raised his right hand, showing the storage ring on his hand, and gently rubbed it. Zhou Yihu was stunned when he saw this, and he also lowered his head to take out the storage ring, rubbed it gently under the table, opened the storage ring, and took a look inside. At the first glance, Zhou Yihu was also shocked. The storage ring actually contained 10 high-grade spirit stones, 10 mysterious yin god thunders, and 10 death replacement puppets. In front of these 3 things, the 55 thunder talismans were nothing. This was 5 times more than what was in the previous storage ring. With so many things, let alone buying a piece of land to build a yard, even buying a cave and practicing with concentration would not be a problem. After a slight hesitation, Zhou Yihu made up his mind and said, "Okay, junior brother Li, I can grant you the land. But, after all, there is no precedent for this matter. I still have to mention it to the higher-ups, report it to the chief branch and the elders. So?" After a slight pause, Zhou Yihu said again, "Junior brother, I'm afraid you still have to prepare some spirit stones." After hearing Zhou Yihu's words, Li Xiang was relieved and said with a smile, "Okay, how many spirit stones do you need, senior brother? Tell me. Are 200 top-grade spirit stones enough?" As he said that, he flipped his wrist, and Li Xiang had another storage bag in his hand, which he casually placed on the small round table. For Li Xiang, things that can be solved with spirit stones, are they still a problem? What about top-grade spirit stones? As long as he wants, he can turn the thousands of top-grade spirit stones on his body into millions of spirit stones in a few minutes. Throwing out thousands or tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones casually, he won't even blink an eye. Seeing the storage bag on the table, Bai Jintang was startled, and Zhou Yihu was also startled. He picked up the storage bag, took a look, and then quickly sealed the bag again, saying in a hurry, "Enough, enough, enough! Don't worry, I'll leave it to you. In that case, I'll trouble you." Li Xiang said with a chuckle, paused and said, "By the way, I want to find a few people to do the plastering for me for a few days and help build the house. I wonder if you..." Before Li Xiang finished speaking, Zhou Yihu said, Okay, it's easy to talk about it. I'll call all the managers of the service yard. You can have as many people as you want. There are 695 people in the service yard. Let alone a few people. It's no problem to pick dozens of people. Chapter 28 Recruitment first gives a welcome gift, and each person is given a storage bag, and it is quickly approved. Not 1 acre, but the entire vacant land. A full 30 acres of land, all of which were granted to Li Xiang in the name of expanding the dormitory building of the He Qinzaiwan. 30 acres of land, 20,000 square meters, 2 hectares of land, can only be approved in the name of expanding the dormitory building of the Qinzaiwan. Moreover, with these 2 hectares of land, let alone building a yard, it is almost enough to build a community. After the land was approved, Li Xiang took Fu Donghai to walk around the 30 acres of vacant land. Li Xiang felt that although it was not as big as a community in the previous life, it was more than enough to build 7 or 8 commercial houses with 5 or 6 units. However, Li Xiang never thought about building any commercial houses. His idea was very simple, that is, to build a yard for himself to live in. To put it bluntly, it was to build a villa. As for the expansion of the dormitory building of the Qinzaiwan, after the villa is built, 1 or 2 dormitory buildings will be built, just for the sake of meaning. That's enough. The spiritual stones are in place, and the people from the eldest brother's side are also refreshing. On the night when the land was approved, Zhou Yihu selected more than 70 people from various teams in the General Affairs Courtyard to report to Li Xiang for Li Xiang's use. Li Xiang also accepted everyone who came and handed them all to Fu Donghai, the general manager, to be responsible for the registration and use. This time, Li Xiang also learned to be smarter. When recruiting, he added some political review links. In fact, it is to investigate the identity, background, birth environment, and whether there are any crimes committed by the recruited personnel, so as to avoid the emergence of people with bad intentions like Hao Kongmin. Moreover, in order to ensure that everyone is on the same starting line, Li Xiang even requires that those who come for the interview must have been in the mountains for 5 years and have a cultivation level below the initial stage of Qi training. In this way, everyone's cultivation level is evenly matched, and there is not much difference, so no one can easily kill anyone. It is not possible for a quasi-Jindan period cultivator at the peak of the late stage of foundation building to slaughter all the younger brothers that Li Xiang has finally received. As soon as Li Xiang announced the recruitment conditions, 2/3 of the more than 70 people were eliminated, leaving only 21. After registering, Fu Donghai brought these 21 qualified junior brothers to meet Li Xiang. As usual, the first thing they did when they met was to give everyone a novice gift bag, a storage bag. The storage bag contained 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is the basic salary. A black ice sword and a set of black iron armor, equipment for the novice village, so that you don't have to work in just big shorts. 5 thunder talismans, Nanming Lihuo talismans, 50 each, for hitting people. 1 Lingxi talisman for calling people. 2 death replacement puppets, guys to save your life. 2 sets of 5-element escape talismans of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, for escaping. If you can't beat them, run away. Saving your life is important. If you can't escape even with a death replacement puppet and 5-element escape talisman, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck, and even gods can't save you. There are a lot of things, and they are very valuable. For ordinary cultivators, the things in this storage bag are probably worth dozens or hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. For these low-level cultivators who have the highest cultivation and are only in the initial stage of Qi training, it is more like a golden pie falling from the sky. Just after getting the storage bag, before opening it, when they saw the things inside, they were already stunned and dizzy. At that moment, a slightly smarter junior brother fell to his knees on the ground with a plop and kept kowtowed to Li Xiang and said, "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother." Someone took the lead, and the others immediately reacted, followed by kneeling down, kowtowed and said, "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother." Li Xiang looked at everyone with satisfaction, but he was very surprised. Why is the task progress bar still 750, and not a single one has increased? After a slight pause, Li Xiang said again, "Don't call me senior brother. Call me boss, or Li Xiao. Yes, master. Everyone kowtowed and shouted together. But the system task progress bar still did not change. Li Xiang was slightly stunned, and then asked the system, "System, what's going on? Why hasn't the task progress changed?" Since the host first recruited a younger brother with ill intentions mixed in, causing the task progress to be disrupted. In order to ensure the authenticity and effectiveness of the younger brothers recruited by the host, a loyalty value is added. The younger brothers recruited can only be counted as valid data if they do not betray the host or die accidentally within 1 month. Damn, 1 month? Fuck, isn't this a pitfall? Li Xiang cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. Forget it, I can only slowly wait. Anyway, it's only 1 month, just 30 days, not a long time. After finishing the communication with the system, Li Xiang raised his hand slightly and said, "Okay, everyone get up. The things I gave you just now are the gifts from this young master." Salary, that is salary. Manager Fu just told you that it is 900 spirit stones per month. As long as you do a good job and are loyal to this young master, you will get a performance bonus of 100 at the end of the month. That's a total of 1,000 spirit stones. In addition to spirit stones, there are also flying swords, armor, talismans, elixirs, etc. In short, there is nothing you can't get, only things you can't think of. As long as you are loyal to this young master will never treat you unfairly. But there is no order without rules. This young master will make it clear in advance. If anyone dares to betray his companions or attack his companions, steal their money or kill them to silence them, don't blame this young master for being rude. As he spoke, Li Xiang raised his hand, and a mysterious yin divine thunder shot out, rushed into the air, turned into a piece of lightning and boomed. It struck down, instantly frightening the 20 or so low-level cultivators. After a slight pause, Li Xiang continued, "Also, the principle of not showing off wealth, I believe you all understand it. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. If you show off these things yourself, tell others about them, and attract the covetousness of others, or even bring yourself a fatal disaster, then don't blame this young master for not reminding you. Do you understand?" "Understand." Everyone responded loudly together, even Fu Donghai, Wang Chao, Mahan, and the other 6. Fu Donghai, Wang Chao, Mahan, and the others had experienced the assassination of Hao Kongmin. Of the 20 or so brothers, only 7 of them survived and stayed with the young master. The cruelty of the cultivation world can be imagined. After looking around at everyone, Li Xiang said, "Okay, everyone, go away. Tomorrow morning, bring your tools and get ready to go to work. Level the ground first and lay the foundation." "Yes, master." 21 low-level monks bowed and responded. "Afu, go and tell the senior brother later to select another 20 or 30 people according to the recruitment standards just now." "Yes, the total number must not be less than 50. "Okay, master." Chapter 29. You've made a hard trip, and this is a reward for you. In the evening, when Li Xiang was eating several exquisite dishes, cooked by senior brother Bai Jintang and drinking the monkey wine brewed by senior brother Bai himself, Fu Donghai came back with 30 newly recruited low-level monks. After taking a look at the 30 newly recruited low-level monks, Li Xiang still followed the old rules and gave each of them a storage bag as a greeting gift. Then Li Xiang said a few more simple words, pointed out the things they needed to pay attention to, and waved them off. "Report to the construction site tomorrow morning. There are already more than 50 reserve brothers. Not counting Fu Donghai, Jiang Long, Zhao Hu, and the other 7, there are already 51. Once the 1-month inspection and trial period is over, it can be considered a success." As soon as Li Xiang's mood improved, his appetite suddenly opened up. Eat big chunks of meat and drink big gulps of wine. This life is comfortable. However, just as Li Xiang's appetite opened up, he ate big chunks of meat and drank big gulps of wine. Wang Yiming, the manager of the manure carrying and vegetable watering team, who had not shown his face in front of Li Xiang for several days, walked into the room with his head bowed and bent under the leadership of Fu Donghai. "Master, junior brother Wang Yiming wants to see you." Fu Donghai walked up to Li Xiang and bowed. Li Xiang was holding a piece of marinated venison. He glanced at Wang Yiming sideways, then stuffed the venison into his mouth, chewing and saying, "What is he doing here? I won't see you." As soon as Li Xiang finished speaking, Wang Yiming fell to his knees with a plop, kowtowed and said, "Brother Li, I was wrong before. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I offended you. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." Fu Donghai was also beside him, whispering, "Master, Brother Wang said that he has something important to report to you." "Important things?" Li Xiang was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Wang Yiming again and said, "Okay, the floor is cold, get up." "Thank you, brother, thank you." Wang Yiming said with many thanks, got up from the ground, and stood aside carefully. Li Xiang put down his chopsticks, picked up the towel on the table, wiped his mouth, threw it on the table, stood up and walked to the mahogany sofa chair beside him, sat down, crossed his legs, then pointed at the sofa chair next to him and said to Wang Yiming, "Sit down." "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. I can just stand. I can just stand." Wang Yiming said hurriedly. Li Xiang didn't say much and asked, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" "It's like this, senior brother. I just received a notice from my senior brother in the Elders' Council. 3 days later, all disciples who have been disciples for less than a year will undergo an entrance test. The winner can enter the outer pavilion of the Classics Pavilion to observe and learn for a day." After hearing what Wang Yiming said, Li Xiang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, frowned and said, "Entrance test? Yes, senior brother, it's actually just a small competition between fellow disciples. However, the winner can go to the outer pavilion of the Classics Pavilion to observe and learn for a day. This opportunity is still very rare. The Classics Pavilion is where I collect classic books and documents on Laming Peak, various cultivation secrets, and the cultivation experiences of predecessors and great powers of all generations are collected. If you can go in and observe and learn for a day, it will be very beneficial for your future cultivation." Before Wang Yiming finished speaking, Li Xiang nodded and said, "Okay, I got it. Thank you for making this trip. This is a reward for you." As he spoke, Li Xiang casually threw a storage bag on the coffee table in front of Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming was slightly stunned for a moment. Then he grabbed the storage bag with a smile on his face and said repeatedly, "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother." As he spoke, Wang Yiming rummaged through his pockets and took out a few low-level talismans, placed them on the table, and said to Li Xiang, "Brother, I know that you have some good treasures with great power. If you use them in the entry test, it would be a waste. I have found a few low-level windblade talismans, fire talismans, and ice talismans these days. Maybe they will be helpful to you. Please don't mind." Li Xiang was stunned for a moment, glanced at Wang Yiming, and then said, "You are so thoughtful. I will accept the things, thank you." "I don't deserve your thanks. I don't deserve your thanks. As long as you don't mind it, it's fine," Wang Yiming said hurriedly. Li Xiang nodded slightly and then said to Fu Donghai, "Ah Fu, please send it off for me." No, brother, I will take my leave first. Manager Fu, please stay. Wang Yiming said hurriedly again. Although Wang Yiming asked Fu Donghai to stay, Fu Donghai still sent Wang Yiming out of the room. After leaving the 5th room of the Yi character and walking out of the door of the upper house, Wang Yiming took advantage of the fact that no one was around and took out the storage bag. He opened it and took a look. His face suddenly changed and he quickly sealed the storage bag and put it away. My goodness, the things in it are really all good treasures. Apart from anything else, the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones alone are equivalent to Wang Yiming's salary for more than 40 years. That senior brother Li is really too rich. Just a random reward, a storage bag, 1,000 spirit stones, or something. It's no wonder senior brother Bai, who is in charge of the kitchen, and senior brother Sun, who is in charge of the upper house, are very respectful to senior brother Li. Senior brother Bai even changes his way of cooking every day and personally delivers it to senior brother Shenhao. Even the senior brother, who is in charge of the Qinzaiwan, was said to treat this super rich senior brother differently. During the day, the 4 junior brothers who had just joined the team, which were selected by senior brother Zhao from the manure-carrying and vegetable watering team, were said to have been assigned to this super rich senior brother to serve him. Being able to follow such a super rich senior brother, that is a blessing earned in several lifetimes. If they did a good job, if something slipped out from the fingers of the super rich senior brother, it would be enough for them to live freely for several lifetimes. Thinking of this, Wang Yiming even had an impulse, wishing he could give up his current job and run to Li Xiang to serve him. Even if he was just a little follower, Wang Yiming was willing. By the way, Wang Yiming had heard before that there were senior brothers from the Qingyuan, Jielingtang and Ziweitang, who gave up their jobs in the upper courtyard and ran to the Qinzaiwan, willingly following Li Xiang and being his guards. Before, Wang Yiming was a little skeptical. Qingyuan and Jielingtang were both upper houses. The jobs were easy, and the people they met were all well-known and important people. Their future was bright. How could they come to Qinzaiwan and be someone's little follower? But just now, the guards and sentries. Wang Yiming saw outside the 5th room of Yizi were the upper house brothers he had met on the road before. They were arrogant and walked with their noses up to the sky. Those upper house brothers of Qingyuan and Jielingtang were willing to give up their bright futures and follow senior brother Shenhao. It can be seen that following senior brother Shenhao, the future must be brighter than staying in Qingyuan and Jielingtang. Perhaps I should take the initiative and go to senior brother Shenhao more often? With this thought, Wang Yiming walked slowly and returned to his residence. Chapter 30. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite good at dealing with things. After noon, Li Xiang woke up. Hearing the noise of Li Xiang getting up, Fu Donghai came in from the outside, holding a copper basin for washing. Fu Donghai had just finished serving Li Xiang to wash up when Wang Chao came in with breakfast, put it on the table, bowed and said, "Master, good morning." "Yes, good." Li Xiang threw 2 storage rings on the table and said, "Ah Fu, Wang Wu, here are your rewards." "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Fu Donghai and Wang Chao took the storage rings with joy on their faces and said with thousands of thanks. Li Xiang waved his hand and copied the storage rings he had just given them back 10 times. In this way, the low-level talismans that Wang Yiming sent last night, there are 20 more. Of course, there are also spiritual stones, Xuanyan Divine Thunder, 5 Thunder Talismans, Nanming Lihuo Talismans, 5 Elements Escape Talismans, and Substitute Puppet, etc. Just give one away and then return 10. This business, no matter how you calculate it, is not a loss. After dinner, Li Xiang took Fu Donghai to the open space on the east side of the vegetable garden. Yesterday, Li Xiang had already told everyone that they had to go to work early this morning, level the ground, dig the foundation, and lay a good foundation. It was already noon. No matter how lazy Li Xiang was, he had to take a look at the construction site, right? After all, it was the house he was going to live in the future. How could he not keep an eye on it? Soon, Li Xiang arrived at the construction site, and looking around, 50 or 60 people were working hard on the construction site. Some were digging ditches, some were transporting soil, and some were clearing weeds, and they were very busy. Li Xiang looked around with his eyes half closed and said, "Ah Fu, why do I see more people than yesterday? How many people are here?" "Master, there are 54 people in total." "How many?" 54, master. 54. Li Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment, and then said, "There were only 51 on the list yesterday. How come there are 3 more?" "Master, it's Brother Wang from the manure-carrying and vegetable watering team, and Brother Zhao and Brother Lu. They came as soon as the roosters in the kitchen crowed this morning." After hearing Fu Donghai's words, Li Xiang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He looked around and saw Wang Yiming in the crowd, as well as his 2 little followers, Brother Zhao Yongxian and Brother Liu Hegi, who were almost inseparable from him. It must be said that although Wang Yiming was only the manager of the manure-carrying and vegetable watering team, like a small contractor, he still had some management ability. It was also under his command and coordination that the more than 50 brothers on the construction site were able to work together and carry out various tasks in an orderly manner without causing chaos. Li Xiang nodded with satisfaction. This Wang Yiming is not bad. At this time, Wang Yiming also happened to see Li Xiang and hurriedly trotted over and said to Li Xiang with a smile on his face, "Brother Li, why are you here?" "Well, I came to see nothing. You can do your own thing." "No, no." Wang Yiming hurriedly said with a smile, "Brothers, please help me arrange the work." "Brother Li, do you think there is anything wrong with these arrangements?" "Well, not bad. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Wang." "No, it is my honor to help you, brother, and do what I can." Wang Yiming hurriedly said, "By the way, senior brother, junior brother Zhao, and junior brother Lu also want to come here to help you do something, you see? Well, if you want to come, just stay." Li Xiang glanced at Zhao Yongqian and Liu Hegi and said lightly, "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother." Wang Yiming thanked him repeatedly, and then made a gesture of invitation, saying, "Senior brother, please, please come this way." Li Xiang glanced at Wang Yiming with a little surprise, and then followed Wang Yiming forward. Soon, Li Xiang, Wang Yiming, Fu Donghai and others came to the open space next to the construction site. Wang Yiming flipped his hand again, took out an 8 immortal table from the storage bag, placed it on the open space, took out 2 armchairs, placed them on both sides of the 8 immortal table, and then took out a green silk umbrella, opened it, and stood it upright next to the 8 immortal table. After that, Wang Yiming wiped the armchair with his sleeves and said to Li Xiang, "Brother, please, please sit down." Li Xiang looked at Wang Yiming in surprise, and then sat down on the armchair. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite good at handling things. "Junior brother Zhao, junior brother Liu, come here." Yongxian and Liu Hegi quickly trotted over, bowed to Li Xiang and called, "Senior brother Li." Then they bowed to Wang Yiming and said, "Senior brother Wang, you called us?" Wang Yiming nodded slightly and said, "2 junior brothers. Senior brother Li has promised you to stay. You must behave well and work hard in the future, understand?" "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother Li." "Okay, go to the vegetable garden over there. Pick some fresh fruits and vegetables, wash them a few times, and bring them to senior brother Li to quench his thirst." "Yes, senior brother." The 2 hurriedly responded and turned and ran away. After a while, the 2 picked some cucumbers, tomatoes, strawberries, grapes, watermelons, and other fruits from the vegetable garden. After washing them, they put them in a vegetable basket, walked back and placed the fruits on the 8 immortals' table. "Brother, the weather is hot. Eat some fruits to quench your thirst," Yiming said to Xiang with a smile. As he spoke, he turned his wrist and took out a pot of wine from the storage ring, poured a glass for Xiang and said, "This is my homemade 100-fruit wine, brewed with nearly 100 kinds of wild fruits. It tastes sweet and refreshing. Brother, please try it." "Well, brewed it yourself?" Xiang asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. "Yes, brother." Xiang nodded slightly. "I didn't expect that people in this era are all good at it. Brother Bai in the kitchen, who deals with oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea all day, can brew monkey wine. This is nothing strange, but I didn't expect that Wang Yiming, the manager of the manure-carrying and vegetable-watering team, can also brew wine, and brew it with nearly 100 kinds of wild fruits. Fruit wine, it sounds very appetizing." Xiang picked up the wine glass and took a small sip. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "What kind of wine is this? Isn't this just a fruit drink? Damn, the taste is mixed, it's not good. Not good at all." After putting down the wine glass, Xiang turned to Wang Yiming and said, "Xiao Wang, your wine? Brother, is the wine not to your taste?" "No, the wine is good, but it tastes a bit mixed." "It tastes a bit mixed?" Wang Yiming looked at Xiang in confusion. Xiang nodded and said, "Yes, according to you, your fruit wine uses nearly 100 kinds of wild fruits, right?" Wang Yiming was slightly stunned, then nodded. "That's right. Xiao Wang, each kind of fruit has its own flavor. Take grapes and watermelons, for example. Do these two kinds of fruits taste the same?" Wang Yiming was slightly stunned, then shook his head. "How could grapes and watermelons taste the same? So if you insist on mixing these two flavors of grapes and watermelons together, will the taste be good?" After a slight pause, Xiang said, "However, some wild fruits taste good when mixed together. But some fruits must not be mixed together. Even if they are mixed together, those that were originally non-toxic may become poisonous and kill people." After hearing what Xiang said, Wang Yiming couldn't help but be stunned again. Xiang patted Wang Yiming on the shoulder and said, "But Xiao Wang, you have the courage to do this experiment, which is quite good. Come on, I am optimistic about you. Maybe in the future, you will prepare a unique mixed fruit juice drink in the entire cultivation world and become the beverage king of the cultivation world." Beverage king? Wang Yiming was stunned. He had never thought about this. Chapter 31. "What? Could it be that you don't like this thing of mine?" Glancing at the sky, the sun was almost overhead. Xiang put the bitten apple on the table and said to Fu Donghai, "Okay, it's getting late. Ah Fu, call them all over." "Yes, master." Fu Donghai responded, stepped forward a few steps and shouted, "Come over here, master has something to say." Everyone put down their work, walked over, and divided into 5 rows according to their division of labor, and stood in front of Xiang. Wang Yiming, Zhao Yongxian, and Liu Heigi stood at the front of the line. Xiang glanced at the crowd, flipped his hand and threw dozens of storage bags on the table, then said, "I heard that everyone got up early this morning. Some people came before dawn, just when the roosters crowed. After working hard all morning, everyone is tired. These storage bags are given to everyone. I know that in 2 days, the brothers who have been in the sect for less than a year will participate in the entrance test. Everyone should have a good rest in the afternoon, meditate and practice, and come back tomorrow morning." After hearing what Xiang said, everyone's faces suddenly showed excited smiles again. Senior Brother Li's reward is really amazing. At least 1 storage bag is given at a time. The storage bags are filled with even better things. Not only are there spiritual stones, but also flying sword armor, substitute puppets, Xuanjin divine thunder, various talismans, etc. Even the Lingxi talisman, there is one in the storage bag I got yesterday. There might be some in this storage bag today. Just for doing more work, the rich Senior Brother Li actually rewarded 2 storage bags. This is not a senior brother. This is simply a boy who gives away money. No, a master who gives away money. This is simply a master who gives away money. In this world, I am afraid there will never be another senior brother who is so rich. It is hard not to get rich if you follow him. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. After each of the 54 people received a storage bag, they left with many thanks. After that, Li Shangkai took Fu Donghai and the 6 guards, including Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, back to Building B. The 6 guards, including Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, were now officially transferred to the service yard and assigned to the back kitchen, with the title of Kitchen Helper, just like Fu Donghai. Although they were kitchen helpers in the back kitchen, the 7 of Fu Donghai never worked in the back kitchen, and even rarely stepped into the back kitchen door. Only when Xiang wanted to eat something would he ask Fu Donghai to go to the kitchen and tell senior brother Bai Jintang. When it was ready, Fu Donghai didn't have to go to get it himself. Senior brother Bai would deliver it to Xiang every time. Of course, Xiang wouldn't let senior brother Bai go for nothing. Almost every time he would bring back a storage bag filled with spiritual stones, flying sword armor, magic weapons, and talismans. There were so many that they couldn't be used up. As a result, Bai Jintang would naturally run to Li Xiang's side when he got the chance. Li Xiang had just returned to Building B with Fu Donghai, Jiang Long, Zhao Hu, and others. Before they got home, they saw Bai Jintang at the door of the 5th room, slightly bent over, with his hands in his sleeves, walking back and forth at the door. Seeing Li Xiang, Bai Jintang hurriedly came up and said with a smile, "Brother Li, you are back." "Well, Xiaobai, why are you here? But did you make something delicious and send it to me?" No. Bai Jintang was slightly stunned, then said, "Brother, what do you want to eat? I will make it when I go back." "It's okay. Xiao Wang has already made it for me. When he was in Qingyuan, he served the elders of Qingyuan, and the things he made were pretty good." "Of course, what you make is not bad either. I like everything you two make." "Thank you, brother, as long as you like it." "Well, come in and sit down." When Fu Donghai opened the door, Li Xiang gestured to Bai Jintang and took the lead to walk in. Bai Jintang hurriedly followed in. "Please sit down, Afu, and make Xiaobai a cup of tea." No need, senior brother," Bai Jintang said hurriedly, and then he took out a notebook from his arms, handed it to Li Xiang, and said, "Senior brother, this is the memoir of the entry trial that I wrote down a few years ago. I thought that senior brother will participate in the entry trial soon, and it may be useful, so I flipped it out and sent it to you, senior brother." Li Xiang took the notebook, flipped through it for a few times, nodded slightly and said, "Well, it's thoughtful, Xiaobai." It should be, as long as I can help senior brother," Bai Jintang said hurriedly with a smile, and then he bowed and said, "Senior brother has worked hard for a whole morning, and he must be tired. Xiaobai will not disturb senior brother to rest." "Wait a minute, Xiaobai?" Li Xiang stopped Bai Jintang, flipped his hand, and handed him a storage bag and said, "You worked hard to send me the memoir of the entry trial. I can't let you run in vain, right? Take this." No, senior brother, this is absolutely not allowed, absolutely not allowed." Bai Jintang hurriedly said, "You have given Xiaobai enough things. How can Xiaobai have the nerve to take senior brother's things again? Just take it if I give it to you." "Why, do you think this thing of mine is not worth your attention?" Li Xiang said with a straight face. No, Xiaobai dare not, Xiaobai dare not." Bai Jintang hurriedly said, and then took the storage bag again, thanking him profusely. "Thank you, senior brother, thank you, senior brother." "Ah, Fu, pass it for me." "Yes, master." Fu Donghai bowed and responded, then made a gesture of invitation and said, "Senior brother, Bai, please." "Thank you, senior brother. Xiaobai will not disturb you to rest. Goodbye." Bai Jintang bowed again and then left the room. After sending Bai Jintang out, when Fu Donghai came back, he happened to see Li Xiang sitting on the mahogany armchair, flipping through the trial notes that Bai Jintang had just sent. After flipping through a few pages, Li Xiang had lost interest. The so-called entry trial is actually a competition. The winner advances and the loser is eliminated. After rounds of competition, only one person is left, the winner. The winner of the trial, or the first place, can enter the outer pavilion of the book pavilion and read books for a day. That's all. The loser will not suffer any punishment and can still do what he should do. Of course, the purpose of the entry trial is naturally not as simple as selecting a winner. The more important purpose is actually to examine the progress of the cultivation of those disciples who have just entered the door for less than a year. When entering the door before, there are tests of spiritual roots, and then according to the talent and qualifications tested, they are assigned to various courtyards and halls. Those with good talents, high qualifications, or other ways can naturally be assigned to good places. Those with poor talents can only be assigned to the errand house, laundry department, and other places where the work is hard and tiring. Of course, talent and aptitude are one aspect, and whether one practices diligently or not is another. Some people with high talents and good aptitudes may not practice diligently, and their progress may not be as good as that of the coolies in the errand house and laundry department. Therefore, through the entry test, those who are diligent and hardworking, in less than a year, can sense the spiritual power between heaven and earth, and draw the air into the body, and embark on the road of cultivation, will stand out in the test. In this way, those coolies assigned to the errand house and laundry department will have an opportunity and possibility to change their homes. Therefore, this entry test is still very attractive to the disciples who have just started. However, for Li Xiang, this entry test is meaningless at all. Now he has elixirs, spirit stones, and any kind of magic weapon he wants. Although he had not yet drawn qi into his body, he could easily kill a cultivator in the late Jindan stage, and even a cultivator in the Yuanying stage. Li Xiang was naturally not interested in the small entrance trial. However, being able to enter the Classics Pavilion for a day was still attractive to Li Xiang. He now had a copy system in his hand. If he entered the Classics Pavilion, wouldn't it be possible to move the entire Classics Pavilion away in one turn? In the future, would he still worry about not having cultivation classics? Chapter 32. The 2 days of the trial passed almost in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was the day for the entrance trial of the third generation of disciples. In the Qinzayuan, there were still many disciples who had been in the school for less than a year. There were more than 700 disciples in the Qinzayuan. Originally, there were more than 690, and after Zhanglong and Zhaohu were transferred here, the number suddenly exceeded 700, and there were more than 200 disciples who had been in the school for less than a year, and the disciples in other courtyards, added together, were less than 100. From this, we can see that the Qinzayuan is really a place to keep idle people. The disciples of Qinzayuan are not as good as the hard laborers specially recruited by Lingxiao sect as the people of Lingxiao sect. Among 100 people, there are 2 or 3 people who can step into the threshold of the world of cultivation through their own efforts, which is already very good. The immortal road is far away. Once the disciples of Lingxiao sect are assigned to the Qinzayuan, it is basically equivalent to announcing that he will basically have no chance to be immortal in this life. Of course, that was in the past, and now, because of Li Xiang's arrival, the Qinzayuan of Lingxiao sect's Liming Peak will be destined to shine among the 12 peaks of Lingxiao. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, the first trial officially began. I don't know whether to say that the other party is lucky or not. The one who competed with Li Xiang happened to be a junior brother who was in the big bunk bed of room 23 of Dingzi. Li Xiang remembered that it seemed to be Zhang, but he didn't remember the specific name. After all, after traveling to this world, Li Xiang only stayed in room 23, Dingzi, for 1 day and then moved to Shangshe. Li Xiang could not remember the name of his junior brother surnamed Zhang, but his junior brother Zhang Laosan still remembered Li Xiang. Of course, it was difficult for Zhang Laosan not to remember Li Xiang. There was no way. What happened that night really left a deep impression on Zhang Laosan and the other 6 junior brothers in the same room. Senior brother Bai Jintang, the manager of the kitchen, and Fu Donghai, the assistant chef, as well as senior brother Zhao and senior brother Liu, who were slapped by Bai Jintang but dared not even say a word, and senior brother Wang, the manager of the manure carrying and vegetable watering team, who was not as good as the county magistrate. These senior brothers, who were arrogant and high-handed in the service yard, were as obedient as grandsons in front of this master. Zhang Laosan and his team were in the manure carrying and vegetable watering team, and they spent a large part of the day in the vegetable garden of the service yard. Zhang Laosan and his friends had seen more than once that the steward, Wang Yiming, Zhao, and Liu were circling around this gentleman, and they were almost flirting with him. Moreover, it was said that the 30-odd acres of vacant land to the east of the vegetable garden had been allocated to this gentleman by the eldest brother of the errand yard to build a yard. Even the steward of the errand yard was so flattering to this gentleman, so you can imagine how scary this gentleman's identity and background were. At least, this gentleman was definitely not someone that Zhang Laosan could offend. On the trial stage, the steward waved his hand and shouted, "Begin!" Li Xiang took a step forward and was about to clasp his fists and greet Zhang Laosan. Unexpectedly, when Li Xiang took a step forward, Zhang Laosan involuntarily took a step back. Li Xiang was slightly stunned and took another step forward, but Zhang Laosan took another step back. "Oh my God, what's going on?" Li Xiang took 2 quick steps forward, but Zhang Laosan hurriedly took several steps back and retreated directly to the edge of the trial platform. He missed a step and fell backwards, falling off the trial platform. "Qinzayuan, Li Xiang wins!" The senior brother in charge on the trial platform raised his hand and announced loudly, "Oh my God, he won just now? Boring!" Li Xiang thought a little boredly and jumped off the trial platform. After several consecutive trials, I don't know if it was deliberately arranged by Zhou Yihu and others or what, the opponents Li Xiang met were all people from Qinzayuan without exception. The process of the competition. Well, the process is not important. The result is important. The result is that Li Xiang didn't even move his hands, and his opponents either slipped and fell off the trial platform, or when they reached the trial platform, they suddenly fell to the ground, with a crooked mouth and squinting eyes, and twitching hands and feet, as if they had a sudden epileptic seizure. There was even an opponent who, when he stepped onto the trial platform, stepped on empty air, fell forward, hit his head on the trial platform, and fainted. He hadn't even stepped onto the trial platform yet, but he had already lost. In short, the process is not important. What is important is the result. And the result is that Li Xiang won all the way. Until the evening, when it was almost dark, Li Xiang finally met an opponent who was not from the Qinzayuan. and the opponent did not have any more accidents, let alone sudden epilepsy. However, when he stood in front of the opponent, Xiang saw all kinds of contempt and disdain in the opponent's eyes. Obviously, Xiang's performance during the day has spread among the disciples participating in the trial. A disciple of the Qinzaiwan who didn't even move a finger has defeated more than a dozen opponents in a row and advanced to the top 10. If you say there is no trick in this, who would believe it? Obviously, this is a top-notch show-off launched by the Qinzaiwan. Or maybe this guy spent money and wanted to make a breakthrough from the general affairs courtyard to the upper courtyard to seek a good future. Unfortunately, the other party was unlucky and met this young master. Today, this young master will let him know that there is always someone better than you. Standing opposite Xiang, Ke, a trial disciple from Mingyu Hall, looked at Xiang coldly with disdain on his face. "Brother, please." Xiang saw that he did not scare the other party, and the other party looked at him with contempt and disdain, and even a hint of sneer. Xiang did not think much about it, let alone care, and clasped his fists and said, "Please." Ke clasped his fists and answered casually, and stood up with a 5 Thunder Talisman on his hand. "Begin!" As soon as the voice of the steward brother fell, Ke raised his hand and threw a 5 Thunder Talisman directly at Xiang. The 5 Thunder Talisman instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, falling from the sky, and struck Xiang. "Oh my God! The 5 Thunder Talisman!" Xiang was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, the 5 Thunder Talisman had already landed on him. Pia! With a crisp sound, lightning and thunder suddenly shot out from Xiang's body, and silver snakes ran around. Fortunately, Xiang was wearing the 100 Python armor, which was made of the scales of the 3rd-level monster 100 Flower God Python, and its defense was very strong. The lightning transformed by the 5 Thunder Talisman hit Xiang, and a flash of white light was blocked by the 100 Python armor. Even so, this lightning still shocked Xiang's hair to stand up one by one, and he looked a little embarrassed. However, Ke was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe that his 5 Thunder Talisman, which was equivalent to the full-strength lightning of a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, hit Xiang. But he couldn't kill him. This is too strange, right? Yes, it was the armor on his body. He must be wearing a set of high-grade armor, otherwise how could he possibly block the lightning strike from the 5 Thunder Talisman? Thinking of this, Ke's eyes could not help but flash with excitement again. He must get the armor from him. Whether it's stealing or robbing, he must get it. However, before Ke could finish his thought, Xiang on the opposite side had a fierce look in his eyes, raised his hand, and threw one 5 Thunder Talisman after another at Ke in an instant. "Damn it! Damn guy! How dare you sneak attack me when I wasn't paying attention? It's just the 5 Thunder Talisman. You have it, but I don't? Not only do I have it, but I have a lot of it. I can smash you to death." Chapter 33. When did the 5 Thunder Talisman become so worthless? Xiang threw 5 Thunder Talismans one after another at Ke, and they instantly turned into lightning bolts, falling from the air and striking Ke. Pia! 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 Lightning bolts fell from the air one after another and hit Ke. Ke was almost scared to death. He only threw one 5 Thunder Talisman. How come the other side threw more than 10 or 25 Thunder Talismans at once? Those are 5 Thunder Talismans. One costs 20 low-grade spiritual stones. He is the direct great-grandson of Ouyang Wufang, the first elder of Ziwei Hall, and he only has a few high-grade spiritual talismans of 5 Thunder Talismans given by his great-grandfather. But what about the kid opposite? He is just a small errand boy in the service yard. How could he have so many 5 Thunder Talismans? When did the 5 Thunder Talismans become so worthless? What is going on? Before he could finish his thought, a lightning bolt transformed from the 5 Thunder Talismans fell from the sky and landed on Ke, making a crisp sound of Pia. A white light flashed on Ke's body, and his whole body straightened up for a moment, and then he fell to the ground in a daze. Seeing this, the senior brother, who was the referee on the trial stage, was shocked, and hurried forward, shouting, "Ouyang, Ouyang!" Ke is the direct great-grandson of Ouyang Wufang, the head of Ziwei Hall, and he's also a disciple of Mingyue Hall. If something happens to him, Ziwei Hall and Mingyue Hall will not forgive him. On the trial stage, Ke, who fell to the ground, flashed a white light again, and then shrank into a broken substitute puppet, appearing on the trial stage, while Ke's real body had been teleported to the bottom of the trial stage a few feet away. Seeing the surrogate puppet on the trial stage and seeing Ke appear under the trial stage, the steward brother was still a little uneasy. He didn't know how the heads of Ziwei Hall and Mingyue Hall would deal with him afterwards. Although Ke's life was saved, he used a surrogate puppet. That was a surrogate puppet, priceless. Selling it would not be enough to compensate. The steward brother thought uneasily, standing trembling on the trial stage, and said in a trembling voice, "Qin Zaiwan, Li Xiang Sheng." Li Xiang glanced coldly at Ouyang, who was teleported to the trial stage by the surrogate puppet, and walked down the trial stage without saying anything. On the other side, Ouyang looked at Li Xiang with eyes full of resentment and viciousness. He clenched his hands tightly and stared at Li Xiang with gritted teeth, wishing to tear Li Xiang into pieces. That kid actually caused him to use a surrogate puppet. That was one of the life-saving magic weapons given to him by his great-grandfather. There was only one of them, which could save his life in times of danger. Originally, it was for him to use to save his life when he went down the mountain and experienced life in the future, but he didn't expect that he would have used it in a small entry test in the sect. Doesn't this mean that if it weren't for that surrogate puppet, he would have lost his life just now? That kid actually killed him? He didn't even kill him, but he actually wanted to kill him? Thinking of this, Ouyang looked at Li Xiang with a deeper look of resentment. If he didn't take revenge, how could he, Ouyang, gain a foothold in Thunder Peak and stay in Lingxiao sect in the future? Ouyang clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, took out a fiery sky-burning talisman, held it in his hand, and was about to throw it at Li Xiang. The fiery sky-burning talisman is a top-grade spiritual talisman that is one level higher than the 5 Thunder Talisman. The 5 Thunder Talisman couldn't do anything to Li Xiang, so the fiery heaven-burning talisman, which was equivalent to the full-strength attack of an early Jindan cultivator, couldn't do anything to Li Xiang? That was one of the things that Ouyang great-grandfather, Ouyang Wufang, gave to Ouyang to save his life and attack the enemy. Ouyang only had that one. Ouyang naturally didn't know that Li Xiang had already copied 10 copies of the fiery heaven-burning talisman from him. Moreover, although the fiery heaven-burning talisman was a top-grade spiritual talisman, equivalent to the full-strength attack of an early Jindan cultivator, it actually couldn't do anything to Li Xiang. The 100 python armor on Li Xiang's body was the armor used by a late Jindan cultivator. How could its defense be weak? Even if it couldn't stop the continuous attacks of a Jindan cultivator, it was more than enough to stop 1 or 2 attacks. Ouyang stared at Li Xiang's back with anger in his eyes. Just as he was about to use the fiery sky-burning talisman in his hand to hit Li Xiang, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Care! Don't be reckless!" Ouyang was slightly stunned, turned his head and looked around, and then saw his father Ouyang in the crowd. It was the brothers and sisters of Ziwei Hall who saw that Ouyang was defeated by Li Xiang and even used a substitute puppet, and hurriedly sent a message to Ouyang. After Ouyang got the news, he hurried over. As soon as he arrived at the trial field, Ouyang saw Ouyang holding the fiery sky-burning talisman in his hand, and was about to attack a somewhat unfamiliar disciple who had not yet cultivated any spiritual power. Obviously, the disciple who had not yet cultivated any spiritual power was Li Xiang, the trial disciple of the Qinzayuan who defeated Kair. The trial was over. The winner was decided. If Kair still attacked Li Xiang, it would be a violation of the sect rules. At the very least, he would be expelled from the sect, and at the worst, his life would be paid for. It was not worth it to sacrifice his son's precious life for a nobody in the Qinzayuan. Ouyang naturally didn't want to see his son attack a kid in the Qinzayuan in broad daylight, in full view of everyone. In that case, even himself, even Kair's grandfather, great-grandfather, and Qin Mingyu, the head of Mingyue Tang, who had already decided to accept Kair as a disciple, could not protect Kair. There were plenty of ways to attack the kid in the Qinzayuan. There was no need to do it in full view of everyone, risking breaking the sect rules. In private, find a deserted place, find a quiet night, kill the kid in one fell swoop, and then burn him with fire to destroy the body. Who could find out about Kair or himself? Who dared to suspect and accuse Kair or himself? Hearing his father's voice, Ouyang turned his head to look at his father, only to see Ouyang slightly shaking his head at him. Ouyang was slightly stunned, but he still obediently put away the fiery sky-burning talisman, lowered his head and walked to Ouyang, whispering, "Father, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you." Ouyang reached out and patted Ouyang on the shoulder, saying, "It's just an entry test, win or lose, don't worry too much." Then he said in a secret voice, "Your father will definitely avenge you." After hearing Ouyang words, Ouyang was slightly stunned, paused and said, "Father, I want to avenge my son's revenge myself." Ouyang didn't say anything else, just nodded slightly, and took Ouyang and left the trial field. Chapter 34. After the trial ended and they went back to sleep, there were no more accidents in the competitions afterwards, and no one had used a top-grade spiritual talisman like the 5 Thunder Talisman. After all, the 5 Thunder Talisman is a top-grade spiritual talisman, equivalent to the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. In Thunder Peak, there are still only a few people who have the 5 Thunder Talisman. the 5 Thunder Talisman has not yet become so common. Moreover, from the previous competition between Xiang and Ouyang, those disciples who have just entered the sect for less than a year have also discovered that even if they use the 5 Thunder Talisman, so what? Are they still not Xiang's opponents? Moreover, Xiang also has the 5 Thunder Talisman, and more. Didn't you see that Ouyang used a 5 Thunder Talisman to hit Xiang, and then Xiang returned more than 10 or 25 Thunder Talismans in a row, directly hitting him and using up a surrogate puppet? The surrogate puppet, a life-saving thing, was wasted in vain on the entrance trial. Anyone would feel heartbroken, right? Among the remaining trial disciples, there are also disciples with extraordinary origins, but with Ouyang's living example in front of them, the remaining disciples who want to attack Xiang again have to think twice. It's just an entry trial. There is no need to make such a deep hatred, and it seems like a fight to the death, right? People with real backgrounds and abilities, even if they want to go to the book pavilion and read a lot of books, there are plenty of ways. There is no need to grab the opportunity to be the first in the entry trial. That opportunity is reserved for those who have no identity and no background, in order to give those people of humble origins a thought and an opportunity, so as not to completely chill their hearts. Therefore, in the subsequent trials, Xiang's opponents, at most, used low-level talismans such as the Wind Blade Talisman or the Ice Talisman, which turned into a few wind blades and ice blades and attacked Xiang a few times without any pain. Even the lightning transformed by the 5 Thunder Talismans could not break the defense of the 100 Python armor on Xiang, let alone these wind blades and ice blades. These things, hitting Xiang, were like tickling. Not even a hair of Xiang was knocked off. Of course, Xiang returned the favor and did not use the 5 Thunder Talismans, but used low-level talismans such as the Wind Blade Talisman, the Ice Talisman, and the Fiery Fire Talisman to fight back. These low-level talismans, back and forth, transformed into various wind blades, ice blades, or groups of flames, looked very lively, but in fact, they could not hurt the opponent at all. Xiang had the 100 Python armor on him, and the low-level talismans could not break the defense. Most of the new disciples who could make it into the top 10, except Xiang, were people with status and background, and many of them were even the designated disciples of the upper halls. Therefore, these people also have various armors, and they can take out low-level talismans such as Wind Blade Talismans and Fire Talismans. Ordinary disciples who have just entered the sect for less than a year cannot take out these things. Even if it is just a low-level talisman, it is still a talisman. A talisman that is not easy to make. How could they just give it to new disciples who have just entered the sect for less than a year and cannot even draw chi into their bodies? Are they too rich to burn? A low-level talisman costs at least 1/10 of a spirit stone. Which sect dares to throw these talismans to a new disciple casually? Even a worthless white iron sword actually costs 1 spirit stone, and the new disciple has to wait until he can draw chi into his body and reach the initial stage of chi training before he can get one in the sect's 100 weapons hall. New disciples? Don't even think about it. For Xiang, the following competition, well, it should be said that it was more of a performance than a competition. And Xiang, without any surprise, successfully won the first place in the entry trial and got the opportunity to enter the DNC Pavilion, Outer Pavilion, and read a lot of books for a day. However, in the entry trials of previous years, the disciples who won the first place were almost impatient and entered the Outer Pavilion of the DNC Pavilion overnight so that they could stay in the Outer Pavilion for one more night. And after Xiang got the first place, he didn't go to the DNC Pavilion, but went directly back to the Qinzaiyuan and fell asleep. Fu Donghai, who had been following Xiang, suddenly couldn't figure it out. The young master has won the first place. Why doesn't he go to the Outer Pavilion of the DNC Pavilion to read a lot of books, but instead goes back to his room to sleep? Does the young master look down on the classics in the DNC Pavilion? Well, that's possible. Who is the young master? That's a great god who can reward a servant casually and give out several storage rings and storage bags. How could the young master be interested in the small book pavilion on Laming Peak, which was an outer pavilion for collecting cultivation books and study notes of cultivators below the Jindan stage? The young master could easily kill cultivators in the late Jindan stage with just a flick of his hand. What use were the books and study notes of Jindan stage cultivation to the young master? Fu Donghai was even a little confused. Why did the young master want to participate in this entry trial? Wouldn't it be enough to just deal with the errand? Why did he have to fight for the first place? After getting the first place, why didn't he go to the book pavilion and went home to sleep? Fu Donghai naturally didn't expect that Xiang was tired. He was just an ordinary person. How could he not be tired after a busy day? In addition to Xiang, the first place in the entry trial from the Qinzhaiyuan, there were more than 200 people from the Qinzhaiyuan who participated in the entry trial. Among these people, there are 20 to 30 people who actually eliminated the disciples of the upper house hall in the trial and successfully advanced to the top 100. In the entrance trials of previous years, the disciples of the Qinzhai courtyard were basically extras. Whether there are 100 or 200 disciples participating in the trial, there are only a handful of them who can enter the top 100. Many times, the disciples of the Qinzhai courtyard who participated in the trial were able to advance to the top 100 because the number of disciples participating in the trial in the upper house was less than 100. To put it bluntly, the disciples of the Qinzhai courtyard who participated in the trial were able to advance to the top 100, and the luck factor was greater than the strength factor. It is even more difficult to find 1 or 2 people who can rank ahead of those disciples in the upper house. And this time, there are as many as 20 to 30 people who have advanced to the top 100 and ranked ahead of those disciples who participated in the trial in the upper house. This is something that has never happened in previous years. When did the new disciples of the Qinzhaiyuan become so strong? No, it's not that they became stronger, but because they had a lot of wind blade talismans, ice talismans, and fire talismans in their hands for no apparent reason. Qi Shiyuan, the head of the Thunder Peak, heard from the steward disciple who presided over the entrance trial on the spot that the new disciples of the Qinzhaiyuan who were promoted also had low-level talismans, such as wind blade talismans and ice talismans in their hands, and in large quantities. One of the disciples even used up more than 20 ice talismans in one breath during the trial competition and almost froze his opponent, a new disciple of Ziwei Hall, into an ice cube. By the way, the disciple who won the first place in the entrance trial competition was also from the Qinzhaiyuan. It is said that in the competition, he also used up more than a dozen 5 thunder talismans in one breath and beat the direct great-grandson of Ziwei Hall's head, Ouyang Wufang, into a mess. If it weren't for the puppet that took the place of Ouyang Ke, Ouyang Wufang's great-grandson would have died without knowing what was happening. Although, the competition between the master and the disciple was to stop at a certain point, it was not easy to fight with life. But Ouyang Ke used the 5 thunder talisman first, and the other party returned the favor with the 5 thunder talisman. Ouyang Ke himself was unable to resist. If he really lost his life without knowing what was happening, he really couldn't blame others. Even Ouyang Wufang might have to swallow his bitterness and couldn't say anything. However, the disciple from the General Affairs Court actually had so many 5 thunder talismans in his hand. It seemed that his identity, background, and origin were not simple. Should I send someone to investigate his background? If someone with ulterior motives sneaked into the sect, it would be troublesome. Chapter 35. The Great and Rich Senior Brother Lei Mingfeng, Ziwei Hall. As soon as Ouyang Zhang brought Ouyang Ke back to Ziwei Hall, a huge spiritual power came out from a room in Ziwei Hall and enveloped Ouyang Zhang and Ouyang Ke. The spiritual power rolled up, and the two were directly rolled into the room in Ziwei Hall by the powerful spiritual power. In the huge room, ambergris was burning all around, illuminating the room like daylight. In the middle of the room, there was a jade mat, on which sat cross-legged an old man with white hair and a childlike face, who looked to be in his 70s. The old man was wearing a brocade Taoist robe, had a 3-foot silver beard, and sat on the jade mat with his eyes slightly closed, holding a whisk in his hand. This old man was none other than Lei Mingfeng Elder, Ziwei Hall's head, Ouyang Wufang, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Just now, Ouyang Wufang sensed that Ouyang Zhang and Ouyang Ke had returned, and directly used spiritual power to bring them to him. This technique of capturing people, objects, through the air cannot be done without the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Grandpa, great-grandpa. Without any panic, after finding themselves in Ouyang Wufang's room, Ouyang Zhang and Ouyang Ke hurriedly knelt down in front of Ouyang Wufang and kowtowed. As if sensing that Ouyang Ke's breathing was a little disordered, Ouyang Wufang slightly opened his eyes, looked at Ouyang Ke and said, "Ke, what's wrong with you? But what's wrong with your practice? Why is your breathing so disordered? Great-grandpa, grandson is fine." Ouyang Ke lowered his head and said, "Huh?" Ouyang Wufang frowned slightly, and then asked again, "But what happened during the entrance trial?" Ouyang Ke knew that he could not hide it from Ouyang Wufang, so he simply said directly, "Great-grandpa, it's all my fault. I have embarrassed you, great-grandpa." As he said that, he told Ouyang Wufang about the situation during the entrance trial, avoiding the important points. After hearing what Ouyang Ke said, Ouyang Wufang's face suddenly darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "What? How dare you use the 5 thunder talisman to hit my great-grandson? He's rebelling. Kier, who is that kid? Your great-grandfather will kill him now." Great-great-grandfather, it's from the General Affairs Court called Li Xiang. Li Xiang, right? Someone come, Ouyang Wufang shouted. Master? A disciple who was serving outside Ouyang Wufang's room pushed the door open and walked in, bowing to Ouyang Wufang and said. Ouyang Wufang took a look and saw that it was his direct disciple Zhang Yuanshan. He immediately said, Yuanshan, go to the service courtyard and capture the third-generation disciple named Li Xiang in the service courtyard for me. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. Zhang Yuanshan is Ouyang Wufang's direct disciple. Before he was 40 years old, he had already reached the peak of the late foundation building stage. He was only one step away from the golden elixir stage. With his cultivation as a quasi-golden elixir cultivator, it would be easy for him to capture a disciple who had been in the sect for less than a year, right? Even if the other party had the 5 Thunder Talisman, what would it matter? Zhang Yuanshan had the 3rd-level armor Black Crocodile back armor that he had given him, and the 5 Thunder Talisman could not do anything to him. After hearing what Ouyang Wufang said, Zhang Yuanshan did not hesitate at all and bowed and replied, Yes, master. After bowing, Zhang Yuanshan left the room and flew quickly towards the service courtyard. Soon, Zhang Yuanshan had entered the servants' courtyard. When he arrived at the servants' courtyard, Zhang Yuanshan grabbed a random person and said sternly, Take me to see your steward brother. Who are you? You said I should take you to see the steward brother, so I have to take you there. The disciple of the servants' courtyard, who was caught by Zhang Yuanshan, happened to be brother Zhao Yongqian, who was in the light manure-carrying and vegetable watering group. He looked at Zhang Yuanshan with disdain. If Zhang Yuanshan spoke to Zhao Yongqian in a nice way, Zhao Yongqian might have answered him in a nice way. But Zhang Yuanshan was the direct disciple of the head of Ziwei Hall and had always been with Ouyang Wufang. When other disciples saw him, they had to be respectful and call him Brother Zhang. They dared not disobey him in the slightest. In this way, Zhang Yuanshan naturally developed a habit of looking down on others and looking down on others. Apart from his master Ouyang Wufang, his descendants, and the other elders and chiefs of Laming Peak, Zhang Yuanshan hardly took the other 2nd and 3rd generation disciples seriously. When he spoke to Zhao Yongqian, he was naturally arrogant and spoke in a condescending and even commanding tone. But the Zhao Yongqian that Zhang Yuanshan met was barely the top figure among the more than 700 disciples in the Qinzayuan. He used to follow senior brother Wang Yiming, who was in charge of the team of carrying manure and watering vegetables. He was used to being arrogant. Now, he and senior brother Wang Yiming are following senior brother Li Xiangli, which makes him even more awesome. Who is senior brother Li Xiangli? He is the famous senior brother of the Qinzayuan. Even senior brother Zhao Yihu, the manager of the Qinzayuan, has to be respectful and flattering when he sees senior brother Li Xiangli. Not to mention other people. Zhao Yongqian is a person who is used to relying on the power of others. Now that he is following the great and powerful senior brother Li Xiang, he is even more powerful? Don't you give me face? That means you are not giving face to the great and powerful senior brother. You can lose face for me, but you can't lose face for the great and powerful senior brother. Now, Zhao Yongqian has been with Li Xiang for 4 days, and he has obtained 4 storage bags from Li Xiang, 1 a day, and never miss one. There are even more things in the storage bags. There are already 4,000 low-grade spirit stones alone. In addition, there are also the 100 Python armor, the Netherworld sword, the mysterious Yin Divine Thunder, the substitute puppet, the 5 elements escape talisman, the Lingxi talisman, the Nanming fire talisman, and the 5 thunder talisman, etc. In total, Zhao Yongqian can hardly count the things he has obtained from senior brother Li Xiang in these 4 days. So many things. If you take them all out and pile them together, it will be like a small mountain. It can be said that on the entire Thunder Peak, Zhao Yongqian, no, to be precise, it should be Zhao Yongqian and his fellow disciples, who followed senior brother Li Xiangli. All kinds of magic weapons, talismans, and spiritual stones on their bodies are probably richer than many 2nd-generation disciples, even the first elders. Although Zhao Yongqian is only a disciple in the middle stage of qi refining, he now has the qualifications and ability to look down on any other 3rd-generation disciples outside the Qinzayuan, or even the 2nd-generation disciples. A cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, in front of Zhao Yongqian, has no qualifications to be arrogant. Want to boss around and talk to him, Zhao Yongqian, domineeringly? Bah, a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building is not qualified enough. If you piss me off, I can send him back home with a Xuanjin Divine Thunder. Xuanjin Divine Thunder is equivalent to the full force of a cultivator in the middle stage of Jindan. Sending a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building back home, isn't that a piece of cake? What's more, Zhao Yongqian still has a death substitute puppet and a 5-element escape talisman in his hand. The death substitute puppet saves life, and the 5-element escape talisman escapes life. With these things in hand, how could Zhao Yongqian still be afraid of a mere cultivator in the late stage of foundation building? He is a good person. So what if he is a disciple of the upper house? So what if he is a second-generation disciple? In the past, he could order the brothers in the general courtyard around and use them like cattle and horses. But now it's not possible. So what if he is a disciple of the upper house? As long as you hold on to senior brother Li Xiangli's thigh, spiritual stones, talismans, and magic weapons will come rolling in. Why do you need to count on the rewards of the master? The rewards of the master are not even a drop in the bucket of senior brother Li Xiangli. The rewards of the master for decades and hundreds of years are probably not as good as the rewards of senior brother Li Xiangli in one day. Senior brother Li Xiangli, that is really generous, a real rich man. Following him is much more promising than following the master. Chapter 36. The cowardly fellow was frightened away by a mysterious thunderbolt. After hearing what Zhao Yongqian said, Zhang Yuanshan could not help but be stunned. Ever since he became a disciple of Ouyang Wufang, the head of Ziwei Hall, and became a second-generation disciple, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a questioning tone. This little chi-refining disciple from the errand school actually dared to speak to him in such a tone. It was really outrageous. A fierce light flashed in Zhang Yuanshan's eyes, and he stretched out his hand to grab Zhao Yongqian, saying in a stern voice, "I am Zhang Yuanshan, the first disciple of Ziwei Hall. Do you think I have the qualifications?" With his cultivation as a quasi-golden elixir stage cultivator at the peak of the late foundation building period, it can be said that this grab is completely a sure thing for him to attack a small cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining. But Zhang Yuanshan never expected that his grab would actually miss. The other party flipped his hand and pasted a Qingfeng talisman on him, and then the whole person turned into a breeze and slipped out of Zhang Yuanshan's hand. Qingfeng talisman. A small cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining actually has a second-level Qingfeng talisman on his body? Humph! Do you think you can escape from the palm of my hand with the Qingfeng talisman? Zhang Yuanshan's eyes shrank slightly, his face turned cold, and his mind moved. A flying sword shot out from his body, as fast as lightning, and flew towards Zhao Yongqian. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword had already stabbed Zhao Yongqian, but immediately, a white light flashed on Zhao Yongqian's body, directly blocking Zhang Yuanshan's flying sword attack. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His flying sword was a third-level flying sword Qinggang sword. The other party could actually block his attack easily? Could it be that the other party also has armor above level 3? Before he could finish his thought, Zhao Yonggan on the opposite side was completely enraged by Zhang Yuanshan's attack. Zhao Yonggan paused and simply did not use the Qingfeng talisman to run away. He stopped there, turned around, stared at Zhang Yuanshan with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Try it again." Zhang Yuanshan was slightly stunned, and then sneered and said, "Humph! A little cultivator in the chi refining stage dares to speak to me in this tone. What if I touch you? Even if I kill you, no one in this miscellaneous courtyard will dare to stand up for you. You want to kill me?" Zhao Yonggan's eyes shrank slightly, and then he sneered and said, "I'm afraid you don't have that ability yet." This sentence completely enraged Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Yuanshan's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand. A huge spiritual power surged out and directly blasted towards Zhao Yonggan. At the same time, Zhang Yuanshan made a sword gesture with his hand, pointed his finger, and the flying sword in the air flew towards Zhao Yonggan again. Zhao Yonggan's mouth curled up slightly, sneered, and his body shook. Under the acceleration of the Qingfeng talisman, his whole body flew up like a breeze. At the same time, Zhao Yonggan turned his wrist, and there were already several 5 Thunder Talismans and Nanming Lihuo Talismans in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the 5 Thunder Talismans and Nanming Lihuo Talismans hit Zhang Yuanshan one by one. In an instant, the 5 Thunder Talismans turned into lightning, falling from the sky and striking Zhang Yuanshan. At the same time, the Nanming Lihuo Talismans also turned into a little spark, fell on Zhang Yuanshan's body, and burned fiercely. "Humph! You dare to show off your skills in front of me!" Zhang Yuanshan snorted coldly, relying on the black crocodile back armor he was wearing, and blocked one lightning after another. At the same time, he waved his sleeves, and a surge of spiritual power rushed out, wrapping up the flames transformed by the Nanming Lihuo Talisman, and directly used the powerful spiritual power to extinguish the flames. After receiving the lightning transformed by Zhao Yonggan's 7 5 Thunder Talismans, even though Zhang Yuanshan had the black crocodile back armor to protect him, he was also hit by the lightning, and his blood and qi surged, and his breathing became heavy. Each lightning transformed by the 5 Thunder Talisman is equivalent to the full-strength attack of a late-stage foundation-building cultivator. Although Zhang Yuanshan is a quasi-golden elixir cultivator at the peak of the late-stage foundation building, he is still a late-stage foundation building cultivator in the final analysis, and has not yet broken through in terms of realm. If it weren't for the strong defense of the black crocodile back armor, Zhang Yuanshan would not dare to take the lightning transformed by the 5 Thunder Talisman. Moreover, no matter how strong the defense of the black crocodile back armor is, there will be a day when it will be broken. After enduring 7 or 8 lightning transformed by the 5 Thunder Talismans in a row, cracks appeared on the black crocodile back armor, and it was obvious that it could not hold on for a few more times. However, Zhang Yuanshan was defeated but not defeated in battle. Although he was almost at the end of his strength, he still said arrogantly, "Boy, is this all you can do? If this is all you can do, don't blame me for being rude." However, before Zhang Yuanshan finished speaking, Zhao Yonggan flipped his hand and took out another stack of 5 Thunder Talismans and Southern Ming Fire Talismans. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan's eyes widened again. The dozen or so 5 Thunder Talismans and Southern Ming Fire Talismans just now had already made him unable to resist, and he was almost beaten by the 5 Thunder Talismans so hard that even the black crocodile's back armor was about to rot. Originally, I thought that the dozen or 5 Thunder Talismans and Southern Ming Fire Talismans were the biggest reliance of the young cultivator in the middle stage of Qi refining on the opposite side. But who would have thought that Zhao Yonggan flipped his hand and took out more Southern Ming Fire Talismans and 5 Thunder Talismans? Wait, what is that? What is that round ball on the boy's right hand, with flashes of lightning inside? Yes, it's the Xuanyan Divine Thunder. It's equivalent to the Xuanyan Divine Thunder of a mid-stage Jindan cultivator with all his strength. Zhang Yuanshan is the entry disciple of the first seat of Ziwei Hall and is knowledgeable. Seeing Zhao Yonggan flip his hand and take out a Xuanyan Divine Thunder, Zhang Yuanshan was shocked and immediately knew that he might have kicked a steel plate this time. In the Qin Zaiwan, a small cultivator in the middle stage of Qi refining actually has Xuanyan Divine Thunder on him, which is even more than that of the Jindan stage. Who would believe this if he said it out? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and someone else told Zhang Yuanshan not to mess with the people in the Qin Zaiwan, because the little cultivators in the Qi refining stage all have Xuanyan Divine Thunder on them, it would be strange if Zhang Yuanshan didn't treat that person as a fool. However, the facts were in front of him, and Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but believe it. Without any hesitation, after seeing Zhao Yonggan take out the Xuanyan Divine Thunder, Zhang Yuanshan immediately flew out of the Qinzai courtyard without looking back and flew back to Ziwei Hall. The water in Qinzai courtyard was too deep for a small cultivator like him in the foundation establishment stage to handle. It was still the best strategy to run away, and it was important to save his life first. Seeing Zhang Yuanshan fleeing, Zhao Yonggan couldn't help but sneer in contempt, spit at Zhang Yuanshan's back, and said disdainfully, "Bah, a cowardly guy was scared away by a Xuanyan Divine Thunder. If you have the guts, try to be arrogant in front of me again." Chapter 37, Ouyang Wufang's Decision. After flying back to the courtyard of Ziwei Hall, Zhang Yuanshan felt a little relieved, but he still didn't stop at all and flew straight to Ouyang Wufang's room. Along the way, the fellow disciples from Ziwei Hall who met him saluted and greeted him, but he did not respond. He flew all the way to the outside of Ouyang Wufang's room before stopping. In the room, Ouyang Wufang had already felt Zhang Yuanshan's breath, and even clearly heard Zhang Yuanshan's bang 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 heartbeat and heavy breathing. Ouyang Wufang was puzzled and slowly opened his eyes. Then he heard Zhang Yuanshan outside the door, saying in a slightly trembling, "Master, come in," Ouyang Wufang said in a deep voice. Zhang Yuanshan took a deep breath, then pushed open the door and stepped into the room. As soon as he stepped into the room, Zhang Yuanshan knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and said, "Master, I am incompetent and embarrassed you." Ouyang Wufang frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly evaded the important and told the story again. But when he was narrating, Zhang Yuanshan used a little exaggerated rhetoric. Zhao Yonggan's cultivation was not exaggerated. He was still in the middle stage of Qi refining. Zhang Yuanshan wanted to exaggerate the cultivation of the disciples in the Qin Zaiwan, but he couldn't do it. Zhou Yihu, the senior brother who was the manager of the Qin Zaiwan, was only in the middle stage of Jindan. Moreover, there was only one Jindan cultivator in the entire Qin Zaiwan. The other managers, without exception, were all below the Jindan stage, either in the foundation building stage or the Qi refining stage. As for the other disciples, their cultivation was even lower. Among the more than 600 disciples in the Qin Zaiwan, more than 500 were still in the stage of drawing Qi into the body. Basically, those who could draw Qi into the body and step into the realm of the initial stage of Qi refining could be a small manager in the Qin Zaiwan, and no longer had to do those dirty and tiring hard labor. However, except for Zhao Yonggen's cultivation, which was not exaggerated, Zhang Yuanshan exaggerated the others without exception. Zhang Yuanshan doubled the number of 5 Thunder Talismans and Nanming Fire Talismans from more than a dozen to more than 30. Then Zhao Yonggen took out another 70 or 80 5 Thunder Talismans and Nanming Fire Talismans. The 5-level 5 Thunder Talismans and Nanming Fire Talismans were like free in Zhao Yonggen's hands. Zhang Yuanshan even felt that the young monk in the Diluan had at least 1 or 200 5-level talismans, like the 5 Thunder Talismans and Nanming Fire Talismans. In addition to these 5-level talismans, Zhao Yonggen also took out 2 Xuanyin Divine Thunders and threw them at him. If he hadn't run fast, he would have died in the Diluan now. After hearing what Zhang Yuanshan said, Ouyang Wufang couldn't help but flash a trace of anger in his eyes. 5 Thunder Talismans. 5 Thunder Talismans again. Before, his precious great-grandson Ouyang Ke almost died at the hands of the disciple named Li Xiang in the Qinzaiyuan. Now a young cultivator in the Qinzaiyuan in the middle stage of Qi training actually has 200 or 300 5 Thunder Talismans and Nanming Fire Talismans on him. Humph, since when did the 5th-level talismans become street goods? Everyone has dozens or hundreds of them. And the Xuanyin Divine Thunder, that is a good thing, equivalent to the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the middle stage of Jindan. A mere young cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training, and from the Qinzaiyuan actually has 2? Damn it, my own precious grandson and great-grandson don't have these things, but a little errand boy in the Qinzaiyuan has 2? Since when did the Qinzaiyuan become a place where crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers are hidden? His eyes narrowed slightly, and Ouyang Wufang didn't say anything more. He flipped his wrist and threw a bottle of healing pill, Bielingdan, to Zhang Yuanshan, and then said, "Okay, I know, you don't have to worry about it. Go down and take good care of your injuries." "Thank you, master, I'll take my leave." Zhang Yuanshan kowtowed again and said, leaving the room. In the room, Ouyang Wufang's eyes flickered a few times. "It seems that I have to go to the service yard in person." In the service yard, a small errand boy in the middle stage of Qi refining has 2 Xuanyin Divine Thunders on his body. The other managers may also have them, and possibly more. Xuanyin Divine Thunder is nothing to a cultivator in the middle stage of Yuanying like Ouyang Wufang, but for a cultivator in the Jindan stage, it is definitely a good thing to protect the house and life. My son Ouyang Jun is now in seclusion, impacting the realm of the early stage of Yuanying. Grandson Ouyang Zhong, however, has just entered the early stage of Jindan, and great-grandson Ouyang Ke is only in the early stage of Qi training, which is the time when they need all kinds of good things to save their lives. Whether it is Ouyang Zhong or Ouyang Ke, with the Xuanyin Divine Thunder in hand, when facing a strong enemy, they will have more means of self-protection. Even with the Xuanyin Divine Thunder, great-grandson Ouyang Ke, with the cultivation of the early stage of Qi training, can kill the cultivators of the early stage of Jindan, or even the middle stage of Jindan. When facing care, cultivators below the Jindan stage can only flee, just like Zhang Yuanshan just now. Thinking of this, Ouyang Wufang has made up his mind to visit the Qinzaiyuan at night. Those who have Xuanyin Divine Thunder in their hands, Ouyang Wufang will not let any of them go. If they know what's good for them, hand over the Xuanyin Divine Thunder obediently and they can be spared. If they don't know what's good for them, don't blame me for turning my face and being ruthless. Even if all the coolies in the errand house were killed, so what? Can Laming Peak or Lingxiao sect embarrass a middle-stage nascent soul elder for just a few dozen low-level cultivators in the foundation establishment or Qi refining stages? Moreover, in the Ziwei Hall, Ouyang Wufang is definitely not alone. His son Ouyang Zhun is now in seclusion to impact the nascent soul stage. When he comes out of seclusion, the Ouyang family will have another nascent soul cultivator in Laming Peak, and nascent soul cultivators are definitely first-class masters in Laming Peak, and even in the entire Lingxiao sect. There are only more than 100 nascent soul cultivators in the entire Lingxiao sect. There are less than 10 in Laming Peak, and in the Ziwei Hall of Laming Peak, besides Ouyang Wufang, the middle-stage nascent soul elder, there is only another early-stage nascent soul elder. Once Ouyang Zhun successfully breaks through to the nascent soul stage, the Ouyang family will have 2 nascent soul cultivators in Ziwei Hall. This is definitely the largest force in the entire Laming Peak. What's more, Ouyang Wufang has already made arrangements to let his great-grandson worship Qin Mingyue, the head of Mingyue Hall, and become Qin Mingyue's entry-level disciple, in order to win over and make friends with Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyue, but also has the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul, and is in charge of Mingyue Hall. With the 2 sides joining forces, the entire Laming Peak can basically be said to be the 2 families of Ouyang Wufang and Qin Mingyue who have the final say. Even Qi Shuyuan, the head of Laming Peak, We'll have to look at the faces of Ouyang Wufang and Qin Mingyue at that time. Chapter 38. Storage-type magic weapons. Even more than himself. When it was almost midnight, Ouyang Wufang quietly left Ziwei Hall, and his figure floated to the Qin Zayuan like a ghost. At that time, the low-level disciples in the Qin Zayuan had basically fallen asleep. Ouyang Wufang was in the middle stage of the Yuanying, so it was easy for him to sneak into the Qin Zayuan without being noticed. As the elder of Laming Peak and the head of Ziwei Hall, Ouyang Wufang naturally knew the situation in the Qin Zayuan. The highest level cultivator in the entire Qin Zayuan was a cultivator in the middle stage of the Jindan Zhou Yihu, the senior brother who was in charge of the Qin Ziyuan. The first target of Ouyang Wufang was of course Zhou Yihu. At that time, Zhou Yihu was holding a spiritual stone in each hand, sitting cross-legged on the futon, practicing there. Ouyang Wufang's figure suddenly appeared in Zhou Yihu's room, and then he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a spiritual power touched Zhou Yihu's shoulder, directly restraining Zhou Yihu. When Ouyang Wufang saw the two spiritual stones in Zhou Yihu's hand that he was practicing, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Top-grade spiritual stones. Zhou Yihu used 2 top-grade spiritual stones for practice. Top-grade spirit stones are not rare. Ouyang Wufang has several top-grade spirit stones in his hands. However, it is absolutely rare for a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core to use 2 top-grade spirit stones for cultivation at the same time. Even though Ouyang Wufang has been in Lingxiao sect for hundreds of years, he has never seen a cultivator in the Golden Core stage who can use 2 top-grade spirit stones for cultivation at the same time. It seems that he has come to the right place this time. A cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core can use 2 top-grade spirit stones for cultivation at the same time. So what else can he do without? With a hand extended, the storage rings and storage bags on Zhou Yihu flew directly into Ouyang Wufang's hands. Seeing the 3 storage rings and 5 storage bags searched from Zhou Yihu's hands, Ouyang Wufang was stunned again. This cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core actually has 3 storage rings and 5 storage bags on him. He has more storage magic weapons than himself. This is simply outrageous. How can this little Jindan stage cultivator possess so many storage magic weapons? Is he worthy of possessing so many storage magic weapons? If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Yihu was the senior brother in charge of the General Affairs Court, killing him would definitely alert the Thunder Peak Chief Branch and might even alert the Lingxiao sect's headquarters. Ouyang Wufang would not even hesitate to kill Zhou Yihu directly. A Jindan stage cultivator actually had so many storage magic weapons on him, but he had never offered them to the Elder of Thunder Peak. This was simply outrageous. However, when Ouyang Wufang opened Zhou Yihu's storage bag and storage ring, he was stunned again. Those 3 storage rings and 5 storage bags actually contained more than 200 high-quality spirit stones. No wonder Zhou Yihu, a small cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core, actually used 2 high-grade spirit stones to practice at the same time. In his storage bag, there were more than 200 high-grade spirit stones. So many high-grade spirit stones, even the entire Ziwei Hall might not be able to find them. Where did this guy's high-grade spirit stones come from? What surprised Ouyang Wufang even more was that it was not these high-grade spirit stones. In front of dozens or hundreds of death-replacing puppets and Xuanyan God Thunder, these high-grade spirit stones were nothing at all. Those dozens of death-replacing puppets and hundreds of Xuanyan God Thunder were the real priceless treasures. In addition to priceless treasures such as death-replacing puppets and Xuanyan God Thunder, Zhou Yihu's storage bag and storage ring actually contained hundreds of 5-elements escape talismans, 5 thunder talismans, Nanming Lihuo talismans, and a large number of various pills for replenishing spirit and qi, restoring blood and healing injuries. Even the level 5 armor, the 100 python armor and the level 5 flying sword, the Netherworld sword, had 8 sets. This disciple in the middle stage of the Golden Core had level 5 armor and flying swords that looked like street goods, and there was more than one. Where did all these things come from? He was a small cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core, and he was in charge of those lowly servants in the Qin Zayuan who had the hardest, most tiring, and the lowest status. Even if those servants kept offering him food day and night, it was impossible for them to collect so many things in such a short time, right? After a brief surprise, Ouyang Wufang couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This time, he really came to the right place. The things on Zhou Yihu, the little steward of the Qin Zayuan, were more than the wealth of his entire Ziwei Hall. As long as he took these things back and distributed them to the disciples of Ziwei Hall, would he be afraid that those disciples of Ziwei Hall would not be loyal to him? Even with these things, it would be easier for Ouyang Wufang to make friends with the heads of Mingyue Hall, Qingguyuan, and Jieling Hall. By then, even if he wanted to be the head of Laming Peak, it would not be a problem at all, right? Qi Shuan, that old guy, has been the head of Liming Peak for nearly 500 years. It's time to move. No, not just the head of Liming Peak. I have so many things. How can I still be so short-sighted? I should think long-term, even longer. I can be an elder of Lingxiao sect, or even the headmaster. With these 200 high-quality spirit stones within 100 years, I will definitely break through to the late nascent soul stage, and even have the hope of entering the out-of-body stage. The thought of a cultivator in the out-of-body stage makes me excited. In the entire Lingxiao sect, there are only a handful of cultivators in the out-of-body stage, and these few, without exception, are all supreme elders, and they are above the headmaster of Lingxiao sect. And the headmaster of Lingxiao sect is only at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. The peak of the late nascent soul stage is also the late nascent soul stage. As long as you don't break through to the out-of-body stage, you will always be in the late nascent soul stage. As long as Ouyang Wufang can break through to the late nascent soul stage, he will also have the qualifications to compete for the headmaster of Lingxiao sect. Thinking of this, Ouyang Wufang became excited again. After putting away the 3 storage rings and 5 storage bags that were searched from Zhou Yihu, Ouyang Wufang quietly left Zhou Yihu's room. When he entered Zhou Yihu's room just now, Ouyang Wufang only sealed the meridians around him and his spiritual consciousness, making his spiritual consciousness lose contact with the outside world. In this way, even if Zhou Yihu found that his things were lost, he would not be able to track them down. Zhou Yihu is a smart man. He knows that the person who can control him without anyone noticing is definitely not an ordinary person. It is already very good to be able to save his life, let alone track down the stolen things. Even if he has 10 guts, he would never dare to track it down. What's more, it is still unknown where these things came from. Even if they are lost, Zhou Yihu would never dare to tell anyone, let alone investigate openly. Therefore, Ouyang Wufang was merciful to Zhou Yihu and did not kill him. Of course, if Zhou Yihu didn't know what was good for him and wanted to gossip and investigate recklessly afterwards, Ouyang Wufang wouldn't mind killing 1 or 2 Jindan stage cultivators. For Ouyang Wufang, who was in the middle stage of Yuanying, it was easy to kill 1 or 2 Jindan stage cultivators. Chapter 39, A Full Harvest. After coming out of Zhou Yihu's room, Ouyang Wufang had originally planned to go home, but Zhou Yihu lived in the Jingshe, and the other rooms in the Jingshe were also occupied by the stewards of the Qinzaiwan. Ouyang Wufang thought that a young cultivator in the qi refining stage of the Qinzaiwan could easily take out dozens of 5 thunder talismans and 2 Xuanyan divine thunders. Maybe the other stewards of the Qinzaiwan also had a lot of good things on them. Since we were already here, we might as well sweep through the Qinzaiwan. Good things like Xuanyan divine thunder, the death substitute puppet, and the top-grade spiritual stone, if they are left in the hands of these low-ranking cultivators, it would be a waste of natural resources. Good things, naturally, only cultivators of noble status like me are qualified to own them. Those lowly servants in the Qinzaiwan, are they worthy? Therefore, after coming out of Zhou Yihu's room, Ouyang Wufang flashed and turned into another Jingshe. The person living in that Jingshe was also a steward of the Qinzaiwan, and he didn't have much friendship with Xiang. However, based on the principle of courtesy, more friends mean more ways. Anyway, as long as Xiang is willing, he can return the things he has given 10 times or 100 times. Moreover, after all, he is the steward of the Qinzaiwan. He may see him every day, and he may have some good things on him. Therefore, under the leadership of Fu Donghai, Xiang visited these stewards living in the Qinzaiwan Jingshe one by one in the past 2 days. Since it was a meeting, a gift was of course indispensable. When Xiang made a move, at least the storage rings were used as the base. As for the storage bags, they were thrown casually, 7, 8, and more than 10, without even blinking an eye. Therefore, Ouyang Wufang also did not get nothing from the steward brother who lived in the Jingshe, and got a storage ring and a storage bag. However, the things in the storage ring were much less than Zhou Yihu's. But it was only compared with all the things in Zhou Yihu's 3 storage rings and 5 storage bags. It was much less, but there was still nothing missing. Top-grade spirit stones, level 5 flying sword armor, substitute puppets, Xuanyin divine thunder, 5 elements escape talismans, Lingxi talismans, 5 thunder talismans, Nanming Lihuo talismans, as well as moon shadow stones, various elixirs, still have everything. In the remaining rooms of the Jingshe, Ouyang Wufang also obtained more or less storage rings and storage bags from those steward brothers. Some had 2 or 3, 4 or 5, and at least one had a storage ring and a storage bag. The things in the storage bags were all similar. No, to be precise, they were almost exactly the same, as if they were printed out of the same mold. 10 high-grade spirit stones were all 10 high-grade spirit stones. 55 thunder talismans were all 55 thunder talismans, and 2 death replacement puppets were all 2 death replacement puppets. Well, it was as if these storage rings and the things in them were specially sorted and packed by someone and used to give them away. After searching through the 9 rooms on the 3 floors of the Jingsha, Ouyang Wufang already had 21 storage rings and 32 storage bags. And the things in these storage rings and storage bags were even more difficult to count. There were more than 2,000 high-grade spirit stones alone. There were hundreds and thousands of death replacement puppets and Xuanyin divine thunders. As for the 5-element escape talismans used for escaping, there are more than 2,000 of them. There are more than 70 Lingxi talismans used for communication and more than 20 pieces of moon shadow stones that can record images and sounds. As for the flying swords and armors, well, they are all level 5 flying swords, the Netherworld divine swords, and level 5 armors, the 100 python armor, and there are also more than 50 sets. Basically, there is a set in each storage ring and storage bag. Moreover, the flying swords and armors of the same quality seem to confirm Ouyang Wufang's guess that these things should be from the same person, or the same family, or the hands of the sect. However, why did the other party put so much effort to bribe and win over these low-level monks in the Laming Peak's miscellaneous courtyard, and what was the purpose of doing so? Ouyang Wufang broke his head and couldn't figure it out. However, these things are now all changed to the surname of Ouyang. With these things, the Ouyang family can walk sideways in Laming Peak, no, in the entire Lingxiao sect, and don't have to look at anyone's face anymore, including the headmaster of Lingxiao sect, Qi Ling Yun. With hundreds of puppets in hand, even if they can't beat Qi Ling Yun, they can protect themselves without any problems. Who can kill themselves hundreds of times at a time? No way. This trip tonight can be said to be a great harvest. In the next few hundred years, or even thousands of years, the Ouyang family will no longer have to worry about cultivation resources. With more than 2,000 high-quality spirit stones in hand, the Ouyang family is definitely the most powerful family in Lingxiao sect, no doubt about it. When he came out of the Jingshe, Ouyang Wufang was full of energy and walked a little lightly, as if he was drunk, and felt like he was dreaming. These spirit stones, flying sword armor, talismans, and magic weapons, they came too easily. Before setting foot in the Qinzayuan, Ouyang Wufang never dreamed that he would gain so many things on this trip. After leaving the abode, Ouyang Wufang was about to fly back to Ziwei Hall when he heard a whisper coming from the Jiazi building nearby. Ouyang Wufang turned around and found that a light was still on in a room on the 2nd floor of Jiazi building. Under the light, there were actually 2 people in the room, talking by candlelight. Ouyang Wufang frowned slightly and was about to fly away when he heard one of them say, "Brother, where do you think Brother Li got these things from?" Hearing this, Ouyang Wufang paused. Immediately another person was heard whispering, "You ask me, who should I ask? But why should we care where these things come from? Anyway, as long as he gives us things, we will keep them. We don't steal or rob. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't hold us accountable, right?" "That's true. Even Senior Brother Zhou has received so many good things from Senior Brother Li. What are these things of ours?" Hearing this, Ouyang Wufang's heart suddenly moved. His body shook and he floated over, sticking to the outside of the window, listening to the conversation between the 2 people in the room. In the room, Senior Brother Zhao Yongqian and Senior Brother Liu Hegi were sitting at the 8 immortal table, eating a plate of peanuts, drinking wine, and chatting. After picking up a peanut and throwing it into his mouth, Liu Hegi chuckled and said, "Hey, Senior Brother Zhao, I'm afraid you are wrong about this." "Wrong? How wrong?" Zhao Yongqian was slightly stunned and asked back. Although Senior Brother Zhou is our eldest senior brother and has the final say in the general affairs courtyard. But if we talk about what we get from Senior Brother Li, it may not be as much as we do. "Oh, how is that possible?" Zhao Yongqian raised his eyebrows suddenly and said, Chapter 40. After taking a sip of wine and picking up a peanut and putting it in his mouth, Liu Hegi said again, "Think about it. Does Senior Brother Zhao appear in front of Senior Brother Li more often, or do we appear in front of Senior Brother Li more often?" "Needless to say, of course it's us." Zhao Yongqian was stunned for a moment, then said, "In the entire Qinzayuan, except for Manager Fu and the 6 guards including Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, as well as Senior Brother Bai and Senior Brother Wang, it's us 2 brothers who appear in front of Senior Brother Li more often. Isn't it? Then do you think that Senior Brother Li gave Senior Brother Zhao more than us?" Zhao Yongqian thought about it, nodded slightly, and said, "That's true. It's a pity that today when I was fighting with that Zhang from Ziwei Hall, I used more than 25 Thunder Talismans, but I didn't even hurt a single hair of the opponent." "Okay, just be content," Liu Hegi said with a chuckle. "It's also now that Senior Brother Li has given us so many things. If it were in the past, would you have just challenged the disciples of Ziwei Hall? Don't even mention that we beat the other party and made them flee in panic. It's already very good if we don't get beaten black and blue by the other party and kneel down to beg for mercy. That's true. Hey, to be honest, it feels really good to use the 5 Thunder Talisman to bully senior brothers. Zhao Yongxian couldn't help laughing. As he was talking, the window opened automatically. Then a man in black clothes and black robes appeared in the room. Before the two could react, the black-robed man waved his hand and instantly controlled the acupuncture points on the two people. He stretched out his hand and searched out 8 storage rings and 6 storage bags from Zhao Yongxian and Liu Hegi respectively. What they said was right. They really had more storage bags and storage rings than the storage rings and storage bags on Zhou Yihu, the senior brother who was in charge of the Aaron's courtyard. 2 small cultivators in the middle stage of qi refining, not even in the foundation building stage, actually have 8 storage rings and 6 storage bags on them. Moreover, those storage bags and storage rings are filled with magic weapons, such as top-grade spiritual stones, death puppets, Xuanyin divine thunder, 5-element escape talismans, spiritual resonance talismans, moon shadow stones, and level 5 flying sword armor. There are also a lot of countless elixirs for replenishing spirit and qi, healing wounds and replenishing blood. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it if you tell others? No wonder Zhang Yuanshan fled in the evening. Zhang Yuanshan didn't lie. Let alone Zhang Yuanshan, a quasi-Jindan cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. Even if a real Jindan cultivator came, he would definitely not get away with it. Unless it is a Yuanying cultivator like himself, he can control the opponent directly without anyone noticing, without giving the opponent any chance. Otherwise, even if it was me, if the other party was prepared, I would definitely not get any benefit. Even if I couldn't beat him, the other party could definitely use the death-saving puppets, the 5-element escape talismans, and other life-saving things to escape. I was afraid that I couldn't catch up. With a flip of his hand, Ouyang Wufang collected all the storage rings and storage bags from Zhao Yongxian and Liu Hegi. Then he rubbed 2 small mud balls on his body, flicked his fingers, and flicked the 2 mud balls into the mouths of Zhao Yongxian and Liu Hegi. As soon as the 2 mud balls entered their mouths, they disappeared. Zhao Yongxian and Liu Hegi only felt a sour and smelly taste in their mouths, and their faces suddenly changed. Immediately, Ouyang Wufang said in a cold voice, "I just gave you 2 food. I guess you don't want to know what it is? I don't want to kill anyone, and you 2 little cultivators in the qi refining stage are not worth my effort. As long as you 2 are obedient and tell me what I want to know, I will naturally give you the antidote. But if you don't want to listen, I don't mind letting you feel the feeling of thousands of ants biting your heart." As he said that, Ouyang Wufang glanced at the 2 of them coldly, paused for a moment, and then said, "I will untie the mute points on your bodies now. Whoever refuses to listen, I will kill him now." As he said that, Ouyang Wufang slightly pinched his hand, and the 8 immortals table in front of Zhao Yongxian and Liu Hegi suddenly disappeared. Zhao, Yongxian, and Liu Hegi's faces changed drastically, and they nodded hurriedly. Ouyang Wufang waved his hand and finally unlocked the mute points on Zhao Yongxian and Liu Hegi, but he only unlocked the mute points on the 2 people. The other acupuncture points and prohibitions were still not unlocked. As soon as the mute points on Zhao Yongxian and Liu Hegi were unlocked, the 2 people begged for mercy. "Senior, please spare my life. Please spare my life." "Humph!" Ouyang Wufang snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "I just said that as long as you listen to me, I will naturally spare you. Yes, yes, whatever the senior wants to know, I will definitely tell you everything I know, and I dare not hide anything from you," Liu Hegi said hurriedly. Zhao Yongxian on the opposite side also nodded hurriedly and said, "The junior is the same. The junior is the same." "Humph, I ask you, who is the senior brother Li you just mentioned? Where is he now?" snorted coldly and asked in a cold voice. After hearing Ouyang Wufang's words, the faces of Liu Hegi and Zhao Yongxian changed immediately. Immediately, a look of determination flashed in Zhao Yongxian's eyes, while a look of hesitation flashed in Liu Hegi's eyes. Who is Ouyang Wufang? He is an old monster who has lived for more than 600 years. What kind of subtle expression can be hidden from his eyes? Seeing this, Ouyang Wufang's eyes shrank and his right hand slightly pinched. Zhao Yongxian immediately felt a huge spiritual power wrapping him up. Immediately, a white light flashed on Zhao Yongxian's body, and his whole body disappeared. What appeared in his place became a small substitute puppet. Then, the substitute puppet also fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. At this time, Zhao Yongxian's body appeared in a corner of the room again. However, the entire room had been restricted by Ouyang Wufang. Zhao Yongxian had just escaped with the surrogate puppet, but he had not escaped the restrictions set by Ouyang Wufang, and had not escaped from the room. "Humph! A surrogate puppet! It's really a good thing," Ouyang Wufang snorted coldly and said in a cold voice. With a grab, Zhao Yongqian's body was directly caught in the air by Ouyang Wufang. Immediately, Ouyang Wufang's cold and ruthless voice rang out directly beside the ears of Zhao Yongqian and Liu Hegi. You said it or not? Zhao Yongqian was still struggling, but Liu Hegi fell to his knees and said in a trembling voice, I said it, senior. I said everything. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Chapter 41, Seeking Wealth and Honor in Danger. Who? At about 2 o'clock in the morning, Xiang was sleeping soundly in the room. His snoring could even be heard clearly outside the room. Outside the room, a ghostly figure floated over from the endless darkness and stood outside the room. His feet about a foot above the ground, his eyes staring at the fifth room of the word Y. The owner of the figure was none other than Ouyang Wufang, the head of Ziwei Hall. After learning the identity of senior brother Li from Liu Hegi, Ouyang Wufang waved his hand and went straight into Liu Hegi and Zhao Yongqian to kill them all. He even used the teleportation talisman to move the bodies directly out of Laming Peak. No one knew where they were moved to. After destroying the bodies and erasing the traces, Ouyang Wufang's figure flashed, and he flew directly to the Yizi building and appeared outside the fifth room of Yizi. The initiator who offered countless storage bags, storage rings, and countless treasures in the rings to the senior brothers in charge of the errand courtyard was in the room. Standing outside the room, Ouyang Wufang could clearly sense that there were only 2 people in the room, both of whom were ordinary people without any cultivation, and could not even draw qi into the body. However, one of the 2 ordinary people casually gave away dozens of storage rings and storage bags. The priceless top-grade spiritual stones and flying sword armor, death substitute puppets, Xuanyan divine thunder, and other talismans and magic weapons given away are even more incalculable. Even Ouyang Wufang felt a trace of fear and terror from the bottom of his heart when he saw the mountains of things. Not excitement, but real fear, real fear. Ouyang Wufang couldn't imagine what kind of person could be so generous. He dared to throw away so many priceless treasures like old shoes and casually gave them to a bunch of low-level cultivators in the qi refining and foundation building stages. What was the purpose of giving so many talismans and magic weapons to these low-level cultivators? Also, what was the identity and origin of the other party? Ouyang Wufang really couldn't imagine what kind of person could be so rich. Countless questions were circling in Ouyang Wufang's head, making him afraid to take a step forward and enter the fifth room of the word Y. The 2 ordinary people in the room, Ouyang Wufang could easily kill them with just a flick of his finger, and he could even do it without leaving any trace. But what would happen after killing the 2 ordinary people? Who would be standing behind the disciple who had a huge fortune that even Ouyang Wufang was afraid of and could make all the cultivators crazy? Would killing him bring disaster to the entire Lingxiao sect? Once he was killed, how could the mysterious force behind him let Lingxiao sect go? By then, no matter if there were any clues pointing to Ouyang Wufang, as long as he was in Lingxiao sect, no one from top to bottom in Lingxiao sect would be able to escape the other party's pursuit. This naturally included him, Ouyang Wufang. However, the wealth that person possessed was too much. Even though Ouyang Wufang knew that he must not touch that person, even if he was just an ordinary person, even if he just touched one of his fingers or a hair, it would be absolutely impossible. But the huge, unimaginable wealth still made Ouyang Wufang appear here. Money moves people's hearts. Fortune is sought in danger. The wealth that Ouyang Wufang looted from the disciples in charge of the Qinzaiwan was already comparable to the wealth of the entire Laming Peak. Even if he started a new business and built another Laming Peak, it would be more than enough. And the wealth that ordinary person possessed would only be more than the wealth that he casually threw to those low-level disciples of the Qinzaiwan. No one would take out everything on his body to offer as a sacrifice or give it to others casually. The things given away would definitely bring 10 times or 100 times the benefits to oneself. And only then would someone do it. This is an eternal truth. Even Ouyang Wufang himself, in order to pursue a higher realm of cultivation, in order to have more power and a higher status in Lingxiao sect, everything he gave away would definitely be exchanged for more benefits and rewards. Even if it was a magic weapon or a talisman that he casually gave to his disciples, it was also to exchange for the disciples' greater loyalty to him. Moreover, without 10 talismans in his hand, Ouyang Wufang would never reward his disciples, even if it was only 1 or half a talisman. Without 10 spirit stones, Ouyang Wufang would never do something that would cost 10 spirit stones. It is conceivable that a mortal who can casually reward so many spirit stones, magic weapons, flying swords, and talismans, what else can he have? He will only have more and better treasures on him. After taking a deep breath, Ouyang Wufang's figure flashed, like a ghost, and slipped into the fifth room of the word Yi. Almost as soon as Ouyang Wufang stepped into the fifth room, the system prompt sounded in Li Xiang's mind again. Ding! Within a 10-meter range there are storage rings 38, storage bags 44, substitute puppets 55, Qilin armor 1, Liwo sword 1, Elder seal 1, Ziwei Hall chief seal 1, transfer talisman 4, 5 elements escape talisman. Can be copied? Copy? Li Xiang, who was sleeping soundly, heard the voice coming from his mind and woke up suddenly. He turned over and sat up. Seeing the long list of replicable items on the system interface in his mind, Li Xiang's eyes widened suddenly. Elder seal, Ziwei Hall chief seal. This is not a small background. Ziwei Hall chief, Laming Peak elders are here? And they are less than 10 meters away from him. Doesn't that mean that the other party is right under his nose? Copy. Copy. How could the things on the head of Ziwei Hall be any worse? Copy 100 copies first. Without any hesitation, Li Xiang copied 100 copies directly. As soon as he copied them, Li Xiang couldn't wait to extract a set of the Qilin armor he had just copied and put them on. The armor worn by the head of Ziwei Hall, he is so young. How can it be much better than the armor worn by Yu Jinghai, the little jerk Jindan period cultivator? Li Xiang, who had been fooled once, now copied to a good armor, and his first thought was to change the armor first. Save your life first. Although the substitute puppet can block a fatal blow for you, what if the other party also finds the bug of the substitute puppet? As long as you don't kill yourself, the substitute puppet is useless. The bug of the substitute puppet that you can find, others can naturally find it. Therefore, the substitute puppet is not omnipotent. As long as they don't kill, maim, or injure, the death substitute puppet is useless. Chapter 40 to block. I can't see your face clearly. Kirin armor. 9-level armor, made of Kirin's sacred beast skin, can block the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the late, nascent soul stage. A flash of light flashed on his body, and after putting on the Kirin armor, Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Kirin armor can block the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Wearing it, Li Xiang's life will naturally be more secure. According to what Li Xiang has learned these days, in the entire Laming Peak, there is only one cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, Qi Shu Yuan, the head of the Laming Peak. In the entire Lingxiao sect, only the 12 branches of the 12 peaks of Lingxiao, plus a head of the Lingxiao sect, and 6 elders of the sect, are cultivators in the late nascent soul stage. The other elders in the first seat are only in the middle nascent soul stage, or even the early nascent soul stage. In the entire Lingxiao sect, there are only a few supreme elders who are above the nascent soul stage. In other words, as long as Li Xiang, who has the Qilin armor, does not arrogantly run to the Thunder Peak branch, or other branches, sect elders, and the headmaster to show off, basically, no one can take his life. Even if Li Xiang shows off in front of those who may threaten his life, as long as he has the death puppet and the 5 elements escape talisman in his hands, it is still relatively easy for Li Xiang to save his life. It can be said that although Li Xiang can't even draw qi into his body now, there are almost no people in the entire Lingxiao sect who can take his life. The things on the Ziwei Hall's head are really good treasures. Li Xiang thought to himself, and with a thought, he simply copied another 400 copies from Ouyang Wufang. These days, Li Xiang has not copied 500 things from a certain person at once. Of course, in the past few days, Li Xiang has not met a monk whose cultivation level is higher than that of Zhou Yihu, the senior brother who manages the General Affairs Court. Now that he has finally caught a Ziwei Hall chief, Li Xiang naturally wants to copy more. Moreover, this guy has a lot of things on him. He has nearly 40 storage rings and more than 40 storage bags. I don't know where all the storage bags and storage rings on this guy come from. Isn't it a burden to carry so many storage rings and storage bags with you? Thinking in his heart, Li Xiang's hands were not idle. He flipped his hand and took out the night shining pearl he bought at the market at the foot of the mountain. As soon as the night shining pearl came out, it instantly illuminated the whole room like daylight. This night shining pearl is so good that it can catch up with a 20-watt LED lamp. It's a pity that there are too few and it can't be copied. Otherwise, if Li Xiang casually copied dozens or hundreds of his night pearls and filled the whole room with them, wouldn't it be the same at night as during the day? After taking out the night pearl, Li Xiang immediately saw the black-robed masked man in the room. When Li Xiang took out the night pearl, the black-robed masked man instinctively raised his hand to cover his face. Li Xiang had already known the identity of the black-robed masked man from the 2 seals. He glanced at the black-robed masked man and said lightly, "You are wearing a mask. There is no need to cover it. I can't see your face clearly." Ouyang Wufang put down his hand in dismay. He really didn't expect that he had just entered the room and the other party had already noticed it and woke up. This made Ouyang Wufang's idea of controlling Li Xiang first fall through. Moreover, from this point, Ouyang Wufang felt that Li Xiang might not be as weak as he appeared, without a trace of spiritual power. If he was really an ordinary person, how could he be able to detect his arrival as soon as he entered the room? But if the other party had hidden his cultivation, how could he not detect anything at such a close distance? Ouyang Wufang was in the middle stage of the nascent soul, although the middle stage of the nascent soul was not considered the top stage in the entire cultivation system. After the middle stage of the nascent soul, there is the late stage of the nascent soul, as well as the higher levels of the out-of-body stage, the fusion stage, and the tribulation stage, as well as the ascension stage after the tribulation stage. But in the entire cultivation system, the cultivation from high to low is completely distributed in a pyramid shape. The higher the cultivation, the higher the number of cultivators in the pyramid, and the fewer people. In the Lingxiao sect, which has tens of thousands of disciples, there are only more than 100 nascent soul cultivators, and there are only 20 or 30 people whose cultivation can suppress Ouyang Wufang. Even those cultivators who could definitely surpass Ouyang Wufang in cultivation would never be able to hide their cultivation perfectly in front of Ouyang Wufang without revealing a single bit. Even if it was a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage or the ascension stage, it would be impossible for him to completely hide his cultivation so that Ouyang Wufang would not notice anything unusual. Even if the other party had practiced some secret method to conceal his cultivation and hid his cultivation, he shouldn't have noticed it after he had entered the room, right? Moreover, considering his age, no matter how much he hid his cultivation, he would never be able to escape Ouyang Wufang's eyes. The Li Xiang in front of Ouyang Wufang felt that he had no spiritual power at all and was completely an ordinary mortal. But this ordinary mortal had already noticed his arrival when he just entered the door. This is what Ouyang Wufang can't figure out the most, and it is also the only thing that makes him feel a little afraid. For a moment, Ouyang Wufang even felt at a loss. After looking at Ouyang Wufang lightly, Li Xiang said again, "You came here late at night? You must not come to talk to Li, right?" Ouyang Wufang was slightly stunned, and then he came back to his senses and said coldly, "Yes, since you have discovered it, then this seat?" "Then I'll say it straight. I'm a strange thief from Meihua Mountain, Yijimei. I came here today, only for money, not for life. If you know what's good for you, just hand over the valuables on your body." Li Xiang grinned and chuckled, saying, "What if I don't know what's good for you?" With the Qilin armor on his body, unless a cultivator in the late nascent soul comes, Li Xiang doesn't have to be afraid at all. What's more, even if a cultivator in the late nascent soul comes, Li Xiang has the 5 elements escape talisman and the substitute puppet in his hand. Is he still afraid that he can't run away? Ouyang Wufang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "I just said that I came here today only for money, not for life. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll stab you with 2 blood holes with 1 knife." As he said that, Ouyang Wufang turned his wrist, and there was already a black ice sword in his hand. Anyway, this black ice sword was also obtained from those storage rings. There are dozens of them. Even if this black ice sword was used by the other party to pay tribute and befriend those disciples in charge of the General Affairs Court, so what? Even if this black ice sword is just a 3rd-level garbage flying sword, so what? No matter how garbage something is, in the hands of a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, it can be comparable to a top-level flying sword. Flying flowers and falling leaves can all kill people. In the hands of a high-level cultivator, there is no garbage. Chapter 43. Old Thief, you ruined my good thing. Seeing the Xuanbing sword in Ouyang Wufang's hand, Li Xiang was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled and said, "This thing seems to be something I gave to someone, right? I didn't expect that you would be so bold as to show off this 3rd-level flying sword." Ouyang Wufang's old face turned red when Li Xiang said that, and then he said coldly, "It's yours, so what? It's in my hand now, so it's mine." Li Xiang shook his head with a smile and said, "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You can actually say that other people's things are yours, and you can say it so confidently." At this point, Li Xiang suddenly stopped, looked up at Ouyang Wufang with wide eyes, and said anxiously, Where did you get this flying sword?" "Those storage rings." "Fuck, those storage rings? Can't this old guy loot them from Xiaobai and the others?" "Fuck Xiaobai and the others." Li Xiang glanced at his task progress, still 750, no increase, no decrease. However, this only means that Fu Donghai, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and the other 7 people are fine. But what about Bai Jintang and the other brothers in the Qinzaiwan? Those brothers are still in the probation period. They have to wait for the 1-month probation period to be over before they can be regular employees. And Li Xiang can only complete his first system task. Damn, if those brothers get into trouble, wouldn't I have worked in vain again? Thinking of this, Li Xiang's eyes suddenly turned red. He stared at Ouyang Wufang coldly and said in a cold voice, "Old thief, you ruined my good thing." Ouyang Wufang's face suddenly changed. Just when he was about to speak, he saw Li Xiang flip his wrist, and there was already one more in his hand, 4 or 5 Xuanyan Divine Thunders. With a wave of his hand, 5 Xuanyan Divine Thunders flew out of his hand in an instant and flew towards Ouyang Wufang. Ouyang Wufang's face changed slightly, and he snorted coldly, saying in a cold voice, "You dare to show off your skills in front of an expert." He was in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, and the power of the Xuanyan Divine Thunder was only equivalent to the full force of a mid-stage Jindan cultivator. Even without any magic weapon or armor, Ouyang Wufang was able to block the attack of the 5 Xuanyan Divine Thunders with his own cultivation. What's more, Ouyang Wufang was wearing the Qilin armor, which could withstand the full force of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could a few Xuanyan Divine Thunders do anything to him? With a wave of his hand and a roll of his black robe, Ouyang Wufang instantly swung away the 5 Xuanyan Divine Thunders and hit the wall. Boom! Boom! 5 Xuanyan Divine Thunders instantly exploded on the wall. Suddenly, the entire Yi-shaped building began to shake under the explosion of 5 Xuanyan Divine Thunders. Everyone in the building woke up in shock. Fu Donghai, who was in Li Xiang's outer room, rushed in a hurry, shouting loudly, "Master, there is a Nalet earthquake. There is an earthquake. Run, run, master!" Before he finished speaking, Fu Donghai was directly blown away by the violent spiritual power shockwave in the room. With a flash of white light on his body, Fu Donghai fell to the ground and became a broken surrogate puppet. The real Fu Donghai had been teleported several feet away. If it weren't for the surrogate puppet blocking Fu Donghai just now, Fu Donghai would have died long ago. Fu Donghai, who was teleported several feet away, came to his senses and hurriedly took out a few more surrogate puppets and put them in his pockets, looking nervously at the shaky-shaped building in front of him. The other brothers in Building Yi, who were awakened, flew out of their rooms one after another, flew to the front of Building Yi, and pointed at Building Yi. The brothers in Building Jia, next to Building Yi, and in the Jingshe were all awakened, rushed out of the room, and surrounded Building Yi. In the room of Building Yi, Ouyang Wufang's face changed slightly when he saw this. Such a big commotion would definitely alert the head of Laming Peak and other elders and chiefs. Maybe these people will be here soon. By then, Ouyang Wufang will not be able to hide his identity anymore. No, he must get rid of this kid quickly, and he must leave here immediately. Thinking of this, Ouyang Wufang's eyes shrank slightly, and when he flipped his hand, there was already a teleportation talisman in his hand. The teleportation talisman randomly teleports people or objects to a place within 1,000 miles around. Ouyang Wufang flicked his finger, and the teleportation talisman instantly bounced to Li Xiang. Li Xiang had just taken out another Xuanyan Divine Thunder and threw it at Ouyang Wufang, but the teleportation talisman had already bounced to Li Xiang. A yellow light flashed, and Li Xiang disappeared immediately. Then Ouyang Wufang stretched out his body and rushed out of the B-shaped building, flying to the west. As soon as Ouyang Wufang flew to the west, Qi Shuyuan, the head of the Thunder Peak, as well as several branch elders, the heads of various halls and courtyards, and others also flew over one after another and landed in front of the B-shaped building that was completely razed to the ground by the Xuanyan Divine Thunder. "Are they there?" Qi Shuyuan grabbed a low-level cultivator from the General Affairs Court and asked sternly. "Run, run over there, run away." The cultivator pointed to the west with a trembling voice and said. Before he finished speaking, Qi Shuyuan and others had already chased westward. Just after chasing for dozens of miles, Qi Shuyuan heard someone behind him calling, "Qi, brother Qi?" Qi Shuyuan stopped and turned around to see that Ouyang Wufang, the head of Ziwei Hall, quickly caught up with him and said, "Brother Qi, have you found the person?" Qi Shuyuan shook his head slightly. Before he could say anything, the elders and heads of other branches also flew over from all directions. Qi Shuyuan looked at them one by one with an inquiring look, but saw that everyone shook their heads slightly. "Brother Qi, who is he? How dare you trespass into my Laming Peak? Isn't this showing that you don't take my Laming Peak and my Ling Xiao sect seriously?" Qin Mingyue, the head of Mingyue Hall, said coldly, "That's right. Brother Qin is right. Now that we have caught this thief, we must make him pay. I am not just anyone from Laming Peak. Can we come and go as we please? If this matter gets out, how can we at Laming Peak survive in the future? How can we gain a foothold among the 12 peaks of Ling Xiao?" The elders and chiefs of other branches also said so. Wu Jingluo, the elder in charge of the mountain gate guarding formation, asked the disciples guarding the mountain gate a few questions through the Lingxi talisman. Then he walked up to Qi Shuyuan and said in a deep voice, "Brother Qi, the mountain protection formation has not been destroyed. The disciples guarding the formation said that they found no signs of thieves breaking into the formation. That thief may still be on my laming peak. As soon as the words fell, Ouyang Wufang said again, Elder Wu, what you said is wrong. Since that person was able to sneak up to Laming Peak without anyone noticing, it shows that he must know my mountain protection formation very well. How difficult is it for him to slip out of the mountain without anyone noticing? Elder Ouyang, are you doubting the mountain protection formation arranged by me? Wu Xingluo glared at Ouyang Wufang and said sternly. Ouyang Wufang shook his head and said, Elder Wu, I'm not doubting the mountain protection formation you set up. I'm just stating a fact. You. Okay, stop arguing, both of you. Qi Shuyuan interrupted their quarrel and said, Anyway, let's search the mountain carefully. First, send someone down the mountain to find out if there are any suspicious people around my Thunder Peak in recent days. Yes, senior brother. The elders and chiefs around him bowed and responded. Chapter 44. This is basically a random teleportation talisman. Li Xiang felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the surrounding environment had changed drastically. The room was gone. No, to be precise, the entire yi-shaped building was gone. The surroundings were no longer the environment that Li Xiang was familiar with, but a completely unfamiliar environment. With the light emitted by the night pearl, Li Xiang glanced around. Damn, why did he come to the wilderness again? There are rolling mountains all around, but it is not the Thunder Peak that Li Xiang is familiar with. Even in the remaining memories, there is no memory of this place. This is a completely unfamiliar environment. Fuck, how did I get here? Yes, it was that talisman. It must be because of that talisman. Li Xiang's heart moved, and he suddenly understood it. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. It seems that I can only spend the night here tonight. Fortunately, there are still a lot of furniture in my storage bag. With a thought, Li Xiang took out a hu bed directly from the storage bag, put it on the ground, and lay down on it with his clothes on. However, the mountain wind is quite strong at night, and it feels a little cold in the crotch. Li Xiang tightened his clothes, took out a few hu beds, tables and chairs from the storage bag, surrounded them, and blocked the biting mountain wind. Only then did he feel a little less cold. Shit, what a miscalculation. Why did I only buy furniture at the market before? Didn't I prepare a few more sets of clothes? What a miscalculation. In the future, I have to prepare not only furniture, beds, tables and chairs, but also some clothes, fruits and vegetables, wine and food, clothing, shelter, transportation, food and daily necessities in this storage bag. While thinking, Li Xiang began to organize the storage rings and storage bags that he had copied from Ouyang Wufang, the head of Ziwei Hall. He opened a storage ring, and what a miscalculation. Top-grade spirit stones, netherworld sword, 100 python armor, substitute puppet, Xuanyin divine thunder, moon shadow stone, spiritual induction talisman, 5 elements escape talisman. What a bad thing, the things he just gave away changed hands and were copied back by himself. And once copied, he copied 500 copies. This time, there are more top-grade spirit stones, netherworld sword, and other things, and these things also further confirmed Li Xiang's guess. Ouyang Wufang, the head of Ziwei Hall, really gave away the things he gave to Bai Jintang, Zhou Yihu and others, and then looted them back. That's why he has so many storage rings and storage bags. Originally, Li Xiang thought that Ouyang Wufang was the head of Ziwei Hall, so he had so many storage rings and storage bags. After all this time, it turned out that all these things were given away by himself and looted by Ouyang Wufang. However, the storage rings and storage bags he gave away should be more than this, right? The 50 or so new brothers who are still in the probation period should have several storage rings and storage bags in their hands. 50 or so people should have at least 200 or 300 storage rings and storage bags. It seems that Ouyang Wufang has not completely looted them. While thinking about it, Li Xiang opened all the storage rings and storage bags. The storage space of his system is much larger than that of the storage bags and storage rings. The total number of grids in the storage space presented in the 9-square grid is 999 plus. In other words, the system storage space that comes with Li Xiang can store more than 1,000 kinds of items. The things that Li Xiang copied now are only a few, dozen in total, not even 100. After opening the storage bags and storage rings, the corresponding items are automatically classified into the corresponding grids and become small numbers that appear under each grid. And those numbers represent the number of corresponding items. For example, the small words below the storage ring occupying the first grid of the storage space are now 999 plus, which means that Li Xiang now has more than 1,000 storage rings. Similarly, other things have basically become 999 plus now, with only a few things that Li Xiang just copied not long ago. These things are Nanming Li Huo's Secret Book, Heluo Shengshu Chichao, Xinghan Luo Xiao Jujentu, Jingguang Ling Xianhu Inner Pill, Jinlin Soul Capturing Beast Demon Pill, and the Jade-Eyed Thunder Crystal Beast Armor, Jade-Eyed Thunder Crystal Beast Inner Pill, Moving Talisman, 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, Sanju Jele Bomb, etc. All these things are 500 in number. Just copied 500 copies from Ouyang Wufang, so the number of these things is naturally 500. It can also be seen that these things are absolutely extremely valuable, even in the eyes of Laming Peak Elder and Ziwei Hall head Ouyang Wufang. Otherwise, Ouyang Wufang would not have solemnly put them into the storage ring. Of course, no matter how precious the things are, they have become common goods when they come to Xiang. Even if they are not transferred, these things have now been multiplied by 500. If they are transferred again, they will become 999 plus again. His eyes swept over the items one by one, and the introduction texts of various items instantly appeared in Xiang's mind. The inner elixir of the golden lightning spiritual tiger, the demon elixir of the golden scale soul-capturing beast, and the beast armor and inner elixir of the blue-eyed thunder crystal beast are basically useless to Xiang now. These things are used to refine elixirs or armor. Xiang can't even draw qi into his body now, let alone refine elixirs and armor. The same goes for the rest of the cultivation secrets, array formations and array diagrams. At least for Xiang now, these things are still useless. However, the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman and the 3 9 Tribulations Thunder Bomb, as well as the Movement Talisman, are very useful to Xiang. The 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, a 9th level talisman that can draw the 9 Nether God Thunder of heaven and earth and launch a thunder strike, which is equivalent to the full force strike of a late nascent soul cultivator. When Xiang saw the full force strike of a late nascent soul cultivator, his eyes widened immediately. This is really a good thing. With this thing in hand, Xiang already has the strength to fight even against the cultivators in the middle and late stages of the nascent soul. He can even beat the cultivators in the middle and late stages of the nascent soul and make them flee. 1 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman can be said to be useless, at least for the cultivators in the late stage of the nascent soul. It is basically useless, but Xiang has a lot of them. 1 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman is useless, but what about 100 or 1000? Can they be useless? What's more, Xiang still has the 3 9 Tribulations Thunder Bomb. The 3 9 Tribulations Thunder Bomb. The Ascension Stage cultivators use the 3 9 Thunder Tribulations to refine it, and it has the power of Thunder Tribulations, which is equivalent to the full force of the cultivators in the middle stage of the tribulation. The full force of the cultivators in the middle stage of the tribulation. How many people can resist it? Not to mention the cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Even the cultivators in the out-of-body stage and the fusion stage can only flee. No wonder with Ouyang Wufang's identity and status, he only has such a 3 9 Tribulations Thunder Bomb. Compared with the 39 Tribulations Thunder Bomb and the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, the 9th level teleport talisman doesn't seem to be a good thing. But when Xiang saw the introduction of the teleport talisman, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Teleport talisman. Randomly teleport people or objects to a range of 1,000 miles around. Immediately teleport people or objects to a range of 1,000 miles around. This is not a teleportation talisman at all. This is basically a random teleportation talisman. Shit, this thing is better for escaping than the 5 elements escape talisman. Chapter 45. After the nun in the Yanyue temple glanced at the newly added items in the 9-square grid, Xiang's sight stopped on the grid where the Lingxi talisman was placed. When he was about to extract a Lingxi talisman and contact Fu Donghai and the others, Xiang's peripheral vision swept over the Moon Shadow Stone in a grid next to the Lingxi talisman. Xiang already has quite a few Moon Shadow Stones. When they are placed in the 9 grids, the small numbers are all 999 plus. This means that Xiang has more than 1,000 Moon Shadow Stones. However, Xiang has never touched the Moon Shadow Stones, and has never noticed what the Moon Shadow Stones are used for. His mind moved slightly, and Xiang's sight instantly fell on the Moon Shadow Stones. After staring at the Moon Shadow Stones for about 2 or 3 seconds, the introduction of the Moon Shadow Stones appeared in Xiang's mind. Moon Shadow Stone, a spiritual stone that can record video data. The introduction is very short, just this one sentence. But when he saw this sentence, Xiang couldn't help but widen his eyes. After a long while, he uttered 2 words. Damn! Moon Shadow Stone, a spiritual stone that can record video data. Isn't this the surveillance camera in his Liang's cultivation world? Damn, with this thing, I can even make surveillance videos. Damn it! If he had discovered earlier that the Moon Shadow Stone had this function, Xiang would have installed a lot of these Moon Shadow Stones inside and outside the room. Wouldn't the Moon Shadow Stone have recorded everything that Ouyang Wufang did to him just now? In that case, Ouyang Wufang couldn't argue even if he wanted to. Damn it, miscalculated, really miscalculated. Damn it. The first thing he did after returning this time was to install these Moon Shadow Stones all over the place where he lived. Thinking of going back, Li Xiang couldn't help but become a little depressed. Damn it, the distance of the teleportation talisman is within 1,000 miles around. Now, I don't know where I was teleported to. It's not easy to go back. Even if I can use the Lingxi talisman to contact Fu Donghai and the others, I don't know my current exact location, so I can't go back. Even if I ask Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to pick me up, they can't do it. It seems that the first thing I have to do after dawn tomorrow is to determine my current location, so that Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and others can come to pick me up. While thinking, Li Xiang took out 4 moon shadow stones and placed them around him so that he could monitor the surrounding situation at any time. After that, Li Xiang lay down on the Hu bed again, closed his eyes, counted 1 sheep, 2 sheep, and then fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already bright. After putting the Hu bed, chairs, and other furniture back into the storage bag, Li Xiang put away the 4 moon shadow stones placed around him. Picking up one of the moon shadow stones, according to the usage method provided by the system, Li Xiang set his sights on the moon shadow stone. After staring at the moon shadow stone for about 2 or 3 seconds, scenes appeared on the moon shadow stone. Looking closely, the image is exactly the surrounding scene, but it is a still picture, without animation. As for the surveillance camera, as long as the picture does not capture a moving object, the picture on the screen is of course still. Li Xiang can still understand this. The only bad thing is that the moon shadow stone can only record images, but not sounds at the same time, just like the silent movies that appeared in history in Li Xiang's previous life, with only images but no sounds. Well, it would be great if I could find a spiritual stone that can record sounds at the same time. I don't know if there is such a spiritual stone in the world of cultivation. As long as there is, even if there is only one, Li Xiang can turn it into countless pieces, which will never be exhausted. After a slight sigh, Li Xiang put away the moon shadow stone again, turned his head and looked around, and then walked down the mountain along the way down the mountain. Not long after walking, he turned around a small hillside, and Li Xiang saw a small temple standing not far ahead. Seeing this, Li Xiang was delighted and hurried over. When he ran to the door of the temple, he saw a small horizontal plaque hanging on the door of the temple, with 3 golden characters that were a little paint-chipped. Yanyue Temple. Yanyue Temple? It seems to be a nun's temple? Li Xiang was slightly stunned, but then he pushed open the temple door without hesitation. It doesn't matter whether it is a nun's temple or a monk's temple, as long as someone knows where this place is, it's fine. However, as soon as Li Xiang pushed open the temple door, he felt a huge spiritual power coming at him, which directly knocked him out dozens of feet away and fell heavily to the ground, with a white light flashing on his body. If Li Xiang hadn't been wearing the 9th level armor Qilin armor, he might have been seriously injured, or even died directly. Although he didn't really die because of this, he would definitely use a surrogate puppet. But now, with the 9th level armor Qilin armor on his body, unless he is a cultivator above the late nascent soul stage, it is really impossible for Li Xiang to use up a surrogate puppet in one move. However, Li Xiang, who was knocked back, still felt pain all over his body, as if his bones were about to be broken. After groaning on the ground for a long time, Li Xiang got up from the ground and carefully moved towards Yanyue Temple. Although he only caught a glimpse when he pushed the door just now, Li Xiang still saw clearly that there seemed to be monks fighting in Yanyue Temple. On one side, there were several men with hideous faces and strange clothes, and on the other side, there were 2 nuns, one old and one young. And just now, the 2 nuns seemed to be besieged by those hideous men. The huge spiritual power that knocked Li Xiang away just now was the spiritual power ripples that spread around when the 2 sides were fighting. Li Xiang quietly moved to the entrance of Yanyue Temple and looked inside. He saw 6 men with ferocious faces and strange clothes besieging the older nun, while the younger nun had already fallen to the ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. At this time, the older nun seemed to have reached the end of her strength and was struggling to hold on. She was about to be defeated. One of the 6 men besieging the old nun said in a muffled voice, "Miao Ding Shenni, why are you doing this? We are here only for the treasure of Pingyuan Shanfu. As long as you hand over the construction plan of Pingyuan Shanfu obediently, we will naturally not embarrass you. Why do you have to fight to the death with us for such a mere thing? Why bother? It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Isn't it good to live a good life? Bah! Thief, stop talking. If you want to build the diagram, unless this old nun dies, forget it," Nun Miaoding Sheni said while struggling to support herself. Li Xiang secretly observed from the side and nodded slightly. I didn't expect that this old nun still has some blood in her heart. The monk's face changed slightly, and then he said, "Miaoding, you said you have already become a monk. Why bother about these external things? I don't know how many people are secretly coveting the treasure of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion, Do you think that you, a cultivator in the middle stage of Jindan, can really get the treasure of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion alone? Miaoding, I advise you to recognize the situation as soon as possible and hand over the construction diagram so as not to die without a burial place. As soon as the 6 words "die without a burial place" were uttered, the monk suddenly raised his right hand and shot a point of silver light towards Xiang. Chapter 46. Oh my god, this snake is poisonous! The point of silver light flashed and appeared beside Xiang in an instant, hitting Xiang's body, but was blocked by the Qilin armor on Xiang's body, making a crisp clang sound and falling to the ground. Oh my god, a sneak attack on me! Xiang looked down and saw that it was a green willow leaf flying knife. The monk was stunned for a moment when he saw that his willow leaf flying knife could not kill Xiang, a mortal who seemed to have no spiritual power at all. Immediately, the monk frowned slightly again and said to Xiang, "Since you are here, why do you hide aside and watch from the sidelines?" "Hehe, I'm just passing by, you continue. Xiang said with a chuckle and simply walked a few steps into Yanyue Temple. "What are you doing in here? Get out now!" Miaoding Shenni's face suddenly changed, and she scolded in a stern voice. As she spoke, she waved her sleeves, and a spiritual power rushed towards Xiang, enveloping Xiang and trying to send him out of Yanyue Temple. Unfortunately, as soon as Miaoding Shenni made her move, the monk and the other 5 people almost made their moves at the same time, using their flying swords, magic staffs, and prayer beads to hit Miaoding Shenni together. In particular, the string of prayer beads thrown by the monk waved his hand, streaked a white light in the air, and instantly hit Miaoding Shenni. A white light flashed on Miaoding Shenni's body, and her whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Before she landed on the ground, she had already opened her mouth and spit out a long string of blood with a puff, puff. After landing, the blood also fell to the ground, splattering all the way. Miaoding Shenni was beaten and flew backwards, and the spiritual power that enveloping Xiang also disappeared. Xiang immediately fell from midair to the ground, his whole body in pain. His bones seemed to fall apart, and he could not help but scream, "Ouch, ouch!" Then the monk turned his head again, glanced at Xiang coldly, raised his hand, and a green light came out of his sleeve and flew towards Xiang quickly. Miaoding Shenni, who had just fallen to the ground, saw this and her face suddenly changed. She shouted, "Stop! He is just a mortal." "Humph, mortal, so what? The matter of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion must not be leaked at all. Everyone who knows will die, including you, Miaoding." The monk snorted coldly and said in a cold voice. Before he finished speaking, Xiang screamed again, "Oh my gosh, this snake is poisonous." The monk sneered and said in a cold voice, "What a joke, how could the green bamboo dragon raised by my venerable poison dragon be non-toxic?" As he said that, venerable poison dragon turned his head and glanced at Xiang with contempt. But soon venerable poison dragon suddenly widened his eyes and said in a stern voice, "You, what are you doing, kid?" But Xiang actually grabbed a green snake the size of a little finger with both hands and pulled it hard, and actually tore the green snake into 2 pieces. Seeing this, venerable poison dragon's eyes suddenly widened like a cow's eyes, as if fire was about to come out, and said in a stern voice, "Smelly boy, you are looking for death." As he said that, his body swayed, and he suddenly grabbed towards Xiang. The corners of Xiang's mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered silently. He flipped his hand, and 5 more Xuanyin Divine Thunders appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the 5 Xuanyin Divine Thunders instantly flew towards the Poison Dragon Venerable. How could the Poison Dragon Venerable have imagined that an unarmed mortal would have such a powerful thing as the Xuanyin Divine Thunder? He was completely unprepared. The 5 Xuanyin Divine Thunders almost hit the Poison Dragon Venerable directly, and then exploded instantly. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions, mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, instantly entangled Venerable Poison Dragon. Silver snakes danced, running around up and down his body, making a hissing sound of electricity. Venerable Poison Dragon suddenly straightened his body, and his clothes, hair, and so on all stood up. In the blink of an eye, Venerable Poison Dragon had fallen straight to the ground. His face was black like charcoal, and green smoke kept coming out of his nostrils and mouth. "Boss! Boss!" The remaining 5 men in strange costumes saw Venerable Poison Dragon fall to the ground by the thunder and lightning of the Xuanyin god, and they screamed and rushed up. Before they rushed to Xiang, the 5 men had already commanded their own flying swords and magic weapons to slash at Xiang. Little donor, be careful!" Miaoding Shenni shouted weakly, trying to remind Xiang. One of the 5 people suddenly stopped, turned his head, looked at Miaoding Shenni, pointed at Miaoding Shenni, and a flying sword that was attacking Xiang suddenly turned around in midair and flew towards Miaoding Shenni in an instant. Miao Dingshen Ni was already at the end of her strength and had no strength to fight back. Seeing the flying sword stabbing straight at her, Miao Dingshen Ni suddenly widened her eyes and waited to die. "Oh, this old nun is stupid." Li Xiang happened to catch a glimpse of Miao Dingshen Ni, who was stunned and waiting to die. He couldn't help feeling a little sorry. With a thought, he took out a teleportation talisman and waved his hand to hit Miao Dingshen Ni. The teleportation talisman instantly turned into a yellow light and landed on Miao Dingshen Ni. In the blink of an eye, Miao Dingshen Ni had disappeared from the spot. The man who was controlling the flying sword to attack Miao Dingshen Ni was stunned for a moment when he saw this. Then he turned his head and stared at Li Xiang. He raised his hand and pointed at Li Xiang. The flying sword in the air flew towards Li Xiang again. Before the flying sword flew close to Li Xiang, the man saw a flash of white light on Li Xiang. The magic weapons of the other four men, whether flying swords or magic staffs, that hit Li Xiang made a sound of metal collision and then bounced back. Seeing this, the man was stunned for a moment and instantly thought, "That kid has high-level armor?" The man, Venerable Dulong, and the other four are sworn brothers, all of whom are in the early stage of Jindan cultivation. In this world, although Jindan cultivators are not very powerful cultivators, they are definitely not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Although this is a world of cultivators, 90% of the people in this world are still ordinary people, and the remaining 10% are cultivators. Among the remaining 10%, 80% of the cultivators are cultivators below the Jindan stage. In other words, the Jindan stage. Even if it is only the early Jindan stage cultivator, although it is not the top and most powerful cultivator in the world, it is definitely in the middle and upper class of the pyramid. Jindan stage cultivators are not just anyone who can meet casually. Being able to withstand the attack of Jindan stage cultivators, and even several Jindan stage cultivators at the same time, is definitely not something that anyone can do easily. At least, it is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to withstand the full force of a Jindan stage cultivator. And this ordinary person in front of him is not only not afraid of the green bamboo dragon raised by the boss, the venerable poison dragon, but also blocked the boss's full force attack. Now, that kid easily blocked the joint attack of the other four. It can be seen from this that the kid is definitely not an ordinary person, 100% a peerless master who has hidden his own cultivation. Thinking of this, the Jindan early stage cultivator turned around and fled quickly without any hesitation. However, before the Jindan early stage cultivator could escape far, several Xuanyin divine thunders had already caught up with him from behind and then exploded violently. Chapter 47. The Little Nun in Yanyue Temple. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions resounded in the world almost at the same time, and the world seemed to change color and become dim. More than 20 Xuanyin divine thunders exploded one after another around the 5 Jindan early stage cultivators, interweaving to form a network of thunder and lightning. When the Xuanyin divine thunder exploded, the powerful power generated immediately enveloped the 5 Jindan early stage cultivators. There was almost no power to resist. The 5 Jindan early stage cultivators were directly blasted into charred corpses by the thunder and lightning, and Xuanyin power generated by the explosion of the Xuanyin divine thunder. They fell to the ground and smoked out. Li Xiang turned his wrist, took out another Bailing detoxification pill, and threw it into his mouth. Just now, when he was bitten by the green bamboo dragon, Li Xiang relied on the Bailing detoxification pill to survive. However, although this Bailing detoxification pill can detoxify the green bamboo dragon, the effect may not be very good. Li Xiang had just thrown more than 20 Xuanyin divine thunders to kill the 5 sworn brothers of venerable poison dragon, but he felt dizzy again, as if he was drunk. It might be that the poison of the green bamboo dragon had not been completely solved, so he hurriedly threw another Bailing detoxification pill into his mouth. After swallowing it, the dizzy feeling in Li Xiang's head disappeared. It seems that the Bailing detoxification pill copied from Yu Jinghai still has some effect. Yu Jinghai didn't know where he slaughtered so many 100-flower divine pythons. There were 17 demon pills of the 100-flower divine python in his storage ring. There were more than 70 scales of the 100-flower divine python. Yu Jinghai often dealt with poisonous insects, such as the 100-flower divine python. It was not surprising that the Bailing detoxification pill in his storage ring could solve the poison of the green bamboo divine dragon. After swallowing a Bailing detoxification pill to remove the snake venom from his body, Li Xiang then walked towards the bodies of the 6 people lying on the ground, including Venerable Dulong. Venerable Dulong and the other 6 were all at the initial stage of the golden core cultivation, and they all had a storage ring. Li Xiang followed the principle that a thief should not leave empty-handed, and he didn't care what was in these storage rings. He copied all of them 10 times. Anyway, there were still many copies today, so it would be a waste if they were not used. Just after copying the storage rings of Venerable Dulong and the others, Li Xiang heard the young nun lying on the ground next to him, whimpering and waking up slowly. Li Xiang took a few steps forward, squatted in front of her, and took a look. She was a little girl with red lips and white teeth, who looked about 17 or 18 years old. It was a pity that such a little beauty could not think straight and became a nun. Li Xiang squatted aside, looking at her with a smile, watching her eyelashes move slightly a few times, slowly open, and then smiled and said, "You wake up." Before he finished speaking, the little nun screamed, "Ah!" raised her hand and slapped Li Xiang in the face, directly knocking Li Xiang back 2 or 3 feet away, and fell heavily to the ground. This was not over yet. The little nun jumped up from the ground, rushed to Li Xiang, stretched out her hand to grab Li Xiang's clothes, lifted him up, and said with gritted teeth, "A thief, you, what did you do to me?" As she said this, she raised her hand and was about to slap Li Xiang in the face again. Li Xiang suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Enough! Try to touch me again! Believe it or not, this young master will send you to see your master now." After hearing what Li Xiang said, the woman couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, turned her head and looked around, then threw Li Xiang away and screamed, "Master!" With a flash of her body, she rushed into the meditation room in the nunnery and began to look around. While searching, she shouted loudly, "Master! Master!" After searching, of course, she found nothing. The little nun immediately rushed to Li Xiang again and said in a stern voice, "Little thief, did you kill my master?" I will kill you and avenge my master." As she said that, the little nun was about to make a fist and pounce on Li Xiang again. Li Xiang glared and shouted sternly, "Stop!" The little nun was frightened by Li Xiang and stood there, involuntarily. "What are you thinking about? Take a good look. If it weren't for me, do you think you would still be alive standing here?" Li Xiang said sternly, "I." The little nun was stunned for a moment, but she noticed something lying on the ground out of the corner of her eye. She turned her head and found that it seemed to be several charred corpses. The little nun's heart moved, and she rushed over quickly. After taking a closer look, she said in disbelief, "Is this Venerable Gongyang? Is this Miaosho Situ? Venerable Poison Dragon? Did you kill all these people?" After the little nun identified them one by one, she raised her head and stared at Li Xiang with wide eyes. "What else?" Li Xiang said unhappily. "But you." The little nun wanted to say, "You can't even draw qi into your body. How could you kill Venerable Poison Dragon and the other 6? Venerable Poison Dragon and the others are all Jindan stage cultivators. How could a mortal kill a Jindan stage cultivator? And 6 Jindan stage cultivators? How is this possible? But what? Do you think that I am just an ordinary person and cannot kill those 6 Jindan stage cultivators?" The little nun nodded slightly. "Then look here, who else is there besides you and me? If it wasn't me who killed them, was it you?" The little nun was slightly stunned for a moment, then shook her head. She was just a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, and she couldn't help at all just now. Not only did she fail to help her master, but she also made her master distracted to take care of her everywhere. If she hadn't been holding her back, and if it was just the master alone, the master would probably have escaped long ago. And how could she be trapped here by Venerable Poison Dragon and the others? After a slight pause, the little nun walked up to Li Xiang again and asked in a low voice, "Where did you take my master?" "You ask me, who should I ask? The legs are on your master. Where is she going? How do I know?" "But you just said clearly that if I do it again, you will send me to see my master. You must know the whereabouts of my master, right?" "I'm sorry, where is your master? How should I know?" Li Xiang spread his hands and said, "What's sorry?" the little nun asked puzzledly. "Nothing, you don't understand." Li Xiang waved his hand, turned around and walked out of Yanyue Temple. After just 2 steps, Li Xiang stopped again, turned around, walked back to the little nun. Sister, I want to ask you something. Where is this place?" The little nun was slightly stunned and said, "Yanyue Temple." "I know this is Yanyue Temple. I want to ask you, where is this place? Do you know Lingxiao sect?" The little nun was slightly stunned, shook her head, and said, "I don't know." "Don't know?" Li Xiang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He thought that Lingxiao sect was very big and should be very famous. But how could this little girl not know? Did she not know, or was she unwilling to say? After hesitating for a while, he again, "Little sister, let's make a deal. You tell me how to get to Lingxiao sect, and I will tell you where your master is." Chapter 48. Want to leave? "No way. Over there." The little nun pointed casually and said, "Really?" Li Xiang looked at the little nun suspiciously and said, "Yeah?" The little nun nodded affirmatively. Li Xiang was unfamiliar with this place. Although he doubted, he could only choose to believe what the little nun said. Turning around, he was about to leave Yanyue Temple. Just after taking 2 steps, the little nun called out from behind, Hey! Li Xiang turned his head to look at the little nun. The little nun took a few steps forward and walked to Li Xiang, saying, "How can you go back on your word?" "How am I going back on my word? Didn't you just say that if I tell you how to get to Lingxiao sect, you will tell me where my master is?" "But is the direction you pointed to the location of Lingxiao sect?" Li Xiang stared at the little nun intently, as if he wanted to see from the changes in the expression on the little nun's face whether she was lying or not. The little nun blushed slightly, lowered her head and said, "How do you know that what I said is not the location of Lingxiao sect? Do you know how to get to Lingxiao sect?" Before Li Xiang finished speaking, the little nun said again, "Senior, I beg you, just tell me where my master went, okay?" As she spoke, the little nun's eyes turned red and she began to sob softly. While crying, she whispered, "I lost my parents when I was young. I was raised by my master. Now my master is gone too. How can I live from now on? I'd rather die." As she spoke, the little nun actually bumped into a pillar beside her. Originally, the little nun thought that she would be moved by her crying and making a scene. This senior in front of her, whose cultivation level was unknown, could kill several Jindan stage cultivators with a single move. But she didn't expect that the senior in front of her was indifferent and watched her bump into the pillar beside her. The little nun felt dizzy and stared at Li Xiang with wide eyes. She felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Little nun didn't know that Li Xiang was not indifferent, but he didn't expect the little nun to act like this. He is just an ordinary person now, and he can't even draw qi into his body. Although he has the ability to kill Jindan stage, or even Yuanying stage cultivators, it is all relying on the external things such as Xuanyin Divine Thunder and Juyo Divine Thunder. The little nun suddenly acted like this, and even if Li Xiang wanted to save her, it was too late. He could only watch the little nun hit her head against the pillar. Seeing that the little nun fainted, Li Xiang could only admit that he was unlucky. He stamped his feet, walked forward, picked up the little nun, looked around, and carried the little nun into one of the rooms. After putting the little nun on the bed, Li Xiang opened the system storage space again, took out a bottle of quick-acting yuan-replenishing pills from a pile of miscellaneous pills, poured one out, and fed it to the little nun. Li Xiang now has many kinds of elixirs. The quick-acting elixirs were copied from the foundation-building cultivator Fan Zizheng, and they are the lowest-grade ammunition. The little nun's cultivation level is the same as Fan Zizheng's. Both of them are foundation-building. If Fan Zizheng can take the elixirs, she can naturally take them. After feeding the little nun a quick-acting elixirs, the little nun's complexion soon improved a lot, and not long after, she woke up slowly. "Are you awake?" As soon as she opened her eyes, the little nun saw Li Xiang's handsome face, and his gentle voice sounded in her ears. "Yeah?" The little nun's face was slightly hot, and she hurriedly lowered her head and nodded gently in response. "I'm glad you're awake. There are still a few bottles of elixirs in this bag. If you feel uncomfortable, just take them yourself." "It's okay, I'll leave first. That is a storage bag." The little nun suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the small brocade bag that Li Xiang placed on the bedside. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. It was not until Li Xiang turned around and was about to leave that the little nun suddenly came to her senses, jumped off the bed, knelt on the ground, and said urgently, "Senior, please tell me where my master has gone." "Senior, please? Your master?" Li Xiang hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't know where she was teleported to. The situation was urgent at the time, so I could only use the teleportation talisman to teleport your master out. As for where she was teleported to, I don't know. You know, the teleportation talisman, the distance and location of the teleportation are all random. Now, except for your master, I'm afraid no one knows where she is." "Then my master? Is she still alive?" The little nun was stunned for a moment, then asked again. Li Xiang shook his head and said, "I don't know either. At that time, your master was besieged by Venerable Poison Dragon and others, and was seriously injured. The situation was urgent, so I had to use the teleportation talisman." At this point, Li Xiang could not continue. Judging from the situation at that time, the possibility that Miao Ding Shenni was still alive was almost negligible. Li Xiang only had time to teleport Miao Ding Shenni out. As for whether Miao Ding Shenni could survive, it really depended on her luck. After hearing what Li Xiang said, the little nun immediately held back her tears and sobbed. Li Xiang felt a little reluctant and comforted her, saying, Don't be too sad. Your master is a lucky person and will be fine." "Senior, thank you. Thank you for saving my master." The little nun suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Xiang. "No, you're welcome. It's just a little help, just a little help." Li Xiang hurriedly bowed and wanted to help the little nun up. The little nun shrank back without raising her head and said, "You go." Li Xiang was slightly stunned, then said, "Okay." He turned around and took 2 steps, but still felt a little reluctant. He turned around, looked at the little nun and said, "What about you? What are your plans for the future? Me?" The little nun smiled sadly, looked up at the roof, cried silently and said, "I have been taken in by my master since I was a child. This is my home. I will naturally stay here and wait for my master to come back." Xiang glanced at the little nun, hesitated for a moment, took out a storage ring, put it on the floor of the room and said, "Girl, take care of yourself. I'm leaving." Before he finished speaking, a sharp voice came to the ears of Xiang and the little nun. "Want to leave? No way. Both of you, don't think about leaving today." Before he finished speaking, Xiang felt that his eyes darkened, as if the environment had changed in an instant. Xiang was shocked. He couldn't be so unlucky that he was teleported away by someone using a teleportation talisman again. Before he could finish his thought, Xiang heard a trembling voice beside him, "Senior." Then a soft and boneless little hand reached out and grabbed Xiang's clothes tightly. Chapter 49, Ugly Monster, if you can't kill me, I am your grandfather, that little nun. Xiang was stunned for a moment, reached out and held the little nun's hand, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." "Yeah?" After being held by Xiang's hand, the little nun immediately felt much more at ease. She responded in a low voice, paused, and then said, "Senior, we seem to be trapped in a certain formation. This seems to be some kind of Bagua formation, Senior. Can you break the formation?" As soon as the voice fell, the sharp voice came into the ears of Xiang and the little nun again. "You little girl, you have some knowledge. I have heard that Miao Ding Shenni has a talented lay disciple named Sutaner. But you little girl?" The little nun Sutaner was stunned for a moment, and then said loudly, "Senior is right, I am Sutaner. May I ask your name, Senior? Do you know my master?" "Heh, it's okay to tell you. I, the master of Divine Crow, naturally know your master." "Little girl, where is your master?" "An old friend came to visit, and your master hid himself and avoided meeting him. This is not like the style of Miao Ding Shenni. I was taken care of by her in the past. I came here today to repay her for breaking my brotherhood in the past." "Senior, that's really unfortunate. My master happened to go out to visit friends. If you want to see her, please come another day." Sutaner said loudly, and while speaking, she transmitted her voice into secret and said to Xiang, "Senior, have you figured out a way? How to break the formation?" "How to break the formation? You have no way. What can I do?" Xiang smiled bitterly and shook his head secretly. "Really? It doesn't matter. There is a saying that the nun can run away, but the nunnery cannot. This Yanyue nunnery is your master's lair. As long as I stay here, I won't worry about not being able to wait for your master. But before that, you two little kids, just stay here for me." As Xiang said this, he saw a big hand suddenly appear in the air, falling from the sky and grabbing him. Xiang's mind moved, and he raised his hand and threw a Xuanyin Divine Thunder over. The Xuanyin Divine Thunder collided with the big hand and exploded instantly. The power of thunder and lightning and the power of Xuanyin instantly hit the big hand. The big hand was instantly shattered by the power of thunder and lightning and disappeared without a trace. "Huh?" The Master of Divine Crow was slightly surprised, and then said, "You kid, you still have some good stuff on you, even the mysterious Yin Divine Thunder? I really underestimated you, little kid." Xiang was about to speak, but he heard the sound of iron chains rustling in his ears, and then a thumb-thick iron chain emerged from the mist generated by the formation and was instantly tied to Xiang. "Ding! Found a replicable item. Mysterious iron chain. Do you want to copy it?" The system prompt sounded in Xiang's mind instantly. Xiang's heart moved, but he did not copy it immediately, but let the Master of Divine Crow tie him up with the mysterious iron chain. Then Xiang heard Sutaner beside him screaming, "Ah!" And then she shouted again, save me, Senior." "Senior? Heh, little girl, you must be confused. Who else dares to call me Senior except me?" Master Shenya sneered and said, then waved his hand and untied the Bagua formation arranged around Yanyue Temple and appeared in front of Xiang and Sutaner. But he was an old man with missing arms and legs, extremely ugly. "Senior, you were also caught?" Sutaner stared at Xiang with eyes wide open in surprise. Master Divine Crow was slightly stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help laughing and said, "Little girl, his cultivation is lower than yours. He is just an ordinary person, and you still call him Senior? He is worthy?" As he said, Master Divine Crow walked a few steps towards Xiang and said, "I know that you have the Xuanyin Divine Thunder on you. As long as you are willing to hand over the Xuanyin Divine Thunder obediently, I will spare your life. How about it? What if I don't? No?" Master Divine Crow was slightly stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Little kid, do you think you still have the qualifications to bargain with me? You are now locked up by my black iron chain, and you can't even move a finger. Even if you still have the Xuanyin Divine Thunder on your body, you can't take it out at all. Believe it or not, I can crush you with just a move of my fingers." "Ha! Ha 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 ha! Li Xiang chuckled contemptuously at Master Divine Crow a few times, sneered and said, "Ugly monster, what if you can't kill me? If you can't kill me, I'll be your grandfather, your ancestor." The face of the Master of Divine Crow changed, and he said sternly, "You little bastard, you're looking for death." As he spoke, the Master of Divine Crow took a few steps forward, stretched out a finger, and tapped the position of Li Xiang's temple. Ding! Found items that can be copied. Storage ring 1, black iron rope 1, phosphorus fire, Divine Crow talisman 10. The sound of the system prompt instantly rang in Li Xiang's mind. Copy. Without any hesitation, Li Xiang made a choice directly. At almost the same time, Master Divine Crow's finger also touched Li Xiang's temple and said sternly, "Stinky boy, if you have the guts, say what you just said again." "Ugly monster, if you can't kill me, I am your grandfather, your ancestor." Before he finished speaking, Master Divine Crow's finger on Li Xiang's heart gently exerted force, and it was inserted directly into Li Xiang's head as if it was inserted into a piece of tofu. "Senior!" Su Tanner screamed in shock. "Humph, you are overestimating yourself," Master Divine Crow sneered. However, at this moment, Li Xiang in front of Master Divine Crow flashed a white light, and then his whole body slowly turned wooden and shrank, and finally turned into a small human-shaped puppet. Substitute puppet? Master Divine Crow's face suddenly changed, and he was shocked. He flew away more than 10 feet away and turned his head to look around. After a quick glance, Master Divine Crow soon saw a shadowy figure appearing more than 10 feet away, and then that figure slowly solidified. Master Divine Crow's eyes shrank slightly, and he raised his hand, and a talisman was thrown towards Li Xiang, who had just resurrected. As soon as the talisman was thrown, it turned into a fire crow, whistling, screaming, and flying towards Li Xiang with bursts of flames. Li Xiang casually raised his hand, and 5 Xuanyan Divine Thunders flew out of his hand. 1 Xuanyan Divine Thunder directly hit the fire crow and exploded immediately. Flames, lightning, and Xuanyan power also exploded everywhere. The other 4 Xuan Divine Thunders went straight to Master Divine Crow. Master Divine Crow's face suddenly changed, his body shook, and his whole body turned into a shadow of nothingness, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Then, Master Divine Crow appeared beside Li Xiang, again, raised his hand and threw another Phosphorus Fire Crow talisman at Li Xiang. And then the black iron chain followed the Phosphorus Fire Crow talisman and flew towards Li Xiang. Li Xiang's mouth curled up slightly, sneered, and turned his wrist, and there was already a 9 Nether God Thunder talisman in his hand. With a raised hand, the 9 Nether God Thunder talisman flew out instantly, turning into a series of divine thunders, falling from the sky, and instantly landed on Master Divine Crow. Chapter 50 Senior Sister, didn't Master give you a storage ring? 9 Nether God Thunder talisman. Master Divine Crow's eyes were wide open, bulging outwards, almost falling out of his eye sockets, and he said with a stammer. Before he finished speaking, 9 lightning bolts had already fallen from the sky and landed directly on Master Divine Crow. The body of the Master of Divine Crow seemed to be fixed in mid-air for a moment. He paused for a moment and then shattered into a pile of fragments like broken glass. And this pile of fragments slowly melted into the sky and earth bit by bit, leaving no residue. How could he have the 9 Nether God Thunder talisman? That was the 9 Nether God Thunder talisman. It was equivalent to the 9 Nether God Thunder talisman of a late nascent soul cultivator with all his strength. How could he, a mortal, have it? How could he have it? How could he have it? The body of the Master of Divine Crow had been reduced to ashes, but a trace of his consciousness remained in the original place, shouting in despair. Until his death, the Master of Divine Crow did not figure out how a mortal could have the 9 Nether God Thunder talisman. And Su Tanner, who was standing beside him, widened her eyes in surprise, and after a long time she shouted, "Senior, Senior, the Master of Divine Crow." The Master of Divine Crow was already dead, reduced to ashes, without even a trace of his flesh left. Su Tanner witnessed all this, but she still couldn't believe her eyes. Perhaps in the past, Master Shenya was not the opponent of her master, and his missing arms and legs might have been caused by her master. But now, Su Tanner can clearly sense that Master Shenya's cultivation is definitely at the late Jindan stage. In terms of cultivation alone, Master Shenya has far surpassed her master. However, such a senior cultivator at the late Jindan stage, in front of this senior whose cultivation level is unknown, did not even have the strength to parry, and was directly beaten to ashes by a talisman, and his soul flew away? How powerful is the talisman in the senior's hand? How profound is the senior's cultivation? Su Tanner was thinking about these thoughts, but suddenly she sensed that several powerful cultivators were flying towards this side quickly, and their cultivation was even higher than Master Shenya. Master Shenya is already in the late Jindan stage. Cultivation realms of those powerful cultivators who are approaching quickly are all cultivators above the Yuanying stage. After feeling this, Sutanar's expression changed slightly again. She turned her head and looked at Li Xiang, and hurriedly called out, "Senior!" Before she finished speaking, there were bursts of air-breaking sounds coming from outside Yanyue Temple. Then, several figures landed in Yanyue Temple, and then several more figures landed. In an instant, more than a dozen cultivators had already landed in Yanyue Temple. Among those cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation level was even in the late Yuanying stage, and the one with the lowest cultivation level was also in the late Jindan stage, which was higher than Sutanar's master's cultivation level and comparable to Master Shenya's. The dozen or so monks who had landed in the Yanyue Temple took a look around the entire Yanyue Temple, and someone immediately discovered the bodies of Venerable Dulong and others lying on the ground, which had turned into charcoal. Then a monk flew up, checked, and said, "It's Venerable Dulong from Wulong Mountain." As he spoke, the monk squatted down again, took out the storage rings, storage bags, and other valuables from Venerable Dulong and others and said, "The storage bags and storage rings are all there, and there are." The monk quickly flew to the leader, a late nascent soul cultivator, and handed over the storage bag and storage ring in his hands with both hands. The late nascent soul cultivator was named Master Lingfeng, and he was the elder of the Lingju Palace in Lingju Mountain in Hedong. After glancing at the storage bag and storage ring, Master Lingfeng waved his hand and directly collected the storage bag and storage ring. Then, Master Lingfeng turned around again, stared at Sutanar coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Little boy, where is your master, the Nun Miao Ding?" "Senior," said in a trembling voice, "Master went out to visit a friend and has not returned yet. Senior, if you want to find Master, I'm afraid this trip is in vain." "Humph! Little kid, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You can even come up with such a poor excuse." Lingfeng Shangren snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "If your master was not here, how could the venerable poison dragon of Wulong Mountain die here? Don't tell me that venerable poison dragon and others were killed by you two little kids. It wasn't me, but the senior next to me who killed them." Sutanar said in her heart, bowed to Lingfeng Shangren and said, "Senior, everything I said is true. Senior has a profound cultivation base, so you can use your spiritual sense to feel and see if my master is hiding nearby." "Humph!" Lingfeng Shangren snorted coldly, and his spiritual sense burst out instantly, with himself as the center, rushing in all directions. In an instant, Master Lingfeng's spiritual consciousness had already swept the area of dozens of miles, but he did not find any trace of Miao Ding Shen Ni. Master Lingfeng couldn't help but frown slightly, looked at Sutanar and said, "Is your master really not here?" "Senior, you have a profound cultivation. How dare I lie? Aren't you afraid that you will be angry and leave me dead without a burial place?" "Humph, I don't think you dare." Master Lingfeng snorted coldly and said in a cold voice. Before he finished speaking, Li Xiang on the side suddenly said, "Senior sister, didn't Master give you a storage ring? Look, isn't this it?" As he said that, Li Xiang bent down and picked up the storage ring from the floor, saying, "Senior, this is what Master left for you." Master Lingfeng was slightly stunned for a moment and then said in a cold voice, "Bring it up." Li Xiang took a few steps forward, walked in front of the late nascent soul cultivator, bowed and handed over the storage ring. Ding! Found. Items that can be copied. Storage ring 1, Shadowless Dragon and Phoenix Emathorn 1, Schwanling Snow Jade 10,000-Year Tortoise Shell 1, Red Rainbow Heart Protection Bracelet 1. Copy? Li Xiang was delighted and copied 200 copies in an instant. Lingfeng Master glanced at the storage ring in Li Xiang's hand, waved his sleeves, and the storage ring instantly fell into his hand. He opened the storage ring and took a look inside. Lingfeng Master's face suddenly changed, and he put the storage ring away again. In the storage ring, in addition to some common elixirs, as well as the 5 Thunder Talisman, the Nanming Fire Talisman, the Qingfeng Talisman, the Ice Talisman, and the Fiery Fire Talisman, there was also a construction diagram, which was the construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. And the purpose of Lingfeng Master's visit was the construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. Pingyuan Immortal Mansion was the immortal mansion left behind in this world after the ascension of Wuxi Shangxian 3,000 years ago. It contains all kinds of secret books, magic weapons, flying swords and talismans that Wuxi Shangxian collected and practiced before he ascended. Before Wuxi Shangxian ascended, he left a law. If you want to get the true teachings, you must first find the camp map. Enter my immortal mansion and you will get my mantle. The law left by Wuxi Shangxian is very simple. Whoever can find the construction pattern of the immortal mansion he left behind can enter his immortal mansion and inherit his mantle. Before ascending, Wuxi Shangxian used his great magical powers to tear the space apart and opened up a mustard seed space in a moment, hiding Pingyuan Immortal Mansion in it, which is only open once every 500 years. In the past 3,000 years, Pingyuan Immortal Mansion has appeared in the world 4 times. Every time it appeared in the world, it almost caused a bloody storm and endless fighting in the world of cultivation. According to the time calculation, within a few years, it will be the time for Pingyuan Immortal Mansion to appear in the world for 500 years. Therefore, in the world of cultivation, a new round of competition for the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion began. It was unknown where the news came from, saying that Miaoding Shen Ni of Yanyue Temple had a construction diagram of the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. In this way, Yanyue Temple and Miaoding Shen Ni, like a magnet, attracted wave after wave of cultivators. It was less than a day, and the one Xiang encountered was already the 3rd wave, and their cultivation was getting higher and higher. Maybe next time, even cultivators in the out-of-body stage and the fusion stage would participate. Now that the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion is about to be born, with this construction diagram of the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion, after entering the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion, you can follow the map, take fewer detours, avoid various traps, and enter the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion more safely to obtain the treasures inside the Immortal Mansion. Chapter 51. This is really too weird. With a flip of his wrist, Master Lingfeng has put away the storage ring. Immediately, Master Lingfeng looked at the mortal in front of him. His eyes shrank slightly, his right hand slightly raised, and he flicked his finger. A spiritual force shot out from his fingertips and flew towards Xiang in an instant. With Master Lingfeng's late, nascent soul cultivation, it was easy for him to kill a mortal. The spiritual force that shot out with a flick of his finger was more than enough to kill 10 mortals. However, to Master Lingfeng's surprise, the mortal in front of him was not killed directly by the spiritual force he shot out as he expected, but only a little white light was shot on him. Master Lingfeng was slightly stunned, and then he understood. This kid has high-level armor. With a thought, Master Lingfeng flicked his finger towards Xiang again in an instant, and a larger spiritual force flew towards Xiang in an instant. Xiang, just now seeing the light from the armor on his body, understood in his heart that it was the Lingfeng master opposite who was trying to kill him. However, Xiang had no time to react at all. Then, another powerful spiritual power from Lingfeng master instantly hit him, knocking him out and falling heavily to the ground. With a flash of white light on his body, Xiang's body slowly became nothingness and then turned into a small broken puppet, appearing on the ground. Substitute puppet. Lingfeng master's face changed slightly, and he said in a lost voice, and then a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Behind him, the other disciples of Lingju Palace also changed their faces. Substitute puppet. That is not something that ordinary people can have. I didn't expect that this kid actually had a substitute puppet, such a high-level magic weapon. With a glance, Lingfeng master had already seen Xiang, who was 20 or 30 feet away from the substitute puppet, and recondensed into a physical body. Immediately, Master Lingfeng raised his hand slightly and grabbed Xiang. A huge spiritual power shot out and instantly wrapped Xiang up, as if a huge hand of nothingness lifted him up in the air. Boy, I didn't expect you to have a scapegoat. For a mortal like you, you should have more than one scapegoat to save your life, right? If you know what's good for you, hand over all the scapegoats on your body. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Master Lingfeng held Xiang's hand and said with a sneer, Senior, you've trapped me like this. I can't even move my hands. Even if I have something, I can't give it to you. Xiang said calmly, You don't have to take it. I'll do it myself. Master Lingfeng said with a sneer. As he said that, he pulled his right hand back slightly, and Xiang was immediately pulled closer. Then Master Lingfeng reached out his hand again and reached into Xiang's clothes and began to feel around. After a touch, he felt nothing. Master Lingfeng frowned slightly and then said coldly, Stinky boy, where is your storage bag? Senior, you are joking. How can I, an ordinary person, have a storage bag? Xiang said with a chuckle. Then where is the storage ring? Master Lingfeng asked coldly again. Senior, are you talking about the kind of ring that Master gave to Senior Sister? Didn't I give it to you just now? I was asking you. Master Lingfeng glared and said sternly, Hey, how did you know? At this point, Xiang seemed to suddenly realize that he had spoken out of turn and quickly closed his mouth. Humph, you really have it? Why don't you hand it over? Master Lingfeng said sternly. Senior, haven't you searched my body? Except for this set of clothes, I have nothing on me. Nothing. Master Lingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Even if you kill me now, if you don't have it, I can't conjure up a storage ring for you, right? Master Lingfeng stared at Xiang coldly. After a few seconds, Master Lingfeng sneered again and said, Boy, don't think that you can withstand my attack just because you are wearing the Qilin armor. In the eyes of others, the Qilin armor has a very high defense, and even a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage finds it difficult to break through it. But in my eyes, the Qilin armor is nothing more than that. As he spoke, Master Lingfeng turned his wrist, and on his left hand there was a pointed weapon with a peculiar shape, like a phoenix spreading its wings and flying. It was Master Lingfeng's famous magic weapon, the Shadowless Dragon and Phoenix Ma Spear. The tip of the Ma Spear gently touched Li Xiang's body. Lingfeng Shangren's eyes shrank slightly, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, and he sneered. With a slight force on his hand, the Shadowless Dragon and Phoenix Ma Spear instantly pierced into the Qilin armor worn by Li Xiang. The Qilin armor was like paper, and after emitting a ball of white light, it instantly shattered and fell off Li Xiang's body. The Shadowless Dragon and Phoenix Ma Spear in Lingfeng Shangren's hand was already against Li Xiang's body. After a slight sneer, Lingfeng Shangren then said, "Boy, now you know, the Qilin armor on your body is just a thin piece of paper in my eyes. It's easy for me to break your Qilin armor, and it's as easy as crushing an ant to kill you." Li Xiang chuckled and said lightly, "Is that so?" With a thought, another Qilin armor instantly appeared on his body. Counting the Kirin armor that was pierced by Wuying Longfeng Ma just now, Li Xiang is now wearing the third one. When he was knocked away by Lingfeng Shangren's spiritual power just now, he also used up a Kirin armor. Seeing the Kirin armor that appeared on Li Xiang in an instant, Lingfeng Shangren's face couldn't help but change slightly again. How many Kirin armors does this kid have? I just broke one for him. Why is he wearing it again? Although Lingfeng Shangren said it easily just now, breaking the Kirin armor on Li Xiang is as easy as cutting tofu. But in fact, it is not the case. Kirin armor can withstand the full force of a late Yuanying cultivator. Lingfeng Shangren is a late Yuanying cultivator. Theoretically, Kirin armor can completely withstand the full force of Lingfeng Shangren. Even if Master Lingfeng has the bonus of weapons and magic weapons, it seems easy to break the defense of the Qilin armor, but to really break the defense of the Qilin armor, he still needs his powerful spiritual support and the bonus of weapons and magic weapons. But the problem is that he just broke a piece of Qilin armor on the boy in front of him, and this boy put on another one in the blink of an eye. This is simply too weird. The reason why the Qilin armor is called Qilin armor is because its refining materials contain scales of the sacred beast Qilin. The sacred beast Qilin is one of the 4 sacred beasts and is rare in the world. The scales of the sacred beast Qilin are naturally very rare in the world. The raw materials for refining are scarce, and the refined Qilin armor is naturally very rare. It can be said that there are probably not many pieces of Qilin armor in the entire cultivation world. Moreover, just now, the reason why Master Lingfeng only used the Shadowless Dragon and Phoenix Ma Spear to make a hole in the Kirin armor and break the defense of the Kirin armor was that he did not cause too much damage to the Kirin armor. In fact, Master Lingfeng also planned to repair the Kirin armor or refine a new one afterwards. For Master Lingfeng, the Kirin armor was definitely a good thing. But this ordinary man in front of him took out 2 Kirin armors in a blink of an eye. This is really too weird. Could it be that this kid actually has more than 1 Kirin armor? Chapter 52, 39 Tribulation Thunder Bombs, Indiscriminate Attacks. His eyes shrank slightly, and the Shadowless Dragon and Phoenix Ma Spear in Master Lingfeng's hand was once again infused with huge spiritual power. With a slight effort, the Shadowless Dragon and Phoenix Ma Spear pierced the Kirin armor on Li Xiang's body again. This time, Master Lingfeng did not hold back any more strength, nor did he give Li Xiang any chance to react. After piercing the Qilin armor, the Shadowless Dragon and Phoenix Ma Thorn directly pierced into Li Xiang's heart. This time, see if you still survive. Master Lingfeng stared at Li Xiang with cold eyes. However, something unexpected happened again. A ball of white light appeared on Li Xiang's body again, and his body became ethereal again. Finally, he turned into a surrogate puppet again and appeared in Master Lingfeng's hand. Another surrogate puppet again. How many surrogate puppets does this kid have? How many Qilin armors are there? After a cold glance, Master Lingfeng's eyes locked on Li Xiang, who had just come back from the dead. With a flicker of his body, Master Lingfeng flew towards Li Xiang again, and instantly reached out and grabbed Li Xiang's throat. However, just as Master Lingfeng grabbed Li Xiang's throat, he found that Li Xiang, who was caught by him, had his mouth slightly upturned, and actually revealed a trace of contemptuous sneer. Master Lingfeng was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he noticed that Li Xiang raised his right hand slightly, as if he had thrown something into the air. Master Lingfeng instantly looked up at the thing that Li Xiang had thrown and saw a talisman unfolded in the air. A silver white light flashed, and it instantly disappeared into the air. Although Master Lingfeng only took a quick glance, he had already felt the powerful spiritual power contained in the talisman. At the same time, Master Lingfeng also felt that all kinds of spiritual power in the air around him were madly gathering towards the sky centered on him. The sky suddenly became as dark as night, and more importantly, a thick dark cloud actually gathered in the air. Master Lingfeng, as well as the other monks of the Lingzhu Palace behind him, all felt a powerful spiritual power of heaven and earth that was gathering rapidly, and even felt a trace of fear from the bottom of their hearts. "Yes, it's the thundercloud," someone said in a trembling voice. Master Lingfeng's body trembled violently, and he reacted instantly. What appeared in the air was really a thundercloud. It was the thundercloud that cultivators must accept when they are undergoing the tribulation, the laws of heaven and earth, and the natural spiritual power that cleanses them. But the question is, how could there be a thundercloud here? Who would undergo the tribulation here? No, not the tribulation, but the talisman. It must be the talisman. Master Lingfeng reacted instantly. His eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at Li Xiang. Immediately, Master Lingfeng was like being electrocuted, and suddenly threw Li Xiang out. And then the whole person flew away quickly, trying to avoid the thundercloud in the sky. Several other cultivators from Lingzhu Palace also came to their senses and fled quickly in all directions. However, since the thundercloud in the sky had already formed, how could they escape so easily? Almost at the same time when the monks of Lingfeng and the monks of Lingzhu Palace turned and fled, Li Xiang raised his hand and threw several substitute puppets directly at Su Tan'er. Su Tan'er didn't react at all, just like a conditioned reflex. She grabbed the substitute puppet thrown by Li Xiang. Just as she grabbed the substitute puppet, the thundercloud in the sky had accumulated enough energy and instantly struck down. Boom! Boom! In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts almost simultaneously struck down from mid-air, landing in the area of hundreds of miles centered on Li Xiang. Almost without any surprises, Li Xiang, together with Su Tan'er, flashed white light on their bodies, and then only one substitute puppet was left, falling on the spot. Immediately afterwards, before Li Xiang and Su Tan'er could recondense into a shape, the lightning that fell from the sky instantly struck them again, hitting Li Xiang and Su Tan'er again and turning them into a substitute puppet and falling on the spot. It was only 2 or 3 minutes, but it felt like several centuries to Li Xiang and Su Tan'er. A flash of white light appeared on their bodies, and the substitute puppet fell to the ground. A flash of white light appeared, and the substitute puppet fell to the ground. In 2 or 3 minutes, Li Xiang and Su Tan'er had used the substitute puppet to die more than 10 or 20 times. If Li Xiang didn't have enough substitute puppets, and if he didn't give Su Tan'er enough substitute puppets, now the two of them would have turned into 2 dead bodies in countless lightning bolts. No, it is very likely that even a body will not fall, and they will be directly split into charcoal slag and annihilated by countless lightning bolts falling from the sky. In the process of resurrection from the dead, Li Xiang saw with his own eyes that a monk from the Lingzhu Palace was hit by a lightning bolt falling from the sky, and instantly shattered into a pile of fragments like a broken blue and white porcelain vase. Then, these fragments directly dissipated between heaven and earth. The monks from the Lingzhu Palace who died directly under the lightning were not just that one. They were all of them, including Master Lingfeng. What Li Xiang had just thrown out was a 3-9,000. Moreover, the fear of thunder tribulation of the cultivators can be said to be innate from the bottom of their hearts. Even the cultivators in the middle stage of the tribulation crossing who have passed through the 3-9 tribulation thunders, when facing the 3-9 tribulation thunder bombs made of the 3-9 tribulation thunders, I am afraid they will feel waves of fear, right? After all, such an experience is almost impossible for any cultivator, and they will want to experience it a second or third time. However, Master Lingfeng and others are only cultivators in the nascent soul stage, not even in the out-of-body stage, let alone the fusion and tribulation crossing. When facing the 3-9 tribulation thunder bombs, they may have a little resistance. No matter how powerful the magic weapon or the armor is, unless it is the armor and magic weapon used by the cultivators in the tribulation crossing stage themselves, which is more than level 20. Otherwise, in front of the 3-9 tribulation thunder bombs, it is like paper paste, and there is probably no difference. Therefore, whether it is Master Lingfeng, Li Xiang, or Su Tan'er, under the indiscriminate attack of the 3-9 tribulation thunder bombs, the result is the same, just one word, death. The only difference is that Li Xiang has countless death replacement puppets on him, and he can use them again and again to block the 3-9 tribulation thunder for him and Su Tan'er. But Lingfeng Xiangren and other cultivators of Lingzhu Palace are not so lucky. Death replacement puppets are not common goods, and not everyone can get and own them. Many cultivators, even if they get death replacement puppets, will definitely not have too many, at most 1 or 2. And this number of death replacement puppets is not enough in front of countless 3-9 tribulation thunder and lightning. Only Li Xiang and the people around him, and those who have a certain relationship with him, have such good luck to get the death replacement puppets that Xiang throws out like coins. Chapter 53. The teleportation talisman is also a good thing. Basically, the longer you stay with Xiang, the more things you can get, and the more death replacement puppets you will have. As for the little nun Sutaner, alas, there is no way who makes her a woman, and a very beautiful woman. Although Xiang is not a flower maniac, he can't help but be kind to women. Anyway, Xiang has a lot of substitute puppets on him, and he won't feel bad if he throws her a dozen or 20 at random. If she loses her life in vain because of her own reasons, wouldn't it be a pity? But Master Lingfeng and his people don't have such good luck. Even Master Lingfeng, although he is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he doesn't have such a magical weapon as a substitute puppet. The strength of Lingzhu Palace is not as strong as that of Lingxiao sect, and there is no mechanism master in the palace who can make substitute puppets. It is naturally impossible for Master Lingfeng to have a substitute puppet. In fact, it can be said that it is also his opportunity for Xiang to obtain a substitute puppet. There is a substitute puppet in Fan Zizhang's storage bag, and that is also because of his opportunity. He accidentally picked up a good treasure in the Nether Valley on the back mountain of Laming Peak. Although Fan Zizhang didn't know what the treasure he picked up was, he could feel the powerful spiritual power fluctuations from it, as if the treasure also had spiritual awareness and consciousness. However, Fan Zizhang only had the cultivation base of the initial stage of foundation building. Although he knew that what he picked up was a good thing, he couldn't refine it at all, let alone use it to exert the power of the treasure. In fact, Fan Zizhang didn't even know what the treasure was or how to use it. It just looked like a fire stick. Originally, Fan Zizhang also wanted to hide the treasure and wait until his cultivation base increased, and then slowly refine it. Unexpectedly, the news that he picked up the treasure in the Nether Valley somehow reached the ears of Zheng Shuyuan, the head of the Jieling Hall. So Fan Zizhang was called over by Zheng Shuyuan and asked about the origin of the fire stick. Fan Zizhang had no choice but to hand over the fire stick. After that, he got a substitute puppet from Zheng Shuyuan and the opportunity to join the Jieling Hall and become Zheng Shuyuan's direct disciple. Although, an unknown magic weapon in exchange for a substitute puppet and an opportunity to join the Jieling Hall and become the first direct disciple of the Jieling Hall should be a good deal in the eyes of outsiders. But in Fan Zizhang's opinion, he should be at a disadvantage in this deal. That unknown magic weapon must be more valuable than a substitute puppet and joining the Jieling Hall and becoming Zheng Shuyuan's direct disciple. Therefore, Fan Zizhang felt unhappy at that time, and it happened that Xiang bumped into him at that time, so he had the competition with Xiang. Unfortunately, Fan Zizhang's luck was really not very good. He bumped into Xiang, who had traveled through time and had the cheating tool of the copy system, so the result of the competition was doomed. Under the bombardment of Xiang's free 5 Thunder Talisman, Fan Zizhang didn't even have time to take out the substitute puppet in his storage bag, and was struck by the 5 Thunder Talisman and died directly. For Zheng Shuyuan, Fan Zizhang's death was a big help to him. At least, he didn't have to worry about the news leaking out, and someone would say behind his back that he was bullying others, taking advantage of others, and seizing the magic weapon of his disciples. For Xiang, these substitute puppets have become his biggest reliance. With these substitute puppets in hand, Xiang no longer has to worry that his life will be threatened. In the battle with the monks, he is almost invincible. Of course, 1 or 2 substitute puppets are not enough to guarantee the absolute safety of a person, but thousands of substitute puppets can definitely save a person's life, so that he can almost be said to be invincible when facing all monks. And Xiang is just so perverted. The Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb was also copied by Xiang from Ouyang Wufang. Even on Ouyang Wufang, there was only one. That was exchanged from other Ascension Stage cultivators by Ouyang Wufang's ancestor, a senior master who had ascended to the sky in order to protect his descendants. It was so powerful, and there was only one in total. Even after Ouyang Wufang's ancestor ascended to the sky, the younger generation of cultivators in the Ouyang family could not reach the Tribulation Crossing stage. But as long as they had Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bombs in hand, even cultivators in the Tribulation Crossing stage would be afraid of the Ouyang family and dare not easily attack Ouyang Wufang and others. However, I am afraid that Ouyang Wufang himself did not expect that when he coveted Xiang's storage ring, the death substitute puppet and other magic weapons and talismans, his greatest reliance had been copied by Xiang by 200 copies. One Sanju Tribulation Thunder in Xiang's hands instantly became 200. Now the number has not reached 999 plus. That is only because Xiang has not found someone he can trust. Otherwise, with a reward from Xiang, the number can be multiplied and reach 999 plus in an instant. When using the Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb, Xiang actually underestimated the attack power and attack range of the Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb. However, when he saw the dark clouds of thunder and lightning gathering in the sky, Xiang realized that he had underestimated the power of the Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb. That's why he threw a dozen or 20 substitute puppets to Sutanner in one breath, and he also held a bunch of substitute puppets in his hands, in order to avoid being killed by the Sanju Tribulation Thunder by mistake, because he didn't have time to take out the substitute puppets under the indiscriminate attack of the Sanju Tribulation Thunder. Well, the power of the Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb is very great, but there is a bad thing. This thing actually attacks indiscriminately. As long as they are within the range of the Tribulation Thunder, almost all living beings, whether monks or mortals, will be attacked by the Tribulation Thunder. Xiang could not sense the exact range of the Tribulation Thunder's attack, but he could estimate it. According to Xiang's estimation, the range of the Tribulation Thunder almost covered the entire sky. Conservatively speaking, I am afraid that the range of dozens of miles or even hundreds of miles is within the attack range of the 39 Tribulation Thunder Bomb. Xiang naturally did not know that the attack range of the real 39 Tribulation Thunder was calculated in thousands of miles. With the cultivators in the early stage of the tribulation as the center, the range of the 39 Tribulation Thunder within a radius of 3,000 miles is the attack range of the 39 Tribulation Thunder. Only with such a large attack range can it be guaranteed that the cultivators in the early stage of the tribulation will not escape the attack range of the 39 Tribulation Thunder no matter what. Of course, when the tribulation is past, the cultivators who are passing the tribulation will be like a magnet, firmly attracting most of the power of the 39 Tribulation Thunder, so that it will not have such a big impact on other people or cultivators. However, the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb is not the real Sanju Tribulation Thunder after all, but a spiritual bomb made by using Sanju Tribulation Thunder, a one-time magic weapon. Therefore, the power of the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb is completely incomparable to the real Sanju Tribulation Thunder, and the attack will not have a specific target, and the attack range is naturally not as large as the real Sanju Tribulation Thunder. But the attack range of the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb still reaches a range of 1,000 miles centered on the user. Moreover, it is an indiscriminate attack. It can be said that the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb, strictly speaking, should be a kind of thing that hurts both sides and is used for the last desperate effort. If forced, there will be no cultivator who will use the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb to fight with others. The consequence of using it is also very likely that both the enemy and oneself will be buried together under the indiscriminate attack of the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb. Only people like Xiang, who have countless substitute puppets on their bodies, can survive the indiscriminate attack of the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb by chance. Of course, if there is a teleportation talisman, after using the 39 Tribulations Thunder Bomb, immediately use the teleportation talisman again to teleport out. As long as you teleport out of the attack range of the 39 Tribulations Thunder Bomb, you should be able to survive. While using the Death Substitute Puppet to resist the power of the Thunder Tribulation formed by the 39 Tribulations Thunder Bomb, attacking again and again, Xiang has already thought of another way to survive the indiscriminate attack of the 39 Tribulations Thunder Bomb. Well, the teleportation talisman is also a good thing. Chapter 54. This senior actually wants to rebuild an immortal mansion? The thunder tribulation caused by the 39 Tribulations Thunder Bomb lasted for nearly 10 minutes. The thunder tribulation clouds gathered in the sky released all their power and dissipated in the air. In the sky, the azure blue sky reappeared, as if the thunder tribulation clouds that could almost destroy the world just now had never existed. However, the area of 1,000 miles around Yanyue Temple was almost turned into a scorched earth. Lingfeng Shangren and other monks from Lingju Palace were all turned into ashes in the countless thunderbolts, leaving no residue. Only Xiang and Sutanner, relying on more than 20 substitute puppets, resurrected again and again, finally survived the countless thunderbolts caused by the 39th thunderbolt. Even so, Sutanner was scared to death. She was holding an unused substitute puppet tightly in her hand, standing there stupidly, not moving at all. Xiang was the same. He held my substitute puppet tightly in his hand, but he was also afraid. The thunderbolt caused by the 39th thunderbolt was so powerful that even though Xiang had lived 2 lives, he had never experienced such dense lightning and such powerful lightning. The thunderbolt was indeed not something that ordinary monks could withstand. No wonder cultivators in the tribulation period are rare in the world of cultivation. This thunder tribulation is basically a baptism and selection for cultivators. I am afraid that more than 90% of cultivators will end up in this heaven and earth thunder. This is only a part of the power of the sealed Sanju Tribulation Thunder. I don't know how terrifying the real Sanju Tribulation Thunder is. This Yanyue Temple can't stay any longer. It's only been a short time, and 3 groups of cultivators have come, and they are all for the construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. Although Li Xiang is not afraid of those cultivators, with Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bombs in hand, even if the cultivators in the middle stage of the tribulation period come, Li Xiang is not afraid. Even if you can't win, escaping is absolutely no problem. However, if you continue to stay, there will be more trouble. Li Xiang is not afraid of cultivators, but he is afraid of trouble. This Yanyue Temple is now like a piece of rotten fat meat, which will continuously attract the surrounding cultivators, who will flutter around like flies, wanting to get the construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion so that they can enter Pingyuan Immortal Mansion and obtain the wealth left by Wuxi Shangxin. Although these cultivators cannot threaten Li Xiang's life, they will bring him endless troubles. This kind of troublesome life is not the life that Li Xiang wants. He now has all the things that the cultivators in this world dream of, and they are inexhaustible. Even the cultivators in the early stage of the tribulation can be killed with a flip of his hand. Li Xiang really doesn't like the things on ordinary cultivators. After throwing a storage ring containing a substitute puppet, a top-grade spirit stone, and a construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion to Sutaner, Li Xiang left Yanyue Temple. Sutaner caught the storage ring thrown by Li Xiang like a conditioned reflex. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly chased after Li Xiang. She trotted a few steps and followed Li Xiang out of Yanyue Temple. Li Xiang felt Sutaner following him, stopped, turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" Sutaner hesitated for a moment, then bent her legs, knelt down in front of Li Xiang, kowtowed and said, "Senior, I have been with my master since I was a child. Now my master is missing, and I have no one to rely on. This Yanyue Temple has become a dangerous place. You want to follow me?" Li Xiang frowned slightly, looked at Sutaner, and asked directly. Sutaner was stunned for a moment, then kowtowed and said, "Please take me in, senior. I am willing to work like a slave and serve you." Li Xiang pondered for a moment and said, "If you want to follow me, that's fine. I just happen to be in need of a maid to serve me. It's just that. You are a nun. If you follow me, it will inevitably cause criticism." Before Li Xiang finished speaking, Sutaner breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Senior, you misunderstood. I just followed my master and dressed like a nun. I am not actually a monk." As she spoke, Sutaner lifted the hat on her head, and her beautiful black hair fluttered down. After hearing what Sutaner said, Li Xiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and chuckled and said, "That's good." Then, he threw another storage bag to Sutaner and said, "Well, there are a few sets of clothes in here, but they are all for men. You can wear them first and change your monk's robes." "Thank you, senior." Sutaner bowed and then flew back to Yanyue Temple to change clothes. Li Xiang was waiting outside, feeling a little bored. He glanced at the bare wall outside Yanyue Temple, which was more than 1 person tall. His heart suddenly moved, and he walked to the wall. He took out a construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion from the storage ring, and took out the 4 treasures of the study from the storage bag. According to the construction diagram, he directly drew the construction diagram on the bare wall. Before the painting was finished, Sutaner had already changed her clothes and walked out of the Yanyue Temple. Seeing Li Xiang drawing a picture on the wall, and it seemed to be a floor plan of a courtyard, she couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "Senior, what you are drawing is the construction pattern of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. How about it? It's well drawn, right?" Li Xiang looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and said. After hearing what Li Xiang said, Sutaner couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise and said in a lost voice, "Senior, you mean this is..." "Yes, this is the construction pattern of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. But this..." Sutaner said in confusion. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Li Xiang. "This thing is a disaster. So many people are fighting for it. If I don't stay here, those people will come to bother me again. If I stay here, people come and go, everyone can see it, and they will naturally stop bothering me, right?" Sutaner nodded in realization, paused for a moment, and then asked, "Senior, then, are you going to look for this Pingyuan Immortal Mansion?" "Why would I look for this thing?" Li Xiang chuckled and said, "Isn't it unlucky to live in a yard where the dead live?" Sutaner suddenly felt a little speechless. After a long while, Sutaner whispered again, "Senior, this is actually not a yard where the dead live, but the immortal mansion left in this world by the immortal Wuxi. The immortal Wuxi is a senior immortal who ascended to heaven 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. His magic power is unparalleled, If you can get his inheritance, the possibility of surviving the catastrophe and ascending to heaven will be much greater. So the immortal mansion he left in this world will attract so many cultivators to come one after another. After hearing what Sutanar said, Xiang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He glanced at the construction diagram of the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion on the wall, and then Xiang said, "So what? Does it mean that if you enter his immortal mansion, you will definitely be able to obtain his inheritance? If that's the case, why didn't anyone who entered the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion several times before have obtained his inheritance and passed the tribulation and ascended to heaven?" After hearing Xiang's words, Sutanar couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After thinking about it, it seemed that what Xiang said was not unreasonable. In the previous few times when the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion was born, there were quite a few people who entered the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. But all along, I have only heard that someone disappeared in the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. But I haven't heard anyone say that they got the inheritance of the Wuxi Immortal and passed the tribulation and ascended to heaven. The outside world is just speculating that those who entered the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion and disappeared in the Immortal Mansion may have obtained the inheritance of the Wuxi Immortal, practiced in the Immortal Mansion, and then directly ascended to the Immortal Realm from the mustard seed space opened up by the Wuxi Immortal with his great magical power. As for these speculations, how much is true, but no one can tell. Just as she was thinking, Sutanar heard Xiang say, "Well, this construction pattern looks good. The yard is quite big and there are quite a few rooms. When we return to Laming Peak tomorrow, we will build such a yard in the vegetable garden on the east side. It's still good." After hearing what Xiang said, Sutanar couldn't help but widen her eyes again. This senior actually wants to rebuild a Pingyuan Immortal Mansion? Is he crazy? "How can you be my maid without even a Lingxi talisman?" Following the path down the mountain, Xiang took Sutanar, who was dressed as a man, and soon arrived at the market at the foot of the mountain. The market was not big, about the same size as Qingyun Town at the foot of Laming Peak. There were still many people in the market. Xiang asked someone and found out that this was called Yonggan Town, a small town under Yingguan City, and it was still 60 or 70 miles away from Yingguan City. After knowing that this was the territory of Yingguan City, Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, took out a Lingxi talisman, wrote a few words on it and activated the Lingxi talisman. Just after activating the Lingxi talisman, Xiang heard a familiar voice coming from inside and said in surprise, "Master! It's Master! It's Master!" It was Fu Donghai's voice. Xiang chuckled, and before he could speak, he heard Fu Donghai's anxious voice coming from inside again. "Master, are you okay? Where are you now? Are you injured?" Xiang chuckled and said, "It's okay, Ah Fu. I'm fine. I'm in a small town under Yingguan City now, called Yong'an Town." Before he finished speaking, he heard Fu Donghai on the other side of the Lingxi talisman calling out anxiously, "Yong'an Town. Mahan! Mahan! Do you know where Yong'an Town is?" "The Yong'an Town under Yin City." "Master is there." Then Mahan's voice came from the Lingxi talisman again. "Yong'an Town, I know, the one over there in Yingguan City, I know where it is. Master, are you in Yong'an Town now? Wait there, don't go anywhere, we'll come to pick you up now." "Okay, then I'll wait for you here." Xiang chuckled, then wiped the Lingxi talisman and turned it off. "Master, this Lingxi talisman?" Sutanar asked in a low voice. Xiang nodded slightly and said, "Don't you have one?" Sutanar shook her head gently and whispered, "I only heard my master mention that there is a talisman that can communicate over long distances, but I have never seen it." Xiang took out a few Lingxi talismans and stuffed them into Sutanar's hand, saying, "How can this be? How can you be my maid without even a Lingxi talisman? Take these first and use them as you like. Come back to me when you are done." After a slight pause, Xiang said, "By the way, where is your master? Does she have a Lingxi talisman? If she does, contact her directly and ask her where she is now." Sutanar was stunned again, as if someone had pressed her acupoints. Lingxi talismans, that is the legendary top-grade talisman that can communicate over long distances within a range of thousands of miles. The young master actually stuffed more than a dozen of them into her hand? Isn't this too generous? Before she could finish her thought, a surprised voice came from the side. "Brother, it's the Lingxi talisman, the Lingxi talisman!" Sutanar suddenly came back to her senses, turned her wrist, and quickly put the Lingxi talisman in her hand into the storage ring. Just as she put the Lingxi talisman away, two short and fat Taoist practitioners appeared beside Sutanar. One of them glanced at Xiang, and then his eyes fell on Sutanar, saying, "Daoyo, may I ask you, is that the Lingxi talisman you just held in your hand?" Sutanar turned her head and glanced at the Taoist priest, and immediately sensed that the Taoist priest was at least in the late Jindan stage, and his strength was stronger than her master. The other Taoist priest was also in the early Jindan stage, and was one level higher than herself. However, 2 Jindan stage cultivators were not spiritual stones is fine. Senior brother? Another cultivator in the early Golden Core stage called in a low voice, and stretched out his hand to pull the clothes of the cultivator in the late Golden Core stage. Isn't it just a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage and an ordinary person? What's there to say to them? Just grab it directly, isn't it? Moreover, judging from the movement of the foundation building cultivator who put away the spiritual charm just now, he probably has a storage magic weapon on him. Not a storage ring, but at least a storage bag. Kill them and take away their storage bags. How simple and convenient is that? Is it necessary to talk to them for a long time? The cultivator in the late Jindan stage reached out and slapped away the hand of his junior brother, who was pulling on his clothes, and looked at Sutaner with a smile on his face. Before Sutaner could reply, Xiang reached out and pulled Sutaner, saying, "Sorry, we don't sell it." As he said that, he pulled Sutaner and walked forward along the street. The Taoist priest in the late Jindan stage was slightly stunned for a moment. Then he chased forward and said, "Brother, there is no need to be so ruthless, right? You are immortal. I am afraid you don't know the importance of spiritual stones to a cultivator." Before the Taoist priest finished speaking, Xiang interrupted him again, looked at him coldly and said in a cold voice, "So what? I won't sell it. In broad daylight, do you dare to rob it?" After hearing what Xiang said, the Taoist priest couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then he smiled and said, "Brother, you are too serious, too serious. I just want to buy a few spiritual talismans from this Taoist friend. Since you don't want to sell it, forget it. I will take my leave now. Goodbye, I won't see you off." Xiang said lightly. The Taoist priest nodded slightly at Xiang with a fake smile, turned around and strode away. The other Taoist priest in the early stage of the golden elixir was stunned for a moment, glared at Xiang fiercely, and then hurriedly chased after him. After walking a long way and turning the corner, the Taoist in the early Jindan stage whispered, "Brother, why are you so polite to them? Isn't it just a cultivator in the foundation building stage and an ordinary person? He can be killed with a slap. What do you know?" The cultivator in the late Jindan stage said coldly. After a pause, he whispered again, "Junior brother, this place is only a dozen miles away from Yanyue Temple. Don't you find that there are many powerful and unfathomable cultivators in this town? Those 2 little cultivators are nothing. They can be killed with a wave of the hand. It's not much different from pinching 2 ants to death. But don't forget, the cultivator in the foundation building stage has more than 1 Lingxi talisman in his hand, but more than a dozen. So what? Isn't he still a little cultivator in the foundation building stage?" The Taoist in the early Jindan stage said disdainfully, "A young cultivator in the foundation building stage. Humph, that's easy to say." The Taoist in the late Jindan stage snorted coldly and said, "Can someone who can easily take out more than a dozen Lingxi talismans be an ordinary young cultivator? There may be some senior masters standing behind him, or even disciples from famous sects who came out to train. How can such a cultivator be killed casually?" After hearing what his senior brother said, the junior brother couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then said unwillingly, "What should we do? Senior brother, are we just going to let them go? That's more than a dozen Lingxi talismans, worth at least 10 high-grade spirit stones. Are we just going to watch it slip away from under our noses?" "Of course not," the senior brother said anxiously. After a short pause, the senior brother said, "However, if you want to do it, you have to find a suitable opportunity. Don't worry, I have already put 13 spices on them. They can't escape." After hearing what the senior brother said, the junior brother was slightly stunned for a moment. Then he gave a thumbs up and said, "The old ones are still the best. Senior brother, it's great. It's really great." Chapter 56 Tanner, Take Me Flying. Xiang took Sutaner and quickly found a room in the only inn in Yong'an Town, Yuelai Inn, and stayed there. Originally, Xiang wanted to book the entire inn generously. Unfortunately, there was only one inn in Yong'an Town. After booking the inn, the other guests in the inn would have nowhere to go. Therefore, under Sutaner's persuasion, Xiang reluctantly gave up the idea. Then, Xiang wanted to open 2 Tianzihao rooms, one for him and one for Sutaner. After all, there are differences between men and women. Besides, Sutaner is his maid, not his anything. As a result, the innkeeper told him that, let alone the top rooms, even the ordinary rooms, there was only 1 room left, so he could stay there if he wanted. There was no other way. In the past few days, there were suddenly many strangers in Yong'an Town, and all of them were dressed strangely, either Taoists, monks, or knights with swords on their backs. In short, they looked like they were not easy to mess with. Maybe there were many cultivators among them. With more people, the room became tight, and Yuelai Inn was naturally overcrowded. In desperation, Li Xiang had to book the last room and live in it with Sultaner. When entering the room, Li Xiang kept saying, "It's not that I want to take advantage of you, but there is only one room, so I have to make do with it." Sultaner didn't care and lowered her head and said, "Master, it's okay. You sleep on the bed, and I'll be in the room meditating and practicing." Anyway, when she was in the mountains, Sultaner basically lived like this. Since building her foundation, Sultaner actually slept very little and basically meditated and practiced, sitting all night. However, Li Xiang couldn't do it. Since crossing into this world, Li Xiang has never meditated and practiced. Asking him to sit cross-legged for a whole night, isn't that the same as killing him? Li Xiang's principle is that if you can sit, you will never stand, and if you can lie down, you will never sit. If you don't sleep on the bed, isn't that crazy? Anyway, Sultaner was used to it, so Li Xiang didn't care about her. He casually threw a 10 liang ingot of Chaobao silver to the waiter, ordered a table of good wine and food, and after eating and drinking, Li Xiang soon lay on the bed and fell asleep. Not long after, he was snoring. Sultaner sat cross-legged beside the small low table, meditating and practicing, and soon entered a state of meditation, entering a state of forgetting both the self and the world. Late at night, the window in the room opened automatically, and then two figures floated into the room like ghosts and landed in the room. They were the two Taoists that Li Xiang and Sultaner met in the afternoon. After the two Taoists floated into the room, the senior brother in the late Jindan stage swayed, pinched his sword finger, and instantly swept to Sultaner's side, stretched out his hand and pointed at Sultaner's chest. Sultaner, who was in a state of meditation, did not even resist at all, and was directly touched in the chest by the Taoist in the late Jindan stage, and the spiritual power was spit out, instantly breaking Sultaner's heart. At the same time, the other Taoist priest in the early stage of the Golden Core had already rushed to Li Xiang, stretched out his hand into a claw, and grabbed Li Xiang's chest. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stretched out his hand, Li Xiang on the bed suddenly turned over and sat up, opened his eyes, and looked at the Taoist priest. Seeing this, the Taoist priest in the early stage of the Golden Core was slightly stunned, but then he followed like a shadow and stretched out his hand to grab Li Xiang's chest. In his opinion, Li Xiang was just an ordinary person. This time, he could directly pierce Li Xiang's chest and crush his heart. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as the Taoist priest in the early stage of the Golden Core grabbed Li Xiang's chest, a ball of white light burst out from Li Xiang's body. The Taoist priest in the early stage of the Golden Core felt that his 5 fingers suddenly hit the steel plate and were bounced back. All 5 fingers hurt like hell. At the same time, the senior brother who had pierced Sultaner's heart with a sword finger was about to reach out to touch the storage bag or storage ring on Sultaner's body, but Sultaner's body slowly became nothingness. Then, under the eyes of the late Jindan cultivator, it turned into a small puppet and fell to the ground. Puppet? The late Jindan cultivator was slightly stunned, and his heart was suddenly shocked. He seemed to have made an unforgivable mistake. Before a thought was finished, Sultaner, who had recondensed her body, flicked her fingers, and a little fire shot out and landed on the oil lamp in the room, which immediately illuminated the room. The two Taoist faces changed at the same time. Immediately, the junior brother reached out to grab Li Xiang again. Before his hand touched Li Xiang's body, Li Xiang threw a Xuanyan Divine Thunder. The Xuanyan Divine Thunder instantly hit the Taoist in the early Jindan stage, and he felt numb all over, and he couldn't even move. Then, with a loud thunderclap, a bolt of lightning came down from the sky, passed through the room, and landed on the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest's body shook a few times, and he made a few strange ah-ah sounds. He straightened his body, and all his clothes and hair stood up. Then he fell straight to the ground. After falling to the ground, the Taoist priest in the early stage of the Golden Core kept emitting white smoke from his mouth, nose, and ears. His entire face turned black, like charcoal, and emitted a burning smell. At the same time, the senior brother was hit by the 5 thunder talismans thrown by Sultaner, and he kept jumping and running around in the room. Although Sultaner did not have the Xuanyan Divine Thunder, which was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core, she had quite a few 5 thunder talismans. For Li Xiang, the low-level talismans such as the 5 thunder talisman have become a disaster, and the number is too large to be counted. In the storage bag and storage ring that he casually threw to Sultaner, there are at least dozens or hundreds of them. Li Xiang didn't feel bad about giving them away, so Sultaner would naturally not feel bad about using them. Although the 5 thunder talisman is a low-level talisman, its power is only equivalent to the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. It will not cause much damage to a cultivator in the late stage of Jindan. Even without armor, There is no problem at all to withstand a few 5 Thunder Talismans, but the problem is that Sutaner has too many 5 Thunder Talismans in her hand. Moreover, Sutaner is different from Xiang. Sutaner is already a cultivator in the foundation building period. She is much more proficient in how to control and use talismans than Xiang, a rookie. Under Sutaner's control, the 5 Thunder Talismans transformed into lightning bolts, almost chasing after the late Jindan cultivator. Almost every lightning bolt hit the target. For a moment, the late Jindan cultivator was forced to hide here and there, jumping left and right, but he could not avoid the 5 Thunder Talismans that fell from the sky. However, Sutaner's operation made Xiang a little dazzled, and it seemed that she did not cause much damage to the late Jindan cultivator. Xiang took a few glances, and with a casual wave of his hand, 4 Xuanyan Divine Thunders flew out of his hand, instantly surrounding the late Jindan cultivator. Then, another 5 Thunder Talisman thrown by Sutaner turned into lightning, which fell from the sky and hit one of the 4 Xuanyan Divine Thunders, instantly detonating the Xuanyan Divine Thunder. Boom! Boom! The 4 Xuanyan Divine Thunders exploded instantly, turning into lightning, and instantly enveloped the late Jindan cultivator. After the lightning, the late Jindan cultivator also turned into a charred corpse, and the entire Yuelayin was also turned into a pile of ruins in the explosion of these 4 Xuanyan Divine Thunders. When Yuelayin collapsed, Xiang stretched out his right hand to Sutaner and said, "Tanner, take me flying." Chapter 57. Fated to meet, unlucky to meet a pile of shit. Dozens of cultivators flew out of the rooms of Yuelayin as Yuelayin collapsed due to the lightning and power of Xuanyan caused by Xuanyan Divine Thunder. Some were in the foundation building stage, and some were in the golden elixir stage. There were also some ordinary mortals and cultivators in the Qi refining stage who had not yet learned to fly with the wind and were eventually buried under the ruins of Yuelayin. And Xiang, with the help of Sutaner, flew out with the wind before Yuelayin collapsed and landed on an open space several dozen feet away. Sutaner was also helpless. She was a senior master who could kill even a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage with a flip of his hand. But she pretended to be a weak mortal without a trace of spiritual power. Even flying in the air required her to take him with her. Sutaner didn't know what to say. She had just recognized this young master not long ago. I've seen lazy people, but I've never seen such a lazy one. He was so lazy that he didn't even want to fly in the air. People who don't know this would really think that this young master is an ordinary mortal without a trace of cultivation. Not long after she took Xiang to the side and landed on the open ground, there were cultivators in the Jindan stage and the foundation building stage who flew out of the collapsed Yuelayin and landed beside Xiang and Sutaner. After seeing Sutaner, who had returned to her female clothes, there were several Jindan stage cultivators with lewd eyes, and their pairs of thief eyes kept looking at Sutaner. There was even a cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core stage who couldn't resist the urge to step forward and said, "My name is Shi Wenguang and I am a disciple of the Hebei Kanglong sect. May I ask your name? How old are you, and who is your master?" Before she finished speaking, Sutaner shouted coldly, "Get lost." The person standing next to her was a senior who could easily kill a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul stage. Why should she be afraid of a cultivator in the Golden Core stage? If she pissed herself off, no, she pissed off the young master. The young master would wave his hand, and he would be afraid that not even a bone would be left. After hearing Sutaner's words, Shi Wenguang's face changed slightly, and then he smiled and said, "Fairy, why are you doing this? As the saying goes, if you are destined to meet, you will meet even if you are thousands of miles apart. We meet here today, which is also a destiny. Why do you have to reject me from thousands of miles away?" Before he finished speaking, Xiang, who was standing next to Sutaner, chuckled and said, "Well, what a good saying. If you are destined to meet, you will meet even if you are thousands of miles apart." Brother shit, I have heard of this sentence, and I have also heard the second half, which is that it is unlucky to meet a pile of shit. Brother shit, I guess you have heard of it too? After hearing what Xiang said, Shi Wenguang was stunned for a moment, then his face changed, and he stared at Xiang with his eyes slightly shrinking and was about to take action. At this moment, the Lingxi talisman on Shi Wenguang's body lit up. Shi Wenguang was stunned for a moment. Then he took out the Lingxi talisman, put it to his ear and listened. But he heard the voice of his fellow disciples from the Lingxi talisman. "Brother Shi, come quickly, come to Yanyue Temple." What happened? Shi Wenguang asked with a little displeasure. In the past, Shi Wenguang never felt that there was anything wrong with his fellow disciples calling him Brother Shi. But today, after listening to Xiang's "a pile of shit," Shi Wenguang felt that his surname was a bit harsh, and he wished he could change his surname. "Brother Shi, I heard that a painting was found outside Yanyue Temple, which seems to be the construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. Pingyuan Immortal, Shi Wenguang said in a lost voice. Just halfway through, he suddenly came to his senses and swallowed the rest of the words. Turning his head to look at Li Xiang, Shi Wenguang felt that the surrounding Jindan and foundation-building cultivators seemed to be flying towards Yanyue Temple. Shi Wenguang was unwilling to fall behind, and glared at Li Xiang fiercely. He raised his hand and shot a spiritual power at Li Xiang, then turned and flew towards the Yanyue Temple on the mountain. The spiritual power hit Li Xiang almost instantly, but was immediately blocked by the Qilin armor on Li Xiang's body. With a flash of white light, it disappeared. No matter how powerful the spiritual power of a Jindan cultivator is, how powerful can it be? The Qilin armor on Li Xiang's body can withstand the full force of a late Yuanying cultivator. How could Shi Wenguang's spiritual power hurt Li Xiang? However, Shi Wenguang's move still angered Li Xiang. Originally, Li Xiang didn't have a good impression of Shi Wenguang. Now Shi Wenguang attacked him without asking any questions. How could Li Xiang bear this? Seeing that Shi Wenguang had already flown several feet away, Li Xiang couldn't help but shout behind him, "Shit, watch out!" When Shi Wenguang heard Li Xiang shout, he was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look at Li Xiang, but just in time he saw Li Xiang raise his right hand, and something seemed to be thrown out by him, whistling towards him. Before he could see clearly what the thing was, it had already flown in front of Shi Wenguang's eyes, and then a flash of white light suddenly exploded. Shi Wenguang only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then his whole body was as if struck by countless lightning, and he felt a tingling sensation. Then Shi Wenguang felt that his eyes went black again, and his consciousness had fallen into darkness. A Xuanyan divine thunder, exploding at close range, is equivalent to the full force of a late Jindan cultivator. How could a mere early Jindan cultivator resist it? Without even the slightest chance to resist, Shi Wenguang was blasted into a charred corpse by the Xuanyan divine thunder. The sudden change only caused a few Jindan and foundation-building cultivators to glance sideways, but soon, these cultivators could not wait to fly to the Yanyue Temple on the mountain. On the outer wall of the Yanyue Temple, a pattern that might be the construction pattern of the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion was found. This news, like wings, quickly spread throughout the entire Yong'an town. Most of the people who suddenly appeared in Yong'an town came for the construction pattern of the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. Now that the whereabouts of the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion construction pattern were known, they naturally dared not delay, nor would they delay. Even though they knew that everyone was running to the mountain at this time, including many Jindan and even Yuanying stage seniors. But everyone couldn't help but have a little bit of luck in their hearts. Maybe they are the chosen one? Maybe the construction diagram of Pingyuan Shanfu will eventually fall into my hands, allowing me to enter Pingyuan Shanfu? Before, the construction diagram of Pingyuan Shanfu was drawn on parchment, and no one could say who would eventually get the parchment. Even if I got the parchment, it was still unknown whether I would be able to bring the parchment to Pingyuan Shanfu alive and enter Pingyuan Shanfu. Now, I don't know who it is. Of course, it is very likely that the owner of the parchment chose to make the construction diagram of Pingyuan Shanfu public and draw it on the wall for the sake of his own life. In this way, the construction diagram of Pingyuan Shanfu is no longer a secret. At least, even if it is the foundation building stage, or even the cultivators of the Qi refining stage who have just stepped into the threshold of cultivation, there is a possibility that they can take a look at it, and maybe they can remember the construction diagram of Pingyuan Shanfu and successfully enter Pingyuan Shanfu. This opportunity of hitting the jackpot is not always available. If you go too late and someone else gets there first, or if you destroy the construction pattern of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion, then it will be too late to regret. Therefore, for a cultivator in the early stage of Jindan, being blasted into a charred corpse by a Xuanyan divine thunder, such a small change, unless it is a very close person like a fellow disciple, others will naturally not even bother to look at it. And it is obvious that most of Shi Wenguang's fellow disciples are now rushing to Yanyue Temple on the mountain, and they don't care about Shi Wenguang's life or death. Chapter 58, Zhuge Shenggong Picture Collection. Li Xiang used a Xuanyan divine thunder to blast Shi Wenguang into a charred corpse, which hardly attracted any attention from other cultivators. Similarly, Li Xiang himself didn't take it to heart at all. Li Xiang even killed a cultivator in the late stage of Yuanying, let alone a cultivator in the early stage of Jindan. It's just a pity that the place to stay that they finally found, Yuelai Inn, was turned into a pile of ruins in the previous explosion of the Xuanyan divine thunder. The innkeeper who finally crawled out of the ruins and saved his life, with the help of his waiter, knelt in front of the ruins, wailing and crying. Yuelai Inn, that's his life. Now Yuelai Inn has become a pile of ruins. How can he live in the future? To rebuild a Yuelai Inn like this, I don't know how much time, energy, and money it will take." Li Xiang couldn't bear to hear the innkeeper crying sadly. After all, he still felt a little sorry that Yuelai Inn had become what it is now. After a slight hesitation, Li Xiang stepped forward, took out a storage bag, handed it to the innkeeper, and said, "Boss, don't be too sad. If you cry and hurt yourself, you will suffer, right? As the saying goes, the old does not go, the new does not come. This old Yuelai Inn is gone. You can build a new Yuelai Inn. There are some silver in this bag, which should be enough for you to build a new Yuelai Inn." The boss glanced at the small storage bag in Li Xiang's hand, but cried even more sadly. "What can such a small bag hold? If it holds silver, I'm afraid it can't even hold 5 taels of silver. Even if it is filled with gold, 5 taels of gold is only equivalent to 50 taels of silver, which is still far from enough to repair the Yuelai Inn." Li Xiang was about to say something when the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Within a 10-meter radius, a replicable item, Zhuje Shenggong Atlas 1 was found. "Do you want to copy it?" Zhuje Shenggong Atlas? Li Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment and turned his head to look around. In the 10-meter radius around him, besides himself, there were only Sutaner, the innkeeper, and the waiter beside him. The innkeeper and the waiter were ordinary people, and all the treasures on Sutaner were given to her by him. Where did this Zhuge Shenggong Atlas come from? Could it be that the innkeepers? After a slight pause, Li Xiang immediately copied 10 copies. No matter who this Zhuge Shenggong Atlas belongs to, since the system prompts that it is an item that can be copied, Li Xiang will definitely not let it go. After the settings, the items that the system prompts to copy are basically good things. This is the first time that a single prompt to copy has been given. No matter what this thing is for or what it is used for, he should copy it first, as what it is for or what it is used for. Wait until it is copied and study it carefully. After copying 10 copies of Zhuge Shenggong Atlas in an instant, Li Xiang stuffed the storage bag containing the gold and silver money exchanged in Qingyun Town to the innkeeper, and then turned around and left Yuelai Inn with Sutaner. After walking a long way, Li Xiang heard a surprised voice behind him. "Boss, shopkeeper, it's gold, gold, a lot of gold!" Li Xiang sighed slightly. It seems that the owner of the inn still didn't open the storage bag he gave him, and it was his guy who opened it. With Sutaner, Li Xiang found a private house in Yong'an Town again and spent a large ingot of silver to move in. After lying back on the bed and slightly closing his eyes, Li Xiang finally had time to check the contents of the storage bag he had copied from the 2 unlucky Jindan Taoists and Shi Wenguang. The 3 people who had the bad luck to run into Li Xiang were all Jindan cultivators, 2 in the early Jindan stage and 1 in the late Jindan stage. However, all 3 of them were relatively poor people, without even a storage ring, only a storage bag. A Jindan cultivator only had a storage bag, which was somewhat inconsistent with their status. Moreover, the things in the storage bag were not valuable goods, just some junk flying sword armor, talismans and elixirs, and even the spirit stones. There were only some low-grade spirit stones, and there were not many. After taking a general look, extracting those things from the storage bag, and directly collecting them into the system's storage space, Li Xiang's sight fell on the Zhuge Shenggong Atlas, of which only 10 copies were copied. Judging from the thumbnail of the system storage space, Zhuge Shenggong Atlas is a thread-bound book. After staring at it for a few seconds, the introduction of Zhuge Shenggong Atlas appeared below. Li Xiang took a look and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The introduction only said, Zhuje Wuho's collection of 100 pictures of Shenggong, and then there was nothing more. But who is Zhuje Wuho? That's Zhuje Liang, who is known to be almost a demon. His collection of 100 pictures of Shenggong, that Li Xiang doesn't know what adjective to use to describe it. In short, Zhu Liang's Zhuje Shenggong Atlas is absolutely a priceless treasure. At least, it is not much worse than those cultivation secrets and other books in the world of cultivation. After a slight pause, Li Xiang's mind moved, and he directly extracted a copy of Zhuje Shenggong Atlas. With a thought, Li Xiang already had a thread-bound book in his hand. After feeling the extra books in his hand, Li Xiang slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Li Xiang saw the 6 seal characters Zhuje Shenggong Atlas written on the cover of the book. Although they were seal characters, Li Xiang seemed to know those characters by nature, and there was almost no obstacle in reading them. He turned to the first page and saw, written by Zhugu Hu on it. He turned another page, and what caught Li Xiang's eyes were the 4 characters wooden oxen and flowing horses. Then below, there were several sketches drawn with a brush. Although they were sketches, in Li Xiang's eyes, those pictures and words seemed to come alive suddenly, one after another, one picture after another, flying into Li Xiang's mind non-stop. With just one glance, Li Xiang actually felt that he seemed to have completely understood the production process of wooden oxen and flowing horses, and also understood the working principle of wooden oxen and flowing horses. Wooden oxen and flowing horses, Xiang can be said to be familiar with them. According to legend, the wooden ox and horse are made of wood, but they can move freely like real oxen and horses, and travel dozens or even hundreds of miles a day. In Xiang's previous life, some people thought that the wooden ox and horse were actually the wheelbarrows of later generations, but they were made into the shape of oxen and horses. Some people also said that the wooden ox and horse were just a kind of mechanical art and puppetry, just like the wooden kite made by Luban in the legend. Others said that the wooden ox and horse and the wooden kite were ancient machines, which used something that was difficult for people at that time to understand as a driving force to drive the machinery to work. It looked like it was alive, but it was actually a dead object in essence. In short, in Xiang's previous life, this kind of thing that existed in history books had become a legend in the era when Xiang lived, with various explanations and statements. But now, Xiang has really come into contact with the production process and process of the wooden ox and horse. After understanding the manufacturing process and working principle of the wooden ox and flowing horse, Xiang found that some of the explanations of the wooden ox and flowing horse by the experts in his previous life were actually on point. This wooden ox and flowing horse can be called a mechanical device or a puppet device, or it can be called some kind of machine or robot. However, the driving force used by this wooden ox and flowing horse is somewhat different from the driving force in Xiang's cognition. The wooden ox and flowing horse uses spiritual stones and uses the spiritual power contained in the spiritual stones as the driving force. Chapter 59. No matter what, it can't be smaller than this courtyard. He stared at the manufacturing drawings of the wooden ox and flowing horse in surprise for several seconds, and all the sketches were imprinted in his mind. After understanding the manufacturing process and working principle of the wooden ox and flowing horse, Xiang turned to the next page. Xiang turned the pages one by one and read them one by one. On each page, there was one or several sketches and the corresponding explanatory text. The whole atlas was not thick, only 100 pages, and the atlas of divine craftsmanship recorded and drawn on these 100 pages can be described as ingenious. The first page was the wooden ox and the flowing horse, followed by the wooden kite, the flying shuttle, the 9-day patrol car, and the substitute puppet, etc. It took a whole night for Xiang to finish reading these drawings and explanatory texts one by one and imprinted them in his mind. Unexpectedly, the substitute puppet, such a life-saving magic weapon that defied the heaven, actually came from this Zhuge Shenggong atlas. Xiang now has a lot of substitute puppets, and he may never use them up. Therefore, Xiang didn't have the mind to make any substitute puppets. However, other things, such as wooden kites and the 9-sky sun-touring god chariot, after Xiang looked at the drawings, he felt itchy and wanted to try them out. Of course, there are also wooden oxen and flowing horses. These things that can move freely through spiritual stones are still very attractive to Xiang. For Xiang, the wooden oxen and flowing horses running on the ground are cars. With this thing as a means of transportation, wouldn't it save a lot of trouble? As for the spiritual stones that drive these wooden oxen and flowing horses, for Xiang, things that can be solved with spiritual stones are still considered things? Well, wooden oxen and flowing horses are cars running on the ground, and their speed is touching, but the wooden kite invented by Master Lu Ban in the legend is an airplane flying in the sky, and it can travel 1,000 miles a day. With this thing, it would only take a few minutes to go back to Laming Peak by myself, wouldn't it? Well, it's not possible in a few minutes, but it won't take a day for me to go back to Laming Peak, right? At dawn, Xiang, who had stayed up all night to read Zhuge's divine craftsmanship, was still in high spirits. Hearing the sound of the owner of the house getting up and opening the door from the next room, Xiang got up immediately, walked to the door and opened it. The owner of the house was named Zhang Daliang, a little old man in his 50s. At this time, Zhang Daliang just passed by Xiang's door, and when Xiang opened the door, he scared him. After turning around and seeing that it was Xiang, Zhang Daliang immediately grinned and said, "Sir, you are up. It's not the old man. I disturbed your rest, right?" Xiang smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, uncle, I want to ask, where is the carpenter in the town?" Although Xiang was familiar with the production process and process of wooden oxen and flowing horses, as well as wooden kites and the 9 heavens sun chariot, he was already familiar with them. However, in his previous life, Xiang was the kind of person whose theoretical knowledge exceeded his practical ability. To put it bluntly, his ability to talk exceeded his ability to do things. Although he understood the production process and procedures of these things, it was still difficult for him to make them by himself. Well, it's not that Xiang really can't make these things by himself, but Xiang feels that he doesn't need to do it by himself. What is the fundamental reason why these things can move? It's the Spirit Stone. It's the spiritual power contained in the Spirit Stone. The Spirit Stone, or the spiritual power, is the source of power for these things. As for these things themselves, they are just wooden frames, wooden objects made of wood. Every profession has its own specialty. To make wooden objects, it's natural to find a special carpenter. Why does Li Xiang need to do it himself? Li Xiang now has spirit stones, gold, silver, and jewelry. It's not a problem to hire more carpenters. Carpentry? Zhang Daliang was slightly stunned after hearing what Li Xiang said, and then asked, "What do you want to do as a carpenter, sir?" "Well, I want to make some wooden items." "Make wooden items? I can do it." Zhang Daliang was slightly stunned, and then he smiled again. You can do it?" Li Xiang widened his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect Zhang Daliang to know how to do carpentry. Isn't this a case of searching for something without any effort? No, to be more precise, it should be that when you are sleepy, someone gives you a pillow. Just when I wanted to make wooden items, Zhang Daliang happened to know how to do carpentry. Isn't this a coincidence? Zhang Daliang smiled innocently and nodded, saying, "Sir, I don't know how to make complicated wooden items. However, simple carpentry work is not difficult for me." "That's great, Uncle Xiang. It's like this. I want to make a few wooden kites. Well, wait for me." As he said that, turned and walked into the room, took out the 4 treasures of the study from the storage bag, sketched a few times on the rice paper, and drew a large blueprint of a wooden kite. Then he walked to the door with the blueprint and handed it to Zhang Daliang. Zhang Daliang took the blueprint, looked at it for a few times, frowned, and said, "Sir, what you drew is a kite?" "It's not a kite, it's a wooden kite, a wooden bird." "Can it be made?" Zhang Daliang stared at the blueprint for a long time, thought for a while, then nodded and said, "It can be made, but it may take a little time." After a slight pause, Zhang Daliang asked again, "Sir, how big a kite do you want to make?" "The bigger the better," Li Xiang said without thinking. After a slight pause, Li Xiang pointed to the courtyard in front of the house and added, "Whatever, it can't be smaller than this courtyard, right?" Although it is a private house, the courtyard in front of the private house is still not small, about the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. It is flattened and used as a drying yard to dry grain. After hearing what Li Xiang said, Zhang Daliang couldn't help but widen his eyes again and said in a lost voice, "So big! It will take a lot of wood." After a slight pause, Zhang Daliang said again, "Such a big wooden kite, the frame must be a tree over 50 years old that can be hugged by 3 or 4 people." "Sir, why do you make such a big wooden kite?" Li Xiang chuckled and said, "You will know when the time comes." "But such a big wooden kite costs a lot," Zhang Daliang said with difficulty. How could Li Xiang not understand what he meant? With a flip of his wrist, a storage bag appeared in his hand, which he stuffed into Zhang Daliang and said, "Don't worry about the silver. There are 100 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver in it. You can use it first, and come to me for more if it's not enough." Hearing Li Xiang say that, there were 100 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver in that small bag that was the size of a palm. Zhang Daliang couldn't help but widen his eyes suddenly, and he was a little bit unbelieving. He opened the bag and looked inside, but couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. The bag looked small, but the space inside was bigger than his room. And inside, there was a mountain of gold and a mountain of silver. All of them were piled up with ingots of gold and silver ingots. 100 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, absolutely no more and no less. The young man in front of him was definitely a rich man who was richer than the richest man in the town. Mr. Chen, he was a real Mr. Yuanwei, the god of wealth. For a moment, Zhang Daliang's hands holding the storage bag couldn't help shaking. Chapter 60, Wooden Kite Flying in the Sky. Money makes things easier. After taking 100 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver from Li Xiang, Zhang Daliang quickly called all the carpenters, blacksmiths, and even farmers in Yong'an town, and they started working enthusiastically. In less than 2 days, a huge wooden kite appeared in Zhang Daliang's yard. Li Xiang circled around the wooden kite, but he always felt something was strange. He looked at it carefully, and then suddenly found that there was no hatch on the wooden kite. Well, to be more precise, there was no cockpit or cabin. Li Xiang was going to use this wooden kite to make a plane to fly in the sky. Since it is a plane, it must have a cockpit and a cabin, right? But the wooden kite that Zhang Daliang made in 2 days was solid. Well, according to the drawings on the Zhuge Shenggong Atlas, the wooden kite made by Zhang Daliang and his team has no mistakes and is almost exactly the same. The drawings that Li Xiang gave to Zhang Daliang before were also like this, without hatches. The wooden kite without hatches can fly, and the place to install the power source, spiritual stone, is in the 2 eye sockets of the wooden kite. Putting 2 spiritual stones in it is both the eyes of the wooden kite and the power source for the wooden kite to fly. However, the place to ride on this wooden kite is on the back of the bird. You can either sit on the back of the bird or ride on the neck of the bird. There is no other place to sit. However, Xiang does not want to take the risk of sitting on the back of the bird or riding on the neck of the bird. The wind, sun, and rain in the sky may be tolerated by other cultivators, but Xiang can never tolerate it. Besides, such a big wooden kite is already as big as the light helicopter of Xiang's previous life. There is no problem at all to put a cabin on the belly of the wooden kite. When riding an airplane, you naturally sit in the cabin. Who would stand on the back of the plane for no reason? It's not a TV series. Even if it's a TV series, standing on the back of the plane is a situation that only stupid people would do, right? Thinking of it, Xiang immediately told Zhang Daliang about his idea. After listening to Xiang's words, Zhang Daliang said nothing and took a group of carpenters and blacksmiths to open a door from the side of the wooden kite's abdomen, according to Xiang's requirements, hollowed out the abdomen, dug out a room-sized cabin, and placed 2 Hu chairs inside. Xiang went in and felt it. Well, it was not bad. Although it could not be compared with the cabin of the plane in the previous life, it could be used as it was. Even with the little maid Tanner, there was no problem in taking an emergency in it. The next morning, just after dawn, Xiang directly pulled Tanner into the wooden kite and closed the cabin door with his backhand. After turning the engine expansion inside the wooden kite, the 2 top-grade spirit stones in the wooden kite's 2 eyes emitted a faint milky white light, and the 2 wings of the wooden kite also flapped slightly, and faster. Finally, the whole wooden kite flew into the sky like a little bird, flew into the air, and flew to the west. Xiang remembered that Wang Chao seemed to have said that Yingguan City was about 500 miles east of Laming Peak. Yong'an Town was under the jurisdiction of Yingguan City, so it was naturally east of Laming Peak. Therefore, flying 400 or 500 miles to the west, at most more than 500 miles, should be able to reach Laming Peak. Moreover, it was recorded in Zhuge Shenggong Atlas that the flying speed of the wooden kite was 10,000 miles a day, and the speed should be more than 400 miles per hour. In other words, it would take at most more than an hour from Yong'an Town to Laming Peak. It's a pity that Xiang has no time now. If he had a mobile phone, well, even if he didn't have a mobile phone, as long as he had a watch and could check the time, it would be good, so that he wouldn't fly over. But now Xiang could only estimate the time while roughly estimating the direction according to the position of the sun in the sky and fly forward. While flying, Xiang had to stick his head out of the cabin from time to time, looking down, or looking around to see if he could see a big town or a familiar hill. Familiar hills there really were. Just a few minutes after the wooden kite flew up into the sky, Xiang had already seen a small hill, the same hill where he was teleported by the teleportation talisman. On the bare hill, the small nunnery looked particularly strange. What was even more strange was that dozens or even hundreds of cultivators were now gathering around the nunnery, with different levels of cultivation. The one with the highest level of cultivation had even reached the middle stage of the out-of-body realm, and the one with the lowest level of cultivation was only at the qi refining stage. And there was only one reason why these cultivators appeared around the nunnery, and that was to see the construction diagram of the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion on the outer wall of the nunnery. Young master, it seems to be Yanyue Nunnery. It's Yanyue Nunnery. Next to Xiang, Tanner turned her head in surprise when she saw the nunnery on the hillside below through the window on the other side of the hatch and said to Xiang. Xiang turned his head, looked at Tanner, and said with a smile, "Do you want to go down and take a look?" Can you?" Tanner was slightly stunned and asked anxiously. "Of course not," Xiang said with a smile. "With this wooden kite, you can come back anytime you want in the future. But not now. Do you see those people below? If we go down now, they will think that we are also going to steal the construction plan of Pingyuan Shanfu." After hearing what Xiang said, Tanner couldn't help but nodded slightly. The young master was right. If they went down now, those people below would definitely think that they were also going to steal the construction plan of Pingyuan Shanfu. Maybe someone would take the opportunity to kill them secretly. Although the young master was very powerful, he could kill cultivators in the late Yuanying stage with a flip of his hand. But among those people below, there were a few people who, even in the sky, Tanner could feel the strong spiritual pressure emanating from them. Those people's cultivation bases might not only be at the late stage of the nascent soul, but they might even be senior masters at the out-of-body stage. Although the young master might not be afraid of such senior masters, it might be troublesome to fight with them. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. The construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion is in the storage ring that the young master gave him. There is no need to go down and cause unnecessary misunderstandings from those people, right? It's a pity that Xiang didn't want to cause trouble, but things always come to him, and he couldn't hide from them. Chapter 61, Pingyuan's Secret Realm. The first person to discover the construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion painted on the outer wall of Yanyue Temple was actually a cultivator in the qi refining stage. In the world of cultivation, cultivators in the qi refining stage can only be said to have just touched the threshold of cultivation and have not even entered the door. He is only slightly more powerful than an ordinary person who cannot even sense spiritual energy and cannot draw it into his body. In fact, if that ordinary person has a few talismans in his hand, even if they are low-level first and second-level talismans, he may be able to beat a cultivator in the qi refining stage, making him embarrassed and even fleeing. The cultivator in the qi refining stage who discovered the construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion originally followed his elders from the sect to try his luck in Yanyue Temple. However, after arriving at Yanyue Temple, the elders from the sect went into Yanyue Temple to look for the construction diagram and left him outside. The cultivator in the qi refining stage who was left outside was bored and wandered around Yanyue Temple, and then he saw a picture painted on the wall in a very eye-catching position. The picture was very eye-catching. At first glance, it was almost the same as the construction diagram of ordinary wealthy families when they built houses. The gate and courtyard wall, the corridor surrounding the Kuiyuan, the lotus pond and rockery, plus 3 or 4 courtyards, pavilions, and towers. At first glance, there is really nothing special about it. At most, this courtyard looks a little big. There are rockery, gardens, lotus ponds, pavilions, and towers, and even a 9-story tower. There is a small horizontal plaque hanging on the tower, and the horizontal plaque has 4 tiny characters, Pingyuan's Secret Realm, written on it. The 4 characters on the horizontal plaque are very small, and they look even smaller than flies. However, cultivators usually have good eyesight. The same is true for the cultivator in the qi refining stage. When he first looked at it, he didn't recognize the words on the horizontal plaque, or rather, he didn't notice the words on the horizontal plaque at all. But who made him bored? Seeing a painting on the outer wall of Yanyue Temple, he stood by the wall and looked at it a few more times. And it was these few extra glances that made him recognize the word Ping on the horizontal plaque, and then the last word Jing. After a closer look, the 4 words together turned out to be Pingyuan's Secret Realm, Pingyuan's Secret Realm. After recognizing these 4 words, the cultivator in the qi refining stage was stunned, his eyes widened in surprise, and his heart began to beat violently. Pingyuan, Secret Realm. Isn't that the most mysterious and dangerous place in the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion left by the immortal Wuxi in the mortal world, where all the secret books, magic weapons, and elixirs that the immortal Wuxi had hidden throughout his life are stored? Could this picture be the construction pattern of the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion? But if it is really the construction pattern of the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion, how could such a precious thing, a drawing that can almost cause bloody storms in the entire cultivation world again and again, be drawn on the outer wall of Yanyue Temple? Such a precious blueprint was painted on the outer wall of Yanyue Temple. People coming and going up and down the mountain, even ordinary people could see it. Could this really be the construction blueprint of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion? The senior master who entered Yanyue Temple to look for the construction blueprint of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion soon walked out of Yanyue Temple with a disappointed expression, and then saw the qi refining stage disciple standing by the outer wall of Yanyue Temple. The master of the qi refining stage disciple, a cultivator who had just entered the golden core stage, saw his stupid disciple standing by the outer wall stupidly. He was so angry that he kicked him and shouted, "You bastard, what are you doing standing there like an idiot? Let's go!" Master, this Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. Ping your sister, Ping. We have turned the entire Yanyue Temple upside down and found nothing, let alone Pingyuan Immortal Palace. Palace, your sister. No, master, you, look. The qi refining disciple said aggrievedly, pointing at the plaque of the 9-story small tower on the construction diagram. The master glanced at it sideways, but didn't find anything strange at all. When he was about to kick his stupid disciple a few more times, his senior brother, another Jindan stage cultivator, walked up to him, stretched out his hand to hold him, and said, "Junior brother, wait a minute. Look at what's written on it. Pingyuan. Pingyuan's Secret Realm." The qi refining disciple's master's eyes suddenly widened and he cried out. As soon as he said that, the senior brother beside him quickly reached out to cover his mouth and whispered, "Shut up! Shut up! What are you yelling about? Do you want everyone in the world to know?" As he said that, the senior brother turned around again and was about to report to their master, a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, when the cultivator in the late nascent soul stage had already heard their conversation and walked up quickly. Master! Master! The two senior brothers hurriedly bowed and called out. The cultivator in the chi refining stage also hurriedly bowed and said, Grandmaster. The cultivator in the late nascent soul stage did not even say a word. He took a step forward and walked to the outer wall. He quickly glanced at the construction diagram on the outer wall. His face changed slightly and he said in a lost voice, It really is the construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. Disciple, quickly copy the diagram. Yes, Master. The two Golden Core stage cultivators hurried forward and copied the construction diagram on the outer wall with paper. Master, could this be fake? Was it the smoke bomb deliberately released by Miao Ding Shenni of Yanyue Temple to confuse us? The senior brother said while looking at the copied construction diagram. The master looked at the construction diagram and was about to speak when he saw the other disciple raising his hand to hit the construction diagram on the outer wall. The master's face changed, and he quickly reached out to grab the other disciple and asked in a hurry, What are you doing? Master, I want to destroy this picture to prevent others from seeing it. The master was slightly stunned and then sighed and said, Forget it. There is no need. Even if this picture is destroyed, the construction pattern of this Pingyuan Immortal Mansion has probably become an open secret. Maybe the bookstore in Yong'an Town at the foot of the mountain has already sold the drawings of this construction pattern. What's the point of destroying this? But Master. The Jindan stage disciple wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, there was a sound of breaking wind behind him. Then, a late Yuanying stage cultivator, with several Yuanying stage and Jindan stage cultivators, flew over and instantly landed behind them. Brother, it's Yunshi Shanren from Yintang Temple in Fuhu Mountain. One of the newly arrived Yuanying stage cultivators whispered to the late Yuanying stage cultivator next to him. Yunshi Shanren, the late nascent soul cultivator by the outer wall, turned around and glanced at the newly arrived nascent soul and golden core cultivators. His face froze. The one who came was actually the white-browed Taoist from Baiyin Temple on Xixia Mountain. Chapter 62. You lost something in Baiyin Temple, so why do you come to Yanyue Temple to search me? 10 fingers all long and short. Although they are both late nascent soul cultivators, there is still a certain gap in cultivation between late nascent soul cultivators and late nascent soul cultivators. Yintang Temple on Fuhu Mountain is just a small sect like Yanyue Temple. The one with the deepest cultivation is the master of Yintang Temple, Yunshi Shanren. In addition to Yunshi Shanren, a late nascent soul cultivator, Yintang Temple only has 3 second-generation disciples in the Golden Core stage, and less than 20 third-generation disciples below the Golden Core stage. In the world of cultivation, such strength is naturally too small to be any smaller. Although the strength of Xixia Mountain Baiyin Temple cannot be compared with that of Lingxiao sect, which has 12 branches, dozens of Yuanying stage cultivators, more than a dozen Yuanying late-stage cultivators, and even several cultivators above the out-of-body stage, Xixia Mountain Baiyin Temple is definitely a behemoth in front of a small sect like Yintang Temple. In the entire Yintang Temple, only the master Yunshi Shanren has the cultivation level of the late Yuanying stage. And in Xixia Mountain Baiyin Temple, the white eyebrow Taoist with the cultivation level of the late Yuanying stage is just an elder in Baiyin Temple. The difference in strength can be seen from this. Therefore, after discovering that the people who came were actually the white eyebrow Taoists of Xixia Mountain Baiyin Temple, Yunshi Shanren had already retreated and was ready to leave. After all, he had already copied the construction pattern of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion. The rest was just waiting for Pingyuan Immortal Mansion to appear in the world, and then he could enter Pingyuan Immortal Mansion to try his luck. Before the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion appears, what Yunshi Mountain Man has to do is to preserve his strength and ensure that he can live safely until the Pingyuan Immortal Mansion appears. However, Yunshi Mountain Man wanted to leave, but Taoist Baimei did not want to let him go. Seeing that Yunshi Mountain Man wanted to leave with his 2 Jindan stage cultivators, 4 or 5 third-generation disciples in the foundation building stage and the Qi refining stage, without waiting for Taoist Baimei to signal, the several Yuanying stage cultivators brought by Taoist Baimei had already stretched out their hands to block Yunshi Mountain Man's way. Daoyo Baimei, what do you mean by this? Yunshi Mountain Man's face changed slightly, and he asked in a deep voice. It's nothing, it's just that my Baiyin Temple lost a top-grade spiritual treasure. I am following the order of the head brother. All the monks who enter and leave the Yanyue Temple must accept the search of my Baiyin Temple disciples. They can leave only after the inspection is correct. How can this be? Your Baiyin Temple lost something. Why do you search us? Why do you search us in the Yanyue Temple? Before Yunshi Shanren had time to speak, one of the 2 Jindan stage disciples behind him said angrily. No reason, just... A Yuanying stage cultivator behind the white eyebrow Taoist said coldly, paused, suddenly raised his voice, and then continued, "My Baiyan temple has that strength." As soon as the voice fell, a flying sword instantly shot out from the body of the Yuanying stage cultivator, and before the Jindan stage cultivator of Yintang temple could react, it had instantly pierced through the body of the Jindan stage cultivator. The Jindan stage cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff sound and fell to the ground and died before he could even say a word. "Brother?" Another Jindan stage cultivator shouted in a hurry, summoned a flying sword, and was about to fight with the cultivator of Baiyan temple, but was pulled back by his master. "Master!" The Jindan stage cultivator turned his head and looked at Yunshi Mountain Man, crying and shouting. Yunshi Mountain Man glared at Baimei Taoist, but dared not speak. Although both of them were in the late Yuanying stage, Yunshi Mountain Man's cultivation was still weaker than Baimei Taoist. Baimei Taoist was already a quasi-out-of-body cultivator at the peak of the late Yuanying stage, while Yunshi Mountain Man was just a younger generation who had just stepped into the late Yuanying stage 100 years ago. How could he be compared with Baimei Taoist? What's more, the foundation of Baiyan Temple is there, which is not comparable to a small sect like Yintang Temple. Apart from anything else, the 4 middle-stage Yuanying disciples behind Baimei Taoist are enough to make Yunshi Mountain Man drink a pot. If it was just Yunshi Mountain Man, it would be no problem to escape. Baimei Taoist, plus the 4 middle-stage Yuanying disciples behind him, it would not be so easy for Yunshi Mountain Man to stay. However, it is no problem for Yunshi Mountain Man to escape, but the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples of Yintang Temple brought by Yunshi Mountain Man may all have to be explained here. One of the 2 Jindan disciples brought by Yunshi Mountain Man is gone. If the remaining one is explained here, the 2nd generation disciples of Yintang Temple will only have the 1 middle stage Jindan disciple left in the temple. It is not easy for Yintang Temple to persist until now. Yunshi Mountain Man cannot explain all the remaining seedlings here. He is the master of Yintang Temple. He has to plan for the future of Yintang Temple. He cannot destroy the entire Yintang Temple because of a momentary impulse. Glancing at Yunshi Mountain Man with contempt, Taoist Baimei did not take Yunshi Mountain Man's anger seriously at all. What can a small sect like Yintang Temple do, even if it is angry? Do you dare to offend Baiyan Temple? If you really offend Baiyan Temple, it would be easy to destroy Yintang Temple, right? Even if Taoist Baimei destroys Yintang Temple alone, it won't take much effort. How could Taoist Baimei take the anger of Yunshi Mountain Man to heart? Glancing at Hermit Yunshi with contempt, Taoist Baimei said, "Yunshi, you are a smart man. I don't need to teach you what to do, right? You want to escape, okay, but don't forget, you can escape the monk but not the temple. You can run away, but what about your disciples? And those remaining disciples in Yintang Temple?" Before Taoist Baimei finished speaking, Hermit Yunshi said, "Daoyo Baimei, I know what you are looking for. In fact, you don't have to find these high-sounding excuses. What you are looking for is right here, and anyone can see it. Why bother with so much trouble?" As he spoke, Hermit Yunshi pointed to the outer wall of Yanyue Temple behind him. After hearing what Yunshi Mountain Man said, Taoist White Eyebrows could not help but be slightly stunned. A junior fellow in the nascent soul stage behind him leaped over, rushed to the outer wall, took a look, and immediately said in a lost voice, "Pingyuan Secret Realm, Senior Brother, this is the construction pattern of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion." After hearing what the junior fellow in the nascent soul stage said, several other junior fellows in the nascent soul stage behind Taoist White Eyebrows also rushed forward and surrounded the outer wall to take a look. Soon, someone else said in a lost voice, "Senior Brother, this is really the Pingyuan Secret Realm. This is really the construction pattern of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion." Chapter 63, Little Kid, I Will Keep You Safe. After hearing what the junior fellows said, Taoist White Eyebrows could not help but shrink his eyes slightly, staring at Taoist Yunshi. With a half-smile on his face, Taoist Yunshi looked at Taoist White Eyebrows. Taoist Baimei's eyes condensed, and he was about to attack Yunshi Shanren. However, Yunshi Shanren seemed to have guessed Taoist Baimei's thoughts and said, "Baimei, even if you kill me now, it will not help. The construction pattern of Pingyuan Shanfu is painted on the outer wall of Yanyue Temple. I don't know how many days and years it has been painted here. I don't know how many people have seen this construction pattern and copied it. Do you think that if you kill us, you can guarantee that this construction pattern will not be leaked? Then you are wrong." After hearing what Yunshi Shanren said, Taoist Baimei was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice from behind him. "The construction pattern of Pingyuan Shanfu? Where is it? Where is it?" The voice was very close, as if it exploded next to Taoist Baimei's ears. However, Taoist Baimei did not sense the spiritual power fluctuations of any cultivator. There was no one behind him, or the person behind him was far above his realm. Taoist Baimei turned around instantly, but found that there was no one behind him. But then a figure flew over, and immediately, Taoist Baimei felt a strong pressure from the realm. It was a cultivator in the out-of-body stage, and at least a cultivator in the middle out-of-body stage. Taoist Baimei was startled and his body bent down involuntarily. The senior cultivator in the middle out-of-body stage was definitely not someone that these cultivators in the late nascent soul stage could challenge. Even if it was a quasi-out-of-body cultivator like Taoist Baimei, who was at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, as long as he had not taken that step, as long as his soul could not leave his body, when facing a cultivator in the middle out-of-body stage, he would inevitably be suppressed by both spiritual power and realm. When facing a cultivator in the middle out-of-body stage, he would consciously or unconsciously feel timid. Unless Taoist Baimei was also a time traveler like Xiang, who had accepted the concept of equality of all beings since birth, he could treat them equally, whether facing ordinary people or emperors and generals. Unless Taoist Baimei can also have 999 plus death-replacing puppets like Xiang and can revive again and again. Not to mention the cultivators in the out-of-body stage. Even the cultivators in the crossing tribulation ascension stage can continue to revive as long as the death-replacing puppets in their hands are not used up. Unless Taoist Baimei can also have the 3-9 tribulation thunder bombs, equivalent to the full-strength attack of the cultivators in the middle stage of crossing tribulation like Xiang. Not to mention the cultivators in the out-of-body stage. Even the cultivators in the early stage of crossing tribulation can only flee in panic. Otherwise, when facing the cultivators in the middle stage of out-of-body, Taoist Baimei and Yunshi Shanren can only maintain enough respect and awe. Little kid, you just said that there is a construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion here. Where is it? Where is it? Tell me quickly. The cultivator in the middle stage of out-of-body swept a cold glance at everyone, and his sight instantly fell on Yunshi Shanren, staring at Yunshi Shanren and asked anxiously. Yunshi Shanren has been practicing for more than 1,800 years, and is now a late-nascent soul cultivator. If it were anyone else, who would dare to call Yunshi Shanren a little kid? But in front of a senior cultivator in the middle stage of the out-of-body realm, Yunshi Shanren, who is more than 1,800 years old, might really be a little kid. Which cultivator who can step into the out-of-body realm is not an old monster who has practiced for 2,000 or 3,000 years. There may be some who have practiced for 3,000 or 4,000 years. In front of these old monsters, no seniors, isn't Yunshi Shanren just a little kid? After a moment of hesitation, Yunshi Shanren bowed and said, "Senior." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the cultivator in the middle stage of the out-of-body realm. "Don't call me senior, don't call me senior, just call me Pingu." Pingu. Yunshi Shanren repeated the name and then suddenly widened his eyes and said in a lost voice, "Senior, you are the immortal Pingu of Pingyao Gorge?" The cultivator in the middle stage of the out-of-body realm laughed and said, "I haven't been born for 500 years. I didn't expect that someone still remembers my name." "Little kid, you are not bad. Very good. Tell me where the construction diagram of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion is, and I will keep you safe." As he said that, Immortal Pingu also glanced at Taoist Baimei and snorted coldly. This cold snort, when it reached Taoist Baimei's ears, was like a thunderclap, which made Taoist Baimei's head buzz. However, at this moment, another voice came from a distance. "Pingu boy, I haven't seen you for 500 years. I haven't seen you improve much in other skills, but your bragging skills have improved a lot. My son Situ Hao, you have to follow Grandpa wherever he goes. Aren't you still weaned?" Pingu Genren snorted and said in a cold voice, "Pingu kid, this is Wanyan Mountain, not your Pingyao Valley. If you can come, can't Grandpa come? You want the construction pattern of Pingyuan Immortal Mansion, and Grandpa wants it too." "Humph!" Pingu Genren snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "See to my son, since that's the case, there's nothing to say. Everyone should rely on their own abilities." Before the voice fell, Situ Hao's voice came from the air again. "Well said, everyone should rely on their own abilities. Pingu kid, this time, you may be disappointed." As he spoke, 2 small black shadows appeared in the air, and then the 2 small black shadows gradually grew larger and turned into 2 figures rushing over quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures had already landed in front of Yanyue Temple, opposite Pingu Genren. Pingu Genren looked up and his face couldn't help but change suddenly. Pingu Genren knew the 2 people who came, and they were both in the middle stage of the out-of-body cultivation. One was Situ Hao, and the other was Gongsun Yude. If it was just Situ Hao, Master Pingu would not be worried. He and Situ Hao were both in the middle stage of the out-of-body realm. They had fought for 1,000 or 2,000 years, and neither could win. But now, with Gongsun Yude, it was completely different. Master Pingu and Gongsun Yude had a grudge of killing their sons. Gongsun Yude's son was caught by Master Pingu because he molested the disciples of the Jade Maiden Fairy House. Master Pingu thought it was just an ordinary flower-picking thief at the time, and he killed him as soon as he made a move. Later, he found out that the flower-picking thief was actually Gongsun Yude's son. The hatred between the two was thus formed. If it was just Situ Hao or Gongsun Yude, Master Pingu would have nothing to worry about. Fighting alone, Master Pingu would not be at a disadvantage at all. But now Situ Hao and Gongsun Yude have joined forces. Facing two cultivators in the middle stage of the out-of-body realm who are at the same level as themselves, Master Pingu has to treat it with caution. If he were in Pingyao Valley, with the immortal demon-trapping formation left by the ancient masters, let alone the two mid-stage out-of-body cultivators Situ Hao and Gongsun Yude, even if there were 10 or 8 out-of-body cultivators, or even cultivators in the crossing tribulation stage, Pingu Zhenren would not be afraid. But this is not Pingyao Valley, and there is no immortal demon-trapping formation to rely on. To deal with Situ Hao and Gongsun Yude, two cultivators of the same level, Pingu Zhenren is really a little unsure. Chapter 64. Damn, you want to die and you dare to block the plane. Humph, Pingu kid, let's see where you can escape today. Gongsun Yude snorted coldly, staring at Pingu Zhenren with cold eyes, and waved his hand, and a flying sword appeared in front of Gongsun Yude. Immediately, Gongsun Yude pointed his hand, and the flying sword stabbed at Pingu Zhenren as fast as lightning. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. What's more, Pingu Zhenren also killed Gongsun Yude's son. How could Gongsun Yude forget the revenge for killing his son? Seeing Pingu Zhenren, Gongsun Yude naturally didn't say much, and he attacked with a sword. However, this lightning-fast sword had already stabbed Pingu Zhenren in the blink of an eye, but soon Pingu Zhenren's body flashed a white light, directly blocking this lightning-fast sword. Gongsun Yude saw that the flying sword was blocked by the armor on the body of Pingu Zhenren, and he could not help but snorted again, pointed at Pingu Zhenren again, controlled the flying sword, and stabbed Pingu Zhenren again. But at this time, Pingu Zhenren made a move that was beyond everyone's expectations. With a wave of his hand, a huge spiritual power directly blocked the flying sword controlled by Gongsun Yude. Pingu Zhenren's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Yunshi Shanren. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yunshi Shanren's collar, then rushed into the sky and flew away. The sudden change made Gongsun Yude and Situ Hao stunned for a moment. Immediately, Gongsun Yude also grew taller and jumped to chase him. Situ Hao also reacted instantly. Pingu Zhenren didn't take anyone with him, but took away the young man in the late Yuanying period. It can be seen that the young man must have something that Pingu Zhenren wanted. Maybe it's the construction pattern of Pingyuan Xianfu. Situ Hao, who reacted instantly, also leaped up into the air and chased after Gongsun Yude and Pingu Zhenren. 3 mid-stage out-of-body cultivators with a late-stage Yuanying Jr. instantly flew into the air, chasing each other. At this time, the wooden kite controlled by Xiang just flew over Wanyan Mountain. Pingu Zhenren, who was carrying Yunshi Shanren, a late-stage Yuanying Jr., could not fly faster than Gongsun Yude and Situ Hao. Seeing that Gongsun Yude was about to catch up with him, Yunshi Shanren suddenly discovered that there was a wooden kite flying in the air not far ahead. There were actually 2 people in the wooden kite, one ordinary person and the other in the mid-stage foundation building stage. Well, 2 little kids, not worth mentioning. After discovering the cultivation of Xiang and Sutaner, Zhenren immediately looked down on them. But soon, Zhenren Pingu caught a glimpse of the spiritual stone on the wooden kite's eyes that was fluctuating with crystal spiritual power. With just a glance, Master Pingu's eyes widened suddenly. It was a spirit stone, a high-grade spirit stone. For a cultivator like Master Pingu, who was in the middle stage of the out-of-body realm, spirit stones were not rare, and high-grade spirit stones were not surprising. However, Master Pingu had never seen a wooden kite made entirely of wood from the mortal world, with 1, no to be precise, 2 high-grade spirit stones inlaid on it. The 2 people in the wooden kite definitely had extraordinary origins. How could ordinary people, ordinary mortals, be so extravagant as to use 2 high-grade spirit stones to inlay an ordinary wooden kite and make it fly? The 2 people in the wooden kite, one was in the middle stage of the foundation building stage, and the other was an ordinary person, and Master Pingu could not even feel the slightest spiritual power fluctuation from him. If he hadn't seen the 2 high-grade spirit stones, Master Pingu would probably have really thought he was just an ordinary person. But when he found out that the other party was so extravagant that he could use top-grade spirit stones to inlay ordinary wooden kites, Master Pingu absolutely dared not treat Xiang as an ordinary mortal anymore. No, the other party was definitely not an ordinary mortal, but a senior master who had hidden his cultivation, or whose cultivation was far above his own. A senior master who was truly playing with the world. Thinking of this, Master Pingu immediately changed direction and flew towards the wooden kite controlled by Xiang, shouting as he flew, Senior, save me, senior. In the blink of an eye, Master Pingu had already flown in front of the wooden kite and then stopped directly. Damn, he wanted to die, and he dared to block the plane. Li Xiang saw that there was suddenly two people in front of the wooden kite, and he immediately braked and stopped the wooden kite less than 10 meters away from Master Pingu. As soon as he stopped, the system prompt sounded in Li Xiang's mind. Ding, detection within the range of 10 meters. There is a storage ring 1, 10,000-year black tortoise armor 1, purple jade sword 1, Bai Yao Yunling pill bottle 1. Can be copied. Do you want to copy it? 10,000-year black tortoise armor, purple jade sword? Li Xiang was slightly stunned, and then reacted. Damn, copy it. Only a fool would not copy it. Copy 100 copies first. No, the 10,000-year black tortoise armor, just listen to it and it must be a good thing. How can something that is tens of thousands of years old not be a good thing? Copy it 500 copies first. With a thought, Li Xiang directly copied 500 copies. Ding, the copy was successful. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the storage ring. 1,500. The 10,000-year black tortoise armor 1,500. The purple jade sword 1,500. The 100 demon soul pill bottle 1,500. Please check and extract in the system panel. After hearing the system prompt that the copy was successful, Li Xiang opened the panel with a thought and focused his attention on the 10,000-year black tortoise armor. 10,000-year black tortoise armor, 15th level armor, made of 10,000-year black tortoise shell, can withstand the full force of the late out-of-body cultivator. 15th level armor? Can withstand the full force of the late out-of-body cultivator. Li Xiang's eyes widened suddenly, and then he came back to his senses and replaced the 9-level armor on his body with the Qilin armor. The Qilin armor is only a 9-level armor, which can only withstand the full force of the late nascent soul cultivator. However, the 10,000-year black tortoise armor is a 15-level armor, which can withstand the full force of the late out-of-body cultivator. With the 15th level armor, Li Xiang must put on the best armor first, right? Although there is a death substitute puppet, which can save Li Xiang's life and make him invincible when facing senior monks in the tribulation period, or even the ascension period, at least he can save his life. However, the death substitute puppet also has a very serious bug. That is, it can only die for the master and block the fatal blow. But if it is not a fatal blow, then the death substitute puppet will be a bit embarrassing. Li Xiang can find this bug, and I believe other monks can also find it. In other words, if the opponent does not kill you, but beats you half to death, then you will suffer. Therefore, when there is a better armor, Li Xiang naturally has to put on the better armor first, protect himself first, so that he can rely on the armor to block the attacks of most monks, so that he can suffer less. Well, before the death substitute puppet does not work, the only thing that can make Li Xiang suffer less is various armors. Chapter 65 Senior, spare me. Li Xiang had just put on the 10,000-year black tortoise armor, but the wooden kite under his seat suddenly sank and fell to the ground uncontrollably. It was Sichu Hao and Gongsun Yude who were chasing after Master Pingu. Seeing Master Pingu stopped in front of him with a wooden kite in front of him, Gongsun Yude raised his hand and punched the wooden kite without thinking. Although it was just a casual punch, Gongsun Yude was a cultivator in the middle stage of the out-of-body realm after all. His casual punch was enough to make a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, or even the late stage of the nascent soul realm, flee in panic. This casual punch hit the wooden kite and immediately shattered the 2 high-grade spirit stones on the eyes of the wooden kite, which had almost no protection. Without the spiritual power provided by the high-grade spirit stones, the wooden kite's wings stopped flapping immediately and naturally lost the ability to float and fell to the ground. Seeing the wooden kite fall to the ground, Master Pingu was startled, but he came back to his senses immediately. A look of joy flashed in his eyes, and then he shook his body, grabbed Yunshi Shanren, and chased the wooden kite, and fell to the ground. Before it landed, the wooden kite had already fallen to the ground first. A white light flashed, and suddenly, the whole wooden kite had fallen apart and shattered into a pile of wood. Then, Li Xiang was pulled by Su Tanner and got out of the pile of broken wood in a somewhat embarrassed manner. "Cow! Dare to sneak attack me!" The embarrassed Li Xiang looked up at Situ Hao and Gongsun Yude flying in the air. His eyes shrank slightly, and he raised his hand and threw out another Sanju Lei Bomb. As soon as the Sanju J Lei Bomb was thrown, it turned into a fluorescent light and instantly disappeared in the air. Then, the spiritual power molecules in the air began to condense continuously, and a black cloud began to appear in the air. Moreover, the cloud was still absorbing and condensing the spiritual power molecules in the air, and it became bigger and bigger. "It's heaven, heavenly tribulation." Master Pingu suddenly widened his eyes. He was a cultivator in the middle stage of the out-of-body realm. Although he had not experienced the Thunder Tribulation, he was more or less familiar with it. Although he had already made a high guess about the mortal who seemed to have no spiritual power, Master Pingu never thought that the senior master in front of him would actually trigger a heavenly tribulation with one move. This can even control the heavenly tribulation? Thinking of this, Master Pingu, who had just landed in front of Xiang, was stunned there and even forgot to say anything. Master Pingu knew that the cloud that was condensing in the air was the tribulation cloud of the Thunder Tribulation. How could Situ Hao and Gongsun Yudi not know? Seeing Xiang summon a robbery cloud as soon as he made a move, Gongsun Yude was shocked and realized in an instant that he might have poked a hornet's nest and offended a being that he could not afford to offend. Without thinking, Gongsun Yude took out a teleportation talisman from his storage ring and slapped it on himself. With a flash of light, Gongsun Yude instantly disappeared from the spot and teleported away randomly. Gongsun Yude ran away with the teleportation talisman, but Situ Hao was not so lucky. In the world of cultivation, the teleportation talisman is definitely a rare and top-grade talisman that is definitely not something that everyone can possess. After all, this teleportation talisman can randomly teleport people or objects to any place within 1,000 miles. To put it bluntly, it is a random teleportation talisman, and it is instantaneous. Such good things are very rare and precious even among cultivators in the fusion stage, let alone cultivators in the foundation establishment stage and nascent soul stage below the fusion stage. Situ Hao and Gongsun Yude are both cultivators in the out-of-body stage, but Gongsun Yude only has one teleportation talisman, which he finally bought with a lot of money. In the previous times when he was in danger, even in the face of a life-or-death situation, Gongsun Yude was reluctant to use this teleportation talisman. Now, if it weren't for the heavenly tribulation, let alone the cultivation of the out-of-body stage, even the cultivation of the crossing tribulation stage would definitely be a life-or-death situation, and the cultivators in the out-of-body stage would definitely be dead. There is not even a slight chance of survival. If not for this, Gongsun Yude would never be able to use the teleportation talisman. Gongsun Yude was lucky and happened to have a teleportation talisman on him, but Situ Hao was not so lucky. He didn't have a teleportation talisman. Seeing a flash of white light on Gongsun Yude's body, and he instantly disappeared from the spot, Situ Hao's face suddenly changed, and he cursed, "Cow!" He turned around and flew away at the fastest speed. Xiang, seeing a flash of white light on Gongsun Yude's body, and he disappeared from the spot, also suddenly came back to his senses, cursed inwardly, and turned his wrist, and a teleportation talisman appeared in his hand. After taking out the teleportation talisman, Xiang was about to slap it on himself, but immediately he heard Pingu Zhenren begging anxiously, "Senior, spare my life! Senior, spare my life! Senior, spare my life! Spare my life! If it weren't for you, how could I have stopped the plane in the air and almost caused the plane to crash and die? If it weren't for the substitute puppet who blocked it for me, I might have gone to see the King of Hell now." As Xiang was thinking, he glared at Master Pingu fiercely. Before he could say anything, Yunshi Hermit, who was following Master Pingu, fell to his knees on the ground with a plop, kowtowed and said, "Senior, please spare my life! Senior, please spare my life! I have old and young people to take care of, and there are dozens of disciples in Yintang Temple to take care of. I beg you to spare my life. I am willing to." At this point, Yunshi Hermit paused for a moment, and then continued, "I am willing to give Yintang Temple to you, and serve you for the rest of my life. I will lead your horse in stirrups for you, and do my best to serve you." Xiang was stunned for a moment, raised his eyebrows and said, "That's what you said. Are you really willing to serve me for the rest of my life?" Yunshi Hermit was startled for a moment, and then kowtowed again and said, "I am willing. I am Yunshi. I greet the senior. No, I greet the master. Okay, then follow me from now on." As he spoke, Xiang raised his hand and cast the teleportation talisman directly on Yunshi Shanren. Before Yunshi Shanren could react, a white light flashed on his body and he instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Master Pingu also kowtowed and said, "Senior, I, the humble Pingu, am also willing to recognize you as my master and serve you for life, as you." Before he finished speaking, Xiang casually raised his hand and cast a teleportation talisman on Master Pingu, and then Master Pingu also disappeared from the spot. After teleporting Master Pingu away, Xiang took out another teleportation talisman, reached out to grab Sutaner, and casually slapped it on himself. A white light flashed, and Xiang only felt a flash in front of his eyes and instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 66. It was unfortunate and miserable. I teleported twice, but still couldn't escape. The power of the 3-9 Tribulation's Thunderbomb was indeed very strong. equivalent to the full force of a cultivator in the middle stage of the tribulation. It can be said that even cultivators in the early stage of the tribulation can only flee in panic when facing the 3-9 tribulation's thunderbomb. Cultivators below the tribulation stage, whether in the nascent soul stage, the out-of-body stage, or even in the fusion stage, are absolutely in danger of death or even death in front of the 3-9 tribulation's thunderbomb. It can be said that the 3-9 tribulation's thunderbomb is Xiang's greatest means of attack now. But just like the death substitute puppet, it also has its own natural bugs. The 3-9 tribulation's thunderbomb also has a disadvantage. That is, it is not an instantaneous talisman. Other talismans, whether it is the 5 Thunder Talisman, the Nanming Li Huo Talisman, or the Relocation Talisman, the 5 Elements Escape Talisman, etc., are basically instantaneous. Once used, it can take effect immediately. The Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb is different. After it is fired, it will have a process of accumulating energy, and it takes a certain amount of time to accumulate energy. The time required to accumulate energy is actually not very long, just a few minutes, less than 10 minutes. But with these few minutes, those who have the Teleportation Talisman, or other talismans and magic weapons that can teleport, can use these few minutes to escape. Of course, the premise is that you can escape 1,000 miles away in such a short time, and escape the attack range of the Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb. The teleportation distance limit of the Teleportation Talisman is also 1,000 miles. Even if the Teleportation Talisman is used once, it is very likely that Master Pingu and Yunshi Shanren are still within the attack range of the Calamity Cloud of the Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb. However, if Master Pingu, who is in the middle stage of the out-of-body state, uses the Teleportation Talisman and runs away with all his strength, he still cannot escape the attack range of the Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb. Then he can only admit that he is unlucky. As for Yunshi Shanren, his cultivation is lower than that of Pingu Genren. In fact, the possibility that he can escape the attack range of Sanju Ji Lei Bomb is even smaller than that of Pingu Genren. Of course, whether he can escape or not also depends on his luck. With a flash of white light on his body and a blur in front of his eyes, Xiang had already pulled Su Tanner and teleported out with the Teleportation Talisman. In just a blink of an eye, Xiang's eyes were bright again, and he had teleported to an unknown place. However, the sky was still very dark with thick and low clouds. In the black clouds there were countless lightnings, which kept flashing and making crackling sounds. Although there was no lightning falling, Xiang knew that the power of the thunder condensed by the Sanju Jie bomb was probably about to fall. The teleportation distance of the Teleportation Talisman was at most 1,000 miles, and the attack range of the Sanju Jie bomb was also within a radius of 1,000 miles. He had not escaped the attack range of the Sanju Jie bomb at all. With a thought, Xiang turned his wrist and another Teleportation Talisman appeared in his hand. He put the Teleportation Talisman on his body, and a white light flashed. Xiang felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then he pulled Su Tanner and teleported out. In the blink of an eye, Xiang felt another light in front of his eyes. Before he could see the surrounding environment clearly, another white light flashed in front of his eyes. Then with a loud "Pia!" a thunderbolt struck down from midair. Xiang felt his body numb, and a white light flashed on his body, and his figure suddenly became ethereal. After 1 or 2 breaths, 2 broken substitute puppets appeared on the spot, and Xiang and Su Tanner had been teleported several feet away. But then, another flash of lightning split the sky and earth, and then there was another loud "Pia!" Xiang and Su Tanner, who had just resurrected from the dead, were immediately hit by the thunder from the sky. They flashed white light and became nothing again. After using 2 teleportation talismans, Xiang and Su Tanner were still unlucky and failed to teleport out of the attack range of the 39,000. Otherwise, Xiang and Su Tanner used the Teleportation Talisman twice in a row, but they were unable to teleport out. In the end, they were still struck by the thunder tribulation caused by the 3-9 thunder bombs, which attacked indiscriminately. That would be really unjust. Thunder tribulation caused by the 3-9 thunder bombs attacked indiscriminately, and countless lightning fell within a radius of 1,000 miles. The dense and powerful lightning lasted for more than 10 minutes before the thunder tribulation clouds condensed in the sky slowly dissipated, and the sky and the earth returned to clearness. Xiang and Su Tanner, under the dense lightning attack, did not even have time to use the Teleportation Talisman again. They could only rely on the substitute puppets to revive again and again, and were forced to accept the baptism of another wave of thunder tribulation power. Just like the last time, this time, Xiang and Su Tanner used almost 25 substitute puppets to survive the baptism of the 3-9 thunder bombs. After the thunderbolt disappeared, the sky was high and the air was refreshing, but Li Xiang only felt that his whole body was numb, as if countless ants were constantly crawling on his body, itchy and numb. He reached out to touch it, but he couldn't touch anything. Moreover, when he raised his hand, Li Xiang didn't know if he was dazzled. He actually found that there was a faint flash of lightning power on his hand. When he looked carefully, he couldn't see anything at all. The hand was still the same hand, except that it was struck by lightning more than 20 times and resurrected more than 20 times, and the palm, and possibly the whole body, were all blackened by the lightning, but there was nothing else unusual. Even the numb feeling on his body disappeared in this short period of time. Turning his head and glancing at Sutanner not far away, Li Xiang couldn't help but want to laugh. Sutanner, who had been resurrected for more than 20 times, was originally dressed beautifully and spotlessly, like a fairy descending from the earth. Now she was unkempt. Her black and shiny hair became fluffy, like an afro, with each strand standing up. Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Seeing Sutanner's appearance, Li Xiang wanted to laugh but couldn't. He and Sutanner had the same experience. Sutanner had been resurrected for more than 20 times, and had been struck by the power of the thunder tribulation of the 39th tribulation thunderbomb more than 20 times. Wasn't he the same? Sutanner had become unkempt, with her hair standing up and her face as black as the bottom of a pot. He himself was probably not much better. He must have an afro now, plus a face like Bao Gong. Chapter 67. Having money means you can be so willful. With a flick of his wrist, Li Xiang had taken out a large water tank from a storage bag. The water tank is filled with spring water from the back of Laming Mountain. Li Xiang has many storage magic weapons. The storage rings and storage bags are displayed in the system space in the form of 999 plus. The number of each one exceeds 1,000. Well, to be more precise, the number of each one is in the thousands, tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000. Because the number is too large, it can only be displayed in the form of 999 plus in the system space. Among these storage magic weapons, the storage space in the storage ring is naturally much larger than the storage space in the storage bag. In Li Xiang's words, the storage space of the storage bag is just a small single room, while the storage space of the storage ring is a building, and the storage space is at least as large as 100 storage bags. Nowadays, Li Xiang puts some more valuable things into the storage ring in different categories for reward. When rewarding, it can also promote the further increase of these valuable items. For example, the Death Substitute Puppet, the 5-element escape talisman, the powerful 39 Tribulation Thunderbomb, the extremely defensive 10,000-year-old Black Tortoise armor, the Unicorn armor, and so on. Of course, even if Li Xiang used these things as rewards, the people who rewarded him must be the closest people around him, not just anyone who could get these things from him. Especially the powerful 39 Tribulation Thunderbomb, which can even knock down a cultivator in the early stage of the tribulation with one thunder. In fact, Li Xiang has only rewarded Sutanner with the 39 Tribulation Thunderbomb 3 times so far. Of course, Li Xiang just rewarded Sutanner with a storage ring, containing a lot of miscellaneous things, with only 9 39 Tribulation Thunderbombs in it, and then Li Xiang directly copied 1,000 copies from Sutanner. During the 3 days of building the wooden kite at Zhang Daliang's house, Li Xiang had almost no contact with other cultivators, so the number of copies of 1,000 copies per day was all used up in this way. That is to say, in just 3 days, Li Xiang gave Sutanner a total of 9 39 Tribulation Thunderbombs, but he copied a total of 18,000 39 Tribulation Thunderbombs from Sutanner. 3 on the first day, 1,000 copies, that's 3,000. On the second day, it became 6, 1,000 copies, and on the third day it was 9, and in 3 days, the total became more than 18,000. Therefore, even the 39 Tribulation Thunderbombs, a super artifact that even cultivators in the early stage of the tribulation had to flee, Li Xiang now has nearly 20,000. Even at night, if Li Xiang didn't use up the remaining 500 copies today, Li Xiang would copy them from Sutanner again. Even if he didn't give Sutanner anything, the number of 39 Tribulation Thunderbombs would exceed 20,000. So many 39 Tribulation Thunderbombs can only be displayed in the form of 999 plus in Li Xiang's system space. It's not just the Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb, other things are the same. In fact, Li Xiang can't count an accurate number now. If he really takes out all the pills, spirit stones, various talismans, various armors, flying swords, and magic weapons, he's afraid that he'll have to pile up several mountains. Other cultivators spend a lot of time and effort, exhaust their life's hard work, and work hard to refine 8 top-level flying swords and armor. For Li Xiang, it grows exponentially. Even if it's just a piece of spirit stone, as long as Li Xiang is willing, in a few days, This piece of spirit stone will become an extremely large and difficult to calculate number. Therefore, Li Xiang now has a lot of storage magic weapons, storage rings and storage bags, and it's impossible to calculate an accurate number. And the things in these storage rings and storage bags are even more. The more valuable things were put in the storage bags, while the other miscellaneous things, including various daily necessities purchased in Qingyun Town at the foot of Laming Peak, were all put in various storage bags. At the beginning, when Li Xiang was in Qingyun Town, he bought a full 20 storage bags of various daily necessities, including furniture, clothes, pots and pans, etc. After returning to Laming Peak, senior brother Bai Jintang, who was in charge of the kitchen in the errand yard, and senior brother Wang Yiming, who was in charge of carrying manure and watering vegetables, were both good people. Senior brother Bai Jintang had just sent Li Xiang 20 jars of monkey wine he brewed, and then Wang Yiming would send 50 jars of wild fruit juice. In the morning, senior brother Wang Yiming, with a group of brothers in the vegetable garden, sent Li Xiang more than a dozen picks of various fresh fruits and vegetables. At noon, senior brother Bai Jintang would personally lead people to send several loads of pickled wild game. In the evening, senior brother Bai had just sent someone to bring Li Xiang the spring water from the mountain behind Laming Peak for Li Xiang to wash his feet and take a bath. The next morning, when General Manager Fu Donghai opened the door, he would definitely see senior brother Wang Yiming sending people to the mountain to collect morning dew early in the morning and bringing it to Li Xiang for him to rinse his mouth and wash his face. There are so many things like this, too numerous to mention. In short, there is nothing that Li Xiang can't think of, and there is nothing that Bai Jintang and Wang Yiming can't think of or do. In order to curry favor with Li Xiang, the great god, Bai Jintang and Wang Yiming racked their brains and used all their minds to serve Li Xiang better than their ancestors. Of course, Li Xiang didn't treat them badly. Every day, he gave them more storage rings and other things than other people. The things in the storage rings were even more. The spring water in the water tank that Li Xiang took out now was the spring water that Wang Yiming and Bai Jintang asked the brothers in the Qinzayuan to pick from the small pool in the mountain stream behind Laming Peak. When Li Xiang was at Laming Peak, he used this spring water directly for bathing. As for washing and drinking, Li Xiang used the morning dew of the stamens. Moreover, Li Xiang's storage bag was filled with at least 10 water tanks of this spring water. Although the morning dew of the stamens was less, there were still 27 bamboo tubes. Even if he and Sultaner drank it, it could last for at least several days. Whether it was the spring water or the morning dew of the stamens, Li Xiang didn't move a finger to use them. They were all respected by Wang Yiming and Bai Jintang. Moreover, as long as Li Xiang had money to reward them, these things would continue to be sent to Li Xiang for him to enjoy. Even if Wang Yiming and Bai Jintang were gone or quit, there would be others who would take over and give Li Xiang anything he wanted. There was no other way. If you had money, you could be so willful. Chapter 68. Do you want me to walk down the mountain? Looking at the clear spring water in the water tank, Li Xiang couldn't help but miss Fu Donghai, Bai Jintang, Wang Yiming, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. He didn't know if Fu Donghai, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han had come to find him, where they were now, and whether they had escaped the thunder tribulation caused by the previous Sanju thunderbomb. The thunder tribulation caused by the Sanju thunderbomb had an attack range of 1,000 miles, centered on the place where the thunderbomb was triggered. According to this attack range, even Laming Peak was within the attack range of the Sanju thunderbomb. With Fu Donghai and his people's cultivation, they naturally couldn't resist the power of the thunder tribulation caused by the 39th thunderbomb. However, each of Fu Donghai and his people had dozens or hundreds of puppets that Li Xiang awarded to them. I think that even if they can't resist the power of the thunder tribulation, relying on those dozens or hundreds of puppets, it should be no problem to survive. Unfortunately, the teleportation talisman I copied from Ouyang Wufang, the head of Ziwei Hall, had not been awarded to Fu Donghai, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and others. Otherwise, with the teleportation talisman in hand, Fu Donghai and his people would have a greater chance of survival. While thinking, Li Xiang took a ladle, scooped a few scoops of water, poured it into the copper basin, and handed the ladle to Sultaner, indicating that she should also fetch water to wash. Li Xiang held the water in the copper basin with his hands and simply washed a few times. Then he took out a Lingxi talisman, activated it, and began to contact Fu Donghai and the others. Afu, are you there? Are you guys there? Master, yes, Master! Fu Donghai's surprised voice soon came from the Lingxi talisman. Master, are you okay? Are you injured? Just now, I don't know which senior was undergoing the tribulation nearby, triggering the heaven and earth tribulation thunder. Even on our thunder peak, several tribulation thunders fell. I heard that the supreme elders in the sect were alarmed and personally issued an edict to close the mountain gate and open the mountain protection formation to resist the attack of the heavenly tribulation. The thunder was so scary that it almost scared Afu's soul away. Master, are you okay? I heard from the manager, Senior Brother Zhou, that the place with the most concentrated tribulation thunder is hundreds of miles to the east, maybe near Yingguan City. Master, where are you now? Are you still in Yingguan City? Did the tribulation thunder hurt you? I'm fine. Li Xiang chuckled and paused, then said, I don't know where I am now. I may still be near Yingguan City, or I may not be nearby. Then where are you now, Master? Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han came down the mountain 2 days ago and came to Yingguan City to look for you. Haven't they found you yet? No, Li Xiang said awkwardly. If he had known that Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others were coming to look for him, he should have stayed in Yingguan City, or even Yong'an Town. Now, the teleportation talisman has teleported twice randomly. Who knows where I have been teleported to now? There is no map or navigation here. I am unfamiliar with the place. Who knows where I am? Well, what should we do? Fu Donghai on the other side of the Lingshifu was slightly stunned, and then he said, Master, wait for me. I will contact Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and ask them where they are. No need, I will contact them. As soon as Li Xiang finished speaking, Fu Donghai said in a hurry, Master, in order to facilitate contact with Zhang Long and others, they reopened a communication rune before leaving, which is composed of the last 6 runes of your communication rune. To contact them, you have to use the last 6 runes of your communication rune. After hearing Fu Donghai's words, Li Xiang was slightly stunned, and then he understood it and nodded and said, Okay, I know. The runes that Fu Donghai said are actually Arabic numerals. Zhang Long and his new communication rune used the last 6 runes of Li Xiang's pass rune, and Li Xiang's pass rune was his phone number in his previous life. In other words, Zhang Long and his current pass rune uses the last 6 digits of Li Xiang's phone number. These guys are smart. They know that the communication runes they use are special. Apart from them and me, no one else can know them. As long as I contact them and mention the communication rune, I will naturally understand it at once. Moreover, I can also get in touch with Zhang Long and others by copying them. After ending the call with Fu Donghai, Li Xiang quickly drew the last 6 digits of his phone number on the Lingxi rune. As Li Xiang moved, a trace of golden light flashed on the Lingxi rune, and then it started and established a new communication connection. Zhang Long, are you there, Zhang Long? Li Xiang said to the Lingxi rune. Young master, is that you, young master? Zhang Long's voice soon came from the Lingxi rune, and then Li Xiang heard Zhang Long say to others, It's the young master, that's great, the young master is still alive. Well, are you all okay? Li Xiang asked again through the Lingxi rune. Master, we are all fine, all fine. It's just that just now, it seems that a senior master was undergoing a tribulation nearby, triggering the heaven and earth tribulation thunder. Fortunately, we have the surrogate puppet you gave us, which blocked more than 20 strikes for us, so we were lucky enough to survive this tribulation. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have been dead by now. Master, thank you, if it weren't for you, we... At this point, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and others cried softly from the other end of the Lingxi talisman. Li Xiang couldn't help but feel a little amused. The heavenly tribulation just now was caused by himself, but in the eyes of Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and others, it seemed that a senior master was undergoing a tribulation nearby. It was obviously they who suffered an unprovoked disaster, and they were the ones who were caught in the crossfire, but on the contrary, they kept thanking themselves for the surrogate puppets they gave them. This, Li Xiang really didn't know what to say. In the future, when using the Sanju Tribulation Thunderbomb, you still have to be a little careful to avoid hurting innocent people. Before Li Xiang finished his thought, Wang Chao's voice came from the Lingxi talisman. Master, where are you now? Are you still in Yong'an Town? There are still 20 miles to Yingguan City. Tell us your specific location so that we can come to find you immediately after arriving in Yong'an Town. Li Xiang looked up and looked around, then turned to ask Su Tanner. Tanner, do you know where this is? Su Tanner looked up and looked around, shook her head gently and said, Master, I don't know where this is. I have followed my master since I was a child and lived in Yanyue Temple. This is my first time going out. Well, it's useless to ask. Li Xiang shook his head helplessly and then said to the Lingxi talisman, I don't know where I am now. Well, after you arrive in Yingguan City, find a place to stay in Yingguan City first. Wait for me there and don't run around. Wait until I confirm where this is, and then I'll tell you, and then you can pick me up. Okay then, young master. Then you take care of your own safety. Well, you too. After ending the call with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, Li Xiang took a deep breath, put away the Lingxi talisman, and looked at Su Tanner, who had washed up, tidied up her messy hair and clothes, and regained some of her spirit. Li Xiang then said, "Let's go. Let's find a house to rest first, and by the way, ask where this is." "Yes, young master." Sutanner hurriedly bowed in response, stood up but saw Li Xiang, and stretched out his right hand to her again. Sutanner was stunned again when she saw this, but Li Xiang urged her, "Why are you standing there? Take me flying." "Now that the wooden kite is gone, do you want me to walk down the mountain?" Chapter 69. Longding Mansion. After hearing what Li Xiang said, Sutanner suddenly felt like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was clearly a senior who could create a thunderstorm with a wave of his hand, and it was even possible that he was a celestial being, or a golden immortal from heaven who had come down to earth to play with the world. He could shrink the earth into an inch, and with a wave of his hand and a step, he could be thousands of miles away. But he had to pretend that he couldn't use any spiritual power, and, even for these few steps down the mountain, he had to let a small foundation-building cultivator like me fly with him. Didn't he know that flying with someone was very tiring? He was just a small foundation-building cultivator, and he could only fly with the wind, and he couldn't even fly with a sword. Flying alone at a distance would be exhausting, not to mention carrying a mortal weighing more than 100 kilograms. This is simply laziness. He could go down the mountain with just a lift of his legs, but he insisted on letting me fly with him. What else could this be but laziness? This young master in front of him was probably a lazy immortal in the fairy world, who was beaten down to the mortal world because he did not want to make progress. While Sutanner complained about Li Xiang's laziness in her heart, she could only reach out and grab Li Xiang's right hand and take him to fly down the mountain. The mountain is not very high. In fact, it is just a small hill, and the relative height is only about 400 or 500 meters at most. The mountain is not high, so the way down the mountain is naturally not very far. Sutanner took Li Xiang and flew in the wind. The speed was not very fast, about the same as the speed of a battery car. It took less than 3 minutes to reach the bottom of the mountain. However, the bottom of the mountain is also an uninhabited wilderness. At a glance, there is no house at all. According to the position of the sun in the sky, Li Xiang asked Sutanner to fly westward along the foot of the mountain. This flight took about 50 to 60 miles and took more than an hour. Along the way, it was not that he did not see any houses or villages. However, these villages and houses were almost all razed to the ground by the previous heaven and earth tribulation thunder. The houses in some villages were even still burning. Li Xiang saw it and threw an ice talisman at random. It turned into a little ice, fell on the flames, melted into a little rain, sprinkled down, and extinguished the burning fires. As for whether there were still people surviving in those burning fires, Li Xiang did not care so much. Even the cultivators in the tribulation period could only flee in the face of the heaven and earth tribulation thunder caused by the 39th tribulation thunder bomb, let alone these ordinary people. They were not as lucky as Li Xiang, who had an endless supply of puppets that could be used to replace the dead and resurrect without limit, allowing Li Xiang to survive the dense and terrifying power of the heaven and earth tribulation. They flew forward for about 50 or 60 miles and flew for more than an hour, but the places they passed were still in a mess. There was no other way. The attack range of the 39th tribulation thunder bomb was 1,000 miles in radius and 1,000 miles in radius. As long as they did not fly out of the place where the 39th tribulation thunder bomb was triggered, they were within its attack range. Under indiscriminate attacks, how many ordinary people and ordinary villages could remain intact under such dense thunder attacks? As long as they did not fly out of the attack range of the 39th tribulation thunder bomb, what Li Xiang and his friends saw was naturally devastation. In the end, Li Xiang was so angry that he did not want Sutanner to take him with him. He directly pulled Sutanner's hand, slapped a teleportation talisman on his body, and teleported away. There was no other way. Although Sutanner was already a cultivator in the foundation building period, her speed of flying in the wind could really be described as a turtle's pace, just like an electric car. It couldn't even fly 50 or 60 miles in an hour. How long would it take to fly out of the attack range of the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb? 10 hours or 20 hours? If it really took more than 10 or 20 hours to fly, wouldn't Sutanner feel tired? Li Xiang would feel tired too. It would be better to use the teleportation talisman for random teleportation. The maximum distance that the teleportation talisman could teleport was also 1,000 miles. Even if it couldn't be teleported out in one go, it could be teleported out a few more times, right? After using 3 teleportation talismans, Li Xiang and Sutanner were finally teleported to the vicinity of a city. Not far ahead, about 100 or 200 meters away, was a tall and majestic city. Li Xiang and Sutanner were just teleported to the official road facing one of the city gates. Longding Prefecture. Is this Longding Prefecture? Even though she was 100 or 200 meters away, Sutaner could still clearly see the words written on the horizontal plaque, the city gate. What? Longding Prefecture? Li Xiang was slightly stunned, and then asked in rapid succession, "Do you know where this place is? How far is it from Lingxiao sect's Laming Peak? How far is it from Yingguan City?" Sutaner shook her head and said, "Master, I have followed my master since I was a child and lived in Yanyue Temple. I have never left Yanyue Temple. How do I know where Longding Prefecture is?" "Oh, forget it. It's useless to ask you. I'd better ask Wang Chao." Li Xiang sighed and took out the Lingxi talisman. He wrote a few Arabic numerals on the Lingxi talisman, and after establishing a communication link with Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and their Lingxi talisman, he asked the Lingxi talisman, Wang Chao, is Wang Chao here?" Yes, master. What do you want?" Wang Chao's voice soon came from the Lingxi talisman. "Well, we seem to be in a place called Longding Mansion. Do you know where it is?" "Longding Mansion? Young master, wait a minute. We will go to the city lord's mansion to check the map." After hearing Wang Chao's words, Li Xiang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Right? Why? Should I go to ask Wang Chao, Mahan, and others? After entering the city, I can ask someone or find a map and take a look. Wouldn't I know where Longding Mansion is? At that time, it would be difficult to determine the location of Longding Mansion, Laming Peak, or Yingguan City by following the map. As long as the direction and distance are determined, it won't be difficult for Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, Mahan, and others to come over, or for me to take Sutaner and go directly back to Laming Peak, right? Thinking of this, Li Xiang ended his communication with Wang Chao and Mahan, took Sutaner's hand, and said anxiously, "Little Taner, take me into the city." Sutaner rolled her eyes at Li Xiang in annoyance and said, "My young master, don't you know that the sky above the city is a prohibited flying area? All cultivators must land when flying over the city and are not allowed to enter the city. Otherwise, it is considered trespassing into the city. The city garrison and the cultivators guarding the city have the right to arrest trespassers." After hearing what Sutaner said, Li Xiang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and said in a lost voice, "There is such a rule?" Sutaner rolled her eyes at Li Xiang in annoyance and said, "What else? If there were no such prohibition regulations, those cultivators would fly around over the city all day long. Wouldn't the people in the city be frightened 3 times a day and worried all day long?" Li Xiang followed Sutaner's words, thought about it, and it seemed so. If there were no such prohibition, when the enemy troops came to attack the city, they would first place a few cultivators, fly into the city, and open the city gates. Wouldn't the enemy troops rush in all at once? In that case, how could the city be defended? Thinking of this, Li Xiang nodded and said, "There is no order without rules. Since there is such a prohibition, let's walk into the city. It's less than 200 meters away anyway, and it will take a few minutes." Chapter 70. Brothers of the Beggar Gang, Longding Prefecture is very large. At least it is more than 10 times larger than Yong'an Town at the foot of Wanyan Mountain where Yanyue Temple is located, and Qingyun Town at the foot of Laming Peak. Of course, it is naturally incomparable to the prefectures and counties in Li Xiang's previous life. Those modern metropolises in the previous life were dozens or hundreds of square kilometers in radius, and they were constantly expanding outward. The cities in this time and space are not much different from those in the costume dramas that Li Xiang remembered. A square city, surrounded by walls several feet high, tall towers, battlements, simple buildings, wooden tiles, and bluestone structures. The tall city walls surrounded the entire city. Once the city gates were closed, the inside and outside of the city were divided into 2 completely different worlds. Inside the city there were bustling commercial streets, shops lined up, people rubbed shoulders with each other, sweating like rain and joined hands like clouds. It was so lively. Outside the city, there were mountains and wild forests, and you might not see a small village or a small town for dozens of miles. Li Xiang took Sutaner and walked through the city gate without being questioned, and walked into Longding Prefecture, and came to the lively and illusory streets in Longding Prefecture. It was different from the small rural towns like Qingyun Town or Yong'an Town. After all, Longding Prefecture was a big city, and it was very likely to be the largest political, economic, military, and cultural center within a radius of hundreds or even thousands of miles. How could its prosperity be compared with a small rural town? Walking on the bustling streets of Longding Prefecture, listening to the street vendors and shop assistants shouting loudly, Li Xiang felt that the bustle was not much different from the commercial pedestrian streets in his previous life. Sutaner was obviously entering the city for the first time. Everything she saw was strange, and she couldn't help wanting to touch it, buy a little, and play with it. But Li Xiang was a rich man. Not to mention the worthless gold and silver on him, even the top-grade spiritual stones were a pile of 999 plus with countless specific numbers. Basically, as long as Sutaner liked something, She might not even like it at all, but just glanced at it more, reached out to touch it, and said something like, "It looks good," or "It's so cute." Li Xiang didn't even ask the price. He just threw out a silver ingot of 10 or 50 taels, said, "I bought it," and then took the things and left. In a short while, Li Xiang bought a lot of random things, and even hired a small vendor with a cart to buy all his goods, including the vendor himself. 5 taels of silver is not enough, then 10 taels. 10 taels is not enough, then 50 taels. If 50 taels of silver is still not enough, then gold ingots. 5 taels, 10 taels, 50 taels of gold ingots were taken out of the storage bag one by one. The vendors on the streets and alleys, the shop assistants and shopkeepers were all dazzled, and all kinds of eyes kept glancing at Li Xiang and Su Tanner. After shopping for a long time, Li Xiang was exhausted, and Su Tanner had just finished her fun. She said with a bit of boredom, "Master, I'm hungry." Li Xiang waited for this sentence, and his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. In his previous life, Li Xiang had a deep understanding that as a man, the most difficult job is probably to accompany girls shopping. In this life, Li Xiang now has a deeper understanding. As a man, the most difficult job is not to accompany girls shopping, but to accompany a girl who is a cultivator shopping. This is the most difficult and tiring job. Even if there is a special driver pushing the cart, even if he can sit on the cart to rest his feet, Li Xiang just feels exhausted. His legs are like lead, and he can hardly lift them. After hearing Su Tanner's words, Li Xiang felt as if he had heard the sound of nature. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief and said to the vendor pushing the cart without turning his head, "Xiao Qi, you are the local boss here. Take us to the restaurant with the best food. Don't be afraid of spending money. I have plenty of money." "Okay, young master, sit tight. I will push you there," the vendor Xiao Qi said hurriedly, pushing the cart full of all kinds of strange things, and a young master sitting on it, and walked forward quickly. Su Tanner had been walking for half a day, and except for feeling a little hungry, she didn't feel tired at all. After all, she had the cultivation of the foundation building period. It didn't matter if she had only been shopping for such a long time and walked such a short distance. Following behind the vendor, soon, the vendor pushed the cart, turning left and right, and turned into a small alley. Li Xiang was so tired that he sat on the cart, swaying, and soon fell asleep. At this time, the wheel of the cart rolled over a small stone, and the cart bounced, and Li Xiang suddenly woke up. Looking at the remote and deserted alley, Li Xiang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Xiao Qi, how far is it? Why are you in such a remote place?" "It's almost there. It's just ahead. It's just ahead," the peddler said casually. Before he finished speaking, the peddler saw several beggar-like men dressed in shorts and holding knives, guns, sticks, and clubs in their hands rushing out of the alley in front. The peddler's face was happy. He lowered his head and sneered silently and stopped the cart. "Huh? Why did you stop?" Li Xiang frowned slightly and said, and then he saw a few beggars, brothers, blocking the alley in front of him. He was slightly stunned, and then he understood what was going on. It turns out that in this era, there are also people who block the road to rob. However, these beggars' brothers are too unlucky. Why rob a cultivator when there are so many other people to rob? Isn't this like a birthday star eating arsenic, thinking he has lived too long? One of the beggars' brothers, well, maybe a disciple with 7 or 8 bags or something, held a steel knife with several holes in his hand, pointed the tip of the knife at Li Xiang, and shouted in a muffled voice, "Hey! This tree was planted by me. This road." Before the beggar's brother finished speaking, Li Xiang suddenly stood up from the cart, put his hands on his waist, pointed at the beggar's brother, and said sternly, "This tree was planted by me. This road was built by me. If you want to pass by this way, leave a toll." After hearing what Li Xiang said, the beggar's brother was stunned for a moment. What's going on? The robber got his line stolen by the robbed? It doesn't taste right. After a moment of hesitation, the beggar's brother came back to his senses and pointed at Li Xiang and said, "You are right. I opened this road. If you want to pass through here, leave the money for the road. Otherwise, today we brothers will have to eat meat and see blood." Chapter 71. It's not too late to go after finishing this job. After hearing what the beggar's brother said, Li Xiang couldn't help but chuckle, and then sat on the cart again, and then lay directly on the cart. With his hands behind his head, he raised his head slightly, crossed his legs, and looked at the beggar's brother with a squint. Li Xiang didn't even turn his head and said, "Tanner, I leave it to you." "Yes, master." After a brief panic, Su Tanner had regained her composure. She was a cultivator in the foundation building period. After all, she was a member of the cultivation world, and had already entered the door. It was impossible for her to be scared by a few thieves who blocked the road and robbed her, right? What's more, Su Tanner had dozens of puppets in her hands, as well as various intermediate talismans, such as the 5 Thunder Talismans and the Nanming Fire Talisman. and even 20 to 30 Xuanyin divine thunders. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with these little thieves who were not up to the standard? In fact, Sutaner didn't know, and she hadn't had time to sort them out, that there were actually 9 Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bombs in the storage ring that Xiang gave her, that can directly transform and attract Sanju Tribulation Thunder. Although it is not a real Sanju Tribulation Thunder, its power is equivalent to the full force of a cultivator in the middle stage of the tribulation. Even cultivators in the early stage of the tribulation will be scared and flee. When facing the heavenly tribulation, all cultivators, well, perhaps only Xiang, this freak, needs to be excluded. All other cultivators will instinctively feel fear and terror when facing the heavenly tribulation. Even though they knew clearly that the thunder caused by the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb was very different from the real heavenly tribulation, even though the power of the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb could not be compared with the real Sanju Heavenly Tribulation, even though cultivators in the early stages of tribulation could actually withstand the seemingly real Sanju Tribulation thunder caused by the Sanju Tribulation Thunder Bomb. However, when facing the 3-9 Tribulation Thunders, triggered by the 3-9 Tribulation Thunder Bombs, there are probably not many people who dare to fight against this kind of 3-9 Tribulation Thunders, unless they are cultivators in the Ascension period, who have already passed all the heaven and earth thunder tribulations in the mortal world and are about to ascend to the heaven. Other cultivators, even those in the tribulation crossing period or higher realms, when facing this kind of heaven and earth thunder tribulation, they will probably feel a little fear and terror instinctively. There are too many things in the storage ring that Xiang gave to Sutaner. There are many quantities and types. Sutaner is not like Xiang, who has a system and a universal housekeeper to help organize and count these things. Therefore, although Xiang put 3-3-9 Tribulation Thunder Bombs in the 3 storage rings given to Sutaner, Sutaner still doesn't know that there is such a big killer hidden in her storage ring. With the Puppet of the Dead, plus the 3-9 Tribulation Thunder Bomb, this combination, even if she encounters a cultivator in the tribulation period, Sutaner already has the strength to fight. As for the beggar brothers, who are composed of ordinary people blocking the road and robbing, Sutaner doesn't need to use any magic tools and talismans at all. Even Jin can kill these beggar brothers 10 or 100 times with his own cultivation. After listening to the words of his young master, Sutaner stepped forward and stood in front of the beggar brothers. The leading beggar brother glanced at Sutaner, then shook his head and said, "Girl, go away. Although we brothers make a living on the road, we still have principles in dealing with people. First, don't rob the old, the weak, women and children. 2, don't bully women. 3, don't harm others alone." Before he finished speaking, Xiaoqi behind Xiang suddenly stepped forward, took out a shining dagger, and instantly put it against Xiang's neck and said in a cold voice, "Third brother, why are you wasting time talking to them? This kid is a fat sheep. He used hundreds of taels of silver and gold to buy this cart of things just now. I saw it with my own eyes. This kid has at least thousands or tens of thousands of taels of silver and gold on him. If we rob him, we will be rich. We will never have to worry about food and drink in this life." After hearing Xiaoqi's words, Xiao-san, the leader of the beggar gang brothers, couldn't help but be stunned. Xiang's eyes shrank slightly. He glanced at Xiaoqi and said in a cold voice, "Wu Xiaoqi, I didn't expect that you were in the same group with them." "Nonsense, there are many things you didn't expect," Xiaoqi said coldly, and as he spoke, he pushed the dagger in his hand forward slightly, almost cutting directly into the skin under Xiang's neck. Immediately, Xiaoqi said in a cold voice, "If you know what's good for you, take out the gold and silver purse on your body quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being a ruthless person." Xiang's mouth curled up slightly, and he glanced at Xiaoqi and said in a cold voice, "Wu Xiaoqi, do you know what kind of people I hate the most in my life?" "Nonsense. Why should I care what kind of people you hate? What does it have to do with me? My brothers and I have been doing this business without capital for a long time. One more or one less won't make much difference. Hurry up and take out the purse containing gold and silver. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you now." Xiang's eyes shrank slightly, and he said lightly, "Okay, I'll get it for you now." As he was talking, a beggar brother ran in from outside the alley in a hurry, ran to Lao San, stretched out his hand to grab Lao San's arm, and dragged him out of the alley. While dragging him, he said in a hurry, "Third brother, hurry up. It has already started over there. It has started. Don't delay here. If you go too late, you will get nothing." "Old 9, why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late to go after this job." A beggar brother behind Lao San also said, and took out a dagger, and actually walked straight towards Sutaner. Lao Ju was slightly stunned, and then he shouted, "What do you know? Who is that? That's the daughter of the city lord, the apple of his eye. No matter how rich this kid is, can he be richer than the city lord's family? As long as we grab the hydrangea of the city lord's daughter, are we afraid of not having money to spend? With so many brothers, is it easy to go down the mountain? Third brother, do you really want to throw away the big watermelon of the city lord's daughter for this little sesame in front of you? After hearing Lao Ju's rapid-fire questions, Lao San pondered for a moment. His face changed several times and then stamped his feet, gritted his teeth, and said, "Let's go to the city lord's mansion." As he said that, he left Li Xiang and Su Tanner behind and ran out of the alley. Lao Ju did not hesitate at all. He glanced at Wu Xiaoqi and the other beggar gang brothers and rushed out of the alley. "Chow! All of you bastards, get out of here! If you don't do this job, I'll do it myself!" Wu Xiaoqi's face changed, and he gnashed his teeth and shouted loudly. Wu Xiaoqi turned around again, staring at Li Xiang with a ferocious face, thrusting the dagger in his hand forward, and said sternly, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, take out the purse containing gold and silver quickly, otherwise I will kill you now." Chapter 72, Big Fat Sheep. "If I give you the purse, will you really let me go?" Li Xiang sneered and asked back, "Of course, I have my own way of stealing. I only do it for money, not for life." Wu Xiaoqi said sharply, "As long as you hand over the purse, I will keep my word and let you go immediately." Li Xiang flipped his wrist and there was already a storage bag in his hand. He threw it casually and threw it to Wu Xiaoqi. The storage bag contained the gold and silver he had exchanged for spirit stones in Qingyun town at the foot of Laming Peak. There were more than 9,000 taels of gold and nearly 90,000 taels of silver. In the eyes of others, this was a mountain of gold and silver. But in Li Xiang's eyes, these gold and silver were just that. Tens of thousands of taels of silver, converted into spirit stones, were only a few spirit stones, and they were the lowest grade inferior spirit stones. And what Li Xiang lacked the most was probably such supplies. Whether it was spirit stones, various flying swords, armor, talismans, and magic weapons, there was no day when they would run out for Li Xiang. Unless the Shenhao Shuxian system on Li Xiang suddenly disappeared again. Otherwise, all the things would not be used up at all when they came to Li Xiang. Therefore, a few thousand taels of gold and tens of thousands of taels of silver were not a big deal at all. Even with a storage bag, they were not worth much. If Wu Xiaoqi was content to be Li Xiang's follower, he wouldn't even have to go to such great lengths to plot against Li Xiang. Li Xiang would give him more than a few thousand or tens of thousands of taels of gold and silver every day. Unfortunately, people are never satisfied. After Wu Xiaoqi took over the storage bag, although he was just a mortal and couldn't practice Taoism, he also knew that this was a good thing used by Taoism practitioners to store things. When he followed Li Xiang and pushed things to him before, Wu Xiaoqi actually knew that Li Xiang had storage magic weapons used by Taoism practitioners. Now, it was true. The purses for gold and silver were all storage bags. It can be seen that this young master is really rich. Before, Wu Xiaoqi was a little worried that Li Xiang might be a Taoism practitioner, and he didn't dare to do anything. After following him for so long, he felt that Li Xiang didn't look like a Taoism practitioner who could cast spells. Money can attract people's attention. Finally, Wu Xiaoqi made up his mind and contacted several of his brothers. He wanted to take Li Xiang and Su Tanner to a remote alley, kill them without anyone noticing, rob them of their belongings, and bury their bodies on the spot. He guaranteed that even the gods would not be able to find them. Unfortunately, the third brother and his brothers were not sensible at all. For the sake of the daughter of the city lord's mansion, they actually gave up the big fat sheep in front of them. They didn't think about it. There was only one daughter of the city lord's family, and there were so many competitors. Not to mention the faraway ones. There were probably thousands or tens of thousands of officials and rich sons in Longding City alone, even hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. There was only one daughter of the city lord, and there was only one hydrangea throne. How could thousands of people grab such a hydrangea so easily? In the end, the third brother and his friends probably made this trip in vain and got nothing, not to mention the hydrangea thrown by the city lord's daughter. Maybe they couldn't even see the shadow of the hydrangea. For something that they might not be able to grab, they gave up such a big fat sheep that was within their reach. Wu Xiaoqi really didn't know whether to say that the third brother and his friends were stupid or stupid. Look at the big fat sheep in front of him, how good and obedient. Let him take out his purse, and he took it out, and what he took out was a storage bag that only a cultivator could have. Although Wu Xiaoqi had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. After getting the storage bag, he naturally knew how to use it. In fact, it is also very useful. Even mortals without any spiritual power can still use storage bags and storage rings. When using it, it is no different from an ordinary bag. Untie the rope tied to the storage bag, open the bag, and you can naturally see what is inside. If you want to take something out, you just need to see the thing in the bag, and then the thing will be taken out naturally. It's that simple. Therefore, even an ordinary person can easily use a storage bag. Wu Xiaoqi took the storage bag, untied the rope on the bag, took a look inside, and his face suddenly lit up. Inside the storage bag there was a mountain of gold and silver, made up of gold ingots and silver ingots. The gold mountain is a little smaller, and the silver mountain is a little bigger, but it looks like there are at least a few thousand taels of gold, and tens of thousands of taels of silver. Make a fortune! This time, I really made a fortune. This tender-skinned guy in front of me is a real fat sheep. He took out a storage bag at the first move. The storage bag was filled with not the flying sword armor and talisman magic weapons used by the cultivators, but all gold and silver that were of no use to the cultivators. It can be seen that although this guy in front of me may have some relationship with the cultivators, it is even very likely that he was born in a cultivator family. However, this guy might be a concubine's son, and it is very likely that he does not have any spiritual roots, and he cannot practice at all. Therefore, his family did not make an effort to cultivate him and help him enter the world of cultivation, but only gave him gold and silver, which are of no use to cultivators, but very useful to ordinary mortals. Moreover, this can also explain why the storage bag, which is very precious to cultivators, was used by him to store useless things like gold and silver. Thinking of this, Wu Xiaoqi looked at Li Xiang, but couldn't help shrinking his eyes slightly again. If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again in the spring breeze. Why not just kill this kid and the girl, bury them on the spot, and eliminate the trouble forever? Anyway, this place is very remote, and there is no need to worry about being seen and reported to the authorities if you kill them. It's a pity for that little girl. She is so beautiful, and she died like this, which is really a pity. Well, maybe I can get rid of this tender-skinned young master first, and as for the little girl, it seems that it is also a good choice to snatch her back to be my wife. Anyway, she is just an 18 or 19-year-old girl. How can she turn the world upside down? Thinking of this, Wu Xiaoqi's eyes turned slightly cold, and he didn't even put away the storage bag. He turned his hand and stabbed the dagger in his hand directly towards Li Xiang's chest. With a flash of white light, the dagger in Wu Xiaoqi's hand had already stabbed Li Xiang. Immediately, a little white light flashed on Li Xiang's body, blocking the dagger in Wu Xiaoqi's hand. Wu Xiaoqi felt that the dagger in his hand was like stabbing on steel. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pierce it any further. Seeing this, Wu Xiao was shocked. His face suddenly changed, and he wanted to take back the dagger. However, Li Xiang raised his hand, grabbed his wrist, and said coldly, "Wu Xiaoqi, I just had something to say. Do you know who I hate the most in my life? It's a traitor, an ungrateful person. Obviously, you are it." As he spoke, Li Xiang had a flying sword in his hand. The sharp tip of the sword pointed at Wu Xiaoqi. Li Xiang pushed his wrist slightly, and the flying sword pierced Wu Xiaoqi's chest easily like piercing tofu. Wu Xiaoqi stared at the long sword in his chest with wide eyes, and did not close his eyes until he died. Chapter 73. It takes spiritual power to drive a flying sword with a bamboo ball, but does it take spiritual power to kill a person with a flying sword? No, all you need is strength. Even a 7- or 8-year-old child can kill a defenseless person with a sword. Therefore, for Li Xiang to kill Wu Xiaoqi, he didn't even need to use the lowest level talisman, nor did he need to use any spiritual power at all. The sharp flying sword could easily penetrate Wu Xiaoqi's body and kill him. After killing Wu Xiaoqi with a Xuanbing sword that couldn't be any more rubbish, Li Xiang didn't even take back the Xuanbing sword, and walked straight out of the alley with Su Tanner. Not long after, Li Xiang and Su Tanner had walked to the street. On the street, some young talents dressed in gorgeous clothes, wearing gold and silver, dressed as scholars, dressed as warriors, or dressed as clothes that could represent the symbols of their schools, were swarming along the street, swarming to one end of the street. "Tanner, let's go and take a look." Li Xiang's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he turned to Su Tanner and said, "Just now, those beggars' disciples said that today seemed to be the day when the daughter of the city lord of Longding Prefecture threw a ball of embroidery to choose a husband." Throwing a ball of embroidery, Li Xiang had only seen it on TV in his previous life. Now that he had the opportunity to see this perfect match wedding method that only existed on TV, Li Xiang naturally wanted to join in the fun and satisfy his curiosity. "Master, it's just a ball of embroidery to choose a husband. What's so good about it?" Su Tanner said with a pout. After a slight pause, Su Tanner suddenly widened her eyes again, turned her head and looked at Lin Xiang, and said in a lost voice, "Master, you don't want to participate in the ball of embroidery to choose a husband and become the city lord's son-in-law?" "Why? Can't I?" Li Xiang was slightly stunned and then raised his eyebrows and said, I am handsome, suave, and loved by everyone. I am better than Pan An and make Zhou Yu angry to death. I have a car, a house, and a mine at home. I am a real bachelor. Am I not worthy of a city lord's daughter? After hearing what Li Xiang said, Sutaner was stunned for a moment, and then said, Master, didn't I say that you are not worthy of the city lord's daughter? In the eyes of us cultivators, let alone the city lord's daughter, even if she is a princess of the royal family, as long as she does not have spiritual roots and cannot cultivate immortals, she is nothing. If we cultivators want to find a partner for dual cultivation, we must find a cultivator with complementary spiritual roots. Finding an ordinary person, what kind of thing is this? After listening to Sutaner's words, Li Xiang pretended to think about it seriously, then nodded slightly and said, Little Taner is right, so let's not grab the hydrangea, we'll just go and take a look, to see the excitement, that's okay. But young master, Sutaner wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Li Xiang before she finished her words. Okay, Xiaotaner, stop worrying about buts and don'ts, let's go and take a look. It won't take us more than a few minutes anyway. Don't we still have to go to the city lord's mansion to ask the city lord for a map of Longding Prefecture? Well, that's all right, but young master, you must remember that you are a cultivator. What you pursue is eternal life and immortality. You can't easily provoke these mundane things. Okay, I get it, Xiaotaner. Why didn't I realize before that you have the potential to be a housekeeper? You keep chattering and chattering, even noisier than Tang Monk. Tang Monk? What Tang Monk? Sutaner asked, somewhat confused. No, nothing, just a great cultivator from ancient times, who has already ascended to the Western Paradise for many years. You naturally don't know him. Oh, Sutaner responded, and subconsciously turned her head to look at Li Xiang. This young master of her family might also be a senior great man from ancient times. Otherwise, how could he casually mention the name of a senior great man from ancient times? Moreover, senior great man from ancient times that the young master met had already ascended to the fairyland for many years. What about the young master? The young master might have already ascended to the fairyland a long time ago, right? The young master today is just coming down to the mortal world to experience the mortal world. Thinking of this, Sutaner felt that it was really a great opportunity for her to meet Li Xiang and be able to follow Li Xiang. It can even be said that this is her immortal fate. As long as she follows the young master, do she still have to worry about not being able to ascend to the fairyland? Just as she was thinking about it, Sutaner felt that her eyes went dark, and a mass of something flew over from midair and fell on her head. Sutaner is a cultivator. Although she is only at the foundation building stage, her agility is beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Feeling something falling on her head, Sutaner waved her hand without thinking and directly hit the ball of things away. Just as she hit the ball back, Sutaner heard a familiar voice, yelling, Oh my God, who hit me with a ball? Sutaner looked closely and saw Li Xiang holding a bamboo ball in his hand, cursing. Sutaner was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that the bamboo ball should be the ball she had just hit, but it just happened to hit the young master's head, and the young master subconsciously reached out and grabbed the bamboo ball. And that bamboo ball, if nothing unexpected happened, should be the embroidered ball thrown by the city lord's daughter. Didn't you see so many red and green silk scarves tied to the bamboo ball? If it's not a hydrangea, then what is it? However, this place is still a distance away from the city lord's mansion. How come this hydrangea fell into the hands of my young master? Could it be that this marriage is really destined by heaven? Just as he was thinking, a large group of soldiers in red mandarin duck jackets rushed over on the street. The leading military school saw the bamboo hydrangea in Li Xiang's hand, pointed at Li Xiang and said loudly, There, quick! Come on, don't run away, son-in-law! Following the words of the military school, 17 or 18 soldiers rushed towards Li Xiang like a swarm of bees. Li Xiang couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this. Before he could react, a large group of scholars and knights in gorgeous clothes rushed up behind the group of soldiers. Oh my God, what's going on? Li Xiang said with wide eyes. Before he finished speaking, Sutaner stretched out her hand and grabbed Li Xiang, saying in a hurry, Young master, hurry up! Oh! Li Xiang came back to his senses and was pulled by Sutaner and ran away. After running a few steps, he felt something strange, so he stopped, grabbed Sutaner, and stopped too, and then said loudly, Why am I running? I haven't done anything bad. Young master, do you really want to be the son-in-law of the city lord? Sutaner said in a hurry. I? Li Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment, and before he finished speaking, dozens of soldiers wearing red mandarin duck jackets rushed out from the alley beside the street and surrounded Li Xiang and Sutaner in an instant. Chapter 74, Son-in-Law. You, what are you going to do? What are you doing? I don't have any money. Li Xiang pretended to be pitiful and said. As soon as the voice fell, a somewhat old voice came from the periphery of the group of soldiers. "Stop! Don't be rude to the son-in-law." As he said that, a short and fat old man in his 50s wearing black clothes pushed aside a group of soldiers and walked in. The soldiers around saw the old man and saluted and called out, "Butler Xiang." The short and fat old man nodded slightly, walked quickly to Li Xiang, saluted and said, "I am Zhang Duang, the old man. Meet the son-in-law." "Son-in-law? What son-in-law?" "The son-in-law caught the hydrangea thrown by my young lady, so he is naturally my son-in-law." No. You misunderstood. I didn't want to snatch your young lady's hydrangea, and I haven't seen any hydrangea." "Isn't the one in the son-in-law's hand?" Zhang Duang said with a chuckle. "Aye." Li Xiang was stunned for a moment, and it turned out that the bamboo ball in his hand was a hydrangea. "Cow, you should have told me earlier. I would have thrown it away earlier. Why are you still holding it in your hand like a fool?" Thinking of this, Li Xiang casually stuffed the bamboo ball into Sutaner's hand, and then said, "Hey, what hydrangea? I didn't see it, and it's not in my hand. If you want to find me, don't look for me. Don't look for me." Sutaner, who was standing aside, took the hydrangea that Li Xiang forced into her hand, was slightly stunned and then reacted, hid the hydrangea behind her, back, and then bounced it, and a stream of spiritual power was directly infused into the hydrangea, which quickly flew out. However, immediately afterwards, the hydrangea that was bounced out by Sutaner fell into the hands of an old man in a brocade robe who was about 50 or 60 years old and walked out of the alley next to him. Then, the old man in the brocade robe took the hydrangea and walked up slowly. When Zhang Duang saw the old man in brocade robe, he bowed and said, "Elder Duanmu." Elder Duanmu nodded slightly to Zhang Duang and then stuffed the embroidered ball into Li Xiang's hand and said, "It's a match made in heaven. This is a marriage destined by heaven. Why should you refuse, son-in-law?" "Aye." Li Xiang was slightly stunned, and Sutaner behind him widened her eyes slightly. The elder Duanmu who just appeared was actually a cultivator in the Jindan period, and his cultivation was in the late Jindan period. Sutaner could clearly feel from him that the spiritual power fluctuations were stronger than her master's. Sutaner's master was a cultivator in the middle Jindan period, and the elder Duanmu in front of him was at least in the late Jindan period. Of course, it's not strange for the city lord of such a big city to have several cultivators in the Jindan period or above in his mansion, right? But even if he is a cultivator in the late Jindan period, so what? Not to mention her young master, even if it was herself, she didn't have to fear any Jindan stage cultivators at all. There were so many Xuanyin Divine Thunders in the storage ring that the young master gave her. With each Xuanyin Divine Thunder smashing down, even a cultivator in the late Jindan stage would have no choice but to flee, right? Son-in-law, this is a great thing. The entire Longding Prefecture, and even the surrounding prefectures and counties, are opportunities that so many people would beg for, so why would you refuse? Before Li Xiang could finish his words, Zhang Duang on the side said again. After a slight pause, Zhang Duang said, "Besides, my young lady is the most beautiful lady recognized within a radius of thousands of miles. Don't you want to meet my young lady?" "Aye." Li Xiang was stunned for a moment and then said, "Is your young lady really the most beautiful lady recognized within a radius of thousands of miles?" After saying that, he paused for a moment and then pulled Sutaner over and said, "Is she as beautiful as my little Tanner?" After hearing what Li Xiang said, Sutaner proudly puffed out her chest and looked down at Zhang Duang and Elder Duanmu. Sutaner was still very proud of her appearance. At least, when Sutaner was in Yong'an town, none of the women she met were as beautiful as her. Zhang Duang glanced at Sutaner and then said, "Son-in-law, your personal maid is beautiful, but compared to my young lady." At this point, Zhang Duang did not say anything more, but shook his head slightly. After hearing Zhang Duang's words, Li Xiang and Sutaner were stunned. Immediately, Li Xiang chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I don't believe it. My little Tanner is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm afraid there will never be another woman as beautiful as my little Tanner in the world. Your lady, you are not saying this on purpose, are you? Whether it is true or not, you will know it naturally after meeting my lady, right?" "No, I don't have the time." Li Xiang refused without thinking and said, pulling Sutaner, turned around and was about to leave. But unexpectedly, Sutaner stood there motionless. Li Xiang turned around, looked at Sutaner and asked, "What's wrong, little Tanner?" "Master, this man praised his daughter as if she were a fairy. I want to see if there are really such beautiful women in the world. Master, why don't we go and take a look?" After hearing Sutaner's words, Li Xiang couldn't help but be stunned. This beautiful woman is just like a peacock. When she hears that there is a woman prettier than herself, she really refuses to admit defeat. If she doesn't see her with her own eyes, take a look and compare. I'm afraid she won't be dragged away. After hearing Sutaner's words, Li Xiang didn't have time to answer. Zhang Duang on the side had already reacted. He waved his hand and said excitedly, "Quick, dress up your son-in-law." Several soldiers around rushed forward, holding a set of red champion clothes, and hurriedly put them on Li Xiang. Afterwards, someone else brought a round hat with double wings and put it on Li Xiang's head, and someone else brought a big red flower and hung it on Li Xiang. Then, several soldiers brought a large sedan chair and hurriedly stuffed Li Xiang into it. After lifting the sedan chair, they ran quickly to the city lord's mansion. Seeing this, Sutaner was about to catch up, but Elder Duanmu stopped her with his hand and said coldly, "Miss, you'd better not follow them, right?" Sutaner was slightly stunned and asked, "Why?" "This is a matter between your young master and my young lady. What are you, a servant, doing?" Elder Duanmu said coldly, "You just praised your young lady like a fairy. Why shouldn't I follow her to take a look? Besides, this is a marriage between my young master and your young lady. My young master didn't say anything, so how can you, an outsider, interrupt?" Sutaner's eyes shrank, and she said coldly, Chapter 75? "Why are you so rude? Girl, that's all I have to say. If you insist on following me, don't blame me for being rude." Elder Duanmu said coldly, "I know that you are also a cultivator. You must know that cultivation is not easy. Every step is full of dangers. If you are not careful, you will die. Girl is only in the foundation building stage now. There is still a long way to go in the future. You don't want your cultivation level to stop here, right?" Elder Duanmu's last sentence already implied a strong warning. He is at the peak of the late Jindan stage and is only one step away from the out-of-body stage. At most, he will be able to enter the out-of-body stage in a year or two. And Sutaner is just a small cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation building stage, and she is several levels away from Elder Duanmu. It can be said that Elder Duanmu's desire to kill a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building is not much different from crushing an ant. Elder Duanmu can kill several cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, like Sutaner, in a few minutes. After hearing what Elder Duanmu said, Sutaner couldn't help but sneer and said coldly, "What if I insist on going?" "Humph!" Elder Duanmu snorted coldly and said coldly, "Then don't blame me for being rude." "Okay, I want to see how you are rude." Sutaner put her hands on her waist and said coldly. Elder Duanmu's mouth curled up slightly, sneered, and with a thought, a flying sword instantly appeared behind Sutaner, and then with the momentum of thunder, it quickly stabbed towards Sutaner's back. Sizzle! With a light sound, the armor on Sutaner's body was easily pierced by the flying sword as if it was made of paper. Then Sutaner's whole body was also pierced by the flying sword. The sharp tip of the sword instantly emerged from Sutaner's chest. However, there was no blood on the tip of the sword. Moreover, a ball of white light burst out from Sutaner's body, and then her whole body slowly became nothingness, and finally disappeared directly from the spot, leaving only a small human-shaped puppet falling to the ground. Replace the dead puppet? Elder Duanmu's eyes suddenly widened like a cow's eyes, looking at the broken human-shaped puppet on the ground, and then he came to his senses and turned his head to look around. But just as he turned his head, Elder Duanmu heard a strange sound of breaking through the air behind him. When he turned around hurriedly, he saw a ball of something rushing towards him. Elder Duanmu almost subconsciously reached out and caught the ball of something. After a careful look, Elder Duanmu's face suddenly changed. His hand was as if bitten by a snake, and he threw the thing in his hand away. But as soon as the thing was out of his hand, it suddenly exploded and turned into silver lightning, falling from all directions towards Elder Duanmu's body. Suddenly, silver snakes appeared on Elder Duanmu's body, running up and down. Elder Duanmu only felt that his whole body was numb, and the hair on his body stood up one by one. Xuanyin Divine Thunder is equivalent to the full force of a mid-stage Jindan cultivator. Elder Duanmu was at the peak of the late Jindan stage. Even a full-strength attack from a mid-Jindan cultivator would not cause much damage to him. He was just caught off guard and was electrocuted by the lightning power contained in the Xuanyin Divine Thunder, which made his hands and feet numb. It was only a few seconds before this numb feeling disappeared. However, when masters fight, any negligence may bring disaster to oneself. Elder Duanmu is like this now. The first Xuanyin Divine Thunder hit him, and only made his whole body numb for a few seconds. But these few seconds were enough for Sutaner to calmly throw the second, third, and more Xuanyin Divine Thunders at Elder Duanmu. One by one, the Xuanyin Divine Thunders flew to Elder Duanmu's side, and then exploded one by one, turning into lightning silver snakes, one after another falling on Elder Duanmu's body. Elder Duanmu suddenly felt numb all over again. His hands and feet became numb again, and he couldn't even raise his hands. Moreover, as the Xuanyin Divine Thunders kept exploding around Elder Duanmu, countless lightning silver snakes kept falling on Elder Duanmu, running around him, causing Elder Duanmu to be paralyzed and powerless. He had a lot of spiritual power, but he couldn't use it at all. In just a few minutes, Sutaner threw more than a dozen Xuanyan Divine Thunders at Elder Duanmu in one breath, just like throwing away free garbage. An elder who was at the peak of the late Jindan stage and only one step away from the out-of-body stage died in the hands of a young cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. Elder Duanmu, whose face was blackened by countless lightning and turned into a charred corpse, did not close his eyes until he died. He really died with his eyes wide open, died in frustration, died unjustly. Who would have known that a small foundation-building cultivator would have a death substitute puppet in his hand? Moreover, not only did he have a death substitute puppet, but he also had a powerful attacking magic weapon like the Xuanyan Divine Thunder. One or two Xuanyan Divine Thunders could not cause much damage to a cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan period like Elder Duanmu. But the problem is that the Xuanyan Divine Thunders that Sutaner recognized in one breath were not just one or two, but more than a dozen or 20. One Xuanyan Divine Thunder is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a mid-Jindan period cultivator. A dozen or 20 Xuanyan Divine Thunders are equivalent to a dozen or 20 mid-Jindan period cultivators attacking Elder Duanmu together. It would be strange if Elder Duanmu could withstand it. After feeling that there was no more spiritual power fluctuation on Elder Duanmu, Sutaner put away another Xuanyan Divine Thunder that she had just taken out. Glancing at Elder Duanmu's charred body with contempt, Sutaner took a step forward and gently reached out her hand to touch Elder Duanmu's charred corpse. Suddenly, Elder Duanmu's corpse collapsed like a pile of sand, fell to the ground, and turned into a pile of ashes. Sutaner reached out and took out a small round bead that had lost its luster from the ashes. She sneered at it and exerted a little force on her hand. The bead immediately turned into dust and drifted away with the wind. Afterwards, Sutaner didn't even look at the ashes on the ground again. She flashed her body and flew towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 76. It's not my own boasting. Xiang was directly stuffed into the sedan chair and carried into the city lord's mansion. After entering the city lord's mansion, Xiang felt the sedan chair land and stop, and then he heard Zhang Duang's voice coming from outside the sedan chair. "Sir, we're here. Please get off the sedan chair." Then the curtain of the sedan chair was lifted up, and the figures of Zhang Duang and several other soldiers appeared outside the sedan chair. Xiang stretched out his hand to grab the sedan door, stood up and got off the sedan chair. Just as he stepped out of the sedan door, a hand stretched out from the side and quickly flicked towards Xiang in the air, and a spiritual power rushed towards him. Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment, and then he saw a faint light flashing from the 10,000-year black tortoise armor on his body, and the spiritual power was immediately dissolved into nothingness. Seeing this, Xiang's face changed slightly, and he was about to turn his face, but he heard Zhang Duang whispered again, "Elder Wu, is it under control?" "Huh, what, are you doubting my ability?" A somewhat old voice came from the side. After listening to the conversation between the two, Xiang resisted the urge to get angry. He wanted to see what tricks the mayor of Longding Prefecture was up to under the pretext of choosing a son-in-law for his daughter. Anyway, Xiang had a level 15 10,000-year-old black tortoise armor on him, which could withstand the full force of a late, out-of-body cultivator. Although the late-stage cultivators of the out-of-body stage are not the top existences in this world where one can cultivate immortality, they are definitely above the halfway point of the pyramid. They are definitely not random people who can be met casually. Moreover, cultivators above the out-of-body stage are almost all talented cultivators, or at least talented people who have made great achievements in the cultivation of the true self, and such people, without exception, can be said to be arrogant and proud. The possibility of devoting themselves to a city lord's mansion in the secular world and becoming a small elder is almost negligible. Those who will dedicate themselves to the secular world and become the elders of the city lord's mansion are mostly casual cultivators who have no family or sect to rely on. In order to obtain cultivation resources, they have to dedicate themselves to others and become the elders of a small city, lord's mansion in the secular world. And such casual cultivators basically have no high cultivation level, and are likely to be at the Jindan stage, or even at the Yuanjing stage at most. Xiang can completely block any attack from such little monks with just the 10,000-year black tortoise armor on his body. Even with a wave of his hand, Xiang can kill 8 or 10 such little monks. Even if Xiang is attacked without knowing it, he is not afraid, because he still has the life-saving artifact of the death puppet. Therefore, even if he knows that the city lord's mansion is a dangerous place, Xiang can come and go freely. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him. If he wants to stay, no one can drive him away. Therefore, after listening to Zhang Duang and Elder Wu's words, Xiang simply pretended to be controlled by others and stood there in a daze. He wanted to see what these people in the city lord's mansion were up to. After hearing what Elder Wu said, Zhang Duang's face changed slightly and then he smiled and said, No, how dare I doubt your ability, Elder. It's just that the matter is of great importance and involves a wide range of people. The lord of the city doesn't want anything to go wrong. It would be bad if something went wrong. Humph! How could I fail to deal with a mere mortal? Manager Xiang should put your heart back in your stomach. Elder Wu snorted coldly and said complacently, Yes, what Elder Wu said is very true. With Elder Wu and other worshippers here, this city lord's mansion has become a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Whoever comes here will have to surrender. Lord of the city and Miss, you should be relieved. Zhang Duang said with a smile. Humph, I'm not bragging. Although I'm only at the late Jindan stage, I'm only one step away from the out-of-body stage. Moreover, even if an out-of-body cultivator comes, I have my own magic weapon to deal with him. Even if I don't rely on others for help, I can protect myself more than enough. After hearing what Elder Wu said, Xiang couldn't help but secretly despise him in his heart. Just now, he had copied 10 copies of Elder Wu's things, including a storage ring, an 8th level flying sword, an 8th level armor, and several 6th and 7th level talismans. These things are not bad for a late Jindan cultivator and can even be said to be far better than most cultivators of the same level. When facing a Jindan cultivator of the same level, Elder Wu can indeed be invincible and can even easily kill the opponent. Moreover, in Elder Wu's storage ring, there is also a 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman. The 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, a 9th level talisman, can draw the 9 Nether God Thunder of heaven and earth and launch a thunder strike, which is equivalent to the full force strike of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. An ordinary Jindan stage cultivator with the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman can indeed catch the opponent by surprise when facing a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Even when the opponent is completely unprepared, the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman can be used to kill him in one fell swoop. A full force strike by a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, even if it is a cultivator in the same late nascent soul stage, when he is completely unprepared, he is hit by a full force strike by a cultivator in the same late nascent soul stage, and it is possible to be killed. Of course, this is only a possibility. In actual use, Xiang has an absolute say in this. Xiang has so many 9 Nether God Thunder Talismans that he can't even count them. To use 9 Nether God Thunder Talismans, he would need several or even more than a dozen 9 Nether God Thunder Talismans to deal with a Jindan stage cultivator, not to mention a Yuanying stage cultivator. It can be said that only one 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman is almost useless in the actual battle against the enemy. The opponent can completely offset the attack of the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman in many ways. For example, flying swords, talismans, and armor. Armor, like flying swords, is a must-have equipment for cultivators. Even for low-level cultivators, the indispensable equipment on their bodies is flying swords and armor. As for other talismans, magic weapons, spirit stones, etc., it depends on the wealth of the cultivator and his master. Wealthy cultivators or masters naturally have more talismans, magic weapons, spiritual stones, and other things on their bodies, and even some other strange magic weapons, things that can be used to kill monsters above their level, and things that can save lives and escape. As for poorer cultivators, these things are naturally a luxury for them, and they are out of reach. Even the poorest cultivators have at least 2 things on their bodies. One is a flying, and the other is armor. This is just like the new disciples in Lingxiao sect. Once they draw qi into their bodies and become disciples of the qi refining stage, the sect will distribute a blank flying sword, the white iron sword, and a blank armor, the white iron armor, to all disciples of the qi refining stage. And the attack power and defense power of such a flying sword and armor are better than nothing. But obtaining the white iron armor and the white iron sword means that this disciple has drawn qi into his body and has become a disciple in the early stage of qi refining. At the same time, it also means that this disciple has touched the threshold of cultivation and has embarked on the path of cultivation. This is just like the games that Xiang played in his previous life. The system always distributes a set of blank equipment to novice players. As for other equipment, you can only get it in other ways. Chapter 77 Crossdresser. Of course, just like the players in the game, the higher the level, the higher the equipment on the body. Generally speaking, the higher the level of cultivation of the cultivator, the more good things he will have. Therefore, even if Elder Wu has a 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, the possibility of being able to kill the Yuanying stage cultivator unexpectedly in one fell swoop is almost zero. It is very likely that it will be directly offset by the armor on the opponent's body. Usually, the armor worn by the cultivator matches their own cultivation and status, or even a little higher. The armor worn by the cultivator in the late Yuanying stage can generally withstand the attack of the cultivator in the early stage of the out-of-body stage. Therefore, even if it was unexpected, it was not impossible to block the attack of the Nine Nether God Thunder Talisman. Just like Lin Xiang now, although he has not yet drawn qi into his body, he is not even a cultivator in the qi refining stage, but because he has a level 15 10,000 years black tortoise armor on his body, he can withstand the full force of the late out-of-body cultivator. Therefore, Elder Wu used his spiritual power to attack him, but he did not even stir up a wave, and was directly offset by the 10,000 years black tortoise armor on his body. Elder Wu did not even notice it, and thought that Li Xiang had been controlled by him long ago. Think about it, a mortal who can't even draw qi into his body, when facing the sneak attack of a late Jindan cultivator, how could he have a chance to resist? This possibility is probably not even 1 in 100,000 or 1 in a million. However, Elder Wu never thought that Li Xiang in front of him was just such an ordinary man who was extremely beat. Not only was he wearing the 15th level 10,000-year black tortoise armor, he also had high-level attack talismans and magic weapons such as the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman and the 3-9 Thunder Tribulation Bullet, as well as the Death Substitute Puppet, the 5 Elements Escape Talisman, and the Relocation Talisman, which were divine tools for escaping and saving lives. Pretending to be controlled by others, Li Xiang was soon carried directly into a room in the city lord's mansion by 2 soldiers. After forcing Li Xiang to sit down in front of a dressing table in the room, the 2 soldiers retreated again and closed the door. After the 2 soldiers left, Li Xiang listened attentively for a while. When he didn't hear any movement, he turned around and observed around. The room was very large, even larger than Li Xiang's 2-bedroom in the Thunder Peak of Lingxiao sect, and it was separated into 2 rooms inside and outside by wooden lattices. There was a red table in the outer room, on which were placed various snacks, peanuts, red dates, longan lotus seeds, pomegranates, and other dry goods. There were also 2 big red candles on both sides, burning brightly. The window lattices and pillars of the room were also wrapped and decorated with various red silks, just like a wedding room. However, Li Xiang was a little surprised that this was obviously a bridal chamber, but he had not even worshipped in the hall yet, so how could he skip so many steps and directly enter the stage of entering the bridal chamber? This speed is too fast, isn't it? He hasn't even seen his wife yet, but he has entered the bridal chamber? Just as he was thinking, there was another sound of footsteps outside the bridal chamber. Li Xiang hurriedly turned around, sat upright in front of the dressing table, and pretended to be controlled by others again. Like a puppet, he sat in front of the dressing table, motionless. Soon, the door of the room was pushed open again, and then several old maids and servants rushed in again, holding a red wedding dress in their hands. The old maids and servants rushed to Li Xiang in a few steps and took off the top scholar wedding dress that Li Xiang was wearing, leaving only the clothes that Li Xiang was wearing. Afterwards, the maids and old maids put on the wedding dress in their hands for Li Xiang. However, although the wedding dress is a wedding dress, it is a set of phoenix crown and bridal robes worn by brides. Not only bridal robes, but also phoenix crowns. Oh my God, what's going on? Could it be that this is to let me marry into the city lord's mansion? Li Xiang had no expression on his face, but he was shouting in his heart. This is too much, right? Is the son-in-law selected by the embroidered ball a son-in-law who comes to live with his wife? But even if he is a son-in-law who comes to live with his wife, there is no need to dress me up as a bride, right? This, a cross-dressing man. Looking at the reflection of the girl wearing a phoenix coronet and a bridal robe in the blurry bronze mirror, Li Xiang couldn't help thinking, damn, I'm handsome. No matter how I dress up, I look good. Even if I'm a cross-dresser, I'm still a real beauty. Well, compared to Xiao Tanner, I don't seem to be much inferior. Just when Li Xiang was thinking about it, the maids and the old woman had already put the phoenix coronet on Li Xiang's head, and then pulled a red veil over his head. Afterwards, the maids and the old woman helped Li Xiang into the room inside the room. Well, to be precise, it should be a boudoir. As soon as he entered the door, through the thick red veil, Li Xiang could smell a faint fragrance, which was very pleasant. After helping Li Xiang to the bed in the boudoir and sitting down, the maids and the old woman left the room again. Through the red veil, Li Xiang first heard the sound of the boudoir door closing, then the sound of the door outside closing, and a series of crackling and chaotic sounds. After that, there was no movement. After a few minutes, when there was no movement, Li Xiang slightly lifted the red veil, looked around and saw no one, then pulled off the red veil. Looking around, it turned out to be in a girl's boudoir. In the whole room, there was only a bed and a clothes hanger, on which were hung several red, yellow, blue, and green pleated skirts. On one side of the room, there were several paintings of ladies, and by the window frame on the side, there was a dressing table with various rouge and powder on it. After a light glance, Xiang stood up again, walked to the door of the boudoir, stretched out his hand and gently opened the door of the boudoir, looked outside, and after seeing no one, he opened the door of the boudoir and walked out. After walking straight to the gate, Xiang reached out and gently pulled the gate, but found that he couldn't pull it at all. The gate was locked from the outside. Oh my God, is this to prevent me from escaping? A mere room and a lock, you want to trap me? No way! I want to leave, no, one can stop me. Xiang thought angrily. A room and a lock really can't trap him. He has a teleportation talisman in his hand, and he can leave anytime he wants. However, the distance and location of the teleportation talisman are all random. After using it, Xiang doesn't know where he will be teleported to. Moreover, Xiang is still very unfamiliar with this world. He has no map, no navigation, and even doesn't know the road. It's impossible to be at home everywhere and teleport to wherever you go, right? Chapter 78. Millennium Green Python Spirit. Xiang has a teleportation talisman in his hand, and he can leave anytime he wants. However, the various behaviors of these maids and servants in the city lord's mansion have aroused his curiosity even more. Xiang now wanted to see what the tricks of the city lord's mansion were all about. Now that he had changed from a bridegroom to a bride, and was locked in the bridal chamber, it seemed that the answer to this mystery was about to be revealed, right? Thinking of this, Xiang simply sat down at the table with the dragon and phoenix red candles, crossed his legs, grabbed some peanuts, red dates, melon seeds, and started eating. Various fruit peels and melon scraps were spit everywhere. After eating some peanuts and melon seeds and some various pastries on the table, Xiang felt a little full. It must be said that this was the city lord's mansion of a county city after all, and the various snacks were quite good, even better than those made by Bai Jintang on Laming Peak. Come to think of it, Bai Jintang was a cultivator on the mountain after all, and cultivators did not have too many requirements for food and drink. Cultivators above the foundation building stage had even reached the realm of fasting, and no longer needed to obtain energy through eating. Through their own practice, they obtained spiritual power from the natural environment, or from spiritual stones, which is enough to support their body's various metabolisms and maintain various functions. Those who still need to eat are basically those low-level cultivators who have just entered the foundation building period, or have been in the foundation for 10 or 20 years. As for Xiang, a person who traveled through time, his taste had long been very picky because of various seasonings in his previous life, and ordinary food might not be able to catch his eye. On Laming Peak, the food is mainly light. Even if Bai Jintang cooks for him, the food he eats is better than that of Zhou Yihu, the manager of the errand house. It's okay to change the taste occasionally, but it's really a bit uncomfortable for Xiang to eat such light food all the time. In fact, it's the same now. This is the first time Xiang has eaten these snacks in the city lord's mansion, and they are delicious snacks that he has never seen or eaten in his previous life. Naturally, he feels very delicious. But if he is asked to eat a few more times, I'm afraid he will feel a little bland. After eating and drinking, Xiang started to walk around the room again, touching here and there. After walking for a while, he sat back on the bed and took out a cultivation secret book from the storage ring and flipped through it. Of course, he didn't really read the cultivation secret book and didn't even read a few words. He simply flipped through the pictures inside. Looking at the pictures was also boring. After reading for a while, Xiang had already laid on the bed and fell asleep again. In a daze, I don't know how long I slept, but the system prompt sound came to Xiang's mind again. Ding! Detected within the range of 10 meters nearby, there is a storage ring. 1 1,000-year-old green python leather armor 1, a green python water-dividing ma thorn 1, a demon yuandon bottle swan. Can be copied. Do you want to copy? Startled when he heard the system prompt sound coming from his mind, he woke up suddenly and turned over and sat up. After a moment of hesitation, Xiang immediately made a decision. Copy. First copy 10 copies. Ding, the copy was successful. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the storage ring 10, the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor, Swan 10. The green python water dividing ma thorn, Swan 10, the demon yuan dan, bottle, 110. In his mind, the system's prompt sound had just sounded, and Xiang heard the wind outside the room, howling as if a storm was about to come. Xiang frowned slightly, and with a thought, he immediately grabbed the red veil on the bed and put it on his head again. Almost as soon as he put the red veil on his head, Xiang heard the window frame of the room being suddenly knocked open, and then a gust of wind blew in from the window. The gust of wind circled around Xiang twice, and then stopped in front of him. The sound of the howling wind suddenly disappeared, but Li Xiang heard someone not far in front of him grinning and saying, "My dear, I am late. I have kept you waiting for a long time. I wonder what's going on. The daughter of the city lord's mansion is actually a man? No, the other party calls himself husband. Does he regard himself as his wife? I wonder, even if I marry into the family, I will not change from a husband to a wife. Moreover, this guy in front of me is obviously a goblin. Damn it. Could it be that the daughter of the city lord's mansion was favored by this goblin and wanted to be forcibly taken away to be the goblin's wife? The people in the city lord's mansion had to resort to this desperate measure, came up with a substitution plan, came up with a substitute, and gave me as the daughter of the city lord's mansion to this monster? Why does this plot look so familiar? Well, wasn't Jubaji in Journey to the West like this when he got married in Gao Laozhuang? At that time, Sun Wukong turned into Miss Gao and wanted to marry Jubaji. Just as Li Xiang was thinking, the monster in front of him took another step forward, stretched out his hand and waved, and the red veil covering Li Xiang's head flew away instantly, revealing Li Xiang's true face. At the same time, Li Xiang also saw the appearance of the monster in front of him, but he was a tall and strong man. After transforming into a human form, he was actually quite burly and handsome. However, perhaps because of inadequate cultivation or some other reason, the human form transformed by this monster was still somewhat different from that of ordinary people. The biggest difference was that on the face, on both sides of the cheeks, to the ears, there were actually pieces of green scales, looming, and a pair of eyes, like the eyes of a snake. Seeing this, Li Xiang couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then he thought of the things he had just copied. It seems that the man in front of him should be a green python spirit who has been practicing for 10,000 years. At almost the same time, the Millennium Green Python Spirit also saw Li Xiang's face clearly and could not help but take a step back, saying in a lost voice, "You? Who are you? Where is my wife, Miss Shangguan?" After hearing the words of the Millennium Green Python Spirit, Li Xiang had not had time to speak, and the Millennium Green Python Spirit's face suddenly changed involuntarily, and then said in a cold and stern voice, "Cowardly rats, hiding and hiding, what kind of heroes are you? Since this great king has come, is he afraid of you? All of you, get out of here!" As he said that, the Millennium Green Python Spirit pushed his hands hard on both sides of the room, and two huge and pure spiritual powers rushed out, instantly destroying all the rooms on both sides. Then, from those collapsed rooms, several figures flew out, suspended in the air, and surrounded the Millennium Green Python Spirit from all directions. "Mangqing, you have robbed a mortal woman and brought disaster to the world. Today I and others will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and get rid of you, this evildoer." One of the cultivators who surrounded the 1,000-year-old green python pointed at the 1,000-year-old green python and said sternly. Li Xiang had seen that person before. It was Elder Wu. The other people who surrounded the 1,000-year-old green python Mengqing were also in the middle and late stages of the Jindan realm. Chapter 79, 8 Diagrams, Demon Subduing Formation. "Humph, just relying on a few cowardly rats like you, do you think this king would be afraid of you?" Mengqing snorted coldly, staring at Elder Wu and others with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Heh." Elder Wu sneered and said in a cold voice, "Mengqing, you are just a green python that has practiced for 3,000 years. You haven't experienced the catastrophe of transformation yet, right? Look at you. You haven't even taken off your animal skin, but you still dare to dream of marrying Miss Shangguan. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who would like you with that look?" After saying that, Elder Wu paused for a moment, then said, "To tell you the truth, have you seen the situation in the City Lord's mansion today? It's decorated with lights and it's a festive scene, right? Do you know why? That's because Miss Shangguan is getting married today. Unfortunately, Miss Shangguan is not going to marry a goblin like you. Miss Shangguan is the daughter of the City Lord. If she wants to get married, she naturally has to find a son of an official who is well matched. How could she like a goblin like you? You fart! This king and Yuan are in love with each other and have already made a vow of eternal love. How could he abandon me and leave?" Before Elder Wu could finish his words, Mengqing became furious and cursed. "It was you, it must be you, who deliberately wanted to separate Yuan and me, so you hid Yuan. Where is Yuan? Quick, hand over my Yuan. Otherwise, this king will make a scene in the City Lord's mansion today and tear down your City Lord's mansion. Humph, you want to find Miss Shangguan? Well, Miss Shangguan has now married into the Jade Emperor Pavilion and is the wife of the Jade Emperor Pavilion's young master. If you want to find her, go to the Jade Emperor Pavilion if you have the guts." Elder Wu said with a sneer. "You, Yuhuang Pavilion?" Mengqing was slightly stunned, and then he said coldly, "So what?" Mengqing raised his voice and said loudly, "Don't mention Yuhuang Pavilion. Even if the old Jade Emperor of Yuan Palace robbed my yuan, I would definitely go to Yuan Palace and find the old Jade Emperor to get my yuan back. Humph, Mengqing, you are really a toad, yawning, so arrogant. Elder Wu sneered and said, you still go to Yuan Palace and ask the Jade Emperor for people? Today, you can't escape from this level. As he said, Elder Wu suddenly gave a loud order, set up the formation. With the order of Elder Wu, the other cultivators in the Middle and Late Jindan period around him flew to all directions, occupied different positions, suspended in the air, and then showed the magic flying swords in their hands. Various magic weapons were tightly suspended in the air, and traces of spiritual power, like lightning, were released from those magic weapons, forming a faint spiritual power grid in the air. Seeing this, Mengqing's face changed slightly, but soon, Mengqing looked up at the spiritual power grid in the air with a firm face, gritted his teeth and said, 8 trigrams demon subduing formation. It turns out that you have already laid out the net of heaven and earth, waiting for me to get in. Humph Mengqing, it's too late for you to understand now. Shangguan City Lord knew that you were planning to target Miss Shangguan, and half a month ago, he had invited us to the mansion to make arrangements, just waiting for you to fall into the trap. To tell you the truth, this place today is where you, Mengqing, will be buried. Elder Wu said with a sneer. Mengqing's face changed slightly, and then he said, my fellow immortals, Mengqing knows that there is no chance of survival today, but before I die, Mengqing has a small request, and I hope that you can agree to it. If you agree, Mengqing is willing to offer the demon pill in the peak state of the late Jindan stage in my body to you, so as to avoid you from mobilizing troops and wasting mana. What do you think? After hearing Mengqing's words, several Jindan stage cultivators suddenly showed a hint of interest on their faces, and even Elder Wu was slightly stunned. The demon pill of the 3,000-year-old green python spirit, and the demon pill in the peak state of the late Jindan stage. If they get it and refine it, they can even directly improve 1 or 2 realms. For cultivators like Elder Wu who are in the late Jindan stage, after refining, they can even directly break through the Dan and become infants, and advance to the early stage of Yuan Ying. They may even be promoted directly to the peak of the early stage of Yuan Ying, or even the realm of the middle stage of Yuan Ying. It is not easy for the demon race to cultivate. On the road of cultivation, it is much more rugged and bumpy than that of human cultivators. But precisely because it is not easy for the demon race to cultivate, the spiritual power contained in the demon pills they cultivate will be more and more pure than the spiritual power contained in the golden pills cultivated by human cultivators of the same realm. In fact, if it is not some poisonous demon, the demon pills they cultivate can be directly taken by human cultivators, and the pure spiritual power contained in the demon pills can be directly refined into their own spiritual power. And Mengqing's body is just a green python, and it is not poisonous. The demon pills it cultivates can naturally be taken and refined directly. The reason why Elder Wu and his companions agreed to help Shangguan Yuande, the city lord of Longding Prefecture, to get rid of the demons and Mengqing was, on the one hand, naturally, they coveted the large number of spiritual stones, magic weapons, and beautiful women that Shangguan Yuande sent. But more of them were actually coming for the demon pill in Mengqing's body. Mengqing has been practicing for 3,000 years and is about to transcend the tribulation and transform. His demon power is so strong that it is definitely not something that an ordinary Jindan period or Jindan late period cultivator can match. It is not easy for the demon race to practice, and basically they can challenge higher level. Mengqing is now a demon at the peak state of the late Jindan period. It is not much pressure to challenge 1 or 2 Yuanying early or middle period cultivators. Elder Wu and his companions are all Jindan period cultivators. Fighting alone or even attacking in groups, they, the Jin period cultivators, may not be Mengqing's opponents at all, so they set up the 8 diagrams demon subduing formation in advance and wait for Mengqing here. Although the 8 diagrams demon subduing formation is powerful, it should not be a problem to subdue Mengqing. But Mengqing is a green python who has practiced for 3,000 years. Once he makes up his mind and decides to fight to the death with them, his counterattack before death will definitely not be so easy to deal with. Even if he can't cause much harm to Elder Wu and the others, it is still possible to drag 1 or 2 people to be his scapegoats before he dies. If we can avoid fighting and let Mengqing willingly offer the demon pill himself, that would be the best. Thinking of this, Elder Wu said again, God is kind-hearted. Mengqing, before you die, if you have any wishes, just tell me. Chapter 80 Master, I am late. Thank you, Immortal. Mengqing bowed slightly and saluted to Elder Wu. After saying that, he paused for a moment, then Mengqing said, before Mengqing died, his greatest wish was to be able to see Yuan and Miss Shangguan again. As long as Mengqing knew that Miss Shangguan was happy, Meng Qing would be willing to die. After hearing Meng Qing's words, Elder Wu couldn't help but frown slightly. A cultivator in the late Jindan period next to him said sternly, "No, you have ruined Miss Shangguan's reputation and made her a laughing stock of the people of the city. You have made City Lord Shangguan look down upon by the people and lost all his prestige. Before you die, you still want to see Miss Shangguan. Aren't you deliberately making City Lord Shangguan look bad in front of the people of the city?" After hearing the words of the late Jindan period cultivator, Meng Qing's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, "In that case, Meng Qing will have to fight to the death with all the immortals. However, even if Meng Qing dies, before he dies, he will definitely explode his demon pill and perish with all the immortals. All the immortals have worked hard, but in the end, they will get nothing." After hearing Meng Qing's words, Elder Wu and others were all stunned, and their faces changed. If Meng Qing really exploded his demon pill, even if he couldn't perish with these Jindan stage cultivators, he would definitely cause them to suffer heavy damage, and even consume decades or hundreds of years of cultivation. It's not impossible. In that case, it would really be a loss, and it would be more trouble than gain. Thinking of this, the late Jindan stage cultivator who spoke also closed his mouth and had nothing to say. Elder Wu hesitated for a moment, then turned around and shouted, "Butler Xiang! Butler Xiang!" Zhang Duang, who was hiding behind the wall of the outer courtyard, heard Elder Wu's call and hurriedly walked over tremblingly, walked behind Elder Wu, bowed and said, "Elder Wu, you called me?" "Go and invite Miss Shangguan," Elder Wu said in a deep voice. After hearing what Elder Wu said, Zhang Duang was slightly stunned, and then he said, "Elder Wu, my young lady has been sent to the Jade Emperor Pavilion. She has been gone for a whole day, and she can't be caught up even if we want to." Elder Wu turned around and glanced at Zhang Duang coldly and said in a cold voice, "Butler Xiang, do you really think that I am a clay puppet, without ears and eyes, and can't hear or see? City Lord Shangguan and Miss Shangguan are now in the City West Parade Ground, protected by a large number of troops. Do you want us to rush to the City West Parade Ground with great fanfare, in front of all the soldiers and the people of the city, so that Meng Qing and Miss Shangguan can meet?" Zhang Duang's face changed drastically, and he waved his hand hurriedly and said, "No, Elder Wu, you misunderstood. I really don't know where the young lady and the old man are now. Since Elder Wu said that the young lady and the old man are now in the training ground in the west of the city, I will go and invite the young lady and the old man back. I will go and invite them now." "Humph, no need. Fellow Taoist Wang, please go and bring City Lord Shangguan and Miss Shangguan here." Elder Wu snorted coldly. A cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core suspended in the air nodded slightly, and his figure flashed, and he disappeared in the air, flying quickly towards the west of the city. Seeing this, Zhang Duang's face suddenly changed again, and he opened his mouth several times, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. It was only a few minutes before and after, and a burst of air-breaking sound was heard in the air again. Zhang Duang turned his head and saw Elder Wang holding Shangguan Yude in one hand and Shangguan Yuan in the other, flying over from the air. In the blink of an eye, Elder Wang had already carried the two people to the collapsed house and threw Shangguan Yude and Shangguan Yuan to the ground. Shangguan Yuan leaned forward and fell to the ground. Meng Qing in the 8 diagrams demon-subduing formation saw this and called out anxiously, "Yuan, are you okay? Brother Meng Qing, Brother Meng Qing." Shangguan Yuan heard Meng Qing's voice and looked up hurriedly. When she saw Meng Qing in the 8 diagrams demon-subduing formation, Shangguan Yuan called out anxiously a few times, climbed up from the ground, stumbled, and ran towards Meng Qing. "Yuan, don't come over! Don't come over!" Meng Qing hurriedly stopped her, but it was still a step too late. Shangguan Yuan stumbled to the side of the 8 diagrams demon-subduing formation. As soon as she took a step forward, a bolt of lightning fell from the spiritual power grid in the air and instantly hit Shangguan Yuan, knocking her flying. "Yuan!" Meng Qing saw this and shouted anxiously, and was about to rush towards Shangguan Yuan. As soon as he moved, the spiritual power grid covering his head began to crackle, and several bolts of lightning fell, one after another, all hitting Meng Qing's body. Meng Qing's body suddenly flashed with a few silver snakes of lightning. Meng Qing was even more shocked and trembled all over. He felt pain all over his body, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, and still wanted to rush towards Shangguan Yuan. But soon, Meng Qing saw a woman rushing out from the side, hugging Shangguan Yuan's waist, catching Shangguan Yuan, who was knocked back by the spiritual power net, flying to the ground beside and putting Shangguan Yuan down. Seeing this, Meng Qing's eyes flashed with gratitude. He nodded slightly to the woman and said, "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Meng Qing is very grateful." The woman did not speak, but bowed to Xiang, who was not far behind Meng Qing, and said, "Master, I am late and frightened you." No, I came just in time. Xiang chuckled and said, pausing slightly, but then smiled and said, Xiaotaner, you are not lost. You have been looking for so long to find here. Sutaner was a little embarrassed by what Xiang said. She was really lost. She had been wandering around the city for almost a whole day. If she hadn't seen Elder Wang flying through the air with 2 people just now, Sutaner really couldn't find the place. Yes, Sutaner had always followed her master and lived in Yanyue Temple. She almost never left the gate of Yanyue Temple, and she didn't even know the way down the mountain. It was understandable that Sutaner couldn't find the direction in a big city like Longding Prefecture. Elder Wu, Elder Wang, and others around them were a little angry when they saw Sutaner, a mere cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, chatting with an ordinary person who couldn't even draw qi into his body. Elder Wang stepped forward, pointed at Sutaner, and said sternly, "Where did you come from, little girl? Get out of here! If you dare to delay again, I will kill you with a slap." Chapter 81, Breaking the Formation. Sutaner was carrying a lot of powerful talismans and magic weapons, such as Xuanjin Divine Thunder and Juyo Divine Thunder Talisman, and she also had a life-saving thing like the Death Puppet, and there was more than one. How could she be afraid of these few Jindan stage cultivators? Not to mention the attack talisman, such as Juyo Divine Thunder Talisman, which was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the late stage of Yuan Ying, even if it was the Xuanyin Divine Thunder, which was only equivalent to the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the middle stage of Jindan. It would not be difficult to smash these Jindan stage cultivators to death. Before, Sutaner had used Xuanyin Divine Thunder to kill more than one Jindan stage cultivator, and they were all Jindan stage cultivators. Even half a day ago, Sutaner used Xuanyin Divine Thunder to kill Elder Duanmu, who was in the Jindan stage. These Jindan stage cultivators in front of her were really not enough for Sutaner to look at. Since following the young master, Sutaner found that although she was still in the middle stage of foundation building, her strength level had risen sharply. Even the Yuanying stage, or even higher level cultivators, were no longer taken seriously by her. Even if facing those high-level cultivators at the top of the pyramid of the cultivation world, such as those in the Tribulation Crossing stage and the Ascension stage, even if they cannot defeat the opponent, it is definitely more than enough to protect themselves and escape. The Death Substitute Puppet can protect themselves from death, and the 5 Elements Escape Talisman can escape to all directions with the help of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for the Displacement Talisman, it can even be randomly teleported thousands of miles. Even if you can't escape after teleporting once, what about teleporting a few more times? Under random teleportation, no matter how large the detection range of the opponent's spiritual consciousness is, can it be larger than the universe? What's more, my young master is a powerful cultivator who can trigger a thunder tribulation of heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. Even cultivators in the Tribulation Crossing stage and the Ascension stage are probably not enough for the young master to move a finger in front of him, right? With the young master as her strong backing, Sutaner naturally has nothing to fear. Therefore now, Sutaner will not take a few Jindan stage cultivators seriously at all. After hearing what Elder Wang said, Sutaner sneered and said in a cold voice, "You can let me go, but release my young master first, and then we will leave." "Humph, if you release your young master, won't you also release Mengqing?" "Want to release your young master? No way." Elder Wang flatly refused. The bride, who was used as a substitute for Shangguan Yuan, is now locked up with the 1,000-year-old green python Mengqing. If Xiang is released, isn't it the same as releasing Mengqing? For this reason, Elder Wang will never agree to Sutaner's conditions. Mengqing seemed to have guessed what Elder Wang and Elder Wu were thinking. He looked at Elder Wang and Elder Wu and said, "My fellow immortals, thank you for allowing Mengqing to see Yuan before he died. Mengqing is already satisfied and has no regrets in death. My fellow immortals, rest assured, Mengqing will keep his promise and hand over the demon pill to you. But this little brother is innocent. I hope you will be merciful and let him go. Mengqing is willing to surrender and let you deal with him." After hearing Mengqing's words, Elder Wang, Elder Wu, and others couldn't help but be stunned again. Immediately, Elder Wang said sternly, "No, you are a foreign race, not of our race, and your heart must be different. How can we believe what you say?" Since the Immortal Master doesn't believe it, Mengqing will force out the demon pill now and hand it over to the Immortal Master, okay? Mengqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said lightly. As he spoke, Mengqing raised his hands and slowly pressed them down to the dantian in his lower abdomen, then turned his palms over and slowly lifted them up until they reached the neck under his mouth. Then, Mengqing opened his mouth and spit out a fiery red pill, which was quietly suspended in the air. The fiery red pill was naturally Mengqing's demon pill, which contained pure demon power equivalent to the golden pill of a late Jindan cultivator. As soon as the demon pill came out, Meng Qing seemed to be much weaker and his spirit was suddenly broken. Demon pill! It's really a demon pill! Elder Wang, Elder Wu and others were delighted when they saw the fiery red pill. Meng Qing stretched out his hand and pushed it slightly forward, and the fiery red pill slowly flew towards the boundary of the 8 diagrams demon subduing array. Moreover, the direction the demon pill flew to was exactly the direction where Elder Wang was. Soon, the demon pill had already flown to the boundary of the 8 diagrams demon subduing array. If it took another small step forward, it would hit the boundary of the 8 diagrams demon subduing array, and then it would trigger the 8 diagrams demon subduing array, triggering the lightning power in the spiritual power grid. Once the lightning power fell and touched the demon pill, there would be only one consequence. The demon pill exploded, forming a powerful spiritual power shockwave. And this powerful spiritual power shockwave is likely to directly break through the 8 diagrams demon subduing array. Even if Meng Qing's demon pill exploded, it would not cause much damage to the formation of the 8 diagrams demon subduing array. However, once the demon pill exploded, the pure and powerful demon power contained in the demon pill would disappear and return to the nature of heaven and earth. Elder Wu and Elder Wang spent so much time and energy to arrange everything, and it would all be in vain. Seeing that the demon pill was already at their fingertips, if they let it explode like this, wouldn't it be too wasteful? Therefore, a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core who controlled the 8 diagrams demon subduing array and was very close to Elder Wang, saw that the Golden Core was about to hit the formation boundary of the 8 diagrams demon subduing array. The cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core almost subconsciously withdrew the spiritual power that he had infused into the 8 diagrams demon subduing array through the flying sword. As his spiritual power was withdrawn, the flying sword he controlled suddenly became dim, and a slight gap suddenly appeared in the 8 diagrams demon subduing array formed by the flying sword. The small gap seemed to only allow the tiny demon pill to pass through it. However, Meng Qing seized the opportunity, raised his hand, and a huge demon power surged out from his hand and instantly rushed towards the gap. At the same time, the fiery red demon pill also flew back and was swallowed by Meng Qing again. The huge demon power instantly hit the gap and then hit the flying sword controlled by the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden elixir. Suddenly, the flying sword was directly knocked out by Meng Qing's demon power, broke into 2 pieces, fell to the ground, and instantly lost all its spiritual power. The 8 magic tools that made up the 8 diagrams demon subduing formation were instantly missing one, and the 8 diagrams demon subduing formation collapsed and ceased to exist. Meng Qing, however, took this opportunity to shake his body and instantly restored his original form, turning into a large green python as thick as a bucket. He rolled up his tail and swung it towards Elder Wu, Elder Wang and others. Chapter 82. Fierce Fight. Elder Wang, Elder Wu and others suddenly changed their expressions and hurriedly controlled their respective magic weapons and flying swords to attack the large green python that Meng Qing had revealed, but they were still a step too slow. The huge green python's tail instantly hit Elder Wang's body, causing Elder Wang to spit out blood and fly backwards for several feet, then fell heavily to the ground. "Evil creature, how dare you!" Elder Wu shouted loudly. While controlling the flying sword, he raised his hand and instantly threw out a 5 thunder talisman. Pa! With a crisp sound, the lightning transformed by the 5 thunder talisman instantly fell from the sky and landed on the large green python. The size of Dekungmong was so huge that it could not hide even if it wanted to. Moreover, the attack methods such as thunder and lightning were natural to the demons, and they had a restrained attribute. The attack method that the demons feared the most was thunder and lightning. Whether it was thunder and lightning caused by talismans or thunder and lightning that formed automatically between heaven and earth, the demons would instinctively feel afraid. Even the demons who had survived the catastrophe of transformation, or even survived the 99 heavenly tribulations and ascended to the fairyland, would still be afraid of the power of thunder and lightning, not to mention Meng Qing, who had not even survived the catastrophe of transformation. Although it was only a thunder and lightning transformed by the most low-level 5 thunder talisman, it hit Meng Qing, and even the python armor on its body was not hurt at all. However, Meng Qing's body still trembled instinctively. Elder Wu saw this. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and he shouted in a hurry, "It is afraid of thunder and lightning, fellow Taoists. Use the 5 thunder talisman." Elder Wu and others are all cultivators in the middle and late stages of the Golden Core. Although the 5 thunder talisman is precious, it is only for low-level cultivators such as the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage. For cultivators in the Golden Core stage and above, the 5 thunder talisman is nothing at all. In fact, a mere 1 or 2 5 thunder talismans, when hitting a golden core cultivator, can't even touch 1 or 2 of their fur, let alone anything else. Therefore, the 5 thunder talisman is really a bit useless for Elder Wu and others. When fighting against the enemy, it is not used at all, and it can only be used to reward the disciples below. However, it is undeniable that almost every cultivator in the Golden Core stage has a few, or even several, low-level talismans, such as the 5 Thunder Talisman. After listening to Elder Wu's words, the other Jindan stage cultivators all manipulated various flying swords and magic weapons, and took out low-level talismans such as the 5 Thunder Talisman, the Fiery Fire Talisman, and the Swift Wind Talisman, and threw them at Meng Qing without thinking. After being thrown out, these low-level talismans instantly transformed into lightning, or balls of fire, or wind blades, and fell on Meng Qing in a mess. Low-level talismans such as the Fiery Fire Talisman and the Swift Wind Talisman could not cause any harm to Meng Qing at all. However, the lightning transformed by the 5 Thunder Talisman, when it fell from the sky and hit Meng Qing, actually did not cause any damage to its body, but the sound of thunder and lightning still made Meng Qing feel scared, and his body would tremble involuntarily. Xiang Yuan, who was not far away, saw the huge body of Meng Qing, which was constantly trembling due to the lightning. She couldn't help crying and shouting, "Brother Meng Qing! Brother Meng Qing! Please, please, let Brother Meng Qing go! Let my brother Meng Qing go! Brother Meng Qing has never done anything bad. He is a good demon." Seeing that it was useless to ask Elder Wu and others for help, Xiang Yuan knelt on the ground, turned around, hugged Xiang Yuan's thighs with both hands and kept begging, "Father, father, my daughter really likes Brother Meng Qing. Whether he is a human or a demon, my daughter has decided on him in this life, and I will not marry anyone else except him. Father, please, please let Brother Meng Qing go. Father, your daughter begs you. If something happens to Brother Meng Qing, your daughter will never live alone." After hearing Xiang Yuan's words, Xiang Yuande was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed again. Just as he was about to open his mouth to scold, Elder Wu on the side had already opened his mouth to scold. "Nonsense! Humans and demons are different. How can they be together? Miss Xiangguan, you are a human and he is a demon. How can there be any good results from your union? Demons are demons. They can never change their cruel nature. If you stay with them, you will end up with nothing left. No, Brother Meng Qing is not that kind of person. He won't do that. He is really good to me. I know he won't lie to me." Xiang Yuan kept shaking her head and said, "Humph, you can't judge a person's heart by his appearance. Miss Xiangguan, you are still too young." Elder Wu snorted coldly. As he spoke, Elder Wu was still controlling the flying sword, constantly attacking Meng Qing, and occasionally he would take out 1 or 2 talismans, such as the 5 Thunder Talisman, and raise his hand to hit Meng Qing. Although the lightning transformed by the 5 Thunder Talisman would make Meng Qing's body tremble violently every time, as if he was very scared, as if it would cause it a lot of damage. But in fact, the lightning transformed by the 5 Thunder Talisman, like other low-level talismans such as the Fiery Fire Talisman and the Swift Wind Talisman, basically would not cause any damage to Meng Qing. Even some other intermediate talismans that are more advanced than the 5 Thunder Talisman, the Fiery Fire Talisman and the Swift Wind Talisman, could not cause any substantial damage to Meng Qing, including the various flying swords and magic weapons controlled by Elder Wu and others. Meng Qing has practiced for 3,000 years, and the python skin that has been transformed and replaced, and the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor refined is its best defense, as well as its body. Meng Qing has thick skin and flesh. 3,000 years of cultivation have made his body as hard as stone. Ordinary flying swords and magic weapons can't cause much damage to his body, and every time Meng Qing's huge python tail sweeps over, it's like a huge road roller, rolling over. As long as the cultivator is swept by its python tail, no matter they are in the middle or late Jindan stage, without exception, almost all of them will be swept back and fall heavily to the ground, seriously injured, and spit out a few mouthfuls of old blood. And Meng Qing used the 2 sharp fangs that fell off during the shedding to refine the Qingmong dividing water Ma thorn. Under Meng Qing's control, it flew in the air like 2 small and flexible snakes, constantly wandering and flying in the air. From time to time, the 2 green pythons' ime-splitting water spears would take advantage of the distraction of a cultivator in the middle or late Jindan stage and fly over from mid-air like lightning, instantly hitting the cultivator. Even if the cultivator had armor on his body, it would still emit bursts of white light. Some low-level armor would even be directly pierced by the 2 green pythons, ime-splitting water spears, and even injure the cultivator's body behind the armor. The fight between the 2 sides lasted only a few minutes, and Meng Qing's huge python body had been burned black and white by lightning and flames caused by various flying swords, magic weapons, and talismans, such as the Five Thunder Talisman. It looked scarred and gray. Although these attacks did not actually cause much damage to Mengqing, they still made it gray and embarrassed. The cultivators who besieged Mengqing were also covered in wounds. Many cultivators in the middle and even late Jindan stages were crushed by Mengqing's huge python tail or injured by the Qing python's MA splitting spear. Although the injuries were not serious, they looked even more ferocious than Mengqing with blood all over their bodies. Chapter 83. Hand over the demon pill and surrender. Seeing that the Five Thunder Talismans and various flying swords and magic weapons attacked Mengqing together, but were blocked by its huge body, Elder Wu's eyes shrank slightly. Turning his head to look at Xiangguan Yuan, who was crying like a tearful person on the ground, Elder Wu's eyes shrank, and he stretched out his hand and sucked. A huge spiritual power directly sucked Xiangguan Yuan on the ground and grabbed her by the neck. Xiangguan Yuan immediately struggled and cried, while she kept stretching out her hands to pry open the big hand of Elder Wu that was stuck on her neck. However, Xiangguan Yuan was just a mortal woman, and her physical strength was originally very weak, so how could she pry open the big hand of Elder Wu? No matter how she struggled, it was just like an ant trying to shake a tree, and it was futile. Xiangguan Yuande, who was standing aside, was angry that Xiangguan Yuan was determined to follow a goblin monster, but he and Xiangguan Yuan were flesh and blood after all. Seeing Xiangguan Yuan being grabbed by the neck by Elder Wu and held in the air, Xiangguan Yuande was anxious and rushed forward, saying in a hurry, "Immortal, Immortal, what are you doing? What are you doing? My daughter did not offend you, Immortal. Why?" Before he finished speaking, Elder Wu turned around and glared at Xiangguan Yuande coldly. The powerful spiritual pressure immediately frightened Xiangguan Yuande so much that his legs softened and he knelt on the ground, trembling and not daring to say another word. After staring at Xiangguan Yuande so hard that his legs softened and he knelt on the ground, Elder Wu immediately turned around and glared at Mengqing, saying sternly, "Mengqing, stop it! If you don't stop, I will kill Xiangguan Yuan." Mengqing, who showed his true form, twisted his huge python body a few times, turned into a human form again, and lay on the ground. Afterwards, Mengqing jumped up from the ground, stretched out his hand, and the two green python water-dividing MA spears in the air instantly flew back to his hands. He held one in each hand, stared at Elder Wu with cold eyes, and said sternly, "Let Yuan go. If you dare to touch a hair on her, even if I, Mengqing, dies, I will definitely drag you down with me." But Elder Wu did not take Mengqing's threat seriously at all. He sneered and said in a cold voice, "Mengqing, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you really care about Miss Xiangguan, just hand over the demon pill and surrender. Otherwise, this seat won't mind killing one or two mortals." You dare!" Mengqing shouted sternly. "Humph, do you think I'm kidding you? I'll count to 3. If you don't hand over the demon pill and surrender, I will kill Xiangguan Yuan immediately." As he spoke, Elder Wu's face darkened and he counted in a deep voice. 1. Meng, brother, don't worry about me. I'm already very satisfied to have met, known, and fallen in love with you in this life. Meng, brother, don't worry about me. Kill him, avenge me. Xiangguan Yuan was grabbed by the neck by Elder Wu, and her speech was a little incoherent, but her tone was very firm. Yuan, I can't do it. If you are gone and I am left alone in the world, even if I can achieve enlightenment and become the great saint of the demon clan, I will not be happy. At this point, Mengqing's face suddenly sank and his tone became firm. Without you, I would rather die. Humph, you talk so much nonsense. It's really, unfortunately, your tricks are useless to me. Elder Wu said coldly, and then counted again. 2. Mengqing, if you don't hand over the demon pill and surrender, you will be waiting for Xiangguan Yuan to collect your body. Immortal, don't, Immortal. Xiangguan Yuande knelt on the ground and shouted anxiously. You dare! Mengqing shouted again, holding the green python dividing water Ime spear tightly with both hands, with veins protruding on his hands, and he has been enduring to the extreme. Humph, do you think I dare? Elder Wu said coldly, and then counted coldly. 3. As soon as the 3 words came out, Elder Wu exerted force with his hands and was about to break Xiangguan Yuan's neck. Seeing this, Mengqing's face changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, Slow down! Humph, Mengqing, if you don't hand over the demon pill, I will really kill you. Sutaner on the side saw this and hurriedly called to Li Xiang in a low voice, Young master. Li Xiang shook his head slightly at her. Li Xiang was very familiar with such a bloody plot of human-demon love. In the previous life, the human-demon love between Whitesnake and Xu Shan was almost known to everyone. Although it was a TV series, he did not expect that in this time and space, he would encounter a real-life version of human-demon love. To be honest, Li Xiang was not opposed to such a cross-racial love. Love is a matter of mutual consent and will not hinder other people. What reasons do other people have to object? Li Xiang wanted to help Meng Qing and Shangguan Yuan, which was actually very simple. A few Jindan stage cultivators were nothing in front of Li Xiang. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. Isn't it easy to save Meng Qing and Shangguan Yuan? Moreover, to be honest, although they are all human, Li Xiang is really a little uncomfortable with what Elder Wu and others have done. Elder Wu and others first used the strategy of Li Dai Tao Jiang to trap Meng Qing. From the perspective of eliminating demons and defending the way, trapping Meng Qing is not wrong at all. However, you can trap Meng Qing, but why do you have to pull someone randomly on the street and disguise him as Shangguan Yuan? This is also because the person being pulled is Li Xiang. If it was someone else who was pulled and the hydrangea was snatched away by someone else, wouldn't Meng Qing have died countless times in the fierce fight between Elder Wu and others just now? Even Li Xiang, in the 8 diagrams demon subduing formation just now, he didn't know how many times he was hit by the spiritual power grid condensed by the 8 diagrams demon subduing formation and the lightning that fell. If Li Xiang was not wearing the 10,000-year black tortoise armor with strong defense, those lightnings might have taken his life. Even so, those lightnings, when they hit him, also burst out with balls of white light, and then were offset by the 10,000-year black tortoise armor. Fortunately, Elder Wu and Meng Qing and others were in a life-and-death struggle just now, and had no time to care about other things, so they did not notice Li Xiang's actions. And Li Xiang also took advantage of the opportunity of Elder Wu and Meng Qing's life-and-death struggle to walk to Sutaner and began to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. After that, the performance of Elder Wu and others made Li Xiang even more dissatisfied, even angry. If Elder Wu and others really came to exorcise demons and defend the way, Li Xiang might not be so dissatisfied. However, from the conversation between Elder Wu and Meng Qing and others, Li Xiang found that it was not the case at all. Elder Wu and others came for Meng Qing's demon pill at all, and exorcise demons and defend the way was just a high-sounding excuse for them to get Meng Qing's demon pill. Moreover, when the two sides had a falling out, Elder Wu and his people even abandoned the high-sounding false excuse of eliminating demons and defending the way. They even used Shangguan Yuan, a weak, unarmed mortal woman, to threaten Meng Qing and force Meng Qing to submit. How can this be the style of a noble and upright sect? This is simply the behavior of a despicable villain who will do anything to achieve his goal. After seeing this, Li Xiang immediately felt a little disgusted with the behavior of Elder Wu and his people. Chapter 84. I hope you can keep your word. Sutaner is a woman after all. Seeing Shangguan Yuan being grabbed by the neck by Elder Wu, and even very likely to die soon, she couldn't bear it after all, so she wanted Li Xiang to help save Shangguan Yuan. In Shangguan Yuan's view, Li Xiang is a real immortal who plays with the world. As long as he is willing to help, saving Shangguan Yuan and Meng Qing, wouldn't it be easy? Even for her, it can be said that it is easy to kill Elder Wu and other cultivators in the middle and late stages of the Jindan period. But Su Waner feels that it is still difficult to rescue Shangguan Yuan from the hands of the cultivators in the middle and late stages of the Jindan period. These powerful attack magic weapons and talismans, such as the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, are easy to use to kill Jindan period cultivators. But in the process of using them, they are likely to harm innocent people and hurt Shangguan Yuan, who was choked by Elder Wu. And Li Xiang, like Sutaner, is actually a little bit afraid of Elder Wu, who choked Shangguan Yuan's neck. Moreover, Li Xiang also wants to see if Meng Qing really likes Shangguan Yuan and is really willing to give up anything for her, including his own life. Therefore, after listening to Sutaner's words, Li Xiang shook his head slightly. However, Elder Wu, Meng Qing and others did not take Sutaner and Li Xiang seriously at all. One of them was just a small cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, and the other was just an ordinary person who could not even draw qi into the body. In front of a bunch of cultivators in the middle and late stages of Jindan, how could they have any sense of existence? Even Elder Wu, Meng Qing and others did not even look at Li Xiang and Sutaner. After listening to Elder Wu's words, Meng Qing's face changed several times. Shangguan Yuan, who was grabbed by the neck by Elder Wu, was still struggling there, and said intermittently, "Brother Meng, don't worry about me, don't worry about me. If I die, you avenge me. Kill this demon." After hearing Shangguan Yuan's words, Meng Qing's face calmed down instead. He stared at Shangguan Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Yuan, if you are gone, what fun will it be for me to live alone in this world?" Then Meng Qing raised his eyelids again, looked at Elder Wu, and said, "Don't you just want my magic pill? Okay, I'll give it to you. But I hope you can keep your word. If you take my magic pill, you will let Yuan and me go." Elder Wu nodded slightly and said, "This is natural. God is merciful. As long as you are obedient, hand over the magic pill, and promise not to do evil in the future, I will naturally let you and Miss Xiangguan go. I hope you will do what you say. Otherwise, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Meng Qing stared at Elder Wu coldly and forced the demon pill out of his body again. He opened his mouth and spat out a demon pill. With a wave of his hand, the demon pill slowly floated towards Elder Wu. When the demon pill was about 6 or 7 meters away from Elder Wu stretched out his hand and retracted it. A huge amount of spiritual power gushed out directly, wrapped around the demon pill, and sucked the demon pill directly into his hand. After grasping the demon pill, Elder Wu's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement. With a push, he pushed Xiangguan Yuan towards Meng Qing. Meng Qing hurriedly jumped forward and hugged Xiangguan Yuan. As soon as he hugged Xiangguan Yuan grabbed Meng Qing tightly, put her arms around his neck and cried, Brother Meng, why are you doing this?" Once the demon pill is lost, even if Meng Qing can still save his life now, he has already lost more than 90% of his spiritual power, and only has the last bit of spiritual power to maintain his life. Even with the remaining spiritual power, it is difficult for him to even maintain his transformation into a human form. Now Meng Qing can still maintain his human form, and after a while, I am afraid he can only change back to the state of a python. Moreover, even after changing back to the state of a python, it will be difficult for him to change back to human form without the demon pill. Even when facing the enemy, let alone a cultivator in the Jindan stage, even a cultivator in the foundation building stage can almost easily kill him, exorcist and defender of the way. Without the demon pill, Meng Qing is now equivalent to a piece of meat on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered at will. Even now, Meng Qing can only hope that Elder Wu will keep his word and really let him and Xiangguan Yuan go. However, Elder Wu seemed to have let Meng Qing and Xiangguan Yuan go, but Elder Wang and several other mid- and late-stage Jindan cultivators had no intention of letting Meng Qing and Xiangguan Yuan go. Elder Wang was thrown out by Meng Qing's python tail before, fell to the ground, and even vomited several mouthfuls of old blood. Although the injury was not serious, it made Elder Wang feel very embarrassed and even a little furious. After getting up from the ground, Elder Wang swallowed several blood-replenishing and qi-replenishing pills in a row, and then controlled the flying sword and magic weapon to attack Meng Qing. Even when controlling the flying sword and magic weapon, Elder Wang took out several Nanming Liwo talismans, Xuanyin Shenlei, etc., which were very precious to him, and threw them all at Meng Qing. However, the python skin armor on Meng Qing's body and the degree of defense of his physical body are indeed abnormal. Even the Xuanyin Divine Thunder and the Nanming Liwo talisman can hardly cause him much damage. The Xuanyin Divine Thunder is equivalent to the full-strength attack of a mid-stage Jindan cultivator. Each one hitting Meng Qing is equivalent to the most powerful attack that Elder Wang has gathered all his spiritual power. But it still can't cause much damage to Meng Qing. From this, we can also see how strong and abnormal Meng Qing's python skin armor and body are. And now Meng Qing, who has lost his demon pill, is extremely weak. It is the best time to deal with Meng Qing. How could Elder Wang miss such a good opportunity? If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Although Meng Qing has lost his demon pill now, as long as he practices diligently, it will not be difficult to restore his spiritual power and condense a demon pill again after a few decades or hundreds of years. For human cultivators, decades or even hundreds of years may be a lifetime. A cultivator in the Golden Core stage can only extend his lifespan by 1 century, which is longer than that of ordinary humans. But it is only 300 years, or a little more than 300 years. Once they cannot break through the Dan and become an infant in such a short time, what awaits them will eventually be death. However, the demon cultivators are different. Their lives are much shorter than humans, but once they embark on the path of cultivation, their lifespan will become much longer than that of humans. Hundreds and thousands of years are enough for human cultivators to cultivate from the qi into the body to the yuanying stage, or even the out-of-body stage. For a stronger cultivator, it is not impossible to cultivate to the fusion stage, or even the crossing tribulation stage. But for the demons, hundreds of years, or even 1,000 or 2,000 years, are just a snap of the fingers for them. As long as there is no external enemy, it is not difficult for Meng Qing to cultivate the demon pill again. Therefore, if we want to take revenge and wipe out the roots, we can only do it now, when Meng Qing is extremely weak. Once Meng Qing recovers, it will be difficult to wipe out the roots. Chapter 85. Meng Qing, prepare to die. Giving a look to the other cultivator next to him, Elder Wang's mind moved, and the flying sword suspended in the air in front of him moved as he wished, and instantly turned into a flash of lightning, stabbing towards Meng Qing. At the same time, the other cultivator also controlled a magic staff, and flew to the top of Xiang Yuan's head and smashed it down on Xiang Yuan's head. "Yuan!" Meng Qing shouted anxiously, and without thinking, he pulled Xiang Yuan violently, put one hand around her waist, turned half a circle in the air, hugged her tightly in his arms, and used his thick back to protect Xiang Yuan in his arms. Almost at the same time, the magic staff in the air fell instantly and hit Meng Qing on the back, and the flying sword controlled by Elder Wang also flew over at this time and instantly stabbed Meng Qing. The 1,000-year-old green python leather armor on Meng Qing's body, although tough and with strong defense, could not withstand the simultaneous attack of two Jindan stage monks. In other words, the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor, which had lost the support of Meng Qing's own spiritual power, could no longer provide continuous protection for Meng Qing, and could only rely on its own defense to resist the attacks of flying swords and magic staffs. Therefore, under the attack of the two Jindan stage cultivators' life treasures, the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor on Meng Qing's body flashed a green light, and then instantly broke apart and finally restored its original appearance, turning into a torn and rotten python skin. However, immediately afterwards, Elder Wang and the Jindan stage cultivator once again manipulated the flying sword and the magic staff, turned a circle in the air, and once again attacked Meng Qing and Xiang Yuan as fast as lightning. In an instant, the flying sword and the magic staff hit Meng Qing again, but Meng Qing still held Xiang Yuan tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. Under the attack of the flying sword and the magic staff, after losing the protection of the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor, Meng Qing could only rely on his own strong body to forcibly resist the attacks of the flying sword and the magic staff of Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator. Although Meng Qing's body was strong, after losing the demon pill that he had cultivated for 3,000 years, Meng Qing had lost more than 90% of his spiritual power. With only the strength of his body, he was still unable to withstand the joint attack of Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator. Under the attack of the flying sword and the magic staff, Meng Qing's whole body was hit forward, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood. Xiang Yuan, who was tightly protected by Meng Qing, was frightened when she saw this and shouted in a hurry, "Brother Meng! Brother Meng!" Meng Qing had blood on the corners of his mouth. He smiled miserably at Xiang Yuan and said, "Yuan, I'm fine. You, don't worry. As long as I am here, I will never let you die before me." Having said that, Meng Qing turned around again, stared at Elder Wu with a ferocious face, and said in a stern voice, "Mr. Wu, didn't you say that as long as I hand over the magic pill, you will let me and Yuan go? As cultivators, are you so despicable and shameless, and don't keep your word?" Elder Wu had no mercy at all, sneered at Meng Qing and said, "Yes, I did say that I would let you and Miss Xiangguan go. And? Didn't I let you go?" Elder Wang on the side, while attacking Meng Qing, said ferociously, "Meng, it was Brother Wu who promised to let you go, but I didn't promise to let you go. You were born a monster, cruel by nature, bringing disaster to the people and harming the innocent. Today, we will enforce justice on the behalf of heaven and destroy you, the monster." Having said that, Elder Wang sternly said, "Meng Qing, prepare to die." As he spoke, Elder Wang pinched the sword seal with his hand and pointed at Meng Qing. The flying sword in the air stabbed towards Meng Qing again. At the same time, the other Jindan stage cultivator also controlled the staff and smashed it towards Meng Qing's head again. Meng Qing had suffered several consecutive joint attacks from Elder Wang and the Jindan stage cultivator. He was already exhausted. Even the whole body became a little illusory. Indistinctly, a trace of the python's body appeared in Meng Qing's body, as if it would be beaten back to its original form at any time. No, not just beaten back to its original form, but death. No matter how strong Meng Qing's body is after losing 90% of his spiritual power, Meng Qing can never be the opponent of two Jindan stage cultivators. What's more, Meng Qing is protecting a weak woman who is powerless in his arms. "Master! The situation is urgent." Su Tanner saw that Meng Qing and Xiang Yuan seemed to be in danger of being killed by Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator. She couldn't help but shout anxiously, turned her head and looked at Li Xiang with eager eyes. Li Xiang couldn't help but frown slightly. Li Xiang was already somewhat dissatisfied with the actions of Elder Wu, Elder Wang, and others. Now, they had clearly promised Meng Qing to let him and Xiang Yuan go. However, Elder Wu and the others still went back on their words. After Meng Qing handed over the demon pill, they still chose to attack Meng Qing in order to cut the grass and eradicate the roots. This kind of behavior is really not what a famous and upright sect would do, let alone what a righteous person would do. With a thought, Li Xiang shouted anxiously, "Meng Qing!" With a flip of his wrist, he had two more surrogate puppets, a dripping demon pill, and a brand new set of 1,000-year-old green python leather armor in his hand. The demon pill and the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor were all copied by Li Xiang from Mengqing. With a wave of his hand, the surrogate puppet, the demon pill, and the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor in his hand instantly flew towards Mengqing. Mengqing heard Li Xiang's call and subconsciously looked back. As soon as he turned around, Mengqing felt a flash in front of his eyes, and it seemed that there were some extra things on his body. Mengqing looked down and saw 2 human-shaped puppets and a demon pill that exuded a very familiar aura. Most importantly, there was also a set of green python leather armor. Seeing that the demon pill and the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor that he had lost had reappeared in front of him, Mengqing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. And then he felt a sudden pain in his back, and the whole person couldn't help but pounce forward again. Then, Mengqing saw a crystal-clear flying sword passing through his chest, and then the flying sword pierced Shangguan Yuan in his arms, and then flew through Shangguan Yuan's body and flew into the air. After turning a corner in the air, the flying sword flew back to Elder Wang's side again and quietly floated in the air. However, a white light burst out from Mengqing and Shangguan Yuan's bodies, and then their entire bodies slowly began to become nothingness, and finally disappeared from the spot, leaving only 2 broken death puppets remaining in the spot. Seeing this, Elder Wu, Elder Wang, and the other Jindan stage cultivator were all stunned for a moment, and even the other Jindan stage and late stage cultivators were also stunned for a moment. Some of the more knowledgeable ones even shouted out, "Death puppet! It's a death puppet!" Then Elder Wang, Elder Wu, and other people also reacted one after another. Their faces changed suddenly, and Elder Wang subconsciously turned his head and looked towards Li Xiang and Su Tanner, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to attack Li Xiang and Su Tanner. But how could Li Xiang and Su Tanner be afraid of him? Seeing Elder Wang looking towards her, Su Tanner even turned her head and glared at him fiercely. Looking very angry, Chapter 86 Mengqing who came back from the dead. Mengqing only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then he saw Shangguan Yuan's body slowly becoming ethereal and finally disappeared. But then, more than 10 feet away from the original place, Mengqing saw Shangguan Yuan's body again, slowly becoming solid from nothingness, and finally appearing alive in front of him. No, to be precise, it was not only Shangguan Yuan, but also himself. Obviously, it was that mortal, the mortal who pretended to be Yuan, and the 2 human-shaped puppets he threw to him, who saved himself and Yuan. Mengqing has practiced for 3,000 years, and is actually more knowledgeable than Elder Wang and Elder Wu. Since Elder Wang and Elder Wu knew that the humanoid puppet was a surrogate puppet, how could Mengqing not know? However, Mengqing never thought that a mortal would have such a magical weapon as a surrogate puppet, and there was more than one. That was a surrogate puppet. It could resist the fatal blow for the master. It was already surprising and shocking for a mortal to have a surrogate puppet, but I didn't expect that the other party actually had more than one surrogate puppet. At once, there were 2. Being able to casually take out 2 surrogate puppets to save 2 people who had never met him before, Mengqing really didn't know how to thank Li Xiang and Su Tanner. Moreover, what surprised Mengqing even more was the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor and the demon pill. The 1,000-year-old green python leather armor was made by Mengqing using the python skin that Mengqing shed every 1,000 years. It has its breath and smell on it. In the past 3,000 years, Mengqing has only made 2 sets in total. One of the sets was worn and torn 1,000 years ago and was discarded by Mengqing. The remaining set was made 1,000 years ago after Mengqing shed his skin again. It has been worn on Mengqing's body and has almost never been taken off. Moreover, under the joint attack of Elder Wang and the other Jindan period monk, the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor that Mengqing was wearing had been destroyed by Elder Wang and the Jindan period monk. It can be said that there should be no more leather armor in this world. Even if there is leather armor, even if it is also made of 1,000-year-old python snakeskin, it is definitely not his own. But just now, the leather armor that the mortal threw to him was exactly the same as the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor he wore before, no matter from the smell or breath. It was like I had just taken it off my body. It wasn't just this 1,000-year-old green python leather armor that gave Mengqing this familiar feeling, but also that 1,000-year-old demon pill. The spiritual power contained in the demon pill, the breath and smell contained in the spiritual power, were exactly the same as the demon pill that I had forced out of my body and gave to Elder Wu. Of course, it was impossible to mistake my own demon pill. As soon as I got it, Mengqing actually knew that the demon pill was the one in my body. Even the spiritual power contained in the demon pill was not lost at all, just like the demon pill that I had just forced out of my body. As soon as Mengqing was resurrected with the substitute puppet, He couldn't wait to throw the 1,000-year-old demon pill in his hand directly into his mouth and swallowed it. It was Meng Qing's own thing. As soon as it entered his mouth, the demon pill was directly sucked into his body by Meng Qing and returned to his dantian. As soon as the demon pill returned to the dantian, the spiritual power in the demon pill flowed along Meng Qing's 7 meridians and 8 vessels to Meng Qing's limbs and bones in an instant. Meng Qing immediately felt that his body was like a long dry field, which suddenly welcomed a spring breeze and drizzle. The whole body instantly regained vitality and energy. The whole person suddenly became energetic and full of energy. Meng Qing's lost spiritual power was also restored in this moment. Now Meng Qing has become fully revived. Without thinking, Meng Qing put the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor he had just obtained on Shangguan Yuan to protect Shangguan Yuan. Then, Meng Qing turned around again and nodded slightly to Xiang. Immediately, Meng Qing turned around and stretched out his hand. The green python water-dividing Ime spear that had fallen to the ground due to the loss of spiritual power flew up instantly and flew back to Meng Qing's hand. Meng Qing held a green python water-dividing Ime spear in one hand and raised his hand. The 2 green python water-dividing Ime spears instantly floated up, spinning and stopping in front of Meng Qing. Then, Meng Qing pinched the sword formula with his hand and pointed his hand. The 2 green python water-dividing Ime spears instantly flew into the air and met the flying sword and magic staff controlled by Elder Wang and the other Jindan period cultivator. Dang! Dang! With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 green python water-dividing Ime spears hit Elder Wang's flying sword and the magic staff of the Jindan period cultivator respectively. The 2 green python splitting water Ime spears were originally made from the fangs that Meng Qing shed. They were Meng Qing's life-defining magic weapons. They almost did not need to be cultivated. Meng Qing and the green python splitting water Ime spears were in tune with each other. After cultivating into life-defining magic weapons, Meng Qing and the green python splitting water Ime spears were even more in tune with each other. They reached the state of being able to use them as if they were one's own arm. When manipulating and using the green python splitting water Ime spears, the 2 green python splitting water Ime spears were like extensions of Meng Qing's arms. He could move them at will and easily exert the full power of the green python splitting water Ime spears. When the 2 collided, Elder Wang's flying sword and the staff of the Jindan stage cultivator were almost instantly broken into 2 pieces by the green python splitting water Ime spears and fell directly from midair. Then, under Meng Qing's control, the 2 green python water-dividing Ime spears flew towards Elder Wang and the Jindan stage cultivator at lightning speed. Meng Qing's cultivation was already at the peak of the late Jindan stage, and it was only a few years away from transcending the tribulation and transforming into a human form. Whether in terms of cultivation or any other aspects, Meng Qing, a member of the demon race, could easily kill 2 or even 3 or 4 human Jindan stage cultivators in a second. What's more, Elder Wang and the Jindan stage cultivator were only in the middle Jindan stage, not even the late Jindan stage. In terms of realm alone, Elder Wang and the other 2 were already a whole realm lower than Meng Qing. Elder Wang and the other 2 could only bully Meng Qing, who had lost his demon pill and whose cultivation was less than 10% left. Once Meng Qing recovered his cultivation and was revived with full blood, Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator would not have a chance to resist at all. In an instant, the 2 green python water-dividing Ime thorns controlled by Meng Qing had already flown to the side of Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator. Before Elder Wang and the other 2 could react, the 2 green python water-dividing Ime thorns had already pierced their bodies. Elder Wang and the other 2 also had armor of a high grade, which was quite consistent with their status as Jindan stage cultivators. When facing the attacks of Jindan stage cultivators of the same level, the armor on their bodies was barely able to protect them. However, Meng Qing was not just a Jindan stage cultivator, but a demon cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage. The green python water-dividing thorns he used were not just simple mid-grade spiritual tools, but his own life tool made from his own fangs. The 2 green python water-dividing Ime spears were extremely sharp and incomparable. When they pierced Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator, it was like piercing into a piece of tofu. They easily pierced through the armor on Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator. After a flash of light passed through Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator, the armor on their bodies instantly revealed its original form. Then, Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator felt a pain in their bodies, as if they were stabbed by something. The next moment, Elder Wang and the Jindan stage cultivator were already killed by the 2 green python water-dividing Ma spears. Although Elder Wang and the other 2 were both Jindan stage cultivators, they were also relatively powerful in the world of cultivation. At least, compared to the huge number of cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, the Jindan stage cultivators could barely be called seniors. However, even if they were Jindan stage cultivators, Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator did not have such a magical weapon as the Death Substitute Puppet. Without the Death Substitute Puppet, no matter whether you were a Jindan stage cultivator or a Yuanying stage cultivator, you only had one life. Once you died, you were dead. There was no possibility of coming back to life. Chapter 87 Siege. In the moment after the Death Substitute was resurrected, Meng Qing took advantage of the fact that Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator were completely unprepared and easily manipulated the two green, python dividing water ime spears to break the flying swords and magic staffs of the two men, and then easily pierced through the armor they were wearing, and then pierced through the bodies of Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator. Without even a hum, Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator were pierced through the body by two green python water-dividing ime spears. Even the Jindan in their bodies was pierced by the green python water-dividing ime spears. The two green python water-dividing ime spears penetrated their bodies, and the two Jindan stage cultivators instantly exploded and died. Their bodies and the Jindan in their bodies were all broken into countless pieces, exploding and splashing everywhere. The two Jindan stage cultivators were instantly dead. Seeing Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator who suddenly exploded and died, Elder Wu and the other Jindan stage cultivators suddenly reacted and hurriedly sacrificed their respective magic weapons and flying swords, secretly alert. Then there were other Jindan stage cultivators who felt that the best defense was offense. Just being alert and defensive would only passively take a beating. What's more, Meng Qing has now been revived with full blood and has returned to his strongest state. The defense of a single Jindan stage cultivator, even a late Jindan stage cultivator, is likely to be unable to defend against Meng Qing's full-strength attack. Therefore, it is necessary to use attack instead of defense, forcing Meng Qing to retract the Qingmong dividing water ime thorn and defend. Only in this way can it be possible to force Meng Qing to be in a hurry and unable to take care of himself under the joint attack of the big guys. Only in this way can it be possible to defeat Meng Qing and not be defeated by Meng Qing one by one, and end up like Elder Wang and the others. Someone took the lead, controlling the flying sword and magic weapon, and attacked Meng Qing fiercely. The other Jindan stage cultivators immediately came back to their senses, each controlling the flying sword and magic weapon, and besieged Meng Qing again. The joint attack of several Jindan stage cultivators really forced Meng Qing to be a little flustered and unable to take care of himself. At least, Meng Qing no longer has the time to use the Qingmong dividing water ime spear as before to easily pierce the Dantian Jindan of Elder Wang and the other Jindan stage cultivator, and kill the two Jindan stage cultivators in one fell swoop. Under the siege of Elder Wu and others, Meng Qing suddenly seemed a little flustered and overwhelmed. But Elder Wu and others were still able to distract themselves to deal with other people. For example, Elder Wu, seeing that he could not defeat Meng Qing for a long time, actually used the same trick again and set his sights on Shangguan Yuan. With a thought, the flying sword controlled by Elder Wu instantly flew towards Shangguan Yuan again. One air. Shangguan Yuande saw the flying sword controlled by Elder Wu flying straight towards Shangguan Yuan, and couldn't help but be frightened. He shouted anxiously and wanted to pounce on it and block Shangguan Yuan. However, how could Shangguan Yuande's reaction speed be comparable to that of Elder Wu's flying sword? With a flash of white light, Elder Wu's flying sword had already pierced Shangguan Yuan's body. Fortunately, Meng Qing had already put the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor on Shangguan Yuan's body. Although Elder Wu's flying sword had a fierce attack, it was still blocked by the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor. A green light flashed on Shangguan Yuan's body, and the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor directly blocked Elder Wu's flying sword. Although Elder Wu immediately controlled the flying sword and stabbed Shangguan Yuan again, Su Tanner, who had reacted long ago, had already taken out a substitute puppet and threw it at Shangguan Yuan. Under Su Tanner's control, the substitute puppet was instantly thrown on Shangguan Yuan's body. At almost the same time, Elder Wu's flying sword pierced Shangguan Yuan's body again. After being attacked twice by Elder Wu's flying sword, who was at the peak of the late Jindan stage, the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor on Shangguan Yuan's body was pierced by Elder Wu's flying sword. With a flash of green light, the leather armor on Shangguan Yuan's body had become fragmented and restored its original shape, turning into a tattered python skin. Then, after piercing the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor, the flying sword controlled by Elder Wu directly pierced Shangguan Yuan's body and passed through her body. A ball of white light burst out from Shangguan Yuan's body, and then the whole body became nothingness again, and finally turned into a small, broken human-shaped puppet and fell to the ground. However, Xiang Yuan's body disappeared again, and then slowly appeared again, more than 10 feet away, and resurrected in place of death. A substitute puppet! Another substitute puppet! Elder Wu's face suddenly turned livid. That little girl in the foundation building period. No, it should be the young master in her mouth, the fake son-in-law who was sent to Xiang Yuan's room by himself. How many surrogate puppets does he have? Those are surrogate puppets. Even the Jindan period. No, to be precise, even the Yuanying period, or even the senior cultivators in the out-of-body period and the Huashen period may not have one or two, which can be used to save their lives. How many surrogate puppets does that mortal have? Why can even a little girl beside him, a little cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, casually throw away the surrogate puppet, a magical weapon that can save lives against the sky and is invaluable, like throwing away garbage to a mortal? Throw it to a little girl? When did surrogate puppets become so worthless? His face turned cold, and Elder Wu's mind moved. He turned his head in an instant and glared at Xiang and Sutaner with a sharp look. At the same time, a strong spiritual pressure from a quasi-nascent soul cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage also rushed towards Xiang and Sutaner. In the past, even cultivators in the late foundation building stage had to kneel down and surrender when faced with the spiritual pressure from a quasi-nascent soul cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage, who was a whole realm higher. But this time, when facing an ordinary man and a little girl in the middle stage of the foundation building stage, Elder Wu sadly discovered that his spiritual pressure was not even a little bit useful to these two people. Xiang directly ignored the spiritual pressure from those cultivators. Whether it is the Jindan stage, the Yuanying stage, the out-of-body stage, or even the cultivators in the Duji stage and the Feisheng stage, it is impossible to scare Xiang with spiritual pressure. In Xiang's concept, there is no such concept as spiritual pressure, so he can be immune to the spiritual pressure of all cultivators. As for Sutaner, if it were in the past, when Sutaner encountered the spiritual pressure of the late Jindan cultivator, she would probably be scared like other cultivators. Her legs would go weak, and she couldn't even stand. But now, in Sutaner's view, the young master she followed has a deep cultivation base, and with a wave of his hand, he can bring about a Sanju thunder tribulation. Such a person can no longer be described as a cultivator. He is simply an immortal in the fairy world. Even this young master of hers may not have a low status in the fairy world. Otherwise, other immortals cannot easily come to the mortal world. Even if they come to the mortal world, they will be bound by various laws of heaven. And my young master, judging from the situation of following him these days, he doesn't seem to be bound by any laws of heaven at all. With such a huge towering tree behind her, Sutaner will naturally not be afraid of any other cultivators. Therefore now, even if a senior in the tribulation crossing stage used spiritual pressure on Sutaner, Sutaner would probably just turn a blind eye. Without fear in her heart, she would naturally not be afraid of any spiritual pressure. Elder Wu's spiritual pressure on Xiang and Sutaner would naturally have no effect. Chapter 88, A Fool's Dream. With a cold face, Elder Wu's mind moved, and he turned his head in an instant, staring at Xiang and Sutaner with sharp eyes. At the same time, a powerful spiritual pressure from a quasi-nascent soul cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage also rushed towards Xiang and Sutaner. In the past, even cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage, when faced with the spiritual pressure from a quasi-nascent soul cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage, who was a whole realm higher, almost had to kneel down and surrender. But this time, when facing an ordinary man and a little girl in the middle stage of foundation building, Elder Wu found sadly that his spiritual pressure was not even a little bit useful to these two people. Xiang directly ignored the spiritual pressure of those cultivators. Whether it was the Jindan stage, the Yuanying stage, the out-of-body stage, or even the cultivators in the crossing tribulation stage and the ascension stage, it was impossible to scare Xiang with spiritual pressure. In Xiang's concept, there was no concept of spiritual pressure at all, so he was naturally immune to the spiritual pressure of all cultivators. As for Sutaner, if it were in the past, when Sutaner encountered the spiritual pressure of the late Jindan cultivator, she would probably be like other cultivators, frightened to the point of weakness in her legs, and even unable to stand. But now, in Sutaner's view, the young master she followed had a deep cultivation base, and with a wave of his hand, he could bring about a Sanju thunder tribulation. Such a person can no longer be described as a cultivator. He is simply an immortal from the immortal world. Even so, this young master of his own probably has a high status in the immortal world. Otherwise, other immortals cannot easily come to the mortal world, and even if they come to the mortal world, they will be bound by various laws of heaven. And from the situation of following his young master these days, it seems that he is not bound by any laws of heaven at all. With such a huge towering tree behind her, Su Tanner will naturally not be afraid of any other cultivators. Therefore, now even if a senior in the tribulation crossing period exerts spiritual pressure on Su Tanner will probably just turn a blind eye. Without fear in her heart, she will naturally not be afraid of any spiritual pressure. Elder Wu's spiritual pressure on Li Xiang and Su Tanner naturally has no effect. After discovering that the spiritual pressure was useless to Li Xiang and Su Tanner, Elder Wu could not help but be slightly stunned. But soon, Elder Wu's mind suddenly moved again, and the flying sword that was originally attacking Meng Qing turned in the air in an instant, and stabbed towards Li Xiang as fast as lightning. Even if Li Xiang has a substitute puppet, so what? To put it bluntly, isn't he still just an ordinary person? As long as his flying sword is fast enough, he can directly penetrate Li Xiang's body in the shortest time, leaving him no time to take out the substitute puppet. In that case, even if Li Xiang still has a substitute puppet on his body, he will eventually die. In an instant, the flying sword controlled by Elder Wu had already flown in front of Li Xiang, and the sharp tip of the sword stabbed directly into Li Xiang's body. However, Elder Wu soon discovered sadly that everything was really just his overthinking. His flying sword, a top-grade spiritual weapon, didn't even pierce the opponent's clothes and was bounced off by a little white light coming out of the opponent's body. That person not only had a magical weapon like the death substitute puppet, but also wore high-grade armor. The grade was so high that even his flying sword couldn't pierce the opponent's armor. Where did this guy come from? He is obviously just an ordinary person who can't even draw air into his body. He not only has a magical weapon like the death substitute puppet, but also has high-grade armor to protect himself. Could this be a young man from a family of cultivators who traveled the mortal world? If I offend him, it won't cause me any unnecessary trouble, right? Elder Wu was staring at Li Xiang with his eyes wide open in surprise. His mind was full of random thoughts. Seeing Elder Wu dare to attack his young master, Su Tanner, who was standing by, immediately stared at Elder Wu with her eyes wide open and shouted, "You thief, Taoist priest, how dare you sneak attack my young master?" As she spoke, Su Tanner turned her wrist, and a Xuanyin Divine Thunder appeared in her hand. Without even looking at it, Su Tanner casually threw the Xuanyin Divine Thunder towards Elder Wu. Then, Su Tanner turned her wrist again, took out another Xuanyin Divine Thunder, and threw it towards Elder Wu. In just a blink of an eye, 7 or 8 Xuanyin Divine Thunders were thrown towards Elder Wu one after another. Then, in front of Elder Wu or near him, they exploded one after another. At the beginning, Elder Wu was able to rely on his own cultivation and the armor he was wearing to block the full force of the Xuanyin Divine Thunder, which was equivalent to the full force of a mid-stage Jindan cultivator. But later, as Su Tanner threw the Xuanyin Divine Thunders one after another, as if they were free, she threw them all at Elder Wu. The armor on Elder Wu's body finally consumed the last bit of defense under the continuous explosion attacks of the Xuanyin Divine Thunders. Finally, a white light flashed and then it returned to its original appearance, but it was a tortoise shell. The tortoise shell armor that had returned to its original appearance suddenly cracked into tiny holes under the shock wave generated by the explosion of another Xuanyin Divine Thunder, and finally completely turned into a pile of fragments and fell off Elder Wu's body. Then the explosion shockwave of the next Xuanyin Divine Thunder came again. Several lightning bolts containing the power of Xuanyin fell from the sky and directly hit Elder Wu, who had lost the protection of the tortoise shell armor. Elder Wu stumbled forward and fell directly from the empty air to the ground. As soon as he fell to the ground, Elder Wu opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow. However, immediately afterwards, Su Tanner raised her hand and shot another Xuanyin Divine Thunder, which flew in front of Elder Wu. After all, Elder Wu was a quasi-Yuanjing stage cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage, and his adaptability was still very strong. Seeing that the Xuanyin Divine Thunder flew in front of him and was about to explode, Elder Wu gritted his teeth and his body suddenly jumped up, kicked the Xuanyin Divine Thunder with a flying foot, and kicked the Xuanyin Divine Thunder directly towards Li Xiang. Immediately, Elder Wu gritted his teeth again, and with a flick of his wrist, a golden talisman appeared in his hand. Chapter 89. Life-Saving Means. The 9th level talisman, the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, is equivalent to the full force attack of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. This is Elder Wu's last resort to save his life, and it is also his strongest means of attack. The full force attack of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage is definitely not something that any random cultivator can withstand. It can be said that it is precisely because Elder Wu has such a 9th level talisman in his hand, which can exert the full force of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, that Elder Wu can almost ignore any cultivator below the nascent soul stage. Even when facing a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage, or even the middle nascent soul stage, he has a little power to fight back. If it weren't for Su Tanner's successive Xuanyin Divine Thunder, which made him look shabby and embarrassed, and even the tortoise shell armor on his body was blown into pieces by the Xuanyin Divine Thunder. Even his own body was beaten by the Xuanyin Divine Thunder and vomited blood. Elder Wu really couldn't bear to take out such a precious 9th-level talisman. Using such a 9th-level talisman, which is equivalent to a full-strength attack by a late-stage Yuanying cultivator, to kill a small cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building and a mortal beside her, it is really a bit of a small talent for a big use. In a hurry, Elder Wu even forgot that the small cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building opposite him and the mortal beside her had a substitute puppet on their bodies. And there was more than one. Even if the 9 Nether Divine Thunder Talisman could really kill Su Tanner and Li Xiang in one fell swoop, as long as they still had substitute puppets on their bodies, how could this mere 9 Nether Divine Thunder Talisman kill Su Tanner and Li Xiang? Even if Elder Wu had 1,000 or 10,000 times more 9 Nether God Thunder Talismans, he still couldn't kill Su Tanner and Li Xiang. The number of death substitutes that Li Xiang and his companions had was far beyond the imagination of all the cultivators in the world. No one knew, not even Li Xiang himself, how many death substitutes he had. Moreover, as long as he wanted, this number could even increase by 1,000 times every day, and even increase for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Think about it, what kind of concept is that? Even if he followed the rules and advanced to each realm step by step, 100,000 years would be enough for a cultivator in the Qi refining stage to cultivate to the level of Earth Immortal, or even Heavenly Immortal. During such a long period of time, as long as the divine rich immortal cultivation system in Li Xiang's body had not abandoned him, everything he had now could be copied and copied for 100,000 years. Even if the base number is 1, after multiplying by 1,000, it will instantly become 1,000. And then, theoretically speaking, this number will grow exponentially with 1,000 as the base number. Not to mention 100,000 years, even 10 days, theoretically speaking, can become a number with 27 zeros added after 1, and become such a huge number that it can only be recorded using scientific notation. Not to mention 10 days, even if the base number is 1, in just 3 days, this number can even exceed 100 million. 100,000 years, how many 100 million would that be? Even if Li Xiang only took out a small part every day and rewarded it to Su Tanner or other followers, and then copied it back, this number would grow 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. After a few days, this number was also so many that Li Xiang couldn't count it. Even in the space of the Shenhao Shuxian system, the numbers of these items can only be recorded as 999 plus. Elder Wu wanted to kill Li Xiang and Su Tanner with just a 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman. This was undoubtedly a foolish dream. However, in a hurry, Elder Wu could not think of this at all. He even forgot that Li Xiang and Su Tanner had a substitute puppet in their hands, and still hoped that he could kill Li Xiang and Su Tanner in one fell swoop with a 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, Elder Wu had already taken out the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, opened his bloody mouth, grinned at Li Xiang and Su Tanner, raised his hand, and the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman in his hand flew out in an instant, turning into lightning and falling towards Li Xiang and Su Tanner. In an instant, the sky and the earth seemed to darken, as if there were only dazzling thunderbolts and lightning in the whole world. Boom! Boom! Lightning bolts fell from the sky, landing on Li Xiang and Su Tanner one after another. The thunderbolts transformed by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman were so powerful that even Meng Qing, who was fighting with several other mid- and late-stage Jindan cultivators, was frightened by the sudden thunderbolts that fell from the sky, and his hands and feet became weak. There was no way. Even if a demon like Meng Qing had cultivated to the point of transcending the tribulation and transforming into a human form, or even ascended to the immortal realm, when he heard thunderbolts, he would still feel fear and terror from the depths of his soul. This had almost become one of their innate weaknesses. Unfortunately, the thunderbolt transformed by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman was very loud and powerful. If it was used to attack Meng Qing, it might really destroy Meng Qing in one fell swoop. However, Li Xiang and Su Tanner were wearing the 10,000-year Black Tortoise armor. The 10,000-year Black Tortoise armor, a level 15 armor, could block the full force attack of a late-stage out-of-body cultivator. The full power of the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman was only equivalent to the full force attack of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Compared with the 10,000-year Black Tortoise armor with a level 15 armor, it was still a whole realm away. Even the thunderbolt transformed by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman fell on Xiang and Su Tanner, and even their dandruff didn't fall off, but was directly offset by the strong and abnormal defense of the 10,000-year Black Tortoise armor. A small attack by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman didn't even knock down 5% of the defense of the 10,000-year Black Tortoise armor. Or to be more precise, even if they were attacked by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman 20 times in a row, it would be possible to break the defense of the 10,000-year Black Tortoise armor, thus breaking the armor on Xiang and Su Tanner, and then it would be possible to attack Xiang and Su Tanner's bodies. But Elder Wu didn't have 29 Nether God Thunder Talismans in his hand. Not to mention 20, Elder Wu couldn't even take out 2. Seeing the thunderbolts and lightnings with great momentum, they fell on Xiang and Su Tanner, one after another in a very short time. Elder Wu thought that Xiang and Su Tanner might be directly struck by the thunderbolts and destroyed, but he didn't expect that when those thunderbolts and lightnings fell on Xiang and Su Tanner, Xiang and the others only emitted a few white lights and then directly offset those thunderbolts and lightnings. Chapter 90, Large Capacity and Fullness. It took only 1 or 2 breaths for the lightning transformed by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman to disappear, but Xiang and Su Tanner were still standing there alive and kicking. No, not just alive and kicking. Standing there unscathed, that mortal, who couldn't even draw chi into his body, was even standing there, sneering at him with a mocking look. He didn't take me, a quasi-nascent soul cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage, seriously at all. This was intolerable. Under Xiang's mocking gaze, Elder Wu was immediately furious. He shook his body and simply grabbed the flying sword. He merged with the sword and stabbed towards Xiang's chest. However, before Elder Wu flew to Xiang's mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered silently, saying in a cold voice, "Don't think that you are the only one who has the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman. I, the young master, also have it." At this point, Xiang deliberately paused for a moment, then raised his voice and said, "And large quantities are enough." As he said that, Xiang turned his wrist, and there were already several more 9 Nether God Thunder Talismans in his hand. Without even looking at them or counting them, Xiang directly raised his hand and threw all the 9 Nether God Thunder Talismans at Elder Wu. Suddenly, the 9 Nether God Thunder Talismans turned into lightning bolts, falling from the sky, and fell densely beside Elder Wu. The dense lightning bolts were like raindrops. Elder Wu didn't even have time to dodge, and he had already been hit directly by several lightning bolts falling from the sky. Suddenly, Elder Wu's body, which was flying towards Xiang, seemed to be hit by someone in the waist. He instantly fell from midair and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Elder Wu didn't even move at all, and was electrocuted to death by those thunderbolts. Without the tortoise-shell armor, Elder Wu could only use his body to receive the thunderbolts transformed by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman. The thunderbolts transformed by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman are equivalent to the full force of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Elder Wu is only a cultivator in the late golden core stage. How can he withstand the full force of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage? What's more, the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman that Xiang threw out was not just one, but several. Those several 9 Nether God Thunder Talismans almost simultaneously transformed into thunderbolts in the air, and then fell down and hit Elder Wu. Elder Wu was equivalent to being hit by the full force of several late Yuanying cultivators at the same time. How could he, a small cultivator in the Jindan stage, resist it? Of course, before he landed on the ground, Elder Wu had been killed by the countless thunderbolts transformed by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman. In mid-air, the thunderbolts transformed by the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman did not even let go of Elder Wu's body. After falling to the ground, there were still several thunderbolts that kept falling on Elder Wu's body, making his body tremble constantly. On the other side, Meng Qing and the other middle and late Jindan cultivators continued to fight. Meng Qing's defense is very high. The 1,000-year green python leather armor and his own body are very tough. Even without the 1,000-year green python leather armor, Meng Qing can withstand the attacks of those middle and late Jindan cultivators for a while with his powerful body. Moreover, Meng Qing is almost in his prime now, and the magic pill that he gave to Elder Wu before has also been returned by Xiang. Therefore, even when facing enemies that are several times larger than himself, Meng Qing can remain undefeated. Even while remaining undefeated, he can occasionally find time to give those Jindan mid and late stage cultivators a hard blow. However, one side has the advantage of physical strength, while the other side has the advantage of numbers. For a while, neither side could do anything to the other. However, the fight between Elder Wu and Li Xiang and Su Tanner still did not escape the eyes of Meng Qing and other Jindan mid- and late-stage cultivators. In other words, the dozens of 9 Nether God Thunder talismans thrown out by Elder Wu and Li Xiang successively, which transformed into lightning and thunder, inevitably affected the fight between Meng Qing and other Jindan stage cultivators. Seeing Elder Wu being struck by countless lightning bolts and falling to the ground, motionless and turned into a charcoal, the other Jindan middle and late-stage cultivators were stunned. The other Jindan middle and late-stage cultivators were stunned for about 2 or 3 seconds, which was actually very short. However, Meng Qing took advantage of this opportunity and manipulated the 2 green python water-dividing Ime spears again, instantly piercing the armor of another Jindan late-stage cultivator. Then, one of the green python water-dividing Ime spears easily pierced the dantian of the Jindan late-stage cultivator and directly shattered the golden elixir in his dantian. Before he could even scream, the Jindan late-stage cultivator had already died, staring at his eyes, wide open, and fell to the ground in a daze, instantly deader than dead. The other Jindan middle and late-stage cultivators also came to their senses at this time. Some people once again controlled the flying swords and magic weapons and attacked Meng Qing fiercely. There were also 2 or 3 Jindan stage cultivators who were not sure what they were thinking. They actually controlled the flying swords and magic weapons and attacked Li Xiang and Su Tanner, as if they wanted to avenge Elder Wu. Among those Jindan stage middle and late-stage cultivators, there were also 1 or 2 smarter ones who knew that Meng Qing, who had been revived with full blood, was not easy to mess with. If they continued to entangle, even with the cooperation of other cultivators, it would be difficult to get any good results from Meng Qing. What's more, there was another person next to them who could beat Elder Wu, a quasi-Yuanying stage cultivator at the peak state of the late Jindan stage, to death with 1 move, and his soul flew away. Even the Jindan was not left behind, and he was staring at them covetously. If they continued to stay here, they might not only fail to get any good results from Meng Qing, but might even be defeated by Meng Qing 1 by 1. Even more, if he offended the ordinary man next to him who could kill a peak Jindan late-stage cultivator with a flip of his hand, he might even lose his life. Thinking of this, the 1 or 2 Jindan stage cultivators, who were quick-witted and smart, while controlling their flying swords and magic weapons to attack Meng Qing, turned their bodies 180 degrees in mid-air, and then fled away without looking back. Chapter 91. Standard Configuration of Cultivators. As for the 2 fleeing Jindan stage cultivators, Li Xiang was too lazy to even look at them. Su Tanner was the same. She just glanced at the 2 fleeing cultivators with contempt, then turned her head away, and gently comforted Shangguan Yuan. Shangguan Yuan had been rescued by Su Tanner, and now she was looking anxiously at Meng Qing, who was fighting fiercely with the remaining Jindan stage monks. She was now wearing the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor, and she was holding several substitute puppets that Su Tanner had forced into her hands. Su Tanner was standing beside her, so she was very safe. It was basically impossible for those Jindan stage monks to touch her again. On the contrary, Meng Qing, who was besieged by several Jindan stage monks, made Shangguan Yuan very nervous, fearing that Meng Qing would be hurt by those Jindan stage monks again. And those 2 monks, for some unknown reason, actually left Meng Qing behind and instead controlled the magic weapons and flying swords to attack Li Xiang. However, the magic weapons and flying swords they controlled could not even break the defense of Li Xiang's 10,000-year-old black tortoise armor. A few subtle white lights flashed by, and the flying swords and magic weapons controlled by the 2 Jindan stage monks were instantly bounced away by the 10,000-year black tortoise armor, without even leaving a white mark. The actions of the 2 Jindan stage monks obviously made Li Xiang feel a little unhappy. So, Li Xiang gently waved his hand, and several 9 Nether God Thunder talismans flew out from Li Xiang's hand, turning into white light and disappearing into the black night. The next moment, the lightning and thunderbolts transformed by the 9 Nether God Thunder talismans instantly pierced the dark night sky, fell from mid-air, and instantly hit the 2 Jindan stage monks. Pia! 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 A few crisp thunderclaps rang in everyone's ears. The 2 mid-stage Jindan cultivators flashed a white and khaki light, and then their armors broke and fell off. The 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, which was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a late-stage Yuanying cultivator, transformed into lightning and thunder. It was easy for the 2 John cultivators to split their armors into a pile of debris, which fell down one after another. Even if ordinary Jindan cultivators were wearing armors that were far higher than their own level of cultivation, the level of the armors would never be high enough to withstand the full-strength attack of a Yuanying cultivator, especially a late-stage Yuanying cultivator. Not all cultivators are Li Xiang. Not all cultivators have the great opportunity to follow Xiang and get a huge amount of cultivation resources from him that any other cultivator would envy, even covet, including the 10,000-year black tortoise armor that can withstand the full force of the Yuanying stage or even the late out-of-body cultivator. Even ordinary cultivators may wear armor that does not match their own cultivation realm, which is also common. For example, a cultivator in the Jindan stage may only wear a set of level 5 or level 6 armor, or even a lower level of level 3 or 4 armor, which is also possible. Just like Zhang Yuanshan, the direct disciple of Ouyang Wufang, the first elder of the Ziwei Hall of the Laming Peak of the Lingxiao sect. Although Zhang Yuanshan is already at the peak of the late out-of-body stage and is about to enter the Jindan stage, and he is also the direct disciple of the first elder of the hall. However, the armor he wears is only a level 3 armor black crocodile back armor. Even if Zhang Yuanshan made a breakthrough, successfully condensed the liquid into a pill, advanced to the golden core stage, and became a cultivator in the early stage of the golden core, it is very likely that in a short period of time, he would still have to rely on the black crocodile back armor, which is only a 3rd level armor for self-defense. In the world of cultivation, flying swords and armor are the 2 most commonly used and common things for cultivators. Even a poor cultivator will have a flying sword in his hand for self-defense, and at the same time, he must have a piece of armor on his body. This can basically be regarded as the standard configuration of cultivators. The level of grade can be left aside, but the problem of whether it exists or not must be solved first. Without flying swords and armor, which are external things that can be seen at a glance, how can ordinary people, those mortals, know that you are a cultivator? Especially those low-level cultivators, such as those in the qi refining stage who have just introduced qi into their bodies, especially the primary cultivators in the early stage of qi refining, they can hardly release their spiritual power, let alone release their spiritual consciousness to form spiritual pressure, and use spiritual pressure to intimidate those ordinary people. Without flying swords and armor, those ordinary people would probably not be afraid of these low-level cultivators in the early stage of qi refining who have just introduced qi into their bodies. If they encounter 1 or 2 reckless men who are self-reliant and beat these low-level cultivators up, wouldn't it be the cultivator's face that is lost? Therefore, even the young cultivators in the early stage of qi refining who have just introduced qi into their bodies must have a set of armor and a flying sword. This is not only the weapons and armor that these young cultivators rely on to defend themselves, but also the iconic items that show their identity as cultivators to other people and other ordinary people. Unfortunately, from the perspective of refining, the complexity of refining armor is much more complicated than refining flying swords. Moreover, the higher the level of armor, the more complicated it is to refine, and the lower the yield rate, or more accurately, the possibility of success. Usually, the higher the level of armor, the more raw materials are required, and the higher the level of the raw materials. And many of these raw materials are hard to come by, and can even be said to be out-of-print materials. Many raw materials are even only a piece, a section, or a small bit. For example, the Kirin armor that Xiang copied from Ouyang Wufang, the out-of-print material is the scale piece of the Kirin's sacred beast, which is a truly out-of-print material that is hard to come by. It may take hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, to find such a piece. However, after adding a piece of Qilin's sacred beast scales to various armor-making materials, the armor grade and level were directly upgraded to the 9th level, becoming a medium-high level armor that can withstand the full-strength attack of a late-stage Yuanying cultivator. If Xiang had not copied the 10th level or even 15th level high-level armor from other high-level cultivators later, such as the 10,000-year-old black tortoise armor that can withstand the full-strength attack of a late-stage out-of-body cultivator, Xiang might even be wearing the 9th level Qilin armor now. Chapter 92. You have to work hard. It is not easy to refine a high-level armor, and what is even more difficult is to find the raw materials for refining these high-level armors. Without high-level raw materials, no one can refine high-quality armor. Even if there are mountains of low-level materials, even if more low-level armor is refined, even if a master-level refiner personally takes action, it is impossible to refine a pile of ordinary materials into high-grade materials, let alone refine them into high-level armor flying swords. This is the case for refining armor, and it is actually the same for refining flying swords. High-level flying swords also require high-level raw materials. However, flying swords are offensive magic weapons and weapons which are relatively simple and easy to refine, and the yield rate will be higher than that of refining armor. Therefore, although in the world of cultivation, low-level first and second-level flying swords and armors are common, and even everyone has a set, they are not worth much at all. After they break, they are not even worth repairing. They are thrown away and replaced with new ones. However, mid-level and high-level flying sword armors are still very rare. Especially those flying sword armors with higher levels are even as precious as giant pandas. Many high-level flying swords and armors are basically out of print. That is to say, in the entire cultivation world, there is only one flying sword or one set of armor. Moreover, even if it is the same level 15 item, such as the 10,000-year Black Tortoise armor, it is very likely that the original owner only has this one set, but there may be many flying swords or other offensive weapons of the same level. In terms of quantity alone, the number of weapons and armor above the middle and high levels is definitely far greater than the number of armor of the same level. Basically, the ratio of the two sides can reach the point of 5 to 1, or even higher. In other words, among the 6 level 15 weapons and armor, there may be 5 offensive weapons, but there may be only 1 level 15 armor, or even none. The rarity of middle and high-level armor can be imagined. Elder Wu, who is also a cultivator in the Jindan period, has a level 7 tortoise shell as armor, but the 2 cultivators in the middle Jindan period don't even have level 7 armor, but only 2 level 5 armor. Although the level 5 armor could barely block the attack of the Jindan stage cultivator, it was no different from the powerful 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman, which was equivalent to the full-strength attack of the late Yuanying stage cultivator. Just a thunderbolt of the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman fell from the sky and hit the 2 Jindan stage cultivators. The armor on the 2 Jindan stage cultivators was like paper, and it broke instantly and fell off the 2 Jindan stage cultivators. Then, the thunderbolt of the 9 Nether God Thunder Talisman fell from the sky again and hit the 2 Jindan stage cultivators. Afterwards, several sparks and silver snakes appeared on the bodies of the 2 Jindan stage cultivators. Their whole bodies were trembling from the electricity, and their hair stood up. They fell to the ground trembling all over. After twitching a few times, the 2 mid-stage Jindan cultivators suddenly stopped making any movement. Only bursts of green smoke kept coming out of their noses, mouths, and ears. The 2 mid-stage Jindan cultivators, like Elder Wu, turned into 2 pieces of charcoal and lay on the ground, deader than dead. At the same time, relying on his strong body, Meng Qing, who was fighting 4 mid-stage and late-stage Jindan cultivators alone, was able to handle the situation with ease, and even had time to deal with the 2 Jindan cultivators who turned and fled. With a flicker of his body, a giant python appeared on Meng Qing's body. Then, Meng Qing did not make any other movements, but his tail suddenly swung forward and swept towards the 2 fleeing mid-stage Jindan cultivators. All of this actually happened in just a short moment, or even at the same time. The 2 Jindan mid-stage cultivators had just turned around, leaving behind their own life-saving magic weapons, and wanted to flee. But just as they turned around, Meng Qing's python tail, which seemed to appear and disappear, had already swept up. In an instant, Meng Qing's tail had already wrapped around one of the 2 Jindan mid-stage cultivators, and immediately rolled him back. The next moment, Meng Qing's mind moved, and one of the 2 Qingmang Fenshuime spears had already flown to the Jindan mid-stage cultivator, instantly piercing his armor, and then easily piercing his dantian, shattering the golden myrrh elixir in his dantian. In just 1 or 2 seconds, another Jindan mid-stage cultivator was once again killed by Meng Qing's Qingmang Fenshuime spear. However, the other cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core who turned and fled had already flown hundreds of feet away in the 1 or 2 seconds. It was too late for Meng Qing to chase him again. Moreover, Meng Qing had no way to continue chasing him. Although he killed another cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core, the 4 cultivators in the middle and late stages of the golden core who besieged Meng Qing once again fought with him, using their ultimate and ultimate skills to save their lives, and attacked Meng Qing fiercely. He had no choice but to fight desperately, and even running away was no longer possible. More than a dozen cultivators, with deliberate intentions, had set up the 8 diagrams demon subduing formation in advance, which could be said to be a net of heaven and earth. Moreover, Meng Qing was unaware of it, and rushed in headfirst, getting into the net of heaven and earth. But what was the result? The result was that, out of the dozen cultivators in the middle and late stages of the golden core, there were only 4 of them left. Of the remaining 4 cultivators, 3 were in the late Jindan stage, and 1 was in the middle Jindan stage. In the context of the entire cultivation world, Jindan stage cultivators are not common and can be found everywhere. It can also be said that Jindan stage cultivators are not soft persimmons that anyone can easily squeeze and roll. Jindan late stage, especially the quasi-Yuanying stage cultivators at the peak of the late Jindan stage, can still be barely looked up to and respected as seniors by other small cultivators in the foundation building stage and chi refining stage. However, a mere combination of 3 late Jindan and 1 middle Jindan stage is not enough in front of Mengqing, a demon cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage. If they don't fight hard and don't show their best skills, I'm afraid none of the 4 of them can escape Mengqing's palm, and the final outcome may be the same. That is, Elder Buwang and other fellow cultivators will be killed one by Mengqing. The ambush plan that was originally well planned, originally flawless and perfect, became fragmented and failed because of an ordinary person, a mortal who was used as a substitute, pretending to be a bride, to lure Mengqing, the 1,000-year-old python spirit, into the trap, and became a mess now. Now, let alone ambush and kill Mengqing, whether they can luckily save their lives under Mengqing's attack has become an unknown. And there is a great possibility that even if the 4 of them no longer have any reservations, and all use their best skills to deal with Mengqing, the final result will probably not be too good. What awaits them is most likely death. The best result may be that they and Mengqing will suffer mutual losses. Chapter 93. The essence of eliminating demons and defending the way of Taoism is mutual loss. Such a result is definitely not what the 4 Jindan stage cultivators are willing to see. Even if he is injured, or even seriously injured, Mengqing can completely recover the lost vitality in a very short time with the powerful recovery ability of the demon race and his long lifespan, and it may not even affect his survival of the transformation. As for the 4 of them, if they really want to fight Mengqing to the death, both sides will suffer losses. By then, if they cannot recover their vitality in a very short time, it is likely to affect their advancement to the nascent soul stage. From the Jindan stage to the nascent soul stage, this is a hurdle for cultivators. As long as a quasi-nascent soul cultivator in the peak state of the late Jindan stage has not yet broken the Dan into an infant, he is still a Jindan stage cultivator. When facing a nascent soul cultivator, he will always be inferior. And if you want to advance to the nascent soul stage, you must break the Dan into an infant and transform the Jindan in your body into a nascent soul. When the elixir is broken and the infant is born, the birth of the infant needs to consume, or in other words, absorb a lot of spiritual power. Insufficient spiritual power, or the replenishment of spiritual power, cannot keep up with the speed of consuming and absorbing spiritual power when the infant is born. The final result is likely to be failure. The newly born infant sucks the spiritual power in the cultivator's body, and sucks the entire cultivator into a dried meat. Before the cultivator enters the golden elixir stage, the lifespan is not much different from that of ordinary people. At most, because of cultivation, the aging speed of various organs in their bodies is delayed so that they can be free from the troubles of diseases, so that they can live to more than 100 years old. But it is only a few decades longer than ordinary people, that's all. Only after entering the golden elixir stage will the lifespan of the cultivator be improved. However, even so, the lifespan of the cultivator in the golden elixir stage is only about 300 years old, and at most they can live more than 300 years, and if they cannot successfully break the elixir and become an infant, what awaits them is still death. And the extension of life of just 200 or 300 years is just a snap of a finger for a cultivator. Even ordinary Jindan cultivators cannot even cultivate to the peak state of the late Jindan stage in such a short time, let alone break the pill and become an infant. For the 4 Jindan cultivators, if they can successfully obtain Mengqing's demon pill, even according to the division plan they agreed on before, each person can only get 1/10, a very small amount. But Mengqing is a demon cultivator at the peak state of the late Jindan stage. The spiritual power in his body is much more abundant and purer than the spiritual power condensed by human cultivators. The power of the heavenly tribulation of the demon cultivator's transformation is also much greater than the power of the heavenly tribulation that human cultivators have to go through. Moreover, when the demon race breaks through the pill and becomes an infant and transforms into a human, they have to go through the catastrophe of transformation. Human cultivators, on the other hand, have to be at the peak of the late stage of out-of-body before they can go through the first heavenly tribulation, the 19th heavenly tribulation. After going through the first 19th heavenly tribulation, the out-of-body cultivator becomes a cultivator in the early stage of tribulation. And the demon race can only be reborn and transformed into a human after going through the catastrophe of transformation. Well, to be more precise, it should be that after going through the catastrophe of transformation, they can be more like a human, instead of like what Mengqing had transformed into before, with some demon race characteristics on their bodies, such as scaly skin, etc. The first heavenly tribulation that human cultivators go through is the 19th heavenly tribulation, which they will not go through until the late stage of out-of-body. However, the first heavenly tribulation that the demon race goes through is the catastrophe of transformation, which they will go through in the late stage of Demon Pill, Golden Pill. In terms of realm, the demon race goes through the first heavenly tribulation much earlier than human cultivators. Therefore, before the catastrophe of transformation, the demon essence cultivated by the demon race, the demon pills condensed and the spiritual power contained in them are much deeper and purer than those of human cultivators of the same realm. This is also the main reason why Meng Qing can resist the joint attack of more than a dozen human cultivators in the middle and late stages of the Golden Core with his late Golden Core cultivation. Moreover, this is also the main reason why Elder Wu and Elder Wang tried their best to get Meng Qing's demon pill. Even if they only get 1/10 or even a little less of Meng Qing's demon pill, it is enough for Elder Wu, Elder Wang, and other cultivators in the middle and late stages of the Golden Core to have a greater chance of success when they break the pill and become infants. For human cultivators, it takes at least hundreds of years to go from the early stage of the nascent soul to the peak state of the late stage of the out-of-body, even for a genius. Most human cultivators basically need 1,000 or 2,000 years, or even more time, from the nascent soul stage to the time of the first heavenly tribulation. After breaking the pill and becoming an infant, the lifespan of human cultivators will be greatly increased, from more than 300 years old to 1,000 years old. After reaching the out-of-body stage, the lifespan of human cultivators can even reach more than 1,500 years old. Such a long time is enough for them to prepare calmly and welcome the 19th heavenly tribulation. The cultivation period that really makes human cultivators need to race against time is actually the golden elixir stage. A mere 200 years for them to cultivate from the early stage of the golden elixir to the late stage of the golden elixir and break the pill and become an infant. From a time perspective, it is really a bit short. Without the help of various elixirs or other things, such as demon pills and golden pills, it is almost impossible to successfully break the pill and become an infant. The golden elixir is cultivated by human cultivators. Although the spiritual power is also abundant, it is far inferior to the demon pills cultivated by the demons of the same realm. And the most important thing is that hunting human monks of the same level is an act of evil and crooked ways, which is likely to attract siege from other human monks, which is not worth the loss. But hunting the demons and obtaining the demon pills can completely stand on the moral high ground of eliminating demons and defending the way, and will not attract any criticism from other human monks. You can even unite with other human monks and act together. At most, you will divide the demon pills obtained after hunting the demons equally. Although the things you get are less, the risks are much smaller, right? And you will not be criticized, and you may even become a righteous man of eliminating demons and defending the way, and become a great hero respected and loved by others, so why not do it? However, if you are not sure of success, if you are injured by the demons when hunting the demons, or even seriously injured, then you will really feel like you are stealing a chicken and losing a rice. The demons can have a lot of lifespan, which is wasted on healing and restoring vitality. But human cultivators, especially those who have not yet entered the nascent soul stage, have no chance at all and cannot afford to waste any time and energy. If they are injured and lose their vitality when hunting the demons, and their vitality is seriously damaged, they may end up in the late Jindan stage. Chapter 94. Senior, please spare my life. Originally this time, the plan of Elder Wu and his team can be said to be flawless and well thought out. A dozen cultivators in the middle and late Jindan stages besieged a green python that had practiced for 3,000 years. If they had a deliberate plan, it is very likely that they could kill Meng Qing in one fell swoop and seize Meng Qing's demon pill. Even under the threat of Xiang Yuan's life, Meng Qing had even surrendered and handed over the demon pill he had practiced for more than 1,000 years. Once the demon pill was in hand, Elder Wu and his team's plan had actually been completed. It didn't matter whether Meng Qing was spared or not. But Elder Wang wanted to make it even worse. He took advantage of Meng Qing's weakness after losing his demon pill and wanted to kill him in one fell swoop to eliminate the trouble forever. But he didn't expect that this unnecessary effort would lead to the current situation. Not only did Elder Wang die, but Elder Wu and 7 or 8 other Jindan stage cultivators also died on the spot, and they didn't even leave their Jindan behind. It doesn't matter if the body dies and the Tao disappears. As long as the Jindan is left, it can always be recycled and leave something useful for other cultivators, right? In essence, the Jindan is actually the same as the demon pill. They both contain a large amount of pure spiritual power. The spiritual power contained in the demon pill can be absorbed and digested by cultivators, and the spiritual power contained in the Jindan can also be digested and absorbed by cultivators. In fact, because they are both human cultivators, When absorbing the golden elixir cultivated by human cultivators, the efficiency is actually higher than that of absorbing demon elixir. If the golden elixir of the 10 or so golden elixir stage cultivators, such as Elder Wang and Elder Wu, were left behind, relying on these golden elixir, the remaining 4 golden elixir stage and late stage cultivators would have no problem advancing to the nascent soul stage. Of course, the premise is that Meng Qing can let them go, or they have the ability to survive from Meng Qing's hands. But now, Elder Wu and Elder Wang died, but they didn't even leave a golden elixir. And more importantly, even if the remaining 4 golden elixir stage cultivators tried their best, they might not be able to survive from Meng Qing's hands by luck. Unless the only variable that was missed when calculating Meng Qing before, the one who could walk out of the 8 diagrams demon subduing formation safely, the one who could easily kill 2 Jindan middle and late stage cultivators with a wave of his hand, that mortal, unless they can get his help. Otherwise, the 3 Jindan late-stage cultivators and 1 Jindan middle-stage cultivator, 4 cultivators, probably won't be able to survive from Meng Qing's hands. In fact, there is no need for that mortal to take action. Just a word from him, and I'm afraid he can save the lives of the 4 of them. But I don't know if that mortal is willing to let the 4 of them go, and if he is willing to say a word for them. Among the remaining 4 Jindan stage cultivators, the only one in the middle Jindan stage, seeing that he and the other 3 late Jindan stage cultivators worked together desperately, using their best skills and their most powerful attack methods, but still couldn't stop Meng Qing's attack, he simply made up his mind, threw Meng Qing away, and flew towards Xiang. Seeing a Jindan stage cultivator suddenly flying towards the young master, Sutaner was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, flipped his wrist, took out a Xuanyan Divine Thunder, and was about to throw it at the middle Jindan stage cultivator. At the same time, Meng Qing also discovered the movement of the middle Jindan stage cultivator, and rolled his tail and swept towards the middle Jindan stage cultivator. Unexpectedly, when the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core flew to Xiang, there was still some distance between them, but he suddenly fell to the ground. His legs softened, and he knelt down in front of Xiang, kowtowed and said, "Senior, spare me! Senior, spare me! I am blind and have offended you. I beg you to spare me this time. I am willing to work like an ox or a horse to repay your kindness." In the eyes of the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core, Xiang was able to kill 2 cultivators in the golden core stage with a wave of his hand. His own cultivation level was naturally not as simple as he showed. He could not even draw qi into his body. In his opinion, this mortal in front of him was probably just hiding his cultivation level, which made other cultivators mistakenly think that he was just immortal. But his real cultivation level was definitely the nascent soul stage, or the out-of-body stage, and it was even possible that he was a senior master above the tribulation stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill 2 Jindan stage cultivators with a casual wave of the hand. Well, even if the 2 Jindan stage cultivators were killed with talismans, the talismans that can kill Jindan stage cultivators in one fell swoop are definitely not something that any cultivator can get. The talismans that can kill Jindan stage cultivators in one fell swoop must be at least equivalent to the attack talismans of the late Yuanying stage, or even the monks of the out-of-body stage and the tribulation stage or above. And such high-grade talismans, how can anyone possess them? How can the cultivation of a cultivator who possesses such a high-grade talisman be low? Even if the other party is really like what he showed, a mortal who can't even draw qi into the body, as long as he has a high-level talisman that can easily kill a Jindan stage cultivator, his strength should never be underestimated. What's more, he just threw 2 death replacement puppets to Meng Qing. The death replacement puppet is definitely a life-saving artifact of the heaven-defying level. Moreover, when throwing the death replacement puppet to Meng Qing, he also threw an armor and a pill to Meng Qing. The armor was worn by Meng Qing on Shangguan Yuan, and after Meng Qing ate the pill, he was almost immediately revived with full blood. You know, Meng Qing just lost his demon pill and lost 80% of his cultivation. To be revived with full blood, the spiritual power required is almost an astronomical figure. Moreover, unless it is Meng Qing's own demon pill, it can be used directly without refining. Otherwise, if you change to any other elixir, whether it is the demon elixir of the demon race or the golden elixir of the cultivator, if you want to transform the spiritual power contained in the elixir into your own cultivation, you need a process of absorption and transformation. This process can be very short, but it is definitely not short. It can be achieved in less than a cup of tea. But Meng Qing turned this impossible into possible. After swallowing the pill thrown to him by Xiang, Meng Qing almost instantly restored his spiritual power and revived with full blood. All these things seem to be explained by only one possibility, that is, this mortal in front of him is definitely a super master with profound cultivation, far beyond the golden elixir, yuan ying, and even the tribulation period, a super senior. Although he looks very young, it is absolutely not wrong to call him senior. Chapter 95. Thank you for the medicine. The action of the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core stunned Li Xiang, Sutaner, and Meng Qing. Sutaner still had the Xuanyin Divine Thunder in her hand, and she didn't throw it at him again. Meng Qing held the python tail condensed by spiritual power high in the air, which was a bit illusory, and it also stopped in the air and didn't fall down. If the python tail condensed by spiritual power hits, the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core would probably lose half of his life. In fact, not only Li Xiang, Sutaner, and Meng Qing were stunned, but also the other 3 cultivators in the late stage of the golden core were also stunned. They stopped attacking, turned around, and stared at Li Xiang blankly. Everyone was waiting for Li Xiang's answer. After a slight pause, Li Xiang quickly came to his senses. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied and even disgusted with Elder Wu, Elder Wang, and the dozen or so Jindan mid- and late-stage cultivators who besieged Meng Qing alone, demons, and even used Shangguan Yuan as a threat to force Meng Qing to submit. However, when this Jindan mid-stage cultivator knelt in front of him and kowtowed for mercy, Li Xiang still felt a little reluctant. To put it bluntly, Li Xiang is not a murderous person. All the cultivators who died in Li Xiang's hands before, without exception, were the ones who attacked Li Xiang first, and they were the ones who wanted Li Xiang's life as soon as they attacked. Li Xiang was also forced to fight back. However, Li Xiang's counterattack was a bit fierce, and it was difficult for other cultivators to bear and resist. In fact, there were quite a few people saved by Li Xiang, not to mention Sutaner. Even Sutaner's master, Miao Ding Shenni, who he had only met once, was saved by Li Xiang with a teleportation talisman. Well, although until now, Li Xiang still doesn't know where Miao Ding Shenni was randomly teleported to by the teleportation talisman, and doesn't know whether Miao Ding Shenni is dead or alive now. But it is a fact that Li Xiang used the teleportation talisman to save Miao Ding Shenni from the hands of Master Shenya. There are also Yunxi Shanren from Yintang Temple in Fuhu Mountain, and Pinggu Zhenren from Pingyao Canyon, etc., who had never met each other before, and when they came to Li Xiang for help, Li Xiang also used a teleportation talisman without hesitation to teleport them out. As for where they were teleported to, and whether they escaped from the thunder tribulation caused by the Sanju Thunder Bomb and ascended to heaven, it depends on their fate and luck. To put it bluntly, Li Xiang, who inexplicably traveled from a civilized society in another dimension to this dimension, is essentially a kind person, a noble person, and a person who has escaped from vulgarity. In this case, the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core came to Li Xiang and begged him to show mercy. Li Xiang could not help but feel a little soft-hearted. Seeing that the expression on Li Xiang's face was somewhat loose, the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core immediately kowtowed again and again, begging, "Please spare my life, senior. As long as the senior is willing to spare my life, I am willing to work like a cow and a horse and repay the senior for life, and I will never have 2 hearts." The words of the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core completely moved Li Xiang. Li Xiang now has a system task that has not been completed. After a slight pause, Li Xiang's eyes turned and his mind moved. He took out several pills of various spiritual, energy, blood, and essence replenishing pills from the system space, hid them under his robe, covered them with his sleeves, and began to rub them. Li Xiang now has many kinds of elixirs, including those for healing, replenishing qi, and even detoxification. Basically, the cultivators that Li Xiang copied all have various elixirs, and most of them are elixirs for replenishing spirit, qi, blood, and essence. There are also a few elixirs, such as Bailing detoxification pills and Shengji Huofu cream, which have unique curative effects. In short, Li Xiang has many kinds of elixirs in his hands, and the quantity is also large. He mixed several elixirs for replenishing spirit, qi, blood, and essence together, and did not take those for rejuvenating skin and Bailing detoxification. Li Xiang mixed several elixirs together, squeezed them with his hands, and directly squeezed them into a ball, then broke off a small piece and rolled it in his hands a few times, and it became a bullet shape. After doing all this, Li Xiang said to the Jindan middle stage cultivator, "It's not impossible for me to accept you, but..." "Just what? Senior, just tell me what you want. I will do anything for you." The Jindan middle stage cultivator said hurriedly, "It's nothing. Just take this pill." As he said that, Li Xiang raised his hand and threw the pill he had just made to the Jindan middle stage cultivator. The Jindan middle stage cultivator almost subconsciously took the pill. He couldn't help but stand there in a daze. "Why, are you scared?" Li Xiang said, looking at him with a squint. "No, it's not." The Jindan middle stage cultivator shook his head and said, gritted his teeth, and then said, "May I ask, Senior, what is this pill?" "Poison. Do you dare to eat it?" Li Xiang said with a squint. "People under the eaves have to bow their heads. I am now forced to beg the Senior for my life. It is reasonable for the Senior to use a poison to completely control me. If it were me, when I had the opportunity to control several Jindan stage cultivators, I would probably choose to use poison to completely control the other party in the shortest time, so that the other party would not dare to have any ulterior motives, right? Moreover, since the Senior has poison, he must have an antidote. As long as I listen obediently and serve the Senior with all my heart, the Senior will not treat me badly. More importantly, the Senior may have already been a Senior who has passed the heavenly tribulation, and I am just a small cultivator in the Jindan stage. If I can follow the Senior, if I think about it from another angle, this may also be a great opportunity for me. Seizing this opportunity, maybe I can successfully break through the Jindan stage, advance to the Yuan Jing stage, or even the out-of-body stage. Even the future crossing the tribulation stage is not out of my expectation." After a moment of hesitation, the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core immediately opened his mouth and threw the pill in his hand into his mouth. As soon as he threw it into his mouth, the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core felt that the pill turned into a warm current, flowing directly into his dantian, and then rushed to his limbs and bones. Suddenly, the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring, very comfortable. This is definitely not poison. Not only is it not a poison, but it is a tonic, a great tonic. Thinking of this, the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core suddenly showed a look of joy on his face. He knelt down in front of Li Xiang and kowtowed, saying, "Thank you for the medicine, Senior. Thank you for the Medisix leopard embryo muscle reinforcing pills." Li Xiang raised his hand slightly and said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me yet. I just said that it is a poison, and it is called leopard embryo muscle reinforcing pills." Leopard embryo muscle reinforcing pills? The cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core obviously had never heard of this. Li Xiang, in order to fool around, repeated the name of the poison from a martial arts novel in another plane of time and space. "Yes, it is leopard embryo muscle reinforcing pills." Li Xiang suppressed his laughter and said seriously, "The medicinal properties of this medicine are quite special. In the past 2 years, it was indeed a tonic medicine, and it is also very beneficial to the cultivation of cultivators." But, at this point, Li Xiang deliberately paused. After a slight pause, Li Xiang said, "2 years later, the medicinal properties of this leopard embryo muscle-reducing pill will change. As for whether it will become a poison or a tonic, only the Daluo Jingxian knows." These words were originally just Li Xiang's nonsense, but when Li Xiang was nonsense, he happened to bring up a Daluo Jingxian. You know, if it were in another plane of time and space, Daluo Jingxian would mean that this is something that does not exist at all, something illusory, and it can even be completely considered that this is a lie. But in this plane of time and space, Daluo Jingxian is real, and it is a certain level or realm of the immortals in the immortal world. Isn't the pursuit of immortality and becoming an immortal? Even after becoming an immortal, those immortals who ascended to the immortal world are actually divided into different levels. The cultivator who just ascended to the immortal world is just the lowest level of human immortals, followed by earth immortals and heavenly immortals. Above the celestial immortals, there are the golden immortals and the Taiyi golden immortals. Above the Taiyi golden immortals, there are the Daluo golden immortals. As for the quasi-sages and great sages above the Daluo golden immortals, it is basically impossible to reach that realm through cultivation. Quasi-sages and great sages are basically legendary figures who coexist with the heaven and earth and are born and raised by the earth. How can mortals reach that realm through cultivation? And Li Xiang casually said, "Only the Daluo golden immortal knows." How can such a thing be said by an ordinary person? When saying this, Li Xiang's expression did not change at all, as if he was just talking about something insignificant or natural. Doesn't this mean that this leopard embryo muscle-changing pill was made by a Daluo golden immortal? Moreover, the master he just recognized is an immortal who knows the Daluo golden immortal and may even have a close relationship with the Daluo golden immortal. Then how could his realm be low? I'm afraid that these realms of cultivation in the mortal world can't describe his realm of cultivation at all. Even in the immortal world, I'm afraid that at least a golden immortal, or even a Taiyi golden immortal, can know and get the elixir refined by the Daluo golden immortal from the Daluo golden immortal. Even he himself may be one of the Daluo golden immortals. Could it be that he really hit the dog shit and worshipped a golden immortal? Thinking of this, the cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core suddenly became excited again and kept kowtowing to Li Xiang and said, "Thank you, Master, for the medicine. Thank you, Master, for the medicine. I, the villain, Liu Pixuan will serve the master with all my heart and soul, and will be loyal and never betray. If I break this oath, I will be punished by heaven and earth, and I will be punished by gods and people together. What's the situation? I said that the medicinal properties of the leopard embryo Yijin pills are unstable and it is a poison. Why is the other party more grateful to me and even swearing an oath? Li Xiang looked at Liu Pixuan strangely. Before he could speak, the other 3 late Jindan cultivators came back to their senses. They flew to Li Xiang almost at the same time, knelt on the ground and said in unison, I, Yang Naiwu, Zhu Bikong, and Ma Yongzheng, am also willing to become a disciple of the senior, serve the master for life, and never betray. Liu Pixuan could think that among the people Li Xiang had made friends with, there might be high-level immortals at the level of Deluo Jinxian. How could Yang Naiwu, Zhu Bikong, and the other 3 not think of it? For Liu Pixuan, being able to become a disciple of Li Xiang was his great opportunity. The same was true for Yang Naiwu, Zhu Bikong, and the other 3. Moreover, it was not only Liu Pixuan and Zhu Bikong, the 4 human cultivators who figured this out, but even Meng Qing also thought of this. The struggle between Zhu Bikong and the other 3 and Meng Qing had already stopped temporarily for Liu Pixuan's sake. At this time, seeing Zhu Bikong and the other 3 kneeling down in front of Li Xiang and wanting to worship Li Xiang as their master, Meng Qing naturally did not want to lag behind. Moreover, for Meng Qing, Li Xiang had actually saved him once. No, he had saved him more than once. If it weren't for the demon pill that Li Xiang threw back to him, he would probably have been dead by now, and it is very likely that he would have been cut into countless pieces by Elder Wang, and in the end, not even a piece of bone would be left. Not only him, but also Shangguan Yuan, Elder Wang, and the others would definitely not let her go. Therefore, for Meng Qing and Shangguan Yuan, Li Xiang is their savior. The grace of saving their lives will never be forgotten. From the moment he regained the demon pill, Meng Qing had actually made up his mind to follow Li Xiang, even if it meant being his mount, he would be willing. Seeing Liu Pixuan, Zhu Bikong, and the other 3 kneeling down in front of Li Xiang one after another and kowtowing to become Li Xiang's disciples, how could Meng Qing be willing to fall behind? With a flash of his body, he came to Shangguan Yuan, stretched out his hand to hold Shangguan Yuan's small hand, knelt down in front of Li Xiang with her, kowtowed and said, Senior, you saved our lives. Meng Qing and Yuan will never forget it. From now on, Meng Qing and Yuan are willing to work like cows and horses for you, be slaves and maids, and serve you for life to repay you for saving our lives. After listening to what Zhu Bikong, Meng Qing, and others said, Li Xiang couldn't help but be stunned again. After a long time, he gritted his teeth again, pinched a few pills again, held them in his hand, opened his hand, stretched it in front of Zhu Bikong, Meng Qing, and others, and said, In this case, then you can choose one of this poison by yourselves. It's agreed in advance that this is a highly toxic thing, and the medicinal properties are peculiar. After 2 years, no one can say whether this medicine is a poison or a tonic. If you are afraid, don't eat it and you don't have to follow me, just leave on your own. But if Luo wants to follow me, he has to take this poison first. After hearing what Li Xiang said, Meng Qing did not hesitate at all. He immediately reached out and took a leopard embryo Yijin pill and threw it into his mouth. Shangguan Yuan, who was holding hands with him, also took one, threw it into her mouth and swallowed it. Then, to Li Xiang's surprise, Su Tanner also reached out and took one, threw it into her mouth. This little girl, I used it to scare others. Why did she come to join in the fun? With this, who else would believe that this leopard embryo Yijin pill is a poison? Chapter 97. A battle between humans and demons in Lao Taishan ended so dramatically, anticlimactic. In the end, both warring parties ate the leopard embryo Yijin pill and became Li Xiang's younger brothers. This can be regarded as a relatively satisfactory ending. At least Li Xiang was quite satisfied with this ending. In a flash, he had recruited 6 younger brothers. 3 late Jindan, 1 mid-Jindan cultivator, and 1 late Jindan peak demon. Well, he had to add Shangguan Yuan. 6 younger brothers, no way to escape. If we count the 51 younger brothers recruited by Laming Peak, it should be more than enough to complete the system task. It's a pity that there is still a 1-month probation period. Otherwise, Li Xiang should have completed the first task assigned by the system long ago. Now, the number of people is enough, just waiting for the end of the probation period, and then he can successfully complete the system task and start the road of cultivation. There is no rush for tasks with time limits. The deadline of 1 month, at most, has only passed 7 or 8 days, and there are still more than 20 days. But it will be soon, and it will be enough when he returns to Laming Peak. Now what Li Xiang has to consider is how to return to Laming Peak. After looking around at everyone, Li Xiang immediately waved to Shangguan Yuande, the mayor of Longding Prefecture, and said, "Hey, come here." "Sir, Immortal." Shangguan Yude walked carefully to Li Xiang, knelt down and saluted. Well, you are the mayor of Longding Prefecture? What's your name? Replying to the immortal, my name is Shangguan Yuande. You can just call me by my name. Well, since you are the mayor of Longding Prefecture, you should have a map of this 1,000 miles, right? Map? Shangguan Yuande said in confusion. It's a drawing that depicts the terrain of mountains and rivers, as well as the location of place names. Li Xiang explained. Is the immortal talking about a geographical map? Shangguan Yuande understood it all at once and asked anxiously. Yes, it's the geographical map. Li Xiang nodded and said, Do you have it? Yes. Zhang Duang, go to the collection pavilion and get the geographical map. Shangguan Yuande said hurriedly. Before he finished speaking, Mengqing on the side called out again, Old Taishan! After hearing Mengqing's address, Shangguan Yuande's face suddenly changed again. However, he spent a lot of energy and financial resources to finally invite Elder Wu, Elder Wang, and more than a dozen other immortals to get rid of the 1,000-year-old python spirit that had set its sights on his precious daughter. But in the end, Elder Wu, Elder Wang, and others were killed or injured. In order to obtain the demon pill of the 1,000-year-old python spirit, they even sacrificed their precious daughter's life. If it weren't for this ridiculously young immortal in front of him, his precious daughter would probably have died long ago. It's a pity that although the immortal saved his precious daughter, he didn't seem to object to his daughter's relationship with the 1,000-year-old python spirit. Now the remaining 4 immortals, including the 1,000-year-old python spirit, have become servants of the immortal. I'm afraid it's unlikely that I can object to this marriage. Thinking of this, Shangguan Yuande's face couldn't help but dim again, and then he waved his hand and said, Lord Mengqing, you are calling me like this now, a little. Originally, Shangguan Yuande wanted to say it's a little too early. However, did the immortal in front of him object to this marriage? Moreover, if Elder Wu and Elder Wang hadn't intervened tonight, Mengqing might have consummated his marriage with Wanner by now. It seems that there is nothing wrong with Mengqing calling himself Old Taishan. After hearing what Shangguan Yuande said, Mengqing nodded and said, Old Taishan is very right. After a slight pause, Mengqing turned around, knelt in front of Li Xiang, saluted and said, Master, Mengqing has a request. Please help me. Glanced at Mengqing, then at Shangguan Yuan and said, You want me to make the decision for you and propose to Shangguan City Lord, right? Mengqing nodded slightly and said, Yes, Master. Mengqing and Yuan are truly in love and will remain together until death. In this life, Mengqing only wishes to have Yuan as his wife. Please help me. Li Xiang pondered for a moment. In fact, before that, Li Xiang was quite satisfied with Mengqing's performance. At least, when facing life and death, Mengqing never abandoned Shangguan Yuan. Even the 1,000-year-old green python leather armor he was wearing, Mengqing did not think of wearing it himself at the critical moment, but gave it to Shangguan Yuan. This alone shows that Mengqing is really sincere to Shangguan Yuan. For her, Mengqing can even give up his demon pill and even his life. And Shangguan Yuan is also sincere to Mengqing and will never abandon him. Moreover, Li Xiang, who traveled from another plane and time, is actually not disgusted with the love between humans and demons. In the previous life, in that other plane and time, the story of White Snake and Shushan moved countless people. Under the influence of the TV movie of White Snake, how could Li Xiang, who grew up, oppose the love between humans and demons? As long as 2 people are truly in love, other people have no reason to object. After a moment of silence, Li Xiang said to Shangguan Yuan, Miss Shangguan, let me ask you, have you thought it through? Shangguan Yuan opened her mouth and was about to answer, but Li Xiang raised his hand, interrupted her, and said, You have to think it through. You are just a mortal. Whether you have spiritual roots and immortal fate is still an unknown. The lifespan of a mortal is at best 100 or 80 years. Even if Mengqing is willing to use his spiritual power to extend your life, you can only live for more than 100 years at most. And you will eventually grow old. And Mengqing, he is a demon and an immortal cultivator. He can have a long lifespan. Are you really willing to be with him? Having said that, Li Xiang paused slightly, then turned to Mengqing and said, And you, Mengqing, have you thought it through? If Miss Shangguan does not have spiritual roots and cannot cultivate immortality, she may only be able to accompany you for a mere few decades, or even less than 100 years. And in the long years of cultivating immortals after that, without her company, how will you get through it? Have you ever thought about these issues? After hearing what Li Xiang said, Mengqing nodded, without any thought or hesitation, and said, Master, Mengqing has thought about it very clearly. In this life, Mengqing only wishes to marry Yuan as his wife. Even if Yuan can only accompany Mengqing for 100 years, 80 years, or even shorter, Mengqing will be satisfied. As he said, transmitted a voice to Li Xiang and said, Master, if Yuan is not by my side, Even if Meng Qing cultivates immortals and becomes a great sage in the demon world, Meng Qing will not be happy. If Yuan encounters an accident, Meng Qing will have no choice but to accompany her through life and death. Chapter 98. It's better to do it today than to wait for a better day. After hearing Meng Qing's words, Li Xiang fell silent again. Shangguan Yuan, who was standing aside, also knelt down in front of Li Xiang and kowtowed, saying, Shangshan, Yuan has thought it through very clearly. Whether it's 10 years, 20 years, or even 100 years, or 200 years, as long as I can be with Brother Meng Qing, Yuan will be very satisfied. Becoming an immortal is not what Yuan wants. Yuan just wants to be with Brother Meng Qing. Wherever Brother Meng Qing goes, Yuan will go. Since Brother Meng Qing has recognized Shangshan as his master, Shangshan is also Yuan's master. Yuan is willing to be a slave. After hearing Shangguan Yuan's words, Li Xiang couldn't help but sigh slightly and said, The wings are always together in the sky, and the mandarin ducks in the pond don't envy the immortals. Shangguan City Lord, you have heard what Meng Qing and Miss Shangguan said. Until now, do you still oppose the two of them being together? Even the Shangshan said so. What else can Shangguan Yuande say? Does he dare to say the word no? After hearing what Li Xiang said, Shangguan Yuande waved his hands hurriedly and said, I dare not. I dare not. Everything is up to the immortal. Up to the immortal. Li Xiang nodded slightly, then said, Well, it's better to do it today. Your city lord's mansion is holding a banquet to choose a son-in-law. It's an auspicious day, and everything is ready. Why not do it today and let Meng Qing and Miss Shangguan get married? We are all guests and witnesses. Wait, we can go to the bridal chamber together. Yes, yes. Shangguan Yuande nodded hurriedly in response, and then shouted loudly, Zhang Duang, master! Zhang Duang heard Shangguan Yuande's call and hurried back. Didn't you hear what the immortal said? Why don't you make arrangements? Tell the servants to be quick and clean up a new room in the ceremony hall. Hurry and decorate them so that the son-in-law and the daughter can get married earlier. Now? Zhang Duang said hesitantly. Getting married is a festive occasion. How can you get married in the middle of the night? This is not a ghost marriage. Even if it is a ghost marriage, there is no wedding at night, right? Shangguan Yuande was naturally aware of Zhang Duang's hesitation. However, the immortal didn't think there was anything wrong with it. How could he, a mortal, dare to raise any objections? What if the immortal thought that this evening was an auspicious day and the wedding had to be held in the middle of the night? After glaring at Zhang Duang fiercely, Shangguan Yuande immediately said in a stern voice, If not now, when are we waiting? Waiting for the daylily? Hurry up! Yes. Zhang Duang hurriedly responded and ran away. After Zhang Duang ran away, Shangguan Yuande carefully called Li Xiang, Su Tanner, Meng Qing, Liu Pixuan and others to the front yard. On the way to the front yard, Shangguan Yuande took the time to walk up to Meng Qing and whispered, Shan Sheng, you called me old man just now? Do you want to say something to me? Since the Shangshan Li Xiang has already spoken, Shangguan Yuande can only accept this marriage, no matter how much he opposes it in his heart, and his name for Meng Qing naturally becomes Xian Sheng. Even if Meng Qing is a demon, so what? Now Meng Qing has recognized the Shangshan Li Xiang as his master, and like Liu Pixuan and the other 4 Jindan stage immortals, he has become the servant of the Shangshan. With Li Xiang as his backer, Meng Qing's identity as a demon clan is not a problem at all. Who is Li Xiang? He is a Shangshan who can kill a quasi-Yuanying stage cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage with a wave of his hand. Although Shangguan Yuande can't see Li Xiang's cultivation, and can't feel the immortal style of any immortal from him. However, how can a person who can kill an immortal like Elder Wu with a wave of his hand be an ordinary person? How dare an ordinary person take a Jindan stage immortal as a slave? Even Elder Wu and others have to work together to deal with the 1,000-year-old python spirit. Meng Qing, his own son-in-law, didn't he also willingly recognize Li Xiang as his master and willing to become his slave and mount? Shangguan Yuande is not a cultivator, but he is the mayor of Longding Prefecture and a member of the officialdom. Shangguan Yuande, who has been in the officialdom for most of his life, has no other skills, but he still has the ability to observe words and expressions and see the big picture from the small details. Since a 1,000-year-old monster like Meng Qing is willing to worship Li Xiang as his master, it means that Li Xiang is definitely capable of protecting Meng Qing. If he doesn't have the ability to protect Meng Qing, Li Xiang would not dare to accept Meng Qing as a servant. Shangguan Yuande naturally figured it out after thinking about it a little. Therefore, with the protection of Li Xiang, the immortal, even if Meng Qing is a monster, an alien, no one dares to touch him. If you want to touch Meng Qing, you must first get past Li Xiang, the master. Therefore, when Shangguan Yuande called Meng Qing good son-in-law, the title sounded very smooth, and there was almost no sense of awkwardness in his pronunciation. After hearing Shangguan Yuande's words, Meng Qing was stunned for a moment. and then said, "Old Taishan, I just wanted to ask you to arrange some food for the master and arrange a room for the master so that the master can have a good rest. The master has been busy all night, and I'm afraid he is a little tired." Xiang Yuande nodded repeatedly and said, "My dear son-in-law is right, very right. It's my fault for not considering it carefully. I will arrange it right away. I will arrange it right away." Before he finished speaking, Mengqing grabbed Xiang Yuande again and said, "No need, old Taishan, since the master said he wanted to make a fuss in the bridal chamber. I'm afraid he won't rest for the time being." "I don't know much about making a fuss in the bridal chamber, old Taishan. I'm afraid I have to trouble you." Xiang Yuande nodded slightly, and then said, "Okay, no problem. I'll arrange it right away. I'll arrange it right away." Then, Xiang Yuande waved and called a servant from the city lord's mansion to arrange the matter. Afterwards, Xiang Yuande quickly caught up with Li Xiang and the others and led them to the front yard. Just as Li Xiang said, today was the day for the embroidered ball to select a son-in-law in the city lord's mansion, and everything was ready. Even the wedding dress and the phoenix coronet and bridal robe were all complete. It was just that before, the phoenix coronet and bridal robe was worn by Li Xiang. And now, the phoenix coronet and bridal robe that was taken off was worn by Xiang Yuan again. At the same time, Mengqing also put on a red dress with a flower on her hairpin, and a red flower was tied on the dress. There was also a big red flower tied with red silk. One end of the silk was held in Mengqing's hand, and the other end was held in Xiang Yuan's hand. Mengqing led them, and they slowly walked into the hall to get married. Chapter 99. The master endured very hard. Under the witness of Li Xiang, Su Tanner, Zhu Bikong, Liu Pixuan, and others, Mengqing and Xiang Yuan, a couple who crossed species, finally tied the knot. Amidst the laughter and playfulness of the crowd, they were sent to the bridal chamber. And Li Xiang finally witnessed a most authentic classical wedding, which was worth the trip. That night, the noise lasted until the early morning, and the cocks crowed. The people who were making noise in the bridal chamber slowly dispersed and returned to the room arranged by Zhang Diwang under the guidance of the servants of the city lord's mansion. Li Xiang was the same, but the room Zhang Diwang arranged for him was a small suite, with 2 rooms inside and outside, a bed in the inner room, and a table in the outer room. That's all. There was nothing wrong with this arrangement. However, Zhang Diwang mistakenly thought Su Tanner was the mate of the Xiangshan Li Xiang, so he did not arrange another place for Su Tanner to live. This is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Li Xiang is a man of vigor and vitality, and Su Tanner is a beautiful beauty who looks like a fairy from a painting. This single man and a single woman living in the same room, just thinking about it, Li Xiang feels a little overwhelmed. Unfortunately, although Su Tanner is already a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, she is still very naive in this regard, and has never thought about it, or she doesn't understand it at all. Moreover, in Su Tanner's view, she is just a little maid, and it is natural to take care of the master's daily life. Living with the master is naturally for the convenience of taking care of the master. Moreover, what if there is no extra bed? Can't you sleep without a bed? A rope and a futon, how can you not sleep? It is common for people who cultivate immortals to meditate all night. It's not like Su Tanner hasn't experienced it before. When she was in the inn, wasn't there only one bed? The master fell asleep and she meditated, and the night passed like that. However, that night, it seemed that before dawn,